Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 Do Chapter 362, Huang Yuan's Grudge? Miss Whitebeard? This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi New World, the first naval base. This is the only fortress of the Navy stationed in the New World. It is separated from the Navy headquarters of the Paradise and echoes with the Red Earth continent. Together guarding the Holy Land Mary Joa above the Red Earth continent, it is the most important branch base in the Navy besides the headquarters. In the past, the commander of the base of the first branch was Admiral Akakan Sakaski. Now the General Akadog is dispatched as the commander-in-chief of Operation Alabaston. In order to prevent the remaining pirates in the New World from causing chaos, the base of a branch cannot be unmanned. Replacing the General Akadog, responsible for today's one-branch base guard mission, is the same General Huang Yuan Paluzalino. The headquarters building of the giant seagull base originally belonged to the exclusive office of the General Akadog, but today it is occupied by the Yellow Ape. Ms. Luo Lin, today is as handsome as ever. Perusalino's long legs are placed on the treasure collection of the General aka Inu. He stared at the latest news report in his hand without blinking. A slightly wretched smile gradually appeared on an old face. As a disciple, he should have come to congratulate him in person today. Just because of some complicated reasons, he can only silently congratulate his teacher in his heart. Mr. Waring states would really think about it, and he said that I was afraid that I would fight with Sarkarsky and disturb the military's mind. Even if that. The brains are really going to be dark, there is a teacher, it is not my turn to take action. General Huang Yuan pouted, with a grievance on his face. Old man. A low male voice came from outside. Zan Momomaru, the captain of the Naval Science Corps, with his watermelon haircut and wearing a red jade bellyband, opened the door carelessly. What's wrong with Momomaru? General Huang Yuan asked casually. Master, you still ask what's wrong now that the base is already fried. Zan Momomaru wrote shocked all over his face. Oh. General Huang Yuan still didn't care. Master, you have already seen it, that news, legendary heroes plus teacher Zephyr. Even if they are 2-4 emperors, they are not afraid. Zan Taomaru sat down in the office carefully. It's unbelievable, the old man's teacher is really that legendary existence. I told you earlier. General Huang Yuan took out his nail clippers and repaired his nails. Advertisement, Master, you are not reliable on weekdays, who knows you are serious. Zan Momomaru couldn't help thinking in his heart. However, what Zan Daomaru didn't notice was that his mouth, which had never closed the door, subconsciously said what was in his heart. Feel the stern look from the General Huang Yuan. Oops, I accidentally leaked it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zan Taomaru quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. Following Vegapunk for a few years, it's really getting worse. General Huang Yuan's, Yin and Yang Wakey, said, hey. Zan Taomaru scratched embarrassedly. Master, if you really want to go to Master's side to see, go now, at the speed of the Master, even if it is too late to start now, this one branch base is wrapped in me and still have it. The pacifists are doing well. Zan Momomaru patted his thick heart and promised. I accidentally said the wrong thing before, so naturally I have to show my courtesy at this moment. Stop it, and NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading. P. General Huang Yuan waved his hand. If the teacher knows that I will leave the task and leave the job without permission, I am afraid that I will inevitably be beaten. You kid wouldn't want to kill the old man and be beaten. Perusalino's eyes narrowed slightly. Nothing, no matter what, sir, you can really think about it, ha ha ha. Zan Taomaru waved his hands again and again. The body was slightly stiff, and there was an ominous premonition in his heart. I always felt that the old man wanted to find the fault today and took the opportunity to beat him up. Old man, perceived the General Huang Yuan's increasingly unkind gaze. Zan Taowen's fat body trembled suddenly and shouted. What's up? I have a question. Ask. Back then, 36 years ago, the old man, Master Luo Lin disappeared for what reason, even the name did not exist in the history. I am afraid this is the government's handwriting. Zan Momomaru spoke loudly, and asked this backlog of doubts in his mind. There was an absolute silence in the office, and the needle drop could be heard. Advertisement, Zan Momomaru, you really want to know? After a long time, General Huang Yuan asked quietly. His, Zan Daomaru subconsciously took a deep breath, but did not immediately answer. Intuition told him that the answer to this question might be heavier than the sky fell. The world government does its best to obliterate the naval heroes who are in the sky and have great achievements at all costs, and there must be hidden secrets in them. Whether he can withstand this secret shock in Momomaru is not certain now. The atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze. Bang bang bang, at this moment, a rapid knock on the door sounded. General Perusalino, Mr. Momomaru, the event is not good, the 4 Emperors Redhead Pirates and the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates have all started action. Nani? Battle Momomaru stood up suddenly. The New World, the territory of the 4 Emperors with white beards. The huge whale ship Moby DK broke through the turbulent waves and shook the wind. On the deck of the whale ship, shocked uproars formed one after another. As the absolute king of this sea, the Whitebeard Pirates. There are not many in this world, things can shock them like this. All because of today's big news, it is too dreamy. Former Navy Admiral Blackfist Zephyr, Rogers Mulian B ****D, those veterans plus this legendary hero, it's really shocking. Heroic Luo Lin, I didn't expect to hear this name again in his lifetime. I withdrew my initial judgment. Even if the Navy does not make a move, it is not without the possibility of blocking the ant and the beasts. The white group pirates of the Modibuk spoke in shock. The white beard, who was like a little giant, raised his head and drank his bowl of wine. His eyes fell on the close-up photo in the newspaper again. It's really you B *****D. The white beard's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a subtle expression on his old face. There are dislikes and a little miss, father, since this hero named Luo Lin is so powerful, how did he disappear back then? What happened 36 years ago? Dad, do you know? Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, suddenly asked. Chapter 363, The Truth About the Missing Hero, by Tuan was stunned. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Father, do you know what happened to this hero named Luo Lin disappearing from history? Just when Whitebeard was immersed in the nostalgia for the past. The third team was opposed to Diamond Joes and suddenly asked, with a curious expression on his face. Joe's question made the noisy Moby DK instantly quiet. Regardless of whether it is the captain or the average member, they all look at the old Whitebeard. Yeah, father, we also want to know this question. The captain of the 6th Division, Bramink, who was chubby and funny like a balloon, agreed. I'm also curious about this. Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, nodded. 36 years ago, I was less than 10 years old, but I also saw the report of this Navy named Luo Lin more than once in the newspaper. Me too, and I also remembered that there were indeed reports about this person becoming a hero before. That happened shortly after the Battle of the Island of Gods, and I remembered it too. The 40 or 50-year-olds of the Whitebeard pirates nodded in agreement. With the traction of today's report, the fragmented memories of the past in their minds are gradually revived and clear. Heroes are indeed genuine, but then why did it disappear without a trace? Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, asked again in doubt. About this, I am a little bit impressed, as if it was about half a month after the hero report, what happened? An old man recalled. If this hero is really as powerful as the report said, and is the key figure who defeated the Sea Lord Lox, who has the ability to erase all traces of him in this world, so that now no one knows like. It's like a blank 100-year history. Yes, this is what I want to say. Ordinary forces can't do it anyway. If anyone in this world can do it, there is only the world government. Izang, the captain of the 16th Division, spoke. But why does the world government do this kind of thing? Don't the Navy and the world government wear the same pair of trousers? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. At that time, he defeated the overlord of the sea, Lox, and made great achievements in the world. He was called a hero. Why did the world government act on the heroes of the Navy at that time? Why did you move your hands? After all, it's a nasty world government. It's not uncommon to cross the river and demolish the bridge. No, right. Whitebeard hasn't spoken yet. The pirates of the White Regiment on the Moby DK, you said and I said, took the lead in a series of intense discussions. Although all of them are analyzed, they are all the same. In the end, it didn't discuss why it came out. Advertisement. Don't quarrel. Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, spoke in an angry tone. Stop arguing among the friends on the boat. This question was raised by me to my father, and there is no result of your quarrel. Joes thought. Seeing that everyone on the boat finally stopped, I turned to watch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Daddy should know something, let's talk about it. Joes asked hopefully. Kula la 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 la. The Whitebeard who watched the scene in silence for a while laughed boldly. I do know some. Whitebeard nodded. Father, speak quickly. Don't confuse our appetite, add bookmarks for easy reading. Everyone in Baituan urged. The disappearance of that B *****D is indeed the hand of the world government. Whitebeard said. Sure enough, the 16th Division Captain Izo nodded. The triumphant smile on his face has not fully surfaced before it is completely frozen. Because of some terrifying truth that Whitebeard will reveal next. 36 years ago, shortly after the Battle of the Island of Gods, this Lorraine B *****D single-handedly killed the Holy Land Mary Geoise for some reason, and almost beat that. Mary Geoise threw and completely overturned it. Speaking of this unknown and shocking event, even the king of the sea like Whitebeard, the look on the old face can't help but move. Not to mention the other people on the ship, when Whitebeard's voice fell. The huge whale ship Moby DK fell into a dead silence for an instant. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates group had their eyes widened in shock and horror. The mouth is wide open, and the chin is almost touching the deck. I don't know how long it has passed. He sucked in the air-conditioning hissing sound. The sound of swallowing hard saliva came and went one after another. That's the Holy Land Mary Joa. It's incredible to kill one person through the lair of the world government. Advertisement. The 5th Division Captain Foil Bistar widened his eyes and murmured unconsciously. Anyone who moves a Tianlongren B *****D will attract an admiral. This man even slaughtered a group of Tianlongren. Diamond Joes showed a ghostly expression, and the whole person was shocked to the point of indescribable. It turns out that before Big Brother Tiger, someone had done this kind of shocking thing. No, even the boss of Tiger, compared with what this person did, it is too far behind. The captain of the 7th Division, Murloc Namul, was amazed again and again. It's true that a person can penetrate the lair of the world government alone. Kill well. The arrogant and domineering Tianlong people must have been scared to pee that day. Although it's a navy, but I blow this man, on one of the roads, I would like to call it the strongest. On the whale boat, the mood of the white group pirates gradually increased. Eliminate the identity of the naval hero. The act of Luo Lin alone smashing through Mary Joa is enough to blow up the emperor pirates like them. After all, this is a feat that they have never dared to do in their entire lives, and even dared not even think about it. Father, what's the motive? This hero, Roland, killed Mary Joa. It must be something the world government has done that makes him unbearable. I don't believe that a naval hero will turn back for no reason. Curious baby Diamond Joes asked again. Kula la la la, I haven't checked this point, but I can probably guess it, because this Luo Lin be *****d him. When Whitebeard said this, his voice suddenly stopped. The pale golden pupils shimmered, as if they were aware of something. The big sharp knife in his hand slashed out of the sky. There was a violent explosion of boom, a gorgeous mushroom cloud rose up in the sky. All staff are on alert. The captains of the White Regiment were on alert. A diamond-shaped cross suddenly lit up in the horrible explosion of ding, a spot of light. It is more dazzling than the sun in the sky. That's Huang Yuan, general of the Navy headquarters. Foil Beasta, the captain of the 5th Division, screamed in surprise. Oh, it's terrible, the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 364, Huang Yuan. I'm here to show off the teacher, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom, the explosion sounded suddenly. A glaring flare sparkles in the sky. This sudden change caused the white group pirates on the whaleboat to change their colors. Regardless of other things, prepare for the first time. Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, turned half of his body into a shining diamond. The 5th Division captain's Foil Beasta's double knives on his waist were unsheathed in a clanging sound. The 6th Division captain Bramming took out a huge wooden hammer from the tape space on his face. The powerful aura belonging to the leaders of the Whitebeard pirate team intertwined, condensed, and went straight to the Shao Han. The clouds in Ling's sky all fell apart. This is the emperor at the apex of the world. A little golden light shines on the sky often. Release the most dazzling light. It is more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Looking at the dazzling light, the 5th Division captain Beasta couldn't help but his pupils shrank. That's the General Huang Yuan, just as Beasta's voice fell. The golden light spot far in the sky came in an instant. There was a light footstep with a Huang Yuan, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, landed on the mast of the mobile. General Huang Yuan. It turned out to be an admiral. Yellow 8B ****** D, what are you doing? When they saw the real body of the attacker, the white group pirates on the ship couldn't help but yelled in anger. Oh, it's terrible, the Whitebeard pirates. On the mast, General Huang Yuan glanced across the deck. One bite is terrible. However, the slightly wretched old face did not have the slightest sense of tension. Even now he is facing the 4 sovereign Whitebeard pirates who are king over the sea. Kula la 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 la. The Whitebeard of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest man in the world, let out a deep laugh. The pale golden eyes were locked on Huang 8's body, and the supreme sharp knife in his hand slammed heavily on the deck. Boy Huang Yuan, are you here to die today? The 4 emperors Whitebeard asked in a cold voice. Such domineering, it's really scary. On the mast, the General Huang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, still looking careless. Ahole, don't underestimate us. We are the Whitebeard pirates. The 5th team Foil Beasta and the 10th team Culier are furious. The flying slashes and shells belonging to the swordsman flew towards the yellow ape on the mast. Advertisement sword chi cuts open the shoulder of General Huang Yuan, Kai, and boom. The head was blown up by the shells. In this regard, the pirates of the Baituan were not at all happy. Because that is the admiral. The light flickers in the sky. Reorganized the head of General Huang Yuan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The slash wound on his shoulder was also not a trace of blood. Boy Huang Yuan, you are so brave to run to my boat alone. The white beard spoke in a deep voice, and the momentum of the whole body continued to increase. Yeah, you want to challenge our Whitebeard pirates alone, it would be too courageous. It's so arrogant, even if you were a general, you don't have to leave today. Do you think you are this hero named Luo Lin? The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group shouted. Listening to the enthusiastic shouts of the white group pirates on the deck, the General Huang Yuan is not angry. On the contrary, the brilliance in his eyes became brighter, and a smile appeared on the wretched old face, which seemed a little happy. Yellow 8B ***** D, you took the wrong medicine, right? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Seeing the General Huang Yuan who was scolded and laughed out loud, Joes couldn't help but look weird. No, I'm just a little bit happy. Huang Yuan waved his hand. What's to be happy about? Foil Vista asked. Naturally, I am happy for the teacher to rectify his name. After so many years, the teacher's heroic name has finally spread on the sea again. Even the famous Whitebeard pirates have recognized it. As a disciple, how can I be unhappy? What? General Huang Yuan smiled happily. Teacher, disciple. The hero is the teacher, general is a disciple. Listening to Huang Yuan's complacent words, the white group pirates on the boat couldn't help but be stunned. He murmured unconsciously in his mouth, after a while. People seemed to realize something, and their eyes suddenly widened again. The chin dropped to the ground. You're the disciple of this hero. General Huang Yuan is this man's disciple, this kind of thing. Advertisement. Even the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group, when they realized this terrible fact, they were shocked for a while to say nothing. Kula la 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 la. A moment of astonishment and thought flashed across the old face of the Whitebeard. In the next second, Whitebeard also reacted, thinking of a handsome squinted kid on Luo Lin's boat decades ago. It was Huang Yuan, the now wretched general, who couldn't help but laugh out loudly. Yellow Ape. Boy Paluzolino, that guy on the B*****D boat is really not easy. Whitebeard said with emotion, it's all about the teacher's instruction. General Huang Yuan said modestly, then today, if you don't congratulate your teacher, run to the old man's side to do something. As Bybeard's conversation turned, his momentum suddenly became fierce. It's not because of the sudden action of your Whitebeard pirates, you have to come and have a look. After going here, I will go to the red-haired side to take a trip later. Huang Yuan said helplessly. Whitebeard, this time he really didn't have any thoughts of messing up. Especially for that Washung fortress, he was unwilling to go 10,000 people. But, they are the Whitebeard pirates. If anyone can take the initiative to provoke, what is the majesty? The atmosphere quaked violently, and then shattered, the sea was surging, and then turned upside down, everything is invisible, an hour later. The loud sound of boom rumble rumble, resounded throughout the world. The pitch-black sky cracked a gap of unknown length. Endless clouds rushed toward the gap, after the most violent impact of swish. A golden light crossed the horizon, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The boss, that General Huang Yuan took the wrong medicine today. Lakilu, a cadre of the Redhead pirate group of the Four Emperors, asked in surprise on the Red Fourth pirate ship. Yellow Ape B******D, I really don't understand what the hell is doing today. Even the wise red-haired Deputy Captain Ben Beckman couldn't help but be confused. Ahahaha. The Four Emperors' red-haired Shanks laughed a few times, and the famous knife griffin in his hand was returned. I think that guy is probably here to show off his teacher. Red-haired Shanks guessed. By the way, is this hero Luo Lin really that Huang Yuan's teacher? Real or fake? This is terrible too. Chapter 365. Carp is coming, 4 quarters seek full customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Great Root Shunting Island. People's shocked uproar still echoed in the sky endlessly. When the dusty history of the past is revealed, here's the return of the once hero. For ordinary people, this shock and impact cannot be accepted in a moment. Even the powerful people from all over the world who came to crush the fruits for the hegemony level temporarily left the war for the hegemony behind. The whole person, wholeheartedly, is immersed in the legend of the so-called hero from the inside out. For someone who knows heroes and their legends for the first time, this shock is unparalleled. However, for those who have already known the truth and shocked them before, naturally they will not be as shocked as others at this time. Of course, except for individual idiots, at this moment. The huge gateway island leading to the main gate of Washung Fortress. A battleship slowly sailed out from the inside out. The participating representatives of Washung were on board the boat. Although it is the organizer of the conference, but there is no rule not to participate. Even if it is not the final prize, this meeting was also the best training for the young monsters in Washung. At this moment, the people on the battleship who are preparing to compete are Straw Hat Luffy, Dragon King Sabo, Pirate Hunter Sauron, Blackfoot Sanji, Usopp, Lucio, Nobel, Ain, Binz, and Crocodile and his team members, and many more. In addition, the first 2 members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the team captain Marco and Firefist Ace. There is also Jesus Bu, the cadre of the red-haired pirates, and Lakilu also got on the boat. When newspapers containing legends of heroes were scattered, the atmosphere on the battleship was suddenly very warm. Hey, handsome uncle, is he such a powerful person, a hero like Grandpa? Listening to the sighs and narrations of everyone on the ship, the Vitality Straw Hat boys suddenly yelled in surprise. The people on the battleship who were still immersed in emotion, the expressions on their faces were invariably stagnant. The atmosphere was suddenly quiet. What's wrong? The Straw Hat boy was puzzled. Bang, boom, boom, Sauron, Sanji, Usopp, black-haired swordsman Lucio, and even the Emperor's official Lazy Lu, etc. Everyone fell to the ground in various positions. You just know. The people who were barely holding on to the fence, who were not thundered by the words of Straw Hat Luffy, unanimously vomit. I said, Luffy, is there only a banquet left in your head? Sauron helplessly stroked his forehead and vomited. About this topic, we have said at the banquet how many times we don't know how many times, haven't you listened to it once? Sanji was also speechless. Advertisement, I said, Luffy, your nerves are too much, right? Usopp, Lucio, Murloc Nobel and others are pursing their lips. There is a kind of rush on the thief boat, the captain is too unreliable. Sorry, I forgot a little bit. I thought of it now, well, handsome uncle is a very powerful person. Straw Hat Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment, and then firmly clicked, ha 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 ha, this is Luffy's wind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ai Shen, who loves his younger brother the most, patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Yes, this is Luffy. Little fatty Lazy Lu also agreed with a smile. Luffy, there is one more point. I want to correct. Although the tutor is still young in appearance, he is a person of the same age as the old man, and the old man is brothers, so I can't be called the uncle in the future. I need to call the grandfather, okay? Sabo made a serious correction. Luffy stared. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, eyes, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Ace is no exception. Also, Ace is the same with you. Sabo added. As a result, the smile on Ace's face suddenly solidified. Sammy, Sabo, aren't you the same? We are brothers. Since we are grandsons, they're together. Ace pinched his nose and spoke seriously. Ha ha ha, of course I still call my mentor as before. Sabo is shameless. A whole Sabo, Luffy, let's go together. Ace greeted Luffy. Oh, Luffy's well-behaved response, the three brothers suddenly rolled into a ball with joy. Ha ha ha. Everyone on the boat, even the lone wolf Crocodile, who has always been cold, couldn't help being taken away, and laughed happily. Okay. Usopp just wanted to persuade him, however, it was only half a step away. Usopp's body suddenly stopped. The smile on Jesus Boo's face was also paused. The expressions on the faces of the father and son are in sync, and they seem to have noticed something. A faint red light flashed in both eyes. Advertisement. After Usopp and Jesus Cloth, the little fat man Lazy Lu and Marco the Phoenix also reacted one after another. Then came Sauron, Sanji and others. The feelings of the people on the deck were all domineering. Unanimously, they looked at the sky at 2 o'clock. Something terrifying is coming. The people on the battleship are on guard. A small black spot suddenly appeared in the sky at 2 o'clock. It's like a cannonball. No, that speed is faster than that of a cannonball. I don't know how much. The previous second was just a black spot on the horizon. In a moment, it was already over the battleship. Boom was accompanied by a loud bang. Produced by the City of Water, the quality is comparable to that of naval warships. Under the impact of that terrifying force, the huge warship tilted like a seesaw, and it was about to capsize. The seawater rushed up tens of meters and poured down. Long and narrow cracks appeared on the sturdy deck of Kakaka. It extends from the bow to the stern. This sudden change caused all the people on the boat to change in horror. The giants responsible for guarding the front door are also all alert. Who is it? The green ghost Tori and Brokey the red ghost halted in unison. Fortunately, the warship that jumped up from the bow off did not capsize. It fell heavily on the sea, causing a turbulent wave. The sky full of seawater that obscured people's sight has also disappeared, revealing the figure of the navy in the bow of the ship, wearing a dog's head cap. You are, this dress, no way. When seeing the culprit responsible for all this, the expressions of the people on the battleship instantly changed from anger to horror. All of them stared with wide eyes and opened their mouths, so shocked that they could not speak. You are Grandpa? Puff ha 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 ha, bastards, are you ready to accept the iron fist that Grandpa loves? Chapter 366, Kapu and the Three Brothers of Straw Hat, 1/4 seat complete customization. This content is first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Puff ha 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 ha, Luffy, Ace, Sabo, are you three gangsters, are you ready to accept Grandpa's iron fist of love? The loud and energetic laughter broke 5, and the bow of the warship sounded. Kakaka is the sound of cracking the deck of a battleship. At the same time, it was also the sour sound of bones between the palms of the old man in the dog head hat who fell from the sky. The battleship was extremely quiet, whether it's Sauron, Sanji, Ain, Lucio and other young people, or Kiwahai Crocodile. Even the powerful Emperor Cadres, the Phoenix Marco, Jesus Bu, and Lazy Lu 3. At this moment, everyone on the battleship stared with shocked and horrified eyes, and looked at the old man in the knuckle hat on the bow without blinking. Even breathing is involuntarily stagnant. They have recognized the identity of the old man. It was the Battle of the Island of Gods 36 years ago. Another hero of the Navy, the legendary naval lieutenant, the hero Cap. Sauron and others, who have nothing to do with Cap, were still caught by this old man. Such a burst of appearance was frightened and sluggish. Not to mention the 3 Straw Hat brothers who were closely related to Carp. At this moment, on this battleship, they are the most nervous and fearful people. Looking at the old man in the dog hat standing on the bow of the boat. Listen to the click between his fists. Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, Dragon King Sabo, these 3 young people who have the name of monsters even if they're green. The teeth trembled and the body swayed unconsciously. It seems that the calf is cramping, on weekdays. The 3 Straw Hats are not afraid of the sky and the earth. Even in the face of the stern ghost like Chief Instructor Zephyr, Straw Hat Luffy has never frowned once. However now, in front of this old man, in front of his grandfather, he was completely wilted. The bounty is as high as 500 million. The captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Huaquan Ace. There is also the mature and stable Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo. Their performance is no better than that of their brother Luffy. No matter how arrogant they are on the sea, In front of this old man, they are all grandchildren. After all, they all grew up under Carp's severe beating. Except for Carp's previous opponents. Advertisement. No one knows better than them how heavy the love hidden in Carp's iron fist is. That is unbearable. Puff ha 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 ha, it seems you are ready, the bow of the dilapidated battleship. In the Navy legend wearing a dog hat, the hero Carp, looking at the three brothers in straw hats who hugged and shivered, couldn't help laughing happily, breaking the silence on the boat. Hero. Carp. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, the second deck of the battleship. Kiwahai Crocodile took a deep breath. The eyes that looked at Carp gradually narrowed, and the whole body gradually became wary. He kind of wanted to try the fist of another hero of the Navy. Perceived the breath from Crocodile. On the first deck, Carp looked up. Crocodile, what you did in Alabaston to add bookmarks for easy reading. Because I have already heard about it. Since that guy has educated you, the old man will not care about you anymore, but if you want to try it, just let it go and the old man will wait. Carp looked at Crocodile and grinned. Hear the words. Crocodile was almost squinting into a line. The lower part of the body is already elementalized. Hey, little clock, calm down, that's the same naval hero. Also preparing for the competition too, the ladyboy Feng Kele whispered in horror. Crocodile kept his half-body elemental motionless. The squinted eyes are all closed. His mind began to imagine the possible consequences of his own shot. After a while, Crocodile opened his eyes suddenly, and couldn't help being startled in cold sweat. He has foreseen the consequences of his own shot. Forget it, what's more true with the old man, I will go to the world stage to shine. Crocodile thought silently, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Seeing that even Crocodile, who has always been arrogant and rebellious, is completely attentive to his heart. Sauron, Sanji and others were all surprised. Surprised, the body subconsciously flashed to both sides. Advertisement, that one, long-nosed Usopp plucked up courage and was about to speak. Next moment, the big hand from the dad Jesus cloth covered Usopp's mouth and pulled him aside. Usopp, hush, Jesus made a silent gesture, Seeing the ghostly panic on the face of the old man who has always been calm at this moment, Usopp suddenly opened his eyes in shock again. Father, that hero, is Luffy's grandfather really that scary? Usopp whispered. Bibi asked. What? Jesus answered in a low voice. The eyes gradually deepened. That was about 10 years ago. Their red-haired pirates ended their trip to the East Daxia Sea and returned to the New World shortly after contending for supremacy. Carp came to the door angrily and chased them for a month. It was a terrible experience that couldn't bear to look back. Later they finally knew. Carp approached them because of the small road flying in Windmill Village. After that, they were found by Carp almost every year. According to Deputy Captain Beckman's guess, the reason should be that Carp, who returned to his hometown on vacation, is angered every year by the obsessed Luffy. I was angry, but I was looking for them to relieve my anger. It is precisely because of this. 4. The weight of Hero Carp's iron fist. The two red-haired cadres, Jesus Bu and Lakilu, are also very clear. The two cadres of the red are from the heart. The white group's first team, Marco, also cast a helpless look at his partner Ace and turned his back. The footsteps of Tada and Kaka accompanied the click of the palms of the fingers, and it sounded clearly in people's ears. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, it's been a long time since I saw you. Finally, Carp walked in front of the three Straw Hat brothers and greeted him with a kind expression. Chapter 367. Gion and Cranes are here, open black lens bracket 2/4 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha ha ha, Luffy, Ace, sob. The kind grandfather Carp finally walked up to the three brothers. The click between the palms and fingers became clearer and louder. The three Straw Hat brothers in Ling's hug could not help but get goosebumps. There is no refund. Essel was fierce and gritted his teeth. Open arms to stand in front of Sabo and Luffy. Smelly old man, have the ability to come to me alone. I am the eldest brother, and help all the younger brothers. Ace spoke with loyalty. Listen to what Ace calls Carp stinky old man. The expressions on the faces of everyone on the boat suddenly became more exciting. This baby is really dead, together with Marco, who is a partner of the Whitebeard pirates, can't help but be amazed at this time. I thought that this kid Ace was still the same as before. Puff ha 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 ha, really courageous, Ace, since. The kindly smile on Carp's face expanded a bit. Don't wait for him to finish. Sabo suddenly realized something, and quickly jumped out and squeezed Ace aside. Wait a while, it seems something is wrong, Ace, when did your kid become the eldest brother? Obviously I am the eldest brother, I will carry it. Sabo patted the bear's breast and said righteously. I am the big brother, I am coming. You are the younger brother, I'll come. I come, everyone. What's the matter with these two brothers? For the first time I saw someone vying to get beaten up. Don't make a noise, Ace, Sabo, call me big brother, I will help you with Grandpa's fist. Straw Hat Luffy raised his head to stand up to his brother, and he also joined in the excitement. Bang, bang, results. Before Carp's iron fist of love. Ace and Sabo were the first to punch Luffy in the head alone. Luffy, don't make trouble. Luffy, what are you clinging to? Both Ace and Sabo looked at their brother Luffy helplessly. Three gangsters, have you discussed it yet? Carp's deep voice echoed in the ears of the three brothers. It finally made them re-aware of the big crisis they're currently facing. Advertisement, if you don't have a good discussion, let the three of you get together. Carp made the decision for the three brothers. Ace, you stinky boy turned out to be a pirate at sea, and even got on the boat with a white beard. This time I finally caught you. Bang, Oh, Ace screamed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sabo, since your kid is not dead, why haven't you come back for so long and hurt your grandfather's heart for so long, and you actually went to work under that B******D in my house, and you are not good at being a navy. Wait, old man, there is a reason, listen. I explain. Oh. Sabo wanted to explain. Boom and Luffy, you. Forget it, just hit it. The sound of the close contact of the fist in the head of Pop, and Boom Pa, echoed over the sea, accompanied by the screams of the three brothers. The people on the boat couldn't help grinning, closing their eyes, and couldn't bear to look straight. 3 minutes later, Carp clapped his hands contentedly. Finish work. On the deck to add bookmarks for easy reading. With blue noses and swollen faces, the three brothers in straw hats lay upright. The body twitches a few times from time to time. With this miserable appearance, Sauron, Sanji and others' eyelids twitched. The sound of the waves is coming up again. 3 warships of the same size as the Washung battleship gradually approached. Uncle Carp, the tall and exquisite Lieutenant General Guion, stepped on the moonstep and landed on the ruined deck. Looking at Guion that suddenly fell from the sky, Sanji's eyes instantly turned into the shape of love. When you turn around, you must come forward and show your courtesy. Crucial moment. Marco lifted Sanji a hand and held him down. Chef boy, that woman is the Navy's alternate General Montoto Guion. Don't get too close, she will die. Marco had a solemn expression and revealed the identity of Guion. What, Nani, the Navy's alternate general? When everyone on the boat heard this, their eyes widened in shock. Advertisement: this big sister, who looks so young and beautiful, turned out to be an alternate general in the Navy. Doesn't this mean that her strength is already close to the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters? It is unbelievable. Guion didn't even notice the shocked gaze of people. Taking a pair of big long legs, he walked straight to Carp's side. Looking at the three brothers who were lying on the ground, Guion's pretty face couldn't help showing a strange look. Uncle Carp, this is. Don't care, it's all housework. Carp smiled and waved his hand. Okay. Guion nodded lightly. Uncle Carp, I came to tell you that I just contacted Sister He, and she will be there soon. Guion opened the mouth and said, Oh, Xiaohei. A happy smile appeared on Carp's face. It was not long after Carp's voice fell, the 10 o'clock direction of the battleship. A crane-head warship arrived by the wind and the waves. On the bow, a young female sea soldier who appeared to be only more than 20 years old stepped into the sky on a moonwalk. It didn't take a moment to land on the second deck of the battleship. Sanji's eyes, who was secretly dissatisfied, were held down by Marco a moment ago. Sanji, don't be rude, that's us. No, that's one of the legends of the Navy, the chief advisor Lieutenant General Crane. Binns, the capable of lush fruit, waved his finger. A vine rushed out of the deck to tie up the layers of Sanji that were obsessed with ghosts. Nani. Listen to Binns' introduction. The young people on the battleship opened their shocked eyes again. It's not just because of Suru's terrifying legendary identity. It is even more because of the beautiful face of Lieutenant General He's young and 20-year-old girl. If you just look at the appearance, who would have thought that she would be an old man of the last era? It is simply unreasonable. Just like, the same person can't help but appear in everyone's mind. That's right, it's just like the one who grew up in their house, the same Luo Lin in the square now. Chapter 368, Luo Lin and Carp, 3/4 seek complete customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the front portal island of Wachung. The fourth warship arrived. It is the Crane-head warship that departed from the base of the 6th Navy branch. Lieutenant General Crane, who was as young as a girl in her 20s, stepped on the moonwalk and landed on the second deck of the ruined battleship. Suddenly attracted the attention of the audience. Especially when Binns, wearing a ninja costume, tells the identity of the person. Sauron, Usopp and others on the battleship once again showed extremely shocked expressions. After all, the beautiful Navy in front of me is really too young. If it weren't for someone reminded, who would have thought that this turned out to be an old Navy man who was the same generation as the hero Kapu. Sister He, I just talked to Uncle Carp, you are here. Guion happily stepped forward and held Lieutenant General Crane's arm affectionately. Lieutenant General Suru also smiled and touched his sister Guion's hair. Beautiful eyes swept across the first deck. In the end, it fell on the three brothers Carp and Straw Hat, and couldn't help but shook his head. Puff ha, Xiaohei, you really are here too. Carp laughed. Okay, Lieutenant General, he nodded calmly. Xiaohei, it looks like you have already met that guy, so I won't let you this time. Seeing the increasingly youthful Lieutenant General Crane, Carp's head was once bright, and he might be able to guess the reason. A deep smile suddenly appeared on an old face. Looking at the smile on Carp's face, he was a calm-minded Lieutenant General and his face blushed. Puff ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, Carp finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Step on the mast with your right foot. Then see you later, I'll take a step first, this time I definitely want to show that guy a good look. Carp waved his back to the crowd. In the next second, he rose straight into the sky, stepping on the air and rushing towards Washung Fortress not far away. The two giant captains who were in charge of guarding the gate looked at each other, and both remained silent in tacit understanding. Because they have also recognized Carp's identity, knowing that these navies probably don't need to stop them. Besides, even if they had to stop, they couldn't stop it. On the battleship, watching Carp's figure go away in an instant. Gion and Suru also returned to their warships. The four warships moved in unison, and with a group of excited and delighted marines, they drove straight to Washung. Until you watched four warships pass through the arch bridge gate. The people on the dilapidated battleship came back to their senses from the shock one after another. Tisk Tusk Tusk, the cadre of the red-haired pirate group, Jesus, was surprised, with an inexplicable look on his face. Navy hero Carp, alternate General Monto do Gion, plus the General Staff Crane, the incredible characters have appeared one after another. Lazy Lou exclaimed. Advertisement, the combination of two heroes, plus the legends in that city, let alone 2 4 emperors, even if there are 3 3s, or even 444, they may not be able to win. The Phoenix Marco is also shocked and inexplicable. After all, the lineup in that city right now is too terrifying. On this sea, except the Navy and the world government, no power can threaten its existence. When the world government thought of this, Marco couldn't help frowning and fell into thought. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Dr. Chopper, where is Chopper? At this moment, Usopp screamed in surprise. Oops, I didn't take Chopper with me this time. Sauron stroked his forehead. Then let's go back first. Luffy and the others are now. Is that really their grandfather? It's too much to use your full strength with your grandson. Looking at the 3 Straw Hat brothers who fell to the ground, Usopp couldn't help but become anxious. Don't worry, Usopp, Luffy and the others are okay. Jesus brought back his sight on the warship in the distance. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, consolation. Yes, yeah, that old man didn't even use 10% of his power. Luffy and the others suffered only skin injuries. Lakilu also spoke. Sauron, Usopp and others were shocked again, their eyes widened. Leave it to me here, I'm also a ship doctor for the time being. Marco also recovered. Squat down beside the 3 Straw Hat brothers. The bare, blue flame of regeneration emerged out of nowhere in Marco's palm, and flew onto the pig-headed heads of the 3 fallen brothers. This peculiar sight immediately attracted the attention of everyone on board. This is the flame. Ace's words are okay, but are they Luffy? Usopp spoke worriedly. Don't worry, this is the regenerative inflammation of the Whitebeard family's phoenix, which is different from ordinary fire. Jesus smiled. Just as Jesus' speech fell, the 3 pigs, brothers on the deck shook together. Resurrection, next second. The 3 brothers were resurrected in place full of blood. That smelly old man finally left. Ace grinned and exhaled. The old man's fist is still the same as before. Sabo grinned. Ha ha ha. The Straw Hat boy laughed heartlessly. 4. Luffy, who was beaten by Carp from childhood to grandeur, this level is simply not painful. Advertisement at this moment. The much-anticipated Washung Plaza. Luo Lin, Zephyr, Mu Lien and 48 veterans still stood on the high platform, majestic. Accepting the attention from the world. It's cool, it's finally comfortable. A minute ago, Mu Lien, who announced the return of the hero to the world, looked happy. A whole Mu Lien, you got ahead of him, I wanted to say it too. The veterans looked at Mu Lien with condemnation. In this regard, Mu Lien didn't care at all, and groaned to himself. What's coming? At this time, Alfred, the retired former lieutenant general, suddenly spoke solemnly. The veterans on Ling's stage were all alert and all looked towards the distant sky. After a while, there was a loud bang from the Gateway Island about 500 meters away. That man is, it can't be wrong. Feel the familiar and powerful breath. The veterans on the stage already knew the identity of the person who came. In addition to the old faces, shock and joy. That guy Carp has finally come, and he has been able to bear it until today. It is considered an improvement. Zephyr grinned. You and Ahe both ran away. If Carp doesn't stay with him, the Warring States period will be really crazy. Luo Lin laughed. After laughing, his head is a bit bigger again. It's not because of Carp. It was because of Gion and the people on the crane headship coming from another direction. After all, what should come is here, Luo Lin thought helplessly. Boom, is at this moment. A huge wave suddenly appeared in the sea near Washung. Rollin. The screaming roar rang out, shaking the sea and the sky. Kapu, Chapter 369. Meeting of 2 heroes. Open black lens bracket 4 quarters seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. There was a deafening blast from the coast of Wachung. There was a huge wave in the sea. The powerful aura covers the world. The people on the Wachung square in Ling's face changed in amazement. Rollin. Next second, the thunderous roar came from the sea. Shocked, people in the square looked at the source of the sound one after another. Next moment, they saw the magnificent figure that suddenly appeared in the sky. An old man wearing a dog's head hat. In the entire Washung Plaza, the 10 largest island venues and 2 live broadcast islands, hundreds of thousands of people's eyes fell on the old man with a dog head hat. Heaven and earth are stagnant. Who's that person? It looks amazing. On the Donghai guest stage, people's faces were full of shock and confusion. Vealer slap. Slap, that's. The villagers of Fengshi village and the bandits of Dayton's family recognized the identity of the old man with a dog's head hat in the sky. One by one, either surprised or horrified, his eyes widened. From the Dayton family, do you know that person? A GN from Koko Yaxi village asked. Of course I do. Da Dan subconsciously showed a scared expression on his face. That's Carp from our village. Slap held his head upright and spoke proudly. Nani, that man is the hero of the Navy, Lieutenant General Carp. Another naval hero has appeared. The people on the Donghai guest stage shouted in shock. The news quickly spread throughout the square. As a result, the entire square was boiling over. Washung headquarters building, high-rise stands. Nami, Wei, and Kia looked at the old man with a dog head hat in the sky with puzzled faces. Robin, Kara, and the girl Alice were all suspicious. Magino on the side seemed to realize something, and her fair and pretty face instantly turned red. Marquino, what's wrong with you? Nami asked puzzledly. That is Mr. Carp, Mackinaw spoke excitedly. Nami, Wei, and Kia all prolonged their ending sounds in surprise. Robin, Kara, and the girl Alice were all in a sudden. It's really that B********* D Carp. Sha-Chi nodded. Advertisement. It's Carp. Raleigh is sure. That's right. Carp's B******** D is right. The Murloc Sangle was worried. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, it's really getting more and more lively. Brooke laughed. Kapu of the Navy, dare to yell Master Luo Lin so loudly, don't. Forgive me. Empress Hancock's pretty face stuck. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The silver teeth clenched. Chopper, who was frightened aside, shrank his head and stiffened. Who's that person? Even through the screen, I can feel it. That's a cruel person. I know who it is. That dog's head hat, yes, it can't be wrong. That person is. When Carp's figure appeared above Washung Fortress. When it appears in the sight of a videophone worm. Countless people were shocked by the 10 largest island venues and 2 live broadcast islands. A small number of people recognized the identity of the visitor through the screen. Of course, most people can't distinguish and know just through the blurred figure on the screen. But there to add bookmarks for easy reading, the doubt did not last long. Kapu. Following the previous, Luo Lin, Kapu, resounded across the sky again. From the mouth of a hero. That was Luo Lin, who was highly anticipated on the high platform, vocalizing. Then, people finally know the identity of the person who came. Carp. Vice Admiral Carp. Another well-known hero Carp. The uproar of the people on the 12 islands rushed into the sky. Quickly recorded, another hero has appeared. Headquarters, big news, hero Carp also appeared. The 2 heroes met. The reporters of the 2 live island squares shouted excitedly. Report this exciting news to the respective newspaper headquarters. The other side, grassland battle venue. The low roar that suppressed the endless anger echoed over the island for a long time. Advertisement and invisible and powerful momentum continued to rise, stirring up a fierce wind, blowing up countless weeds and mud. Grandpa, calm down. Master, calm down. The cadres of the Babao Navy, Lao Kai and Abu looked nervously at their grandpa who was approaching the fringe. If it weren't for Carp, the old man's head, the treasure of the old man. The enemy is right in front of you. You let the old man calm down. The old man would like to kill him now and kill that B******* D Carp. The pillar of the 8 treasures Marine Army, the green pepper of the cone opened his mouth coldly, and the anger in his heart has erupted like a volcano. Even the hero Carp appeared. It seems that everything in this newspaper should be true. What will happen next? The powerhouses of the New World, Brugoli, Destroyer Edio and others were shocked. So envy, I also want to be eye-catching. White horses, lemon essence, Cavendish made an alternative opening. Everyone in Ling's immersed in the shock was speechless again. I thought there was something wrong with this guy's head. The other side. 4 Emperor Thief Station. Kapu. It turned out to be that. Kapu. Even the naval hero Carp appeared. It's really a bad thing now, Brother Peros. The officials and ministers of the thief shouted in horror. The hero Luo Lin, the former General Zepha, plus the hero Cap. Oh my god. The long-legged stroke staggered Xing Smuji's long legs. It's not good, it's bad, it's not good. Charlotte Mondor, the book Fruitability, yelled one after another. Is Mom contacted? Still. In contact. Hurry up, idiot, you must report this news, otherwise, it's really going to be bad. Charlotte Mondor was in a hurry, and many more. At this moment, Charlotte Owen seemed to see something. An extremely shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. How? Mondor didn't finish speaking, but he stopped abruptly. Because there is no need to ask again. The answer has already been given on the island's live broadcast screen. Wow, all over the island, people's uproar recurred. How so could it be that the news is fake? Sure enough, there is no other hero at all. Heroic Carp and hero Luo Lin are fighting. The two heroes are fighting. Chapter 370. Luo Lin vs Carp, Legendary Clash. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Watchung Plaza. The eyes of the videophone worm locked in the sky, on the old man with the dog's head hat stepping on the moon step. Legendary Lieutenant General of the Navy, Hero Carp. When the identity of the old man with the dog head hat is revealed. The audience was in an uproar, however, just when everyone was nervously watching the meeting between the two heroes. The state of affairs has unfolded unexpectedly. See you after 36 years ago. The two heroes who were supposed to be the closest comrades in arms are fighting together. The sea of boom boom has rolled thousands of waves. The clouds in the sky fell apart. Wanli is therefore cloudless. The blue sky is like washing. The sun was blazing, but it was no match for the bright fists of the two in the sky. Luo Lin. That's Carp yelling. Kapu. This is Luo Lin's response. The fist struck the sky like a meteorite. That was Carp's iron fist. The Tyrannosaurus roared, resounding through the sky. This is the explosion of Luo Lin's dragon fist. In the swish and swish sky, there seemed to be two bright meteors out of thin air. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere dissipated in the sound of explosions. In an instant, the two almost represent the strongest fists in the world colliding in the sky. This moment of boom, it is as if there is a drum of supreme war between heaven and earth. It seems that the heart of heaven and earth is beating. That was the collision of dragon fist and iron fist. This is a clash between legend and legend. It is even more heroic and heroic. Hello. The world seems to be frozen at this moment. Next second, the unparalleled shockwave centered on the two fists. Impacted in all directions, waves like ripples emerged from the void. Bright light blooms. Then it burst. That is a bit of fist power that escapes. Falling into the sea is to make the sea explode one huge wave after another. Advertisement. The waves surged and rushed to the sky. Fist rushed into the sky, so the sky shattered like a mirror. There is an extremely chaotic convection in the atmosphere between the sky and the earth, which turns into a turbulent and terrifying waterspout storm. And this is just the beginning. Luo Lin's dragon fist and Carp's iron fist did not stand up for long. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As soon as the points are touched, an even more fierce confrontation unfolds. The average powerhouse couldn't see the two fighting figures in the sky at all. I can only see the traces of them passing through the air in a vague manner. This battle of the world's top combat power. Everyone who witnessed this scene by Ling's eyes was shocked and inexplicable. The legendary Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy, the hero Kapu, and the Marshal of the Navy, the Warring States of the Buddha, are also known as the two spiritual pillars of the Navy and are the legend of the Navy. In the last era, after the Battle of the Island of Gods, the overlord of the sea, Lox, was defeated, and the crisis of the world was lifted. But the death of the overlord also caused the most serious chaos in the ocean. Roger, the White Beard, the Golden Lion, and the remnants of the Rock's pirates are on the world stage. There are many heroes on the sea. In that era, Luo Lin disappeared because of the Mary Joa incident. A few years later, Zepho was frustrated because of the brutal murder of his wife and children, so he resigned as a general and retired. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than at that time, it supported the backbone of the Navy. It was Carp, who was called a hero, and the current Marshal Sengoku. Carp's strength is undoubtedly strong. When he was young, he caught the Red Earl and beat the Golden Lion. I even fought against Roger the Pirate King many times, and many times pushed the Roger pirates into desperation. These are glorious results that people still remember now. Just today, when the follow-up result of the Sea Lord Lox incident was reported by Morgans. People finally know. 3 or 40 years ago, when the sea did not belong to Roger and the others, Carp had the most brilliant record of his life. The Battle of the Island of Gods 36 years ago. The heroes defeated that. The sole overlord Lox Gebek, who has traversed the sea for decades. Ended the kingdom of Lox, which was extremely powerful. It completely changed the direction of the world. That battle. Carp is a hero. The same is true of Luo Lin. Now, advertisement witnessed the legendary duel between heroes. After witnessing this stunning showdown that caused the world to overthrow. No one has any doubts about Luo Lin's heroic qualifications anymore. It's just that. What makes the people puzzled is why the meeting of heroes and comrades after decades is such a terrifying sight. Why do the heroes haven't fighting? Hey, Mr. Carp, what are you doing? That's Boss Luo Lin. On the high platform of the square, the veterans couldn't help but feel anxious as they watched the two men fighting in full fire. Don't panic, everyone, the calm former Lieutenant Alfred stopped. How can Brother Cap not recognize Boss Luo Lin? The corner of the old man Mu Lian's mouth was curved. What the hell is? This is hello, former general and current Watchung Chief Instructor Zephyr grinned. It's a special greeting from Guy Carp. I believe Luo Lin must also be happy to welcome such a greeting. Offshore Watchung, the 4 warships fluctuated in the stormy sea. However, no matter how big the wind and waves are, it is still not as great as the shock in the seamen's hearts. That's Mr. Carp and Mr. Luo Lin, the spectacle Lady Dasky shouted anxiously. Why did the two of them fight each other? Sergeant Lord's face was full of disbelief. This is no joke. It's an all-out battle. Small could not help yelling. Why do the heroes fight? The seamen on the warship were busy stabilizing the hull and yelled in shock. Sister Crane, Sister Guillaume, what is going on? Tina anxiously asked the immobile Lieutenant General Crane and Teo du Guillaume. Don't be nervous, Tina, this must be a special meeting ceremony for Uncle Cap and Dad. Guillaume nodded affirmatively, her pretty face didn't panic at all. Because of those two people, she knows best, exactly. Lieutenant General Crane nodded lightly, affirming Guillaume's statement. It's really just. Hello, Tina's head was full of question marks when she learned the truth. The whole person was messed up in the wind. What kind of greeting is this? Whose greeting is so fierce? Philu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Chapter 371. Raleigh beaten in the face by the speed of light, 2/4 seek full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. This is just, hello. The high-level stands of the Washung headquarters building sounded a film of coquettish voices. When Lei Li, Sha-Chi heard this greeting, conclusion. Nami, Vivi, Robin and other little girls all opened their beautiful eyes with shock and disbelief. Such a fierce battle, it turned out to be just a hello to someone who greeted it like that. Abnormal. Boom rumble. Was just when the little girls were stunned by this shocking conclusion. There was a thunderous rumbling from the sky again. Agaga, Teacher Raleigh, are you serious? It's obvious that the sky is about to collapse. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, opened her mouth in amazement. Little Alice, are you questioning the teacher's judgment? Raleigh asked with a smile. No, the girl Alice suddenly waved her hands and shook her head. Don't worry, the 2 old guys just had a little bit of discussion. They seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in fact they were all superficial. It's not a big deal, it just looks bluffing. Just relax. Raleigh waved his hand confidently with the appearance of an expert who saw through everything. It hurts, this B********. Just when Raleigh's confident voice fell. Carp's anger suddenly came from the sky, then there was blood splashing out. Hey. Lei Li's face was beaten at the speed of light, and the smile on his face suddenly solidified. I only feel that an old face is hot and burning. The high-level stands were suddenly extremely quiet. Robin, Nami, Kurla and other little girls, as well as Sha-Chi, Sambal, Brooke and other old people all looked at Raleigh with weird faces. Uncle Raleigh, didn't you say that Brother Luo Lin and the others were saying hello? Wei Wei spoke quietly. Cough cough cough. Raleigh was choked and coughed embarrassingly. Unexpected accidents, even if you were fighting, there are times when you accidentally miss it. Raleigh hurriedly made an excuse for himself. No, let's go and take a look. Nami Shu frowned and looked worried. Grandpa Carp and Mr. Luo Lin, they're obviously best friends. Mackinaw was even more anxious, her eyes flushed, and she was on the verge of crying. Let's go. Robin, Kurla and others all stood up. Can't sit still anymore. The other side, advertisement. Washung Plaza. With Roland and Carp, the peak duel of the 2 heroes unfolded. The square was also exploded. The Washung fighters in the square team were under the command of the team captains, but quickly calmed down. It's just the people in the guest seats, but at this moment, they don't come down anyway. Dayton, Chief Slab, this. Didn't you say that? The person is Lieutenant General Carp. Why does Mr. Carp want to do something against the fellow hero, Mr. Roland? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ajiaman of Kokoyashi Village is panicked. Yes, it stands to reason that, shouldn't Lieutenant General Carp and Mr. Roland be the best comrades in arms? New Okagawa was also panicked. I don't know either. Da Dan was stunned and writhing in a hurry. That B*********** D Carp, what is in his mind? The village chief Slap's face was blue with anger. The commotion and anxiety spread. The scene of Ling gradually moved towards the edge of losing control. At the same time, an NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. The sea between the gateway island of Washung and the martial arts venue. There was an uproar on the tattered battleship. That's Grandpa and Grandpa. Looking at the dazzling collision in the sky, the Vitality Straw Hat Boy almost drooped and touched the deck. So strong is that the level of the hero, the expression of Marco, the Phoenix, was full of shocks. Awesome, really amazing. The monster Funkele and others on the second deck screamed strangely. Kiwahai Clockbill gritted his teeth, and this did not make himself scream. Compared to the peak of the sea at that level, he is barely able to match the strength of the general. Is that the real strength of the instructor is really amazing. There was a shock in Sabo's eyes that could not be concealed. Bah, is it time to admire? Next second, Sabo's conversation front suddenly changed. Why do the mentor and Mr. Carp fight each other? Shouldn't they be the best brothers? Sabo exclaimed. Hear the words. The talents on the tattered battleship have recovered from the shock of the top duel. Can't help but scream again and again. Advertisement. It was about a few hundred meters away from the dilapidated battleship. A coffin boat led by a wildfire drifts with the flow. On board, Hawkeye Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman with the supreme sword and black sword on his back, stood up suddenly. He looked sharply at the peak duel in the distant sky. The look on his face gradually became excited. Hawkeye, don't you really want to challenge that hero? Swordsmanship, for the time being, just that monster-like power. Haishia's expression was extremely solemn. What? Hawkeye answered without hesitation. 10 island venues, plus 2 live islands. As the battle between heroes and heroes unfolded, it was also plunged into extreme chaos. There was a shocking uproar everywhere, resounding across the sky. Grassland Venue Island. The contemporary pillar of the 8 treasures marines, the green pepper in the cones stared at the big screen in the sky without blinking. An old face was full of excitement and excitement. Go up and up, hero Luo Lin, blow up the grandson of Kapuna. Green Zhao waved his fist and spared no effort to cheer for Luo Lin. Lao Kai and Abu glanced at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. The other side, the primordial venue occupied by the beast pirate group. Plague Quinn, Wu Ludi and the other 6 volleys, plus the real beasts, little soldiers. At this moment, everyone is looking excitedly at the big screen in the sky. Fight, fight, the more intense the fight, the better. Thorny back. Longpei Jiwan said excitedly, although I don't know why the 2 heroes fought, for us, it couldn't be better. The giant beauty Black Maria spoke up. Hero to hero, this is really a rare and superb view. If you can lose both sides in the end, it would be really better. Plague Quinn thought happily. No, look at the screen, it seems, it's over. Pouting her mouth, Wu Ludi, the poisonous tongue sister with a faintly resentful expression, suddenly screamed. Then, the people who were always paying attention to the peak battle situation in the sky once again screamed in shock. Heroes and heroes. Legends and legends. The battle between the pinnacle and the pinnacle is over. Please download the ununderlined version chapter 372. The peak showdown ended? Just hello? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. What the hell is this? Why should heroes? Could it be that what Morgans reported was false? Hero Carp and that. Why hero Rollin? When witnessing the fierce confrontation between Luo Lin and Kapna with their own eyes, people couldn't help but screamed. A horrified doubt that originated from the depths of the soul. Just when the doubts, anxiety and fear in people's hearts are raging to the extreme. The situation in the sky changes suddenly. The thunderous rumbling crash stopped abruptly. The terrifying scene like the end of the world gradually subsided. The sky shattered like a mirror is also healed again. Heaven and earth returned to clarity and peace. On the large screen in the center of the ring-shaped island venue, the 2 heroes were clearly reflected in the sky above the distant objects. Heroes and heroes. Legends and legends. The battle between the pinnacle and the pinnacle is over when people are puzzled by it. There was a loud laughter in the sky again. It was Carp, the Navy hero they knew, laughing. Immediately afterwards, the other side. He only appeared in the world today, and the other hero who appeared in people's eyes also laughed heroically. Puff ha 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 ha, Luo Lin, that's the end of the greeting, right? Carp stood with his hand in his hand and spoke very domineeringly. Since you have said so, let's do this first. Luo Lin grinned, not showing the stubbornness of his old friend's disguise. The tacit laughter recurred. The 2 heroes who looked at each other from high above the sky stepped together. Moved closer to each other. Then they laughed and hugged each other heavily. It was there not so long ago, the 2 who went all out for the duel. At this moment, it was an intimate embrace and laughter. Although this is the normal meeting scene of heroes in people's imagination. But it's up to now. How many people can accept the huge contrast between before and after? Gudong, gudong, sizzling, people inhaled the sound of air conditioning, swallowing drooling soundly, one after another, one after another. Good moment. There was once again an uproar and hustle on the 2 live island squares. Hey hey hey, did you hear the greeting before? That. The hero Kapu said it was a greeting. Is such a fierce battle just greet? How, it's incredible. Headquarters, wrong, headquarters, hero Rollin is real, hero Kapuna is just saying hello. The reporters contacted their newspapers as soon as possible to pass on the truth of the hero's duel. Advertisement 10 islands of the martial arts venue. The shocking and uproar of contestants from all over the world also rushed into the sky. The ground in the grassland venue of the Dong 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 was shaking and roaring. That was the shock of the green pepper, the contemporary pillar of the 8 treasure marine army, rushing to the ground. Damn it, hate it, damn it, goddamn Kapu B ***** D, none of this is dead. Green pepper roared unwillingly. Continue to use iron head power against the ground. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lao Kai, Abu looked at each other again. The other side. Call, the supernova death surgeon Trafalgaro exhaled a long breath. Captain, hello, that. Carp said it was just hello before. Bai Shang Bibo, the great pirate offering a reward of 500 bell, screamed and ran back and forth to vent his inner shock. Is this the way the heroes greet you? You deserve it? Trafalgaro lamented. To add bookmarks for easy reading. God's meows just to say hello, is that the way to say hello? Captain Flame Tank Pirate, godfather of the gang, Carpenberg yelled. Ah ba 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 ba, it's really a greeting between heroes. Dingy and Apu shed a long cold sweat, dancing with his hands, and couldn't do it by himself. We are still too far away, the magician Hawkins muttered to himself. Captain Hawkins, what should I do? Since that person is a naval hero, will this meeting be a naval strategy and want to kill us all at once? Don't worry, it's too early to say this, our escape route still exists. Hawkins calmly said. Huh, okay. Drake, who was in the same position, had a grateful expression on his face. What's okay? The people of the Drake pirates were puzzled. No, it's nothing. Hateful, pity. Are those two bastards playing with us? Just say hello. There was such a big movement. I thought they could beat both sides, but that would be the best, but... The officials and ministers of the thief shouted in regret or anger. Mom's side. Has my mom's side been contacted? Charlotte Mundor asked. Master Monder, didn't you just say? Shut up, just now. Now is now, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and contact again. Advertisement. Charlotte Monder was furious. Tattered battleship. What? It turned out to be just saying hello. Straw Hat Luffy scratched his head. This greeting is too exaggerated, everyone on the boat complained. It scares me to death. Usopp had lingering fears. Ace, look over there. Marco pointed at 3 o'clock. That is. Unexpectedly. Just. Hello. Kiwahi's eyes widened flatly, and his face looked like a ghost. Very well, it's my turn next. Hawkeye Mahawk is full of battle. Hey, it's so flat. There was a shout not far away. Jinping was awakened from the shock. Jiping turned his head, and at a glance, he saw the old acquaintances on the broken battleship not far away. Ace, Marco. There was joy on Jinping's face, and he approached the battleship for the first time. Then he jumped up and landed steadily on the deck of the battleship. The sudden arrival of Jinping shocked the people on board Ling's boat. Hey, this person is the same as Nobel, Straw Hat Luffy said in surprise. 7 Wuhai, the sea night is very peaceful, Jesus spoke in a deep voice. Tell Jinping's identity. A few people such as Usopp suddenly looked shocked. But it is limited to surprises, after all, they're now well informed. Even the old sea legends have met one after another. That's the case for Kiwu Sea and Amir, and many more. Not one, but two. Eagle Eye, Chapter 373. Kapu. There is a good show to watch myself, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The arrival of Kiwu Haihai Jiping surprised the young people on the tattered battleship for a moment. Yet the next second, Eagle Eye, with a loud shout from the pirate hunter Sauron. The people who had only calmed down on the boat suddenly stared in surprise again. Following Soren's sight, he looked at the humble coffin boat drifting on the sea. That's Hawkeye Mahawk, the world's largest swordsman. The black-haired boy Lucio, who is also a swordsman, was suddenly fierce. In this world, as long as it is a swordsman, their target is almost all the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. Sauron is. The black-haired swordsman Lucio is no exception. This time it turned out to be the world's #1 swordsman, that Hawkeye Mahawk is also here. Usopp made a fuss. Ha, Usopp, don't be nervous, that Hawkeye is my friend, Dad. Jesus gave a way of pride. Is it true? Straw Hat Luffy, Usopp and others are all surprised. That must be true, we were still together when we came. Little Fatty Lazyloo opened his mouth to help his partner Jesus BU, and then turned to look at Hawkeye Mahawk on the sea. Hey, Hawkeye, here and here. Little Fatty Lazyloo greeted enthusiastically. The result was naturally ignored by the Eagle Eye. Feeling the skeptical gaze of the younger generations, the little fat man Lakilu was momentarily. Ha, don't mind, the Eagle Eye guy is probably shy. Jesus laughed. Kang, the next moment, the sound of knives resounded between the heavens and the earth. A turquoise sword light flew over the sea and slashed towards the broken battleship. Pada, Jesus BU and Razaruzi raised their guns together. Ace and Sabor shook their fists together. Crocodile is elementalized subconsciously. The people on the ship didn't panic, they were all ready for the battle the first time. Leave it to me here. Sauron had 3 knives unsheathed from his waist. I'm coming too. The sharp sword Kangan on the waist of the black-haired swordsman Lucio was also unsheathed. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and the collection of 1,000 is a small world. 3 multiplications are combined, there is no continuous thing. Sauron began to sing, one big 3,000 big thousand world. Soren's singing is over, the 3 sword-style big move bursts. The other side, the black-haired swordsman Lucio is also a sharp knife that puts all of his own into his hands. Without Soren's handsome singing, just swinging a knife. The sea of Kang, boom rumbling, is full of violent waves. Advertisement. The powerful sword aura vigorously caused Sauron to retreat half a step. The black-haired swordsman on the other side took 3 steps back. After a while, the sea returned to calm. The joint slash from Sauron and Lucio offset Hawkeye's casual level, it's really strong. Sauron grinned, his expression happy, this is #1 in the world, no #2 in the world. Lucio, the black-haired swordsman, definitely opened. That be *******, D, what the hell is going on? Sanji is dissatisfied. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hawkeye, does he want to? On the second deck, Clockle's eyes gradually narrowed, as if he had guessed something, the expression on his face gradually moved. Sure enough, as the old man guessed, that Hawkeye is for that hero? Marco muttered in shock. Marco, what did you say? Ace is puzzled. No, it's nothing. Marco shook his head and turned to look at Jinping. Jinpei, are you here to attend the conference this time too? To add bookmarks for easy reading, Marco asked. Do not. Very flat shook his head. His gaze fell on Crocodile on the second deck. Ha 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 ha. Perceiving Jinping's compelling sight, Crocodile didn't know why, but he still smiled instinctively, showing his gangster style. Let's finish it when you get ashore, very calmly. The other side. Washung Plaza. When Luo Lin and Carp fell from the sky. The atmosphere in the square suddenly rose to the extreme. Really, Mr. Carp, if you say hello, you say it in advance. It made us worry for so long in vain, we old guys can't help but scare. The veterans gathered around for the first time, complaining. Puff ha 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 ha, sorry. Carp laughed, unconsciously apologizing. Mr. Carp, did you lose to the boss just now? The old man Mu Lian said abruptly. Hey. Carp's laughter stopped abruptly with Mu Lian's words. The expression on the old face was suddenly serious. What are you talking about, Mu Lian? I will lose. How can I lose? It's just a tie. Carp justified himself. Ha 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 ha, advertisement. Mu Lian laughed. It seems that the boss is better. Yes. The veterans nodded. When he heard it, Kapu flushed his old face. Kapu, accept the reality, humans cannot be compared with monsters. Zephyr patted Carp on the shoulder, comforting. Come on. Carp glanced at Zephyr obliquely. But, even if you are not convinced by the mouth. Carp still knew it in his heart. Clearly understand how powerful Luo Lin is, that's good. This can't be better. A smile appeared on Carp's face. Turning to look at Luo Lin, who was surrounded by Yingyingians little girls on the other side. As a result, the smile on that face gradually became weird. When it comes to provoking the little girl, it hasn't changed at all. Carp secretly slandered himself, but, he. Carp gave a rare smile. An expectant smile appeared on the old face. Mr. Carp, what are you laughing at all of a sudden? Mu Lian asked puzzledly, because it suddenly occurred to me that I would have a good show to watch later. Cap Road. What a good show, the veterans asked. Little Crane is here too. Cap Road. It was not long after Carp's voice fell. Crescent Bay. 4 warships entered one after another. Headed on the head of the crane. A young woman who seemed to be only in her 20s, leapt up lightly. Step on the moon step and land on the square, Sister Crane. It's Crane's staff officer. The veterans took a closer look. After recognizing that this was Lieutenant General Crane who was younger than they thought, the veterans opened their eyes in shock. He. In the next second, the veterans who reacted to what Carp said the good show was laughed happily. Chapter 374. He declares the kiss of sovereignty, 1/4 of the full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Brother Luo Lin, are you alright? Nami and Wei Wei asked with concern. It's okay. Luo Lin smiled. Is it really okay, Mr. Luo Lin? Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, asked. It's really okay. Luo Lin grinned. It seems that the uncle won the previous, hello. Robin looked happy. That's natural. Luo Lin looked like he took it for granted. The tutor is amazing. Even Grandpa Cap was defeated, and Mr. Luo Lin really was the best. Kurla cheered with Marchinosi. Ha ha ha. Roland touched the hair of Kurla and Marquino with a big hand. While laughing, consciously or unconsciously looked at Carp who was surrounded by the elders not far away. Perceived Luo Lin's show-off sight. The smile on Carp's old face solidified. Can't help but roll his eyes. Now you just scream, wait for Xiaohei to come, I see how you can still laugh. Cap thought silently in his heart. Then, this time it was Luo Lin's turn to freeze the smile on his face. What's wrong with Luo Lin? After carefully examining Luo Lin's body, he tilted his head in a puzzled manner. No, nothing. Luo Lin smiled. The smile was slightly reluctant. The waves slapped against the coast of Washung, warship. A warship is coming again. Who is here this time? First, Hero Carp, this time it won't be the Marshall Warring States. When I saw 4 large warships sailing into Crescent Bay one after another. The atmosphere in Washung Square suddenly became more and more enthusiastic. A man from the Navy is here again. Robin looked in the direction of Crescent Bay with beautiful eyes. At a glance, I noticed the heroic young woman on the forefront crane headship, and the look on her face seemed to be a glimpse. Reminiscent of the unnatural look on Luo Lin's face at this time, Robin seemed to have guessed something, and his beautiful eyes widened instantly. Under the eyes of people on the square, advertisement. The young woman on the head of the crane tapped her toes lightly. The slender body leapt lightly and stepped onto the square step by step, stepping on the air. In the end, he fell between the veterans and Luo Lin. Oh, sister, he is here too. Hello, Sister Crane. Big sister, I haven't seen you for many days. She's really getting younger and younger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The veterans eagerly greeted Lieutenant General He. He. Many veterans seemed to think of something happy, and couldn't help but laugh. Well, you all look good, too. These days should be going well. The young Lieutenant General nodded calmly. Puff ha 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 ha, Xiaohei, leave these old guys alone. Hurry up. Take care of your house. Peach blossoms are already overflowing. Carp urged with a gloating appearance. An old face is full of expectations, and I can't wait to see a good show coming on stage. Other veterans also don't think it is too big to watch the excitement. Some even got the pony and melon seeds from nowhere and started to eat melons. Hi-ah, Zephyr, who has always been unsmiling, is also rarely amused by everyone at this moment. I couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. Finally, he gave Luo Lin a small expression of self-seeking happiness. And enter. Add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP, the other side. The people who are still staying in the high-level stands of the Washung headquarters building are also watching closely. Yo ho ho ho, Lieutenant General Crane of the Navy, today is as dazzling as ever. Brooke laughed. It's finally here, Crane of the Navy. Looking at he, who was as young as a 20-year-old girl, Shachi couldn't help writing envy and jealousy on her face. Ha 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 ha, there is finally a good show to watch. I let you show off in front of me all day long, now it's okay. The eldest wife came directly to the door. Riley laughed gleefully, and slapped his thigh in excitement. Samble's thigh on the side. Murloc Samble. At this moment, looking at the gloating appearances of Carp and the veterans, listening to Rayleigh's wild laugh in the distance. Luo Lin's eyes jumped suddenly, but now is really not the time to settle the accounts with them. Brother Luo Lin, who is that sister? Nami tugged at Luo Lin's sleeve and asked puzzledly. Sister Crane. Could it be? Kara and the girl Alice looked at each other. It seems to have realized something. All of a sudden, the beautiful eyes widened and the small mouth became even more open. Wei Wei, what's wrong with you? Advertisement Kya looked at Wei Wei, whose expression was gradually excited. I recognize, that sister. Wei Wei Chow's face was full of excitement. That elder sister. She is the legend of the Navy, Lieutenant General Crane. Wei Wei Zhao opened her mouth, telling the identity of the person. What, Navy? Not old legend. Nami and others were stunned. Robin took a long breath, and his face showed such an expression. It's really enviable. Witch Kuleha drank half a bottle of wine. Is it possible that Lieutenant General Crane of the Navy said it was another affair? The female Emperor Hancock bit her handkerchief with her teeth, and looked very pitiful. In the room, people looked forward to, doubtful, or shocked. The young Navy Chief Staff Officer, Lieutenant General, he walked forward with long legs, confidently and heroically. Finally stopped in front of Luo Lin. It started. A good show is about to appear. Rao is the boss. I'm afraid I can't panic right now. Carp, the melon-eating crowd, and the veterans stared wide, unblinking, for fear of missing some wonderful scenes. After so many years, they also missed the unique scenery that Malin Fodor chased by a man and a woman. However, Ling's Carp and the veterans are puzzled. Until a good moment in the past, there was still no movement in the room. The once hot-tempered Navy flower, now just staring at Luo Lin quietly, without blinking. The delicate and pretty face has a gentle smile that is like a spring breeze. Looking at the smile of the beauty in front of me. Luo Lin was a little nervous inexplicably. As a result, the expression on his face is a little unnatural. Compared to the current depression, he is also more willing to go after him with his sword drawn as before. Or maybe it slapped him and scolded a scumbag. Although it will be very shameless, at least there is no need to worry. Just when Luo Lin was distracted, thinking about this, sometimes not. Suddenly there was a cry of exclamation in the room. Not waiting. Luo Lin pays attention. Next moment. 2 scented warm lips were printed on his lips. Take away his right to speak. Time seems to be. This moment freezes. Chapter 375, Cap and Raleigh. I really can't eat anymore, 2/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi following the high profile of the legendary Navy lieutenant, the hero Carp's debut. Then came another big man in the Navy. The Chief Naval Staff Officer, Lieutenant General Crane, who is known as the Goddess of Immortality. Under the gaze of Carp, the veterans, the little girls, and the distant Rayleigh and others. The valiant and young Lieutenant General, he took off his long legs and walked straight to Luo Lin. After a while, he stood still 10 centimeters in front of Luo Lin. The silence lasted for a while, just when Carp and the veterans couldn't help but want to speak out. The young Lieutenant General Crane finally moved. A pair of white, delicate hands gently lifted, holding Luo Lin's cheeks. The jade feet in the black high heels slowly stood up. Next second, in the exclamation of people, the lips intersect. Time freeze. There was another silence for a long while. There was a loud noise again in the square. Aha. Hey, it's not right. This is different from what I thought. Ha ha ha, but it's more interesting. I go, men. Sister Crane Niubach. The uproar and exclamation of the veterans were in succession. Seeing Lieutenant General, he who boldly asked for a kiss in the field, the veterans couldn't help being dumbfounded. After all, that is the coldest flower in their navy. On this highly anticipated occasion, like a public and bold kiss, this kind of thing is simply unprecedented, beyond imagination. Kazka's Carp grabbed a handful of senbei and stuffed it in his mouth indiscriminately. The resentment on the old face became more and more deep. He is here to eat senbei and watch the show, not here for dog food. However, what's the matter with this cold dog food screaming on his face? It really doesn't work if you don't eat it, pardon me a little too. Zephyr next to him stretched his hand to the senbei gift bag in Cap's arms. He also ate a mouthful of dog food and urgently needed senbei to taste. No, Carp turned around and refused. The grandstand of the headquarters building. Lei Li, Shachi, Brooke and others also looked at the gods below with stunned expressions. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, my heart is so scared that it stops beating, although I don't have a heart. Brooke reluctantly told a joke that couldn't be colder. Crunchy, advertisement. It was the sound of Raleigh's teeth grinding. He's meowing. Lei Li, who was forcibly stuffed with a mouth of dog food, was extremely divine, and slapped his thigh abruptly, Sangbel's beside him. Mr. Raleigh, you shoot back to shoot, your own success. Sangbel, who had both eaten dog food and was beaten, finally couldn't help but speak. Oh shit. Raleigh still patted his thigh to himself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At the same time, she turned to Shachi and raised her eyebrows. Refuse? Shachi resolutely refused and turned around. At this moment, the little girls who watched Luo Lin and other women kissing up close, they were all motionless like petrified. Sure enough, the smell on the uncle's body last time belonged to this Navy Lieutenant General Crane. They had already, decades ago. Robin's small mouth was pressed tightly, and a sense of powerlessness developed in his heart. Why is it like this? Obviously we came first. I also want and Luo Lin brother. Nami, Hia, and Wei Wei all have a collapsed face. Agaga. There is no way, Crane to add bookmarks for easy reading. The Lieutenant General is the earliest one. Yes, as early as decades ago. Kurla and the girl Alice sighed together. Ying ying ying, Perona whispered. Yes, only Lieutenant General Crane is a person of the same age as Mr. Luo Lin, they're the best match. Marquino lowered her head in loss and murmured subconsciously. Compared to the loss of Mackinac and others, at this moment, the one who suffered the most in the field was naturally the little white Empress Hancock. When I saw my beloved man and other women, the Empress Hancock only felt that her head was struck by thunder and lightning, as if she was about to split. My mind was blank. The beautiful face is even more pale. What? The female Emperor Hancock clutched her heart, only to feel the pain that she couldn't breathe. He staggered, and finally fell onto the Salome seat behind him. Sister, what's wrong with you? The boy's sisters on the side came back to their senses, and suddenly exclaimed again and again. To the reaction of the little girls around, Luo Lin at this moment has no time to take care of it. Because even he himself was stunned by the sudden kiss from Crane. Advertisement. This is also an unfolding he hadn't thought of. Looked at the awkward expression on his man's face up close. Hide's eyebrows were bent, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. I can't always be the ignorant girl before. You're a hero now. The hero should always want some face. Lieutenant General, he thought silently in his heart. This is the decision she made from the perspective of being a wife. Although this husband did provoke a lot of peach blossoms outside, he still has to give face in public. Listening to Crane's empathetic voice, Luo Lin couldn't help but stunned. After a while, Luo Lin opened his arms and hugged the people in front of him heavily. Anti-going is the main thing. The little girls were suddenly heartbroken. There are more and more dog food in the population of Kazkas, Carp, Zepha, and Raleigh, and they really can't eat it anymore. Wow, the exclamation recurred. Those were the seamen on the 4 warships that came with them. Sister, he and Dad are really great. Guillaume raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. His eye sockets were slightly red. Sister Guillaume, are you okay? Tina asked worriedly. It's okay, what can I do, I'm happy. Guillaume waved his hands again and again. Mr. Small, look over there. Sure enough, Lieutenant General Crane and Mr. Roland are. The glasses lady Dasiki has a pretty face full of excitement. Gudong, Smog stared at his big and small eyes, his apple was rolling, and he swallowed hard. The cigar in his mouth had already fallen to the ground. Uncle Luo Lin and Sister He, by the way, it was the same way 37 years ago. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel spoke with emotion. Okay, Alfred, the former Lieutenant General on the side, looked surprised. Boy, you've seen it before. What's wrong, Dad? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel puzzled. You kids still dare to spy on my boss. Alfred raised his eyebrows. No, it was on the back coast of the headquarters. Not only I saw it, but also, everyone accidentally saw it while playing. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel quickly defended himself. Seeing such a hot thing is not like an old man's report, so I should fight it. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Chapter 376. Not the old goddess Crane? Once again shocked the audience. This content is first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at this moment. Over Washung Fortress. World Economic News, Hot Air Balloon Headquarters. President, the newspaper member who was in charge of the broadcast of the video call worm today screamed in surprise. What's the matter? Yelling. Moore Gunston, who was rushing to write a report on the Heroes Peak duel, reprimanded with dissatisfaction. President Morgans, come and see, this is incredible. The broadcaster still yelled anxiously. Morgans had to reluctantly put aside his report writing work for the time being and walked over. Let me see, if it doesn't matter. After seeing the picture on the screen, Morgans's complaint stopped abruptly. It quacked like a duck pinched by its neck, but couldn't say a word. A pair of bird eyes were wide and round, as if they had seen the most incredible picture. The feathers all over his body stood upright. Who is she? Morgans asked with a shocked look on his face. The man and woman kissing in the picture. For the man, it is naturally impossible for Morgans to recognize it. After all, that is his head. But that, the young woman in the uniform of the Lieutenant Admiral, in fact, when asked this question. Morgans has already retrieved the answer in his mind. After all, even in the Navy where the strong are gathered, the number of female lieutenants is not many, there are only so few. Exclude some answers that are far apart, there are only 2 candidates left. Alternate General Teo Du Guion and the naval staff of the same era as the heroes, the old goddess of the Navy Lieutenant General Suru. President Morgans, she. I heard the following people say, this the young Navy girl, it seems to be that. Lieutenant General Crane, the chief staff officer. The live broadcaster stumbled. What, the inner guess was confirmed. Morganston let out a loud cry. Extreme excitement appeared on a bird's face. Sure enough, this is another proof of legend and hero. Morgans muttered to himself in a dazed manner. President, what should I do if it should be broadcast? The broadcaster asked. If you want, do you still have to think about it? Advertisement without hesitation, Morgans yelled again and again while pressing the broadcast button. First it was the hero Carp, and now it is Lieutenant General Crane, the chief staff officer. At this moment, I see who else dares to question the identity of the hero and question the authenticity of my report. At the same time, the ring-shaped island venue and the 2 live islands on the big screens responsible for the broadcast screens are still replaying the previous legends versus legends and heroes versus heroes. The people on the island of Ling are still shocked, marveling again and again, unable to extricate themselves. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Suddenly, the battle scene played back on the screen went black. After a moment the snowflakes flickered, a brand new picture appeared. That was the hero Luo Lin, looking at a man and a woman kissing affectionately in the picture. The people on the 12 islands couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong again? Quickly go back, my report will be finished. Who is the woman with the hero Luo Lin? Heroic woman, this is a rare piece of gossip news. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, the reporters happily said. Hey. At this moment, an older reporter suddenly widened his eyes in shock. What's happening? That person. That. The woman who was with the hero, she is the Navy legend, Lieutenant General Crane. The older reporter raised his trembling right hand, pointed at the crane in the picture, and screamed in shock. Nani? What? The reporters and viewers on the 2 live island squares screamed out loud. That. The man is Lieutenant General Crane, somewhere on the island of the venue. The former Rear Admiral Drake pointed at the young woman on the big screen and couldn't help screaming. What are you talking about? It's the Chief Naval Staff Crane. Supernova Yinap exclaimed. That's it, that's right. It is not too surprising that the 2 major lieutenants in the same era of the Navy will have this relationship. It seems that the hero is 100% genuine. Up, the magician Hawkins said solemnly. Is this the point? Advertisement pirate undercover Drake was so shocked that his chin was about to touch the ground. Inwardly, he turned on the crazy Tukao mode. After all, that is the high cold goddess that their navy does not know in the hearts of many people. Wow, Shu Anai is dying fast. The Taiku venue occupied by the Beast Pirate Group. One of the 6 volleys, the poisonous tongue sister Wu Ludi yelled frantically. Go to die for those who show affection in front of me. Wu Ludi yelled angrily, venting his unhappy emotions. He raised a huge boulder of hundreds of kilograms and threw it towards the big screen in the sky. Before he could get close, he was pressed down by an inexplicable gravity and fell into the sea. What the hell happened to my old sister today? Ancient Thornback. Peggy Wan, the dragon capable, stared with horrified eyes. Lulican did something wrong today. Black Maria, the giant beauty of 6 volleys, also stared in surprise. Hey, from the Beast family, at this moment, there was a loud cry not far away. Thieves, even if you are an alliance, our territory is still ours. Murloc Sasaki grinned. Assholes of beasts, do you still have your heart to think about these? The most important thing now is that you don't know what to distinguish? Charlotte's patriarch Perispero scolded angrily. Okay, Phosphorth, who is the best among the 6 volleys, narrowed his eyes. That. The hero of Washung Fortress Luo Lin, the former General Zepha, the hero Kapu, plus the Navy's chief staff Crane, the situation is getting worse and worse. The long-legged stroke made Xing Smuji yelled with trepidation. You must report this situation to your mother and the others immediately. We can't get in touch with us, so we came to ask you. I didn't expect you. Fools, you don't even feel nervous at all. Charlotte Irving and Da Fook reprimanded with dissatisfaction. What did you say? Peggy Wan, who inherited Jack's only promise to the inside and attacked outside, was suddenly furious. Well, wait. Peggy Wan, the bastards have some sense. Plague Quinn spoke, then contact Mr. Kaido now. Chapter 377, Martial Warring States Shed Tears, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, about 20 miles away from Alabastan Watchung. The naval fleet led by the General Akainu is still standing still. Remove the 3 warships Kapu, Gion, and Flying Squirrel that left the team without authorization. Now, the 17 war-class warships in this sea area are all in a boiling mood. After the true identity of the original lord of Washung Fortress, the truth about the disappeared naval hero was revealed. Follow-up and continuous news reports came, and the seamen of the fleet fell into a shocked mood. Unbelievable, our navy actually has another hero. A logistic navy murmured. Hey, brother, here you are. Now the latest news is that Lieutenant General Karp has arrived in that city and has started fighting with that. The Lord of Washung. Another marine snorted. The real and fake Lieutenant General Karp has a fight with that hero. What the hell is going on? If that the Lord of Washung Fortress was really the hero who disappeared 36 years ago in our navy, how could he fight with Lieutenant General Karp? It stands to reason that he and Lieutenant General Karp should be the best comrades in arms. The Marines were in an uproar. According to the analysis in this report, it may be that the hero's identity is problematic, and Lieutenant General Karp is going to expose the true face of that person. A sea soldier who heard the tabloid rumors said mysteriously, Hey, isn't this man a hero of our navy? It can only be said that it is not necessarily. It doesn't have to be anything. If there is such a hero, how could we have never heard of it before? It must be a fake. The Marines holding the heroic opposition denied it irresponsibly. A group of idiots deny without authorization the merits of the heroes who gave you the courage. A loud shout of anger rang out. You, especially Major General Mullah. The sea soldiers looked terrified. Keep your eyes open and take a good look. This is the truth. Heroes are genuine. In particular, Major General Mullah yelled emotionally and photographed the latest rumor report in his hand in front of the doubters. Watching the picture of the two heroes laughing and embracing each other in the newspaper, the seaman's eyes widened in shock. Hello, just hello. The reason why Lieutenant General Karp did it was to say hello to that hero Luo Lin. The reversal is coming. This is the real truth. Hero. This man is really a hero of our navy. When the real reason behind the hero and hero duel is revealed, the previous irresponsible rumors and reports were immediately self-defeating. The 17 naval fleets were once again plunged into a boiling ocean. The newsbird is here again. Advertisement. The seaman on the observation deck of the warship shouted. It didn't take a moment. Newsbirds from various newspapers flew by with the latest reports. Another moment. The uproar on the warships recurred. But this time it was not just shocking, it was also mixed with the heartbreak of the Marines. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. My goddess, Sister Crane, the old goddess of our navy is unexpectedly. It turns out that the goddess is not really cold, but there is no right person. I won't accept this kind of thing. My opponent is a hero, so I have to challenge it. I object to this marriage. People are talented and beautiful, heroes and goddesses. It's your turn to be opposed by an ugly monster. Who dares to object? I will blow someone's head. The Central Warship Command Conference Room. The General Akainu and the lieutenants of the headquarters sat silently. Long time no words. To add bookmarks for easy reading. If you are really not reconciled, go directly and challenge that hero Luo Lin. A lieutenant general of the headquarters curled his lips. It's not unwilling, but it's just that I can't accept it all of a sudden. The other lieutenant sighed. For most of the Marines in this department, whether it is a general or an ordinary soldier, Lieutenant General Crane will always be that the cold and immortal goddess who can only be seen from a distance. They have become accustomed to admiring the crane that is alone and pure as a fairy from afar. Now I suddenly see the master of famous flowers. It was unacceptable for a while. What kind of expressions are you guys? Finally, General Akainu spoke. What's not to be resigned to? The two have been together decades ago, and now they're giving me focus on work. Is there any news from Kaido? The Red Dog scolded. Marine fodder, headquarters of the Navy. When the return of the hero, the legend of the hero, the greeting showdown between the hero, and the final hero and the goddess of staff. News came. The left-behind Marines of the entire Navy headquarters were also in a shocking uproar. Marshal's office. Mr. Sengoku, with a happy smile on his face, the General Green Pheasant walked in with a big grin. It happened to see the scene where the Marshal Sengoku turned his back and secretly didn't know what to do. The happy expression on the General Green Pheasant's face couldn't help but froze. Did I come at the wrong time? Advertisement. The General Green Pheasant asked tentatively. There is no time. Sengoku turned around. It looked as if nothing had happened. It's just how the Green Pheasant couldn't notice the ruddy eye sockets of the Marshal Senguo. Sure enough, Mr. Sengoku is also right. The Green Pheasant widened his eyes, sighed, and prepared to leave first, not to disturb the Warring States. Marshal of the Warring States period. Marshal of the Warring States period. At this moment, the green-haired Brigadier General Brandy suddenly ran over with a panic expression. What's happening? The Green Pheasant who retreated outside the door stopped Brandy. General Green Pheasant, look for. Found it, green-haired Brigadier General Brandy said anxiously. What did you find? Green Pheasant asked. The 4 Emperors Luo Lingling and the whereabouts of the 4 Emperors and the beast Kaido have been found. Brandy reported loudly. At this moment, Great Root, the city of dim sum. This city, known for its delicious cakes and snacks, is in chaos. At the moment, there are not many people in the lively streets where people come and go. The people in the city hid in their homes, shivering. All because of the 2 monsters that came suddenly. Oh, Dim Sum City Plaza. The four emperors piled up into a hill in front of them, exuding fragrant cakes, and their eyes gleamed, like a child yelling with joy. Ling Ling, how is the cake delicious? On the side, the drunk beast Kaido spoiled and asked. Cake is of course the best food in the world. From now on, this city and this island will belong to me. Charlotte Ling Ling aggressively announced her ownership of the city. Kaido. A dazzling line of fire crossed the sky. The toothless pterosaurs surrounded by flames swept from far away. Jin, do you have any? What's the hiccup? Kaido hit a contented alcoholic hiccup. Kaido, something big happened. Yan Calamity Jin said with solemn expression. Chapter 378. Beast Kaido is horrified, the ant flinched. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi by Luo, the famous dim sum city on the Great Route. This bustling island known for its delicious dim sum is now a mess. Invisibly, a terrifying oppressive force enveloped the city and the island. The people in Ling's city were silent. The culprit responsible for all this is the two monster little giants in the city square now. The four emperors Luo Lin and the four emperors Kaido. Same day. The two emperors who are at the top of the sea come together. This is simply a disaster. Oh, the joyful laughter that originated from the infiltrating four emperors of terror floated and echoed over the island. The people on the island of Ling shivered unconsciously. It's delicious, the cakes here are really delicious, it's decided, this will be my place in the future. Four emperors Charlotte Ling Ling wiped out the cake mountain in front of her, and at the same time declared her ownership of the city aggressively. Why is it like this? Listen to the domineering declaration. The pastry chefs and managers of Beilaw City showed despair on their faces. Do you have any complaints? The drunk four emperors and beasts Kaido had a drunken hiccup. No, the pastry chefs and managers of Beilaw City screamed in shock. Kaido, at this moment, a bright line of fire suddenly crossed the horizon. In a short while, it was near the sky above the city square. Enveloping the flames is an ancient creature toothless pterosaur. The second in command of the beasts and pirates group, the Flames of Embers. Jin, it's just time to come, how is Hick Quinn and the others? Kaido asked casually. Kaido, listen to me, something really happened this time. The flame cinders turned into a human form again, and he spoke solemnly. If something big happens, hiccup. What big thing can happen? Kaido asked with tongue out. Advertisement, hero. The hero Luo Lin who defeated the Sea Lord Locks 36 years ago appeared. Yan Calamity Jin took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and spoke every word. When Jin's voice fell, the city square suddenly fell into deathly silence. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Invisibly, a tremendous pressure came out from the whole body of the beast Kaido. Ling's pastry chef and city managers all rolled their eyes and passed out completely. Hero. Luo Lin. You mean Luo Lin? The four emperors and beasts Kaido's voice was so sharp that it broke. The boom, surging domineering look exploded, originated from the four emperors and 100 beast Kaido. After more than 30 years, I heard this name again. I heard this name that once left an indelible impression on him. One of the emperors who reigned over the sea, Kaido, the beast, was trembling instinctively. Bang! The wine bowl in his hand burst open. The liquor splashed onto the cake of the four emperors Luo Ling Ling next to her. What are you doing, Kaido? My delicious cakes are all contaminated by your unpalatable wine. Luo Ling Ling suddenly yelled in dissatisfaction. However, Kaido, the beast, did not respond. And enter. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. An expression named horror emerges irresponsibly from the sharp-edged tough guy's face. At such a moment, those terrifying memories that kept coming up clearly from the depths of his mind. He still remembers, clearly remembering everything about that man. From the first encounter on Beehive Island 48 years ago, to the closest death experience in the Battle of the Island of God 36 years ago. Those piles, old things, those dusty memories, all reappeared with that name at this moment. That is the deepest nightmare in the heart of the four emperors and beasts Kaido, who is king of the sea. People in this era know that Kaido is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and the king of death in the sea. Wandering on the thrill of seeking death every day. However, only Kaido knows that the reason why he keeps dying and seeking death is not because he really wants to die. Otherwise, if he eats another fruit, it will be. The immortal is also difficult to save. In the final analysis, he was just a despicable imitator. Follow the example of the real king of death above the sea. He wanted to imitate that. The way the king became stronger after death, so as to overcome the nightmare in his heart. However, even in the past few decades, there has been no reduction. Advertisement, Kaido, what's the matter with your kid who showed this expression? It's really useless. Seeing the horrified expression on Beast Kaido's face, Charlotte Ling Ling suddenly frowned in dissatisfaction. Ling Ling, he's back. That person is still alive. He's back from hell. Beast Kaido yelled in panic. What are you talking about? Who is back? Charlotte Ling Ling became more puzzled. That. Immortal B********, D. That. Luo Lin. 100 Beast Kaido yelled. What did you say? Upon hearing the name, Rolin, Charlotte Ling Ling's voice also increased more than octave. Even if the huge body like a little giant froze, even the favorite little cake in his hand fell to the ground without even realizing it. Luo Lin, another hero who defeated the Sea Lord Lux 36 years ago, is the master of the Washung Fortress in Alabaston and the person behind the major events in the sea during this time. Today's martial arts event is also his handwriting. Just received a report from Quinn and the others. The Navy hero Carp and the General Staff Crane have also arrived, and there is also the former General Zepha. That city is much more dangerous than we expected. The action this time may be too hasty. Maybe it should be considered long-term. Speaking of the end, Yan Calamity Jin's voice trembled slightly, and his heart was even more retreat. It's just an analysis of. Neither Kaido nor the ant didn't pay attention. As powerful as. At this moment, his eyes widened in shock. In my mind, the memories of the past, unbearable to look back, continue to emerge clearly. Especially the Battle of the Island of Gods 36 years ago. If not for luck, both Kaido and her have already died in the hands of that person. Where can there still be the scenery of being the Emperor of the Sea 36 years ago? The same year of the Battle of the Island of Gods. That. The hero Luo Lin who nearly killed them disappeared completely, suspected to be dead. At first, Charlotte Lingling even celebrated with Kaido. However, who would have thought that after 36 years that man appeared alive again? Nah. Kaido, I say you. Chapter 379, Blazing Ember, FK, 2 Captain Idiots, 2 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The clear sky was suddenly clouded and lifeless. With the dim sum square as the center, an invisible terror and oppressive force enveloped the entire island. That is the Emperor who is king of the sea, because of panic and leaking air. That B********* D is still alive. This kind of thing is really understandable. How could he still be alive? He had completely disappeared from this world 36 years ago. That kind of monster. The ghost wants to see it. Trap. This conference must also be a trap. Jin Boy of the Beasts is right. This time the action still needs to be considered for a long time. The 4 Emperors Luo Lingling unfolded a series of rich psychological activities in her heart. If you let others know what the 4 Emperors are thinking at the moment, it will inevitably be shocked to the point of indescribable. Because this represents the inner shaking and retreat of the 4 Emperors Luo Lingling. As one of the most terrifying and strongest 4 people above the C4. The Emperor, who is at the apex of the sea, is so scared that he will shrink back, which is naturally shocking. Could it be that the monster Whitebeard hasn't moved at all this time? I must have known it a long time ago. Even the old Whitebeard man has flinched. It seems that there is nothing wrong with me taking a step back, but... Charlotte Lingling glanced at Kaido, her ally, whose expression changed. The grinning big mouth opened an arc. If this matter is brought up first, it will eventually lose face. But if Kaido is asked to mention it... Nah, Charlotte Lingling had a subtle smile on her big face. Kaido, isn't your kid scared? I'm afraid to hear the person's name. It's really worthless. You are worthy of being the Emperor of the Sea. But if you are really scared, go back to the country, I don't blame you. Luo Lingling waved a generous hand. The atmosphere between the courts suddenly stagnated. After a while, the clouds in the sky suddenly seemed to boil, surging violently. The solidified atmosphere in the room was also circulating again. Lu 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 lu. Lu 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 lu. What are you talking about? Lingling, I'm afraid I might be afraid. Lao Su is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido of the beasts. The 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts. Kaido glared and shouted domineeringly. Why is the situation a bit different from what she imagined? Charlotte Lingling couldn't help but be full of question marks. In the next second, Sha Luo Lingling seemed to have thought of something. Her face was clear. Kid Kaido, you don't have to pretend to be strong in front of me. I know how terrified that B******* D made you 36 years ago. If you really regret it, it's still too late. Charlotte Lingling spoke with earnest persuasion. Lingling, you don't need to use this kind of words to arouse me. I am no longer who I used to be. In the past 36 years, I have become stronger and become stronger than anyone else. Advertisement. Who would dare to say that I am not the strongest when it comes to singles? Even the old man with white beard, even if facing Captain Locks, I am not afraid at all now. It's just an old man from the last era. It's not his era anymore. Next is me. It's our era. In the dark gloom of Kacha, a dazzling rumbling was exploded for the next second. Accompanied by fierce thunder, a huge blue dragon that obscured the sky and sun appeared between the sky and the earth. That is the ability of the 4 Emperors and Beasts. Kaido. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The animal is the dragon fruit, the phantom beast, and the dragon form. I will definitely take revenge this time. Double, give, and return the humiliation of the past. Kaido, the beast in the form of a dragon, immediately increased his self-confidence. Feeling the growing confidence and imperative determination of ally Kaido. The 4 Emperors Luo Lingling was stupid. The expression on the big face was completely frozen. Lingling, this time to add bookmarks for easy reading. Thanks to you again. If it wasn't for you to say these things to arouse me, I am afraid I am still alive in the shadow of that B******* D. I even can't help running away. Thanks to you, I finally realized that I am no longer who I used to be. Now I am the Emperor of the Sea. By Beast. Kaido laughed and thanked him. Then, after hearing Kaido's words, the expression on Charlotte Lingling's face became more and more daunting. Her original intention was to make Kaido take the initiative to retreat, but now what happened to her own words, on the contrary, had a counterproductive effect. This kid Kaido was hot-headed, and his self-confidence was extremely inflated. Thinking of this, Charlotte Lingling suddenly beat her chest and her feet, secretly regretting in her heart. I knew it so long ago, she shouldn't talk too much. But even if the kid Kaido is young and vigorous, he has a hot head. She can't follow along with it. After all, she had clearly heard Yan Calamity's analysis just now. The monster in that Washung fortress is not just the hero Luo Lin alone. There are also monster hero Carp, former General Zephyr, and Naval Chief Staff Crane. Except for those on the bright side, is there still in the back of the Ghost Island? Marshal Sengoku, the generals lurking. Just waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. Use this opportunity to kill them all at once, Kaido. It is no longer a matter of face loss. Advertisement. Charlotte Lingling made up her mind and prepared to take the initiative to retreat. Lingling, what's the matter? You shouldn't be scared anymore, can't you, can't it? Kaido asked sarcastically. What did you say? Was stimulated by Kaido's words. Charlotte Lingling, who was originally calm, immediately became enthusiastic. Are you underestimating me, Kid Kaido? When the old lady was fighting with that B*****D, you still hid in the corner and shivered, and you were scared to pee. Charlotte Lingling scolded angrily. Well, minions, then go together, Ling Ling. Today is our last, Captain Locke's revenge go. By Beast Kaido invited. Just go. Charlotte Lingling was hot-headed and responded readily. The soles of the feet stomped heavily on the ground in the square, landed on Kaido's dragon's back, and went away in an instant. The in situ remain in the messy flame embers in the wind. As the only bystander in the room, Yan Calamity Jin clearly knows that Charlotte Lingling and Kaido had both flinched because of fear. However, Charlotte Lingling didn't want to take the initiative to propose because of face. So he spoke to stimulate Kaido, who was more confused. Instead, her verbal stimulation had a counterproductive effect, swelling Captain Kaido's self-confidence. Later, when she wanted to take the initiative to retreat, she was easily irritated by Kaido's words, and her blood came to her head. It was a very simple thing. Now it has become extremely troublesome. It may even lead to irreversible results. Thought of this. Jin's tall body trembled with anger. FK, those two idiot captains. Yan Calamity Cinder suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, and spit out these words from the gap between his teeth. The blue phone bug rang. Gah. Clip. Yo, Jin, has the situation told them to Mr. Kaido? What did Mr. Kaido say? The voice of living treasure Plague Quinn asked. Notify everyone and be prepared for a deadly battle. Chapter 380. Ahe is embarrassed. Here comes the eagle eye, open black lens bracket 3/4 seeking complete order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Alabaston, Washung. For a long time, the lips are divided. In the Navy Legend of Immortality, the crane was put down on its tiptoe. The delicate and pretty face was slightly lowered, calming down the rapid breathing due to lack of oxygen. At the same time, it is to prevent others from seeing the beautiful blush on her face at the moment. After all, at the beginning, she didn't plan for such a long time. She was only thinking about getting a taste of it. It not only gave Luo Lin face, but also showed the majesty of being the main palace to the little girls next to him. Kill two birds with one stone, who ever thought? It was when she was preparing to retire, Luo Lin suddenly turned against the guest. Domineering and tough. Even as a lieutenant admiral, she has no resistance at all. Can only obey to the end. Call, the young crane let out a sigh. Although the development of the situation is different from what she expected. But Luo Lin was able to be so proactive, and she couldn't help but feel a little bit happy in her heart. Thought of this. The corner of Crane's mouth couldn't help but lift a happy smile. Yet the next second, the smile on his face suddenly solidified. Because she heard people talking not far away. Sister, he is so bold today. Yeah, I didn't expect to see such a scene in the rest of my life. When I go down to see the brothers in the future, we can also talk to them. This is the argument of the veterans. Sister, he is so amazing today. In front of so many of us. Wow, it's not right, it's not just us. I just noticed that there are also pictures of Sister He and the hero Luo Lin on the broadcast screen of the video call Worm. Hey, all the pictures on this screen are unified. So that means, the world has seen it. Wow. It's so romantic, listening to the discussion of the female soldiers on the boat. The expression on He Chao's face went from solidification to dullness and finally to gritted teeth. Romantic big-headed ghost, romantic, what is going on in the end? Crane's heart is no longer peaceful. He nodded and lifted his head slightly, and his beautiful eyes met Luo Lin's eyes, showing a questioning look. Luo Lin spread his hands innocently, saying that he didn't know it. Advertisement because he had just heard other people talk about it. He only noticed the big screen of Washung Plaza, and even the picture on the screen of the conference venue in the distance. Although a little shameful, old fritters like him will not blush. In contrast, it's much more interesting to see Crane, who has always been calm and cold, goes crazy in his heart, an acute image of annoyance emerges. Of course. Luo Lin can only think about it in his heart. If you dare to say it, the angry Crane will explode. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, even Luo Lin didn't say anything. The expression on his face has already betrayed his inner thoughts. As a result, the frequency of Lieutenant General Crane's silver teeth grinding suddenly became faster. Ahem. Luo Lin coughed awkwardly. These are all the silly birds of Morgan's. Do it yourself. If you are really upset, I will pluck the hair on it in 2 days and make you a feather coat. Luo Lin spoke seriously. At this moment, at the hot air balloon headquarters above Watchung, a birdman who was working hard to write a book and writing a big news suddenly was full of excitement, and the feathers dropped all over the floor. Will not help but laugh out. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Sound. Raising shoe fist and hammering it lightly in Luo Lin's bare chamber, Mei Meow couldn't help but roll a glamorous white eye. Look at this scene. Carp felt he had another handful of dog food in his mouth. I hurriedly tried to season with senbei, but found that I was caught empty. The big bag of senbei that would have allowed him to eat for an hour has now bottomed out. Zephyr, you pay me senbei. Carp grumbled. A whole cap, I only ate a few slices, obviously you eat it yourself. Zephyr was annoyed. I don't care, pay. Carp is shameless. The two old men suddenly scuffled together. Seeing the behavior of these two old treasures, Kapu and Zephyr, the last trace of depression in Crane's heart also disappeared. Since it has already happened, let's forget it, but you hurry up and let the silly bird turn the picture away. Lieutenant General, he urged. Okay, I'll change the channel right away, but Ahe, let's discuss something. Roland grinned. Okay, Lieutenant General, he raised his eyebrows. I will help you change the channel, and you will also do me a small favor. Luo Lin glanced at the little girls beside him intentionally or unintentionally. From just now, Luo Lin's heartbroken, tearful eyes from the little girls made Luo Lin restless. Advertisement after all, today's excitement is too big for they. It's just that Luo Lin is the least. What he is good at dealing with is this kind of thing. Ah, Lieutenant General, he, who understood Luo Lin's meaning, let out a hee, a subtle smile on his pretty face. Let me as the main palace comfort you. Little lover's emotions, but you can think of it. Luo Lin. I don't know what to do now. Luo Lin can't help but feel a little headache thinking about this. Fine. It was on both sides of Luo Lin, when he was embarrassed, and was rarely able to do anything. The young Lieutenant General nodded, and agreed to Luo Lin's request for separation. Really, seeing the Crane accept it, Luo Lin's head suddenly disappeared. Once again, he opened his arms and hugged Ahe tightly under the crowd. So people chewed. The sound of the dog's face and the sound of heartbreak became denser. Ahe, thanks. Luo Lin thanked softly. Humph, he arrogantly snorted and broke free from Luo Lin's embrace. Ha ha ha. Luo Lin laughed a few times and stepped forward. Father, Mr. Luo Lin, Guion and Tina stepped forward. Okay, Luo Lin nodded. He raised his hand and touched Guion's head. He also gave Tina a touch to kill by the way. Regarding Luo Lin's sudden touch to kill, although Tina was not comfortable with it, she did not avoid it. After a while, I also felt a little cordial inexplicably. Luo Lin didn't care about Tina's inner emotional changes. After saying hello to Guion, Luo Lin's line of sight was directly on the bay more than 100 meters away. There stood a figure as straight as a sword, coming. Chapter 381, finally got the eagle eye, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, coming. Luo Lin spoke calmly. His gaze crossed Guion and Tina, and landed more than 100 meters away, on the sword-like sharp figure standing on the coast. Until Luo Lin spoke. Prior to this, all the attention had been on the people of Luo Lin and he, only then later realized that. The man standing quietly on the shore. When the appearance of the incoming person was clearly seen, there was an uproar in the square. That man is Hawkeye Mahawk. Smog's eyes widened suddenly. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. The glasses lady Dasiki stretched her neck, her small face was full of shock and consternation, and she even forgot her breathing for a while. After all, that is the world's #1 swordsman. It is the goal pursued by every swordsman, she is no exception. It turned out to be Hawkeye. Hawkeye is not waiting at the venue, what are you doing here? Could it be that his goal is not to crush the fruit of the boss? People in the room talked a lot. Keng, and Keng, followed by the sound of a piece of sword being unsheathed. Guion, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, the swordsman in the Navy, and even the veterans under Luo Lin's command, all have swords. Some are vigilant and defensive. More are eager to try and want to fight with it. After all, that is the character standing at the apex of Kendo. However, for the silent invitations from other swordsmen, Hawkeye Mahawk didn't realize it. From beginning to end, Hawkeye did not squint. Those sharp eyes like a falcon were just locked firmly on Luo Lin's body. How many days have passed? Hawkeye can't even remember how long he has been at sea. Just to catch the man in sight. 3 months ago, after the encounter and parting in the windless zone. Finding Luo Lin and fighting with him is Hawkeye's only goal in this short life. However, it is not easy at all to achieve this goal. From the windless zone to the East Daxia Sea, to Kokoyasi Village, Frost Moon Village, and East Daxia Seagoya Kingdom. Hawkeye followed Luo Lin's footsteps firmly all the way, but couldn't catch up. In the end, he finally caught up with Luo Lin's base camp Alabaston. Seeing that it is about to catch up, in the end, he didn't wait for him to go ashore, he just watched his target go away. That time even went straight to the sky, 2 months later. Hawkeye's footprints are all over the Great Route. Advertisement. I've been to the Water City, crossed the Red Earth continent, and visited the New World, finally. I caught it today. It's really not easy, thinking of my hard work in the past 3 months. Chasing someone so hard, only fighting once, and now I finally got what I wanted. Hawkeye couldn't help feeling very much in his heart. Luo Lin reads Hawkeye's heart. This child is really suffering. Luo Lin sighed silently. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A brief contact with the windless belt at the time. Luo Lin's intention was indeed to whet an eagle-eyed appetite. I thought it was only a few days later, never thought about it. It was indeed 3 full months in between, because of a series of coincidences and accidents. Hawkeye was stunned but failed to catch him even once. This luck is really bad. Thought of this. Luo Lin couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. The left hand fell on the fiber hand of Gion, and pressed the slightly out of the famous sword Jinpaluo. Return to the scabbard. Press the right hand towards the atmosphere, and NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. So the swordsmen in the field unconsciously put down their swords. Have you waited so long, boy Hawkeye? Luo Lin went straight forward. These months of waiting are used as a foundation for today, and everything is worth it. Hawkeye Mahawk spoke calmly. The voice fell. The turbulent and powerful sword force rushed towards Luo Lin like a tide. Just as the invisible and powerful sword power of Eagle Eye is about to come, Luo Lin's body also burst out with a sharp to the extreme sword force, covering the world. The invisible sword force of the boom made the sky crack open, and ravines appeared on the sea without warning. So strong sword intent. Feeling the terrifying sword force emanating from Luo Lin and Yingyan. The look on the face of Lieutenant Admiral Flying Squirrel of the Navy headquarters was instantly solemn. Compared with the sword intent that is as large as the sea. He is still far away. The Lieutenant General of the elite Flying Squirrel is still like this. Not to mention the little swordsman like Dasky in the field. Feeling those 2 horrible sword intents that are thousands, tens of thousands of times higher than they don't know. Everyone was already shocked to the point where it could not be added. I almost forgot, the boss is also the world's top swordsman. Advertisement. The old man Mu Lien held Luo Lin's black knife Kioshui and smiled cheerfully. By the way, I am the #1 kendo heir to the boss. At the end, Mu Lien added another sentence. So, the next second. The old man Mu Lien received unanimous contempt from the veterans. You can pull you down. You're still the boss's heir to Kendo's face. Have you learned how to take a knife? And your disciple Lucio, you don't know what you taught him to be, you don't know what his talent is, plus the boss and our timely correction. Otherwise, a good seedling will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. The veterans sternly reprimanded. Hearing this, even Mu Lien's old face couldn't help but blush. Annoyed into anger, but there was no way to refute it, and he was really panicked. Ha 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 ha. The veterans couldn't help laughing. Hey, Mu Lien, what are you doing? The boss is already waiting. Former Lieutenant Alfred took a picture of Mu Lien. Mu Lien, who was severely damaged by his friends, realized afterwards and came back to his senses. Boss, take the knife. Mu Lien threw the black knife in his hand. Luo Lin raised his right hand without looking back. Black knife Kioshui started. At the same time, the sound of Keng knives resounded throughout the world. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk's supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, also appeared. A huge shadow floated from the sky, attracted the attention of people in the square. It is a special battle arena with a length and width of kilometers upwards. After all, this is the confrontation of the world's top swordsmen. A little bit of power that overflows randomly is enough to destroy the earth. Naturally, it cannot be carried out directly in the square, and another venue is required. Eagle Eye looked at the arena flying from the sky, nodded knowingly, and jumped up. Luo Lin's figure was disillusioned, and he took a step forward, already on the ring at the same time. The circular martial arts venue in the 2 major islands, the live broadcast on the big screen has changed again. The dazzling sword light shone, causing everyone to squint their eyes unconsciously. That's Hero Luo Lin and Hawkeye Mahawk. Chapter 382, Brain Queen Quinn? Sauron, the Bard. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The dazzling sword light suddenly dazzled the entire big screen. The people who were watching the beautiful kiss on the screen in Ling's eyes narrowed their eyes unconsciously. How is this going? What happened again? This light to the end. Who the hell wants to blind Lao Su's Longan, Pandemic Quinn? People at the 10 major island venues and the 2 island live broadcast squares shouted. After a while, the dazzling sword light that dazzled the screen converged. 2 straight, sword-like figures above the huge battle arena were clearly reflected on the huge screen. One of them is the hero Luo Lin, the Lord of Washang that they can no longer be familiar with today. The other person standing opposite the hero, the one holding a huge cross, the black knife, is Nana. That is the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye Mahawk. Watching the islands in the live broadcast square, sharp-eyed reporters immediately recognized the identity of the other person. Suddenly, the uproar became a film. It turned out to be that Hawkeye Mahawk, the world's largest swordsman. Why? Why does Qiwu Haiyingyan appear there? And that fighting stance, is he fighting a hero? Is this Gudong, the battle for the seat of the world's largest swordsman? That the hero Luo Lin is still a great swordsman. I remember, Hawkeye had been to the Washung Fortress 2 months ago. Has Hawkeye been ready to fight the hero since that time? This is the challenge of the world's #1 swordsman against a former naval hero. Quickly, put up this big news report. The reporters in the live broadcast square boiled over. Attention has been completely attracted by the latest breaking news of the world's #1 swordsman controversy, and no longer pays attention to the previous gossip news about heroes and naval staff. Grassland venue. Father, look at the big screen, something amazing has happened. Grandpa, look, now is the battle between heroes and eagle-eyed swordsmen. Lao Kai and Abu yelled, their tired grandsons. A hole, 10,000 damn carp. Regarding the reminders of grandchildren and the big events broadcast on the screen, the green pepper of the cone is unheard of. Still immersed in the hatred of carp. Monsters, 1 or 2 are monsters. Advertisement, the world's largest swordsman. That is the existence standing at the apex of kendo. The other, that the hero's sword is so strong, even through the screen, it makes me unable to breathe. That is the hero also an unprecedented horror swordsman. Is the Hawkeye here to challenge, specially this time as a challenger? Feeling the sword intent that seemed to overflow the screen, the great warriors from all over the world were shocked and lost their voices. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Damn it, hate it, I knew it could be this way, and I went there directly, otherwise I would be the one who has attracted much attention there now. Cavendish, a beautiful young man with golden curly hair, muttered to himself unwillingly. Go. Hawkeye B******, go. I look forward to you. The Taiku venue occupied by beasts. Plague Quinn stood on a high cliff, watching the battle of the great swordsman on the big screen, excitedly shouted again and again. That posture, if you don't know, you think that Quinn is Hawkeye Mahawk's most loyal fan. Add bookmarks for easy reading. I'll be quiet, idiot Quinn. The stunned sister Wu Ludi rolled her eyes at Quinn, who was dancing. The screen is no longer the dazzling show of affection, and Wu Ludi's emotions that were close to the runaway finally calmed down again. Come on. Hawkeye. Kill that B******. Regarding Wu Ludi's cursing, Quinn, who hadn't heard of the plague, still yelled in support of Hawkeye Mahawk. In the end, they even mobilized all the beasts and the ant soldiers to shout together to cheer for the Eagle Eye. This picture is the scene of the support club for the remnants of the brains. It's just that Quinn and others are not really fans of Hawkeye Mahawk. The reason why they work so hard is just the world's largest swordsman. The strength is really not built, it can actually fight that hero, yes. Thorny back. Long Pei Jiwan's eyes widened in horror. Physical skills are as good as that. Carp, and swordsmanship doesn't even lose Hawkeye. This is really troublesome. A drop of cold sweat oozes from the forehead of Murloc Sasaki. Are we really going to fight such a monster to the end? The giant beauty Black Maria looked shocked. Hawkeye Mahawk, hero Luo Lin, really want to try it for yourself? The swordsman phosphored among the 6 volleys, clenched the long knife in his hand. Fight, it's better to fight both sides. Hawkeye Mahawk, you're trying hard, didn't you eat? At least let that guy shed some blood. If that's the case, we can relax later. The thief ministers and cadres who were also in the Taiku venue were also nervously watching the battle of the great swordsman. Advertisement, in the current situation, as long as it can consume that hero's stamina, it is even earned. Parasparrow gritted his teeth. Is it possible that a new world will be born today? The long-legged stroke made Xing Smuji tightly hold the long sword in his hand. At this moment, the circular martial arts venue, the coast of an island. The tattered warship finally landed. Not waiting. Straw Hat Luffy and others cheered for it, and the big live screen in the sky suddenly shined. It's finally started. Jesus gave a grin. What started? Usopp asked subconsciously. Of course it was Hawkeye's challenge to that hero Luo Lin. For this challenge, Hawkeye has been preparing for a long time. Lazy Lou said. What? Everyone on the boat was shocked. At the moment his voice fell. The flashing sword light on the screen converged. The silhouettes of Hawkeye Mahawk and Roland clearly greeted people's eyes. Really? Straw Hat Luffy exclaimed. Eagle Eye and. On the second deck, Feng Lei shivered abruptly. The faces of Dazbanus, Crocodile and others are also slightly unnatural. Obviously, I recalled the near-death experience in the Windless Zone 3 months ago. Hawkeye Mahawk and Mr. Roland. The black-haired swordsman Lucio clenched his fists and kept his eyes on. Also intently was the green-haired swordsman Roronoa Zoro. It's just different from the silent spectator of others. Sauron was involuntarily singing in his mouth while watching the battle. That is one gorgeous sword skill name after another. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Chapter 383. The warm-up is over. The strongest knife in this life? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Keng, Gold and Iron Handover. After Boom Rumble came the roar of heaven and earth. The supreme sharp knife He Dao Yi in Eagle Eye's hand touched and collided with Luo Lin's He Dao Qiushui. The horrible sword aura escaped from the blades, split the sky and the ground of the ring. This is the battle of the world's top swordsmen. There is no such thing as a messy scene. There will be no fancy chanting, some are just the simplest split and slash. However, the simplest is often the most dangerous. Roland and Hawkeye mahawk every time they confront each other. What bursts out between the blades is the most powerful sword intent in the world. Just the light and sword glow that escaped is enough to tear the sky and the earth. Avenue to Jane. Kendo is nothing more than the same. In the world of pirates, there are 3 thresholds for Kendo, representing the realm of triple Kendo. The first priority is the introduction to Kendo. This heavy threshold can be passed by anyone as long as they work hard. After getting started in Kendo, he becomes a swordsman. At present, more than 99% of the swordsmen on the sea are still in the introductory stage. After getting started, you will enter the room. The most important point that distinguishes ordinary swordsmen from swordsmen is to cut iron. Gentil is the second threshold of Kendo. When the lieutenant general of the sword in his hand is enough to cut through the hard steel, it is the symbol of the swordsmanship to enter the house and become the iron swordsman. With the huge number of swordsmen stacked, there are still a few iron-cutting swordsmen in the sea. After becoming an iron swordsman, what you face is the last threshold of swordsmanship Zhandao. Only by crossing this heavy threshold can you be qualified to be called a true great swordsman. This is also the most difficult threshold to cross. Now, count the whole sea. There are only a handful of people who are qualified to be called great swordsmen. Hawkeye is naturally in it. Others include the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, the Golden Lion Shiji, the Navy Headquarters Alternate General Teo Tugion, the Master of the Yishin Dojo Koshiro, and the Captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Foil Beasta can barely be counted as one. In addition, the 4 emperors with white beards who are in charge of the Supreme Big Knife, the 4 emperors who have the special Hormes sword, and those with fruitful abilities can also be counted as "alternative enlightenment, great swordsmen." There is an insurmountable level gap between ordinary swordsmen and swordsmen. Same. Even if they are both great swordsmen, there are differences between them. There are also 3 levels in the realm of the great swordsman. The first type is a fancy novice great swordsman like Foil Vista. On top of that is Hawkeye Mahawk, the 4 emperor red-haired Shanks who has returned to the basics and turned the complex into a simple swordsman. Advertisement for the swordsman in the realm of eagle eyes and red hair. The fancy sword skills have no meaning. Ping is a big move. In this sea, not many swordsmen can catch their sword. This is the great swordsman standing at the top of the sword. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the world's cognition, this is already the culmination of Kendo. However, only a few such as Hawkeye know. Above this, it can be higher. In the past, Hawkeye learned from ancient books that the dragon-slashing samurai of Wano country, the sword god Ryoma, has touched this higher threshold. Now, Hawkeye knows that the man standing in front of him has definitely stepped into it. Set foot in the supreme Kendo realm of one sword. All things with one sword, all things can be swords. All things can be cut with one sword. After the battle of the 108th Sword of King, Hawkeye Mahawk's body floated and then retreated, falling on the battered ring. Hawkeye boy, the warm-up is almost over, too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin also stood calmly. Okay. Hawkeye nodded. This conversation belonging to the 2 great swordsmen was clearly transmitted to everyone's eyes through the phone worm. Countless people who made it were in an uproar, boiling. Warm up, he said it was warm up. What a joke. Is that level of confrontation just a warm-up? If it's really just a warm-up, it would be too strong. People screamed in shock. First, there's the pinnacle of the hero Carp. At this moment, it is the ultimate warm-up of the world's largest swordsman. The 2 battles that took place today are really incredible. It is far beyond people's imagination. 4. The average powerhouse, Luo Lin's warm-up statement is unbelievable. It is just deliberately exaggerating and scaring. Only the real swordsmen know. Luo Lin is not exaggerating. The previous series of fierce confrontations were really just a small test before the official start. Just when people feel comfortable in the shock of the so-called warm-up, the atmosphere on the battle arena and the skies suddenly change. An inexplicable sword intent suddenly spread from the ring. It even affected the surrounding environment. At this moment, the sea is full of violent waves. Advertisement Wanli clear sky is overcast at this time. What's going on here? Feel the depressed sword intent in the air. People in the square screamed in horror subconsciously. It's going to start. The elite Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said in a deep voice. What's going to start? Dasiki, the Lady of Glasses asked. Of course it is a formal confrontation between the great swordsman and the great swordsman. Alfred waited for the veterans with a grin. Don't worry, Tina, that's Dad. Dad won't lose. Guillaume patted Tina, who was nervous and worried beside her, with a confident smile on her pretty face. If you don't trust him, what right do you have to say you like it? On the other side, the young Lieutenant General Crane looked at the little girls in front of him with a stern expression. Yes. Listening to the reprimand from Crane, a group of little girls stood at attention instantly. Brother Luo Lin is the strongest. Brother Luo Lin will not lose. Nami, Wei Wei and other little girls spoke one after another. Sky Arena. Hawkeye took a deep breath, and his closed eyes opened suddenly. The pair of eyes sharp like eagle falcons revealed a powerful sword in an instant. Then, Hawkeye Mahawk took a step forward. The sword intent and strength of the whole body were further sublimated, which changed the color of the world. His attempt. He is working hard. Trying hard to integrate the insight from 3 months ago into his own swordsmanship, step by step into the higher realm. Feeling the rising realm of Eagle Eye's sword intent, the arc of Luo Lin's mouth widened. That's right, Hawkeye, I'm waiting for you on it, come on. Luo Lin cried out, and the sword intent and power of his body climbed to the apex in an instant. Ha ha ha, Hawkeye Mahawk, the ruthless swordsman who has always been unsmiling, laughed a lot at this moment. Macha's chasing and waiting were finally not in vain, today's trip is worthwhile. Hawkeye Mahawk laughed freely, and the supreme big knife swung the black knife in the night. He cut out the strongest knife of his life. Please download the ununderlined version chapter 384, The New World number 1, open black lens bracket 3/4 seeking complete order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi on the coast of the ring-shaped island venue. A dilapidated battleship is moored. The little monsters of Washung on the boat stared at the two great swordsmen on the big screen in the sky. One by one, their hearts have long been shocked to the point where they can be added. Warm up. Is such a fierce duel just a warm-up? It is incredible. Long-nosed Usopp murmured unconsciously. If this is just a warm-up, then how terrible it would be if you were serious. Haizu Shanji was shocked that the smoke on his lips fell to the ground. It's worthy of being a hero. Even Jesus Bu, who was an emperor's official, was deeply moved at this moment. That Hawkeye is really much stronger than when we were fighting with the boss 13 years ago, and that hero, in addition to, can be compared to that Kapu's physique, it is actually faint in swordsmanship. Above Hawkeye, it's crazy. Little fatty Lazy-Lu shook his head as he looked at it, and for a while, he didn't even have much flesh and blood in his hands. Taste. Call, Captain Marco of the White Regiment Division sighed. It's no wonder that even the old man has to be so jealous of that man. After today, the sea will no longer be calm. Marco murmured in shock. Sauron, drink some water. The black-haired swordsman Lucio brought a glass of cold water and handed it to Sauron, who was panting. Thank you. Sauron thanked him, took the cold water, and drank it. The dry and hot throat finally got a little relief. Lucio looked at Sauron with weird eyes. Before Luo Lin and Hawkeye Mahawk's pinnacle swordsman warmed up, he had witnessed Soren's invincible, chanting, ability. The one after another is so handsome that it bursts, and the name of the high-end sword skill is heard as soon as it is heard, and Sauron says it without thinking, and there is no repetition. This sword skill naming ability, I am afraid that no one in the world can beat it. If Sauron can have the talent of his bard, no, even a little bit of 10%. Point to his own road idiot attribute. This problem of his Liu Kai might have been cured long ago. Concentrate, it's about to start, Sauron reminded. After hearing Soren's reminder, Lucio came back to his senses. No longer thinking about Soren's singing, and staring at the big screen in the sky without blinking. On the screen, Hawkeye Mahawk, the world's largest swordsman, took a deep breath and opened his eyes suddenly. Advertisement: the sharp double pupil, which is as sharp as the Falcon version, has a sword light. Anyone who sees those eyes is involuntarily clenched in their hearts, and their hairs are bursting. Even the breathing seems to be stagnant. Next moment, even more terrifying things happened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Accompanied by the improvement of Hawkeye Mahawk's sword intent. The heaven and the earth have changed. The clear sky was replaced by the night color. The sky is overcast with clouds, then it was cut to pieces by endless sword intent. I have been in love with the sword all my life, and smiled at Hawkeye Mahawk, who was climbing to the peak of Kendo, and laughed happily. This knife has collected all of his decades of life. With this knife alone, he is enough to rank alongside the Emperor and General at the top of the world. This sword touched the highest threshold of Kendo, and it was him. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The strongest birth, Hawkeye Mahawk, with a knife. A simple slash, but it came with a knight, oppressing Luo Lin. As this one sword that brings eternal night, the black-haired swordsman Lucio murmured in shock. Wrong. Sauron yelled and unconsciously clenched the 3 swords on his waist. Just as Soren's roar fell, the power that belonged to the slash of the eagle eye really broke out. The knight was torn apart by the bright light of the knife, and it fell towards Luo Lin with a pressure several times that of the knight. It was a gleaming light that couldn't even stop the entire night. It's a good one to kill the knight. What a world's first. I'm not as good as my old man. Above the sky, swordsman. With a smile, his white eyes were open, and he exclaimed in admiration. Humph. On the side, Golden Lion Shiji snorted unconvincingly. However, the shock in those eyes could not be concealed. As the great swordsman of the last era, he looked at the light of the sword that cut through the night. The sword light that can definitely open the mountain and the sea, the Golden Lion Shiji grinned unconsciously. Advertisement it seems, maybe it's really not as good. The recent young people are too fierce one by one. Golden Lion Shiji secretly sighed, at the same time. Above the sky arena, feel the assimilation of Hawkeye Mahawk's slash to the night. Luo Lin couldn't help laughing happily, facing the opponent's consciousness of betting on everything. All he can do is go all out. Respond to Hawkeye's consciousness with all his strength. Thousands, things, one, sword, Boom. Heaven and earth are silent. Boom rumble. What followed was the roar of the sky and the earth. The air between the two great swordsmen exploded like a cannonball. Lightning-like blades burst out, splitting the earth into pieces, and even the solid void gave rise to a series of pitch-black cracks, representing the space cracking under their sharpness. Finally, the dazzling brilliance bloomed at the center of the collision and took over people's vision. The world is on the line, everything is silent. I don't know how long it has passed. The humming sound lingering in people's ears gradually faded away. The unconsciously palpitating horrible sword collision between heaven and earth also gradually subsided. Until then, people everywhere saw the huge fragments that were already torn apart in amazement. Sky Arena. The huge fragments of the ring hit the sea, causing thousands of waves. The soft sound of the sang blade rubbing against the air is now so clear. People follow the prestige, and the pupils of their eyes shrink unconsciously. They saw the 12 work of the supreme big sharp sword with chaotic blades and heavy T-shaped characters, the fall of the Black Sword Knight, and it pierced into the broken ring. The sword of the world's largest swordsman has been released. What this means is that the result is already clear. The winner is divided. I lost. Hawkeye smiled bitterly and shook his head, accepting his defeat calmly. The whole audience was in an uproar. Hawkeye Mahawk, give you 10 years, try to surpass me now. Above the sky, someone spoke with a thunderous voice. That is the new world number 1. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Chapter 385, The Strongest, Insurmountable Mountains. Open black lens bracket 4/4 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, King, the supreme big knife. The black knife flew upside down at night, piercing the ground of the ring. It represents the end of the battle of the world's top swordsman. I lost. Hawkeye Mahawk's calm voice sounded, calmly admit his defeat. As a result, the world fell into a dead silence because of his defeat. Hawkeye Mahawk, give you 10 years, come and try to surpass me. The words of the sky are like thunder, and they are overbearing. That is the new world's first opening. As a result, the world is boiling over. 1. Luo Lin 1. In Washang Square, Nami, Wei Wei and other little girls danced happily and hugged each other. There was extreme joy and excitement on Chao's face. From now on, my goal is to become a father. Guillaume's slender hand was placed on the famous sword Jin Pilo on his waist, and his pretty face was filled with a joyful smile. Mr. Luo Lin has become a new target, it's really a mountain. The spectacled swordsman Dasiki murmured, ha 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 ha, you really deserve to be the boss of Luolin. The old man Mu Lien shouted excitedly. The new world's number 1 swordsman was born. The boss is the strongest, next is the strongest throne in the world. The world's number 1 boss. A group of elderly veterans clenched their fists one after another, their blood was surging, and they shouted with all their strength toward the sky. There is no stability as a senior old man at all. Even more excited than the young warriors of Washang Fortress. Because that's their boss. That guy Luolin, was he that strong before? Karp scratched his head and looked at Zephyr beside him. Who knows, that guy has never been able to use common sense to guess. Even during the 36 years of imprisonment, he is getting stronger in some way we can't understand. Zephyr said with emotion. Makes sense. Karp nodded in sympathy. You ho ho ho, the new world's number 1 swordsman, you really deserve to be Mr. Luo Lin. At the Washang headquarters building, Brooke stood up suddenly, with a look of admiration. On the knowledge of Kendo alone, even Captain Roger, I am afraid it is not as good as those 2 people. Kuroka's said with emotion. Oh, even Captain Roger. The layman Sangbal suddenly widened his eyes in shock. What a monster. I really don't know how that B***** D practiced. Lei Li took a deep breath, but the shock on his old face couldn't be calmed down. Advertisement. This is the best. Only the strongest is worth our bet on everything. Sha Qi smiled. The opening drama is almost over, so I should prepare too. The new world's number 1 swordsman Luo Lin. Headquarters, big news. The big news is coming out again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The world's largest swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk lost to that, hero Luo Lin. The hero Luo Lin is the new world swordsman. Reporters and audiences are screaming for another shocking event. After the hero, is there a new title, the world's largest swordsman, really an insurmountable mountain? The supernova death surgeon Trafalgaro's right hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Ah ba 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 ba, okay. On the other side, the supernova Dian Yin Apu laughed gratefully. What's okay? The magician Hawkins looked solemn, unable to understand Arp's laughter. Of course it's because I'm not a swordsman. There is such a great swordsman in the world in front of me. The swordsmen of the world are going to be desperate, right? And NDS to add bookmarks for easy reading. P. Ding Dai Yin Apu laughed out of schadenfreude. The atmosphere is quiet. Are you an idiot? The magician Hawkins was speechless. What do you mean? The smile on Apu's face was frozen. That man is not just the world's number 1 swordsman standing in front of the swordsman, but the strongest standing in front of all the strong men in the sea. It's a blocking stone for all of us. Drake spoke quietly. Hey. Ha. Dian Yin Apu's mouth opened wide, his body stiff. Damn it, hate it. Taiku venue. Plague Quinn stomped angrily. What, the world's largest swordsman is really useless, waste Hawkeye Mahawk. Plague, Quinn yelled furiously. Trash, you can only talk about it here, Quinn. The voice of Phosphorth among the 6 volleys was low, and the hand holding the knife was shaking unconsciously. Phosphord, you won't be so scared to tremble, are you really worthless? Wuludi's poisonous tongue opened. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Peggy Wan whispered BB. I want to explain for Phosphord. Advertisement, however, it didn't wait for Peggy Wan to think of a reason. Next moment, Phosphord first nodded affirmatively. As the top swordsman, he is infinitely close to the realm of the great swordsman, and his feelings about the previous battle of the world's largest swordsman are more profound than anyone present. Hawkeye had that man before. No matter where it was too terrifying. Not far away, the thief's sword tyrant General Xing Smuji's face changed in awe. Sister Smokey, is it really so terrible? You overreacted, right? Flamp, the cutest sister of the Charlotte family, shook her head with an incomprehensible expression. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely not be his mother's opponent. Parasparrow, the son of Charlotte's parents, suddenly shouted, awakening the shocked and horrified partners. Yes, Brother Perros is right, our mother is the Emperor of the Sea. And this time it's my mother and the monster Kaido. 2 sea emperors joined forces, this is unprecedented. What about the heroes of the Navy? The pirates of the Thief shouted one after another to dispel the fear in their hearts and strengthen their confidence. The island coast of the venue. The little monsters of Washung on the ruined warship also recovered from their shock. Mr. Luo Lin is the new world #1. The black-haired boy Lucio flushed with excitement. Too strong, no matter which one is too strong, I am not even an ant compared to them now. Are these the great swordsmen standing at the top of the world? Sauron couldn't help thinking, but even if he had seen such a terrifying duel, there was still no discouragement in his heart. On the contrary, the blazing will to fight and the determination to become the world's #1 inflated like never before. This is Soren's sword. Hawkeye Mahawk, I will be the second one to defeat you. Roranoa Solo's eyes were extremely firm, really worthy of being our mentor. Sabo touched the head of the brother next to him with emotion. Straw Hat Luffy slammed his left fist on his right palm. It's finally our turn next. Straw Hat Luffy grinned, full of fighting spirit. Bang, and bang 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 bang, were shortly after Straw Hat Luffy's voice fell. The explosion of fireworks came from all over the 10 major island venues. Gorgeous fireworks rain bloomed over the venue. Chapter 386. The Budo Conference opens. Cruel. Open black lens bracket 1/4 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The sound of boom and boom 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 salutes suddenly exploded over the island in the ring venue. Gorgeous fireworks rain cover the sky. Wake up the people who are immersed in the strongest shock one by one. The time is 9 o'clock in the morning. Shachi's voice came from the huge loudspeaker floating above the ring venue. What happened at 9 o'clock in the morning, suddenly throwing so many salutes to scare anyone? What do you want to fix again? The contestants in each venue yelled in confusion. The opening of our Washung fortress has been completed, so what will be the next event is this martial arts event. Please be prepared for all parties. Shachi announced. Wow, when Shachi's voice fell. The 10 major island venues suddenly became an uproar. Had it not been for Shachi's reminder, they would have almost forgotten. Forget their real purpose here this time. Isn't it the one who came to participate in the martial arts conference and won the final overlord grade fruit prize? However, the things that happened in the past hour were too shocking. First, the identity of the Lord of Washung Fortress was revealed, and he was actually a naval hero 36 years ago. Next came the Navy Carp on the stage and said an earth-shattering greeting with his former brother. After that, the Navy's legend of the immortality Lieutenant General he appeared on the stage, publicly showing the relationship between the hero Luo Lin and the world. Finally, it was the battle of the world's largest swordsman. Hawkeye Mahawk, the original world's largest swordsman, appeared on the stage and fought against the hero Luo Lin for the strongest sword fight. The final result is, the #1 throne in the Kendo world has changed hands. The piles of piles that have occurred in the past hour, one by one, are all major events that are enough to shock the world. Under the impact of various events, people even forgot their original purpose. Now, until Shachi mentioned it, the contestants in the various conference halls were suddenly surprised. I remembered the purpose of my trip. Really, I was almost fooled by you. I almost forgot, I came to be the overlord, not to be shocked. Damn, since your side is over, then hurry up and announce the start. Quickly take out that overlord level crushed fruit and let us see it. Advertisement all over the venue, contestants from all over the world shouted. Shachi couldn't hear their clamors and complaints. Even if I hear it, I don't care too much, she only needs to finish her work and communicate the rules of the conference. Then let me introduce the rules of this martial arts conference first. Shachi said to herself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The primary competition system of the conference is a melee knockout, and the total number of top 10 contestants now totals more than 100,000. All you have to do is defeat them and you can advance to the second round. We are equipped with countless phone bugs on each island, enough to ensure that no battle screen will be missed. I announce that the battle begins and the time limit is 3 hours. When Shachi's voice fell, the 4-sided video screen suspended in the sky sounded a countdown sound. An hourglass timer replaced the screen of the Battle of the Great Swordsman. And enter, add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP. The time limit for the primary election is marked next to the hourglass. The 3-hour countdown started without warning. Watch the countdown on the big screen. In the conference halls, most of the contestants were still confused. Although they also want to start quickly, but this is too fast. They still haven't figured out what the specific rules are. The conference just started like this and it was too sudden. Hey, you guys. A contestant just wanted to complain. Next moment. A cannonball exploded at his feet, blasting it far away and then exiting the field. Ha, although I don't know what's going on, but as long as you kill it, it's over. Little ones, come on, quickly break through the first round. It's only 100 people, 100 people, it's not enough. My uncle wants to beat 1,000 people. Boom boom boom, boom 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 boom, intensive artillery fire, one after another. The smug laughter of the pirates mixed with the screams of pain. Composing a chaotic fight movement, one can't help but burst into blood. This is a feast of fighting. Pharaoh, this time I will definitely be the first to be promoted, and let the world admire me. This is simply the best stage tailored for me. Advertisement. The handsome captain of the pirate group, the noble pirate son, Cavendish of the White Horse, looked intoxicated and longing. Well, the law. The White Horse Falulu below him made a loud neigh. The 4 hooves moved forward, leading Cavendish to kill the nearby group of pirates. Idio, the saboteur, I don't want to meet you at the beginning, see you in the second round. The famous fighter in the New World, the long-legged clan Brukili speaks. Me too, see you in the second round. The long-hand clan fighter Idio nodded, and the two ran to each side. The blue circle spreads out with the death surgeon Trafalgaro as the center. Turn a radius of 100 meters into his operating space. Slaughterhouse. Trafalgaro waved the demon sword in his hand and cried. Suddenly, all the 30 pirates in this space were cut in half. Papa, applause thunderous, the captain is amazing. I have defeated 40 people in just a few minutes. If this continues, the possibility of the first one to qualify is very high. The salted fishes of the hard pirate group shouted 666 from the side. Hey, I said you guys, do you still have time to relax here? If you don't want to be a stepping stone for others to advance, then retreat to the coast now. It is enough for me and Bibo to advance here. Trafalgaro reprimanded. Yes. A group of salted fish with hearts, including Bai Shang Bibo, stood at attention. Wait, Captain, shall I be together too, after a while? Bai Shang Bibo seemed to realize what a cute bear's face was suddenly full of stunned words. Any questions? Chapter 387? Infighting. The Beast Group and the Ant Group are going to fight? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 9 and 5 in the morning. It has only been 5 minutes since the announcement of the martial arts conference. The 10 major islands were roaring loudly at the venue. The screams and screams of the participating pirates were mixed, resounding through the sea. The weak and the strong are the laws of this world. Now it is further expanded and embodied here. The sight is cruel. It's finally started, the highlight of this big event. In addition to the final competition for the fruit of the hegemony, this conference is also the best stage to become famous in the world. A great melee that has gathered more than 100,000 strong people from all over the world, who can stand out and become the first advancer in the primary election of the conference. Who will be the last big winner in this conference? Get the ticket to the overlord. 2 watching islands. The reporters on the live broadcast square watched the dazzling fierce battle on the big screen intently. Articles of exciting conference reports were generated from their pens and spread to the world through the headquarters of various newspapers. Scratch disk burst. The supernova Skarakman Apu, who has a reward of more than 100 million yuan, activates his own devil fruit ability. The body transforms into a variety of musical instruments, playing various dangerous sound waves and defeating the pirates. Sorry, magician, Drake, I will be one step ahead of you first. Ding Yin Apu smiled triumphantly. Will there be 1,000 people who will be promoted in the primary election of this conference? 4. Skullitman Apple's complacency, the magician Hawkins didn't even hear of it. Still fiddling with the tarot cards in front of him seriously, whispering to himself. No, that's not right, the last promotion only has 300 people at most 300. Magic Hawkins nodded affirmatively. Why? 100,000 divided by 100, isn't there at least 1,000 promotion places? Both the Hawkins pirates and the Drake pirates next to them were puzzled. 1,000 promotion places, the premise is that these 1,000 capable people do not interfere with each other. The fallen Rear Admiral Drake spoke quietly. The rules of this conference did not specifically mention the head succession system, which means that even if you defeat a person who has accumulated 99 heads, the opponent's head count will not be added to you. The loss can be imagined. The magician Hawkins analyzed. Moreover, the time limit this time is 3 hours. Even if you are lucky enough to successfully defeat 100 people and advance to the level, you still have to survive on the chaotic island for 3 hours. If you can't survive 3 hours, everything will be empty talk after all. Drake agreed. On the second round of this conference, only those with real strength can participate. It is the Taiku venue occupied by the beasts and the ant. Advertisement of fierce. Lip-smacking, a scolding war is in full swing. Idiot Quinn, it's all your bad ideas. Right now, in this venue, except, we don't have a Birdman. If you want to beat someone and get promoted, you have to run to other venues. It's all your pot, idiot, idiot, idiot. Wu Ludi yelled. Occupy this venue and keep it from setting foot. Don't you all agree to blame me alone now? I don't want to lose face. Plague Quinn said angrily. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Okay, old sister, Mr. Quinn, don't quarrel, you still need to be promoted right now. Peggy Wan is in the middle as a peacemaker, humph. As a group of 4 emperor-level pirates that dominate the sea. Of course, the island that their beasts fancy will not allow ordinary little pirates to set foot on it. So as early as last night, the pirates of this Taiku venue were defeated and expelled by them. When today's competition system is announced, all the beasts should be even. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, is dumbfounded. Because now this venue is all my own. To make matters worse, the pirates in the 2 venues bordering the Taiku venue are still there, moving to other island venues. Obviously, I knew their power and didn't want to provoke them at all. In this way, it takes a lot of effort just to chase and find people. If you want to win the conference, it is impossible to become the number 1 in the conference. Wrong. It's not completely impossible. Plague Quinn's small eyes rolled. It seemed that he had thought of some good idea. Quinn B***** D of beasts, what do you think we do? Perceiving the unkind look from Quinna, the ants Pero and others are all alert. Hey, ants family, discuss something with you, anyway. You have so many people, it is impossible for all of you to advance to the second round, instead of cheaper others, making wedding dresses for others, it would be better to make me cheaper, anyway. Everyone is now an alliance, don't worry, I will act very lightly and will not die. Quinn smiled cheerfully. What did you say, assholes of beasts, do you want to fight? Don't deceive too much, Quinn B***** D. Why don't you give us the heads of your men? Perispero, Owen, Typhook, the ministers of the Ant like Smokey and the Cadres all exploded. The situation between the courts was suddenly tense. Advertisement, it's over, give me enough. 2 small figures jumped out from the 2 camps, stopping the 2 forces that were about to fight. One of them is a little old man wearing a white chef hat. He was the first partner of the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling, the first veteran of the thief, and the only external core cadre in the pirate group Chef Long Bread. On the side of the beasts, the petite loli with a paper mask is named Bao Huang. Although the strength is only a real level, its status is not low. Her other identity is the personal secretary of the 4 emperors Kaido. Perispero, Smokey, you all calm down, Longbread said solemnly. Long loaf, but it's really the bastards of the beasts deceive people too much. Ants ministers, the cadres are unhappy. Mr. Quinn, you are so true, we are united with the ant, so don't say anything like this in the future. Little Lolita feigned angrily. Yes. Quinn laughed all over his face and responded indifferently. In this tournament system, we don't need too many people to advance to the second round. The king continued. The 100 beasts are right. We just need to wait quietly and wait for Lingling and the others to arrive. Before that, if we want to preserve our strength, the last thing we can't do is infight. The Longbread echoed. If you want to save your strength, save it, anyway. I'm here to kill. Poison-tongued sister Wu Ludi rolled her eyes, did not listen to the nonsense of Longbread and the emperor, turned and flew out. The martial arts conference that gathers powerful people from all over the world. This is a rare spectacle in 100 years. If you just look at it, it would be a bit boring. Phosphor grinned. Ha, that said, before Mr. Kaido and the others come, let's have some fun too. Murloc Sasaki echoed. Peggy Wan, I'll leave it to you to save my strength. I'll go and play with the old man with the white beard and the red-haired B********. D. Plague Quinn also spoke. Peggy Wan, oh, what a bunch of fools, beasts. But how can one of them show the limelight? We represent Mother's face. On. The aunts and cadres who had only scolded the other party for being idiots also dispatched one after another. Chapter 388, Tense Moments, Unexpected Dark Horse? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 9:15 in the morning. The battle in the circular martial arts venue is raging. There are more than 100,000 participants in this martial arts conference. In the 10 conference hall, the number of people on each island is about 10,000. The number of 10,000 sounds a lot, but it is compared to the size of the island. It's still far from the situation where you can meet people in a few steps. And apart from the first, except for the idiot pirates with feverish brains, after clarifying the rules of the conference, not many people would charge forward without a brain. Most of them are group battles that are carried out in units of 1 or several pirate groups. Because of this, in 15 minutes, the throne of the first advancer was still vacant. However, it won't be too long for someone to qualify. The first 100 people to qualify has not yet been born. However, those with more than 90 heads have already surpassed the number of hands. Supernova Trafalgaro, Pirate's Noble Son Whitehorse Cavendish, Leiching Makuge, Journeyman Doma, etc. The famous pirate captains of the New World. There is also a representative of Daxia. The young monsters who played in the City Dragon King Sabo, Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Rorno Azoro, etc. In 3 minutes at most, the first advancer will be born among these people, who will be the first advancer in this competition. It's getting more and more exciting. Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, Dragon King Sabo, and Pirate Hunter. If they hadn't landed on the same island, perhaps some of them would have been qualified. I think the last one to qualify will also be someone among them. That's not necessarily last year's supernova, that. If Cavendish didn't delay for some time, I'm afraid it is already out. I'm optimistic about him. There are those from the New World. The pirate captains, if it weren't for the number of people who had been divided by their subordinates, I'm afraid they would have been able to qualify long ago. Reporters and audiences on the live broadcast square were talking about the two major islands. Looking at the constantly flickering picture on the screen, the number of people beating, even as bystanders, they can't help but boil with enthusiasm. Washung Plaza. The same voice is full of voices. Come on, Captain Sabo, Luffy, Sauron also come on. Everyone should work harder. Thousands of core fighters in Washung sat on the ground, watching the big live screen in the sky, and cheering for their representatives with their voices. Ha 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 ha, you really deserve to be my grandchildren. Advertisement Kapu, the crowd-eating senbei, laughed triumphantly. Mr. Carp, we have done a lot for our grandson. Yeah, especially Mr. Zephyr, that's really true. The veterans spoke one after another. Humph, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zephyr snorted. During this period of time, he was really tortured by Straw Hat Luffy. Just think about it. Puff ha 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 ha, it's really hard for you, Zephyr. Looking at ZFA's helpless little expression, too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Carp couldn't help laughing and patted him on the shoulder. She said, difficult, but in reality, tears splashed all over her smile. Oh, the critical time has come, it started. Who will be the first to advance will be announced soon. Is it Luffy or Sob or that? Firefist and Sauron. The old thieves in the New World on the other side are also close to the tipping point. The veterans looked at the major live screens intently. It seems to be to increase the suspense of the first advancer. Those seeded players who were able to compete for the first place in the venue met the last wave of opponents indiscriminately. I am the first, Straw Hat Luffy grinned confidently, and the black giant fists shot out the rubber grizzly bludgeon, Fire Fist. Ace ignited a raging flame, and the flame fist swept across. Dragon Claw Fist. The pitch-black Dragon Claw launched a heavy blow towards the group of pirates. I won't lose either. Sauron grinned, 3 swords flow 3,000 worlds. Finally, the brilliant moment that belongs to this sun is coming. I am ready to accept the eyes of the world. Advertisement in another venue, White Horse Cavendish was full of intoxication, the Prince of the Sword and the Stardust. The big moves of the seeded players who are expected to be the first in each venue burst indiscriminately. The dazzling light occupies every big screen of live broadcast. The world seems to be silent. People who are paying attention to this historic moment can't help but feel tight. Is the first advancer finally born? Who is it? Is it one of the 3 Straw Hat brothers or the captains of the New World? The reporters in the live broadcast square stared nervously at the list of qualified candidates on the screen, shaking hands, and couldn't wait to write a report. Boss, guess who will win? Mu Lien looked at Luo Lin, who was surrounded by a group of Yin Yan Yan. As a result, the eyes of people nearby fell on Luo Lin. It must be one of my grandsons. Carp laughed proudly. No, Luo Lin, surrounded by the cute little girls, spoke calmly and denied Carp's confident guess. Boss, do you really know? Everyone was suddenly surprised. Brother Luo Lin, who was the first to advance? Nami and Vivi asked urgently. An old guy. Luo Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, everyone was stunned. At the same time, the original Fierce battle scene on the big screen of the live broadcast suddenly changed. The answer is revealed. Chapter 389, Unknown Body, Locke's Remnant Party? Open black lens bracket 4/4, seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The shocked uproar, wow, resounded across the sea. Look at the final result announced on the big screen. Looking at the rickety old man who was reflected on the screen on behalf of the first advancer. In Washung Plaza, everyone except Luo Lin couldn't help showing extreme shock and surprise. Who is this old man? I have never seen it before. Dark Horse. Did it appear so soon? In Washung Square, people stared at the rickety old man who occupied the entire big screen, and they couldn't help but talk. Every face has a ghostly expression. After all, not long ago, no one of them could think that the final winner was not any seed player they were optimistic about. It's a little known, rickety old man who looks ill and fell as soon as he pushed it. What is the sacred old man? Isn't it a legendary figure from the previous era? The people on the square guessed at the same time, coincidentally. Look in the direction of the heroes. If that old man is really a legend from the last era, then they must know the legends here. However, the young warriors of Washung Fortress were shocked. Those in Washung, the old people who have been in the sea for decades after many battles, seem to be confused. Mr. Small, do you know who this old man is? On behalf of a group of young Marines, Dosiki, the spectacle lady, asked Smog. Smog frowned, pondered for a long while without answer, so he looked at Tina not far away. You see me useless, and Tina doesn't know her either. Tina stretched out her hands helplessly, then he turned his head and looked at Guillaume beside him. Sister Guillaume, do you know? Guillaume frowned and shook his head a moment later. Make sure that I have never seen the slightest report about the old man no matter where I am. Father, don't you even know you? the elite Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel opened his eyes wide, and looked at the group of elderly soldiers who silently shook their heads in shock. Do not know, former Lieutenant Alfred shook his head. I followed Roger on the entire Great Route, and I have never seen this old ghost. The old man Mu Lien also shook his head. This old guy looks pretty bad, pay attention to the death of the pirate next to him. I have this feeling, even though it is a little bit infiltrating through the screen. It seems to have just crawled out of the tomb, with a scent of decay. With this smile, I'm angry just looking at it. The veterans showed solemn expressions. Mr. Carp, have you seen this man? And veteran looked at Carp. Puff ha ha ha, the old man has never seen it before, the sea is really vast, and there are such powerful people hidden. Carp laughed. You said, this old guy won't be Locke's remnant party, right? Veteran Colin widened his eyes, with shocked guesses on his face. Advertisement, it's possible. After so many years, it has changed a lot, so we can't recognize it. This time he was also attracted by Locke's monster fruit. Veteran Dean and others nodded, acknowledged the possibility of this conjecture. Wrong. At this moment, the former General Zephyr suddenly stopped drinking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It can't be the remnant of Locke's, I'm sure of that. Zephyr nodded firmly. Upon hearing this, the veterans couldn't help but frown again. They don't doubt ZFA's judgment, boss, Lorelin boss. Boss, Sister Crane, and N to add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. A group of veterans finally turned their attention to Luo Lin and Ahe. We really can't think of it, since you already knew the boss, you should recognize him. Mu Lien asked. No, I don't know either. Luo Lin shook his head and denied. Never saw it. The chief staff who has handled naval affairs for decades, also shook his head. The veterans and the little girls nearby were surprised. Hey, my dear, shouldn't a person be? Aheme narrowed her eyes, making a guess in her heart. What? Luo Lin nodded, affirming Lieutenant General Crane's conjecture. This time the government rat is not the only one that got in. So, Ahe raised his eyebrows and asked. Everything has just begun. If I can't get out of my body, they still have to ask Ahe for you. Luo Lin apologized. Humph, Washung headquarters building. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, this old guy is not easy at all, Brooke said with a deep smile. Advertisement, very dangerous. Murloc Samble looked solemn. Even Sha-Chi, your intelligence network has never had the slightest information? Kuroka's was shocked. Well, never. Sha-Chi shook her head solemnly. The sea is vast. It's not surprising that there are one or two inexperienced strong men, as long as you are sure that it is not the remnant of Locke's. Raleigh spoke. Having said that, there is no lightness between his eyebrows and eyes. In this world, there is only one area of intelligence that I can't get involved. Sha-Chi spoke again. Could it be world government? Okay, 2 major island live broadcast squares. When I saw the rickety old man occupying an entire big screen. The reporters and viewers, who watched closely the birth moment of the first advancer, also stared in shock. The faces were filled with shock and disbelief, after a brief silence. In the live broadcast square, the uproar of reporters and audiences suddenly rushed into the sky. The final result turned out to be, it's incredible. The first player in the conference is not any of the seed players we are optimistic about. Dark Horse. The dark horse of this world-class event appeared. Who is this old man? Does anyone know the identity of this old man? This old man is not a certain legend from the last era. Real or fake, are you a member of the Roger Pirates? Or Locke's remnant party, when this possibility was raised by a reporter. The entire live broadcast square instantly fell into a dead silence again. Suddenly, a blur of snowflakes flashed on the big screen of Chi-Chi, live broadcast. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the rickety old man who was originally reflected on the screen gradually faded, and finally disappeared from people's sight. It's been over 100 years, the sea in this era is really interesting. A ghostly whisper resounded on the Twisted Island ground. Please download to see the underlined version chapter 390, Sand Crocodile Still Eating Duck Eggs, 1/4 order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 9:16 in the morning. In the 16th minute of the brutal melee where more than 100,000 strong people from all over the world gathered, terrifying big moves burst one after another throughout the ring venue. That was the final charge of the seed-level contestants of the conference. Want to win the first promotion place in the conference and get the highlight moment that everyone is watching. After the extreme movement, there was a long silence. The dazzling light bloomed on the big screen in the sky, attracting the contestants on the venue to look up. Focusing nervously on the result that is about to be announced. Ahahaha, the result is doomed, Faruru. Keep one head. The beautiful young man with bright golden curly hair sniffs the rose. An intoxicated expression appeared on the handsome face. The first one to advance and get the eye-catching opportunity is definitely me. Cavendish stood among the unconscious pirates, speaking narcissistically. Well, the law. The white horse with blue mane neighs happily, should drink. Hurry up and announce it, I can't wait. Cavendish's handsome face was filled with extreme joy. A piece of overlapping snowflakes flashed on the big screen of Chi-Chi, hanging high in the sky on all 4 sides of the live broadcast. Next second. A gloomy old face full of wrinkles and age spots emerged from the screen, which is known to everyone. Only for a moment, the bright smile on Cavendish's face solidified and then disappeared. It was replaced by extreme astonishment and disgust. His temple beat slightly, the veins on his forehead burst out unconsciously. The originally handsome face was instantly overcast. Do not. It can even be said to have changed a face. What the hell is going on? Who is this stinky old man? Isn't this young man the number one? Cavendish yelled in disbelief. Damn it, hate it, hate it. A terrifying sword wind blew up in the dense forest clearing. It is like the legendary wind demon and sickle. Wherever I go, everything breaks up. Grassland venue. The green peppers of the 12th generation of the 8 Treasure Marine Army are still immersed in anger and cannot escape. Grandpa, don't forget our original purpose, advertisement. Father, it's almost time to calm down, let's get promoted first and then talk about other things. Lao Kai and Abu persuaded tiredly. What the hell is that old guy? It's not clear that the mountains are not due, and the seed selections are overwhelmed as soon as they are shot. The famous captain of the New World, boxing ace, Straw Hat Monkey Luffy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The people of the 8 Treasure Marines were talking about it. At this time, the atmosphere in the air changed suddenly. You just said that the straw hat is flying. The green pepper ears that had been sitting withered and accumulating anger moved, and opened his eyes full of anger, and asked coldly. Yes, Don Leong, it's a straw hat, Monkey Luffy. The named 8 Treasure Navy members pointed to the list of promoted players displayed on the big screen, and spoke in fear. Monkey Luffy Monk Cap. That's it, is it your grandson Cap? The green pepper of the cone yelled angrily. Boom! The powerful overlord color bursts into pieces. All the members of the 8 Treasure Marine Corps in the 100 or so near Ling's head fell back and passed out under the awe of the overlord domineering look. At the same time, add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than the list of promoted candidates on the big screen once again jumped out the name and avatar of the green pepper. Lao Kai, Abu. Regarding his killing familiar promotion, Zhuiji Green Pepper was ignorant. At this moment, he still thought about revenge. Since Carp can't be beaten, let the B******** D Carp watch him beat his grandson violently. Monkey Luffy with Straw Hat, your head is mine. At the same time, looking at the dark horse shown on the screen, the old man, the contestants everywhere in the venue were in an uproar and shocked, and more of them were still afraid. Captain, it's a pity, I almost showed my face. Bai Shang Bibo said with regret. By the way, who is this old man suddenly jumped out to steal everyone's limelight? How did he do it? Bibo asked puzzledly. Who knows? How much is still hidden in this venue? Monsters must be more careful. Death Surgeon Trafalgaro's face is solemn. This old man looks pretty bad. In another place, Drake, whose head counted over 80, looked at the old man on the screen, his expression shaking. There will be an unexpected dark horse in this conference. I've already counted it up a long time ago. Advertisement. The magician Hawkins on the side said solemnly. Speaking of which, where did Haming's kid go? Drake asked. I don't know if he just said he heard the sound of music and went over there. The magician Hawkins pointed in the direction of 3 o'clock. Forget it, no matter, him, marsh venue. A few strange shadows flashed in the dense swamp forest. Several dull and stiff faces suddenly gathered together. That old man, didn't he say that he shouldn't be too arrogant? He's already old enough to be too old, and he's so pushy. The young man with jagged fangs gritted his teeth, his face wrinkled with the bite of his teeth, revealing the true face of the human skin mask. Well, it's our predecessor after all. Before coming, the 5 old stars have already said that they are not people who will listen to orders. I have been in the ice for so many years, and finally came out to breathe, just let them. Regardless of, well, their combat power is indeed very impressive. Members of the World Government Secret Spy Organization Zero spoke up. The other weird guy with the speaker shouldn't have any mods. One person asked again. That person's words are probably still now, dancing. The island bordering the Taiku venue. Damn it, it's all because of Idiot Quinn. Everyone else has been promoted, but I haven't run into anybody alone, and I'm so embarrassed. Wu Ludi gritted her teeth bitterly. Idiot girl over there, when I don't exist, I heard it all. The huge Brachiosaurus tens of meters long shouted loudly, and the ground shook the mountains as it rushed. Just to let you hear, idiot, 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 at this moment. The conference started to date. The powerhouses who are still eating duck eggs, besides, are still, the beasts on the road and the cadres of the ant, there is also, the powerful Kiwahai crocodile. Crunchy, B*******D is very flat. Chapter 391, Grumpy Sand Crocodile, Sanji was killed? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Zhenping, what do you D want to do? Kiwahai Crocodile's angry roar resounded through the mountains and forests. Merman Karate 5000 Watt Jungchuan. In response to him, Kiwahai Sha Jiping made another heavy punch. A whole Jinping. Crocodile's forehead bounced wildly. Swinging the Desert Diamond Sword, to face Jinping's forehand fist. The powerful shock wave of boom sent flying sand and fallen leaves in all directions, rising in the wind, covering the sky and the sun. Crocodile's face was gloomy and watery, and his heart was already extremely angry. This Murloc B******D. Did you take the wrong medicine today? I don't remember that I provoked you. Clockdale roared frantically in his heart, 10 minutes ago. The martial arts tournament officially kicked off. The Straw Hat, Fire Fist, Sabo, Sauron and others have been waiting for a long time to land on the battlefield. He wants to win the top spot in the conference and become the most anticipated #1 advancer. Crocodile is no exception. Over the past few months, it has been hidden under the brilliance of heroes and legends. Although Clockdale didn't say anything, he was suffocated in his heart. So he also wants to use this world-class stage to show his face and brush his presence. As Kiwahai, he couldn't lose to Luffy, not a hairy kid like Sauron. However, just when Clockdale was preparing to show off with great interest, the Sea Knight who was also Kiwahai stopped him. Without saying anything, he launched a violent attack like a storm. The interference from Jinping severely slowed the progress of Crocodile's plan. Do not. Perhaps it is to completely restrict him. Because it has been nearly 20 minutes since the start of the conference, the head count in his hand is still a poor duck. And those, Luffy and others, who seemed to be little ghosts in his eyes, had already been promoted. How can Crocodile tolerate this sharp and huge contrast? However, even if he is angry again, he really has nothing to do in a short time. Because of the opponent in front of him, Haishia is very flat and not a simple thing. And before coming this time, he had obviously made sufficient preparations, specifically focusing on the weakness of his rustling fruit. It was made clear that it was aimed at him. This is also the most annoying point about Crocodile. So far, he still doesn't know why Jinping deliberately targeted him. There was no intersection between the two before. Intersection. The Murloc Crocodile's mind suddenly flashed, as if he had thought of something. Jinping B*********, D. I said you won't be here for the evil dragon gang in Kokoyasi village in the East Daxia Sea. Crocodile asked surly. Advertisement. Hearing that, Jinping's attack was stagnant. You finally remembered it. Although the old man and Aaron split up more than 10 years ago, they were my little brothers anyway. I know they committed the crimes they committed in the East Daxia Sea, but 1 yard goes to 1 yard. I will go to apologize in Kokoyaksi village. They died tragically, and the old man couldn't do anything. This is the old man's last brotherhood to them, very calmly said. Guhahaha. Hearing that, Crocodile did not smile with pride, sarcasm and gloat. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What's so funny? Jinping's face darkened slightly. I'm laughing at you wanting to find a place, but even the wrong object is found. Clockdale said. What do you mean? It wasn't that you killed your little brothers. I have the ability to go to that one. Clockdale laughed sarcastically. Hey, add bookmarks for easy reading. The expression on Jinping's face freezes. Next moment. Merman Karate, Tang Sao Wa Jung Quan. A whole Jinping, I said it wasn't me. Do you have ear problems or brain problems? Crocodile was furious. You sand crocodile is the most cunning. Do you think the old man will easily believe your nonsense? Very fair and righteous. True heart. The old man still understands the truth that persimmons have to be soft. The sand crocodile who sees through Jinping's true thoughts, I%. The grumpy sand crocodile, cursing the old man online, is very flat. A blue line of fire flew from the sky. Hey, Jinping, crocodile, you are still discussing, what a great interest. Marco the Phoenix laughed. He's meow, it's not that this smelly salted fish has been stalking me all the time. Clockdale yelled emotionally. Marco. The look gradually became weird. I always feel that the sand crocodile in front of me has changed a lot from when he was alone and arrogantly challenging the old man. If he used to be an arrogant wolf king in the desert, now he is a tamed one. 2 hectares. It's really a hero who caused my father to have a headache. Okay, you two play slowly, I will find Ace and the others to meet, and then I will have a big wave. Marco looked at the Taiku venue in the distance, with a smile on his face. Advertisement at this moment. A broken battlefield in the middle of the island. Straw Hat Luffy, Sabo, Sauron, Usopp and so on. The little monsters in Waesung, as well as Ace, Jesus, Lazulu and others reunited. It's a pity, it was almost the first place. Straw Hat Luffy kicked the small rock under his feet with regret. Ha ha ha, Luffy, you are 4th, but it's not just a bit short, it's 3 points, that's right. Ace corrected. Ace, don't laugh at Luffy, but you are still behind me. Sabo rode. Ace, it's really worthy of being Commander-in-Chief Sabo. If there weren't that old man, you would be the first. Flattery. The Nujia has also been promoted, yo. The S******** Yvonne Cly appeared in circles. Ha ha ha. We were lucky this time and we didn't encounter any strong opponents, but the battle is far from over, and we can't take it lightly now. Sabo made a final summary. Oh, everyone responded in unison. Luffy, Sauron, having said that, have you seen Sanji? Usopp looked around, didn't see Sanji, and frowned. Laughter, whatever he does. Sauron curled his lips. For Sanji, there must be no problem. His name is already on the promotion list. Straw Hat Luffy points to the 19th place on the big screen list. It's weird. Usopp just wanted to nod. Next second, his eyes widened suddenly, and his face was full of horror. Sean. Sanji's head and name disappeared. What happened? The black-haired swordsman Lucio also yelled in horror. The color cook. Sauron, who had been indifferent to Sanji before, unconsciously clenched the three swords around his waist, and his face was full of worries. Luffy, everyone, Sanji. Is Sanji killed by someone? Usopp's trembling opening. Chapter 392, Sanji and Germa 66 3/4 seek complete customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, everyone, look, Sanji. Why did Sanji's name disappear on the promotion list? When the head and name of Sanji projected on the big screen faded and disappeared. Weisung Plaza, the people who noticed this change suddenly appeared shocked. What exactly is going on? Sanji, what the hell is that kid Sanji doing? Chef Zepp, Sanji will have no trouble, right? The chefs of Barati, East Daxia Sea Restaurant, panicked and yelled in shock. Even if it's the worst with Sanji on weekdays, the Jidao duo who dealt with it were in a hurry at this time. Sanji. Red-footed Jeppu clenched his fists subconsciously, and his eyes were red. Sanji is the continuation of his dream, and even more so as his own son. At this moment, it is not just the chefs of Barati who worry about what happened to Sanji. What happened to Sanji? Who actually shot Sanji? Such a powerful Sanji, who is capable of defeating him? ... The young soldiers in Weisung yelled in worry. Damn it, what happened? Sanji is definitely not a weak person. Although the kid Sanji is far from mature, he can't be defeated in such a short time. Boy, don't be wrong. What? The veteran instructors of Weisung also showed their worries. Even Chief Instructor Zephyr couldn't help gritting his teeth at this moment. Although the boy Sanji was too lustful at times, he was also a kind, just and good boy, and he was deeply appreciated by the veterans. Especially since he still cooks good dishes, everyone in Weisung is full of praise. The veterans sometimes want to drink, they will ask Sanji to help with the 2 dishes. Sanji never refused. In terms of interpersonal relationships, Sanji's popularity is also one of the best in Weisung. Now that something happened, it naturally affected everyone's minds. Brother Luo Lin, is Sanji okay? Even the little girls such as Wei Wei, Kurla and others are a little worried at this moment. Don't worry, you're not dead yet, Luo Lin said calmly. Hear the words. Advertisement the people's hanging hearts finally let go. Hey, the silly bird above Morgan's. No more. Hurry up and switch the screen. I plucked your hair. Mu Lien yelled at the phone worm. At the same time, Morgans of the high-altitude hot air balloon headquarters once again lost his bird's feathers. I was so scared that I quickly pressed the broadcast interface. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Weisung's broadcast screen flickered. After a while, I switched to Sanji's location. In front of Sanji, who fell to the ground in a coma, there were a few people wearing flowers that killed Matt. Germa 66 Shiki, you said those bells and whistles are the ones from the war house. In the stands of the headquarters building, Kurokas couldn't help but frown. Germa, the evil army from the North Sea, we seem to have encountered it before. The Murloc Sambel fell into a memory. I did encounter it. At that time, I was with that Cage and the current naval scientist Bega Punk. Raleigh nodded affirmatively. Yoo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Having said that, the girl with pink hair is really cute. If you can, please let me see. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Bang. The iron fist from Kuroka's justice sanctioned Brooks' bad words in the air. Shouldn't the focus be on Sanji now? After all, we have eaten many delicacies in Sanji. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** everything, the little girl seems to protect Sanji. Sha-Chi, who was proficient in lip language, couldn't help but show doubts. The little girl's cries of surprise sounded in the square. What? Nani? Then came the shocking and strange screams of the big masters. Sanji's brothers and sisters and father. Are those, the fancy guys Sanji's relatives? Listening to the shocking truth revealed by Luo Lin, Nami and Vivi's eyes widened in shock. It seems. Really? Pay attention to those people's eyebrows. They have the same curled eyebrows as Sanji. Robin and Kurla discover a blind spot. I remember, Sanji seems to have mentioned in the report of Golden Town that he was born in Beihai. He nodded. But are they really Sanji's relatives? If they are really relatives, why did they beat Sanji so hard? Advertisement Marquino puzzled. Agaga, I know who they are. The girl Alice seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly exclaimed. Those. The fancy killer Mad is from the Vinsmuk family, the famous Germa 66 in the North Sea. The girl Alice revealed the identity of the killer who defeated Sanji. Germa 66, what is that? Nami and others crooked their heads cutely. Germa 66, a powerful military country in the North Sea, one of the countries that joined the world government, also known as the Army of Evil, the Warhouse, is a maritime mercenary who specializes in handling national wars. The chief staff officer of the Navy's complete intelligence service spoke calmly. Explain the basic situation about Germa 66 in detail to everyone. So that's it, everyone nodded clearly. Unexpectedly, that kid Sanji is still hiding this secret. The science and technology of Germa is indeed a good thing. I remember that. Cage is also a scientist. He used to be a partner of Vegapunk. I was also involved in that operation. The veterans started to talk. Is it time to talk about this? Yes, yeah, that kid Sanji is still in crisis. Those people of Germa, as expected, are like machines with no emotions. Even my own son and brother are so cruel, and want me to catch, except, the little girl, everything else is beaten. Everyone is gearing up, although they said that, they really had nothing to do at the moment. After all, the venue was still some distance away from Weisung Fortress. They can only be a bystander now, watching through the big screen live broadcast. I'm coming. Suddenly, Mu Lien strangely called together, and a radiance formed on his face. It's finally here, those Luffy boys. We can't move our hands, so let these disciples do it for you. Those who dare to move our Weisung city are really looking for death. Looking at Sabo, Luffy and others who appeared one after another on the screen. The hanging hearts of the people in Weisung Square finally let go. What erupted immediately was the cheers of the film. Chapter 393. Monsters are here. Gotchi panicked. Open black lens bracket 4/4 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi somewhere in the Budo venue. Ha ha ha. With a head. Forgiving the sturdy man with colored hair, Vince mock Yuji looked at the unconscious Sanji and laughed wanton and arrogantly. Sanji, after so many years, you really haven't made any progress, and you are still a complete failure. The spark red boss Vince Mokiji spoke mockingly. Failed products are failed products, even if they are plated with gold, they can't change the essence of being a failed product. Dengeki Blue CK Vince Mokni laughed sarcastically. Enough, just silence, you have done too much, let's stop here. The head of the venomous powder sister, Vince Moke Leiju's pretty face with frost, coldly spoke. Looking at Sanji who fell unconscious on the ground, Leiju's pretty face involuntarily flashed with distress. She is the eldest sister of the Vincemock family. He was also the first person to accept the transformation of the descent factor. It was only because of the immaturity of the initial technology that Leiju had not been completely transformed. Like Sanji, she still retains the normal human emotions. For this reason, she is the only person in Germa who cares about Sanji except Mother Sola. Every time when Sanji was bullied by his brothers when he was a child, Leiju would quietly heal Shanji's injuries. When the Germa kingdom arrived in the East Daxia Sea 13 years ago, she secretly broke the iron bars of the prison and released Sanji. Leiju, what do you mean? We are just the same as before. Education and education are useless failures. You just have to look at it by the side. Forgive the head Vincemock for Yongji's cold words. If Sanji is really useless, how can you explain the injuries on your body? Admit it, now Sanji has become stronger, even if there is no transformation, no combat uniform, he is not weaker than you. Leiju retorted sternly. Hearing that, IG, Niji, and Yuji 3 all sprang up with blue veins on their faces, and that was because of anger. Because of the facts Leiju said. Leiju, you have been helping Sanji to speak since just now, what exactly do you mean? Spark Red Yiji asked rhetorically. There is also Sanji escaped from the iron prison 13 years ago. You didn't do anything to betray Germa, right? Shocked Lanage's eyes were cold. Leiju was silent. The leader of Germa, Vin Smokejaj, who had a peculiar horoscope not far away, was also silent. It seems to me that it has become stronger. In my opinion, Sanji is still as useless as before, but it is because he was born a few seconds earlier than me. Do you really think you can stand on my head? Forgive to Yuji's unhappy face, and his figure flashed to the side of the unconscious Sanji. Lifting his right hand, he will step on it again, to vent the humiliation and pain of being injured by Sanji's heavy blow. Stop, Leiju drank. What was ushered in was Yuji's mocking expression. Advertisement, Shua, is just when Yuji's big feet are about to fall on the gate of Sanjamin. Suddenly a gust of wind blew across the dense forest-clearing battlefield. Next second, Yuji realized that his right foot seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't fall anymore. That's right, you guys, beat Sanji partner like this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Straw Hat Luffy spoke in a deep voice, his expression serious and serious. There is no silly model, you are that. Straw Hat Boy. Seeing the Straw Hat Boy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yuji's mocking face suddenly appeared shocked. However, there is no half of the strength under the feet, but a bit more strength. However, Luffy's instep has never been shaken. The unsheathing of Thikenkeng sword sounded clearly from the mountains and forests. And, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP, there was a sudden wind in the room. Sharp and powerful, that is the invisible sword intent. Sorry, although my S**X chef is really annoying, but not everyone can step on it. 3 sword-style pirate hunter, Roranoa Solo enters. Sauron, you are really clean and full today, and sure enough, the friends in the usual days are actually the best. Usopp spoke. What are you saying I am not? I don't talk nonsense. Sauron suddenly denied it with excitement. Really, our friendship. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed and walked out of the dense forest one after another, appearing in front of everyone in Germa. You are looking at those familiar faces who have seen newspapers before. Everyone in Germa couldn't help but change slightly. Even the waste Sanji can be called a monster, you must be. Forgive to Yuji before he finished speaking, the look on his face suddenly changed. The boom, powerful overlord color burst out from Luffy and swept the wind and clouds. Sanji is not a waste. Luffy yelled angrily. The second and second gears of steam and armed color are also instantly attached to the right foot. Advertisement. The powerful force burst out in an instant. Even if Yuji fully urged the additional power of the battle uniform, it was completely impossible to contend. Boom was accompanied by a loud bang, and Yuji's body turned into a cannonball, flying backwards more than 100 meters. A-hole. Don't get too smug. The bruises on the faces of Vince Mokgeji and Naiji are soaring. Flames and electric lights burst into the battle suit on his body and crossed towards Luffy. Two faint shadows flashed once again in the dilapidated open battlefield of Shua and Kang. A dark dragon claw blocked Iji's spark. Sorry, Germa 66, if you still want to cheat less, I'm afraid it won't work. Sabo said solemnly. On the other side, electric light and knife light shine. A-hole, do you want to fight me? Vince Monich looked at the three swordsmen in front of him with a gloomy expression. Sorry, I got here by accident. Sauron grinned with his body moving first. Sanji, are you okay? Great, Sanji is still alive. Sanji, wake up. Usopp and others surrounded Sanji, who was in a coma for the first time. Usopp, don't worry, the phoenix of Bybird's house is about to arrive. Jesus preached. Hello, Marco. Ace greeted loudly towards the blue line of fire in the sky. Coming. The blue line of fire flashed, and the figure of the phoenix Marco appeared in the air. Call. Great. Seeing Marco's arrival, Usopp and others began to exhale. On the other side, I saw the powerful people who were constantly gathering. Especially after seeing the 4 Emperors Whitebeard and the 2 captains of the Phoenix Marco, the Fire Fist Ace and the 4 Emperors red-haired Kadri Jesus Bu, after Lakilu the 2 Ainichi confronting Sabo and Sauron. The eyebrows jumped suddenly. As for being there all the time, the leader Germa, Vince Mokgeji, who was watching coldly in the distance, is no longer calm at this moment. That old face with a peculiar mustache has obvious panic. Philo reminds you 3 things about reading chapter 394. Plan to steal a home from the beasts, the Ants Coalition, 1/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Gudong, Pitted Forest Clearing. Standing far away with Germa's cloned army, the leader of Germa, Vince Mokgeji, rolled down his Adam's apple. Impossible. However, it exposed the panic in his heart at the moment. His 3 remodeled sons have no feelings and no fear. But he is still a normal human. Naturally feel stressed, feel panic and afraid. The encounter with his long-lost son, Sanji, was an unplanned accident. The beating of Sanji by the 3 of Ig, Niji, and Yuji, in his view, is just the same family problem as before. It's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. Who could have imagined that the situation suddenly became big? The overlord and domineering Straw Hat Boy broke out, the Dragon King Sabo with amazing pressure, the sword-inspired 3-sword pirate hunter Sauron, and finally, there were even the captains and cadres of the 2 Sea Emperors in the New World. What a powerful force this is, even if they are all on, there is not much chance of winning. This cheap son who he regarded as a useless failure product seems to have found an incredible backstage. He should have known about this a long time ago. After all, the place where Sanji is now is called Waesung. The territory of the legendary hero. This is no longer an ordinary family ethical issue. It has risen to that city, a provocation to the hero. Cage believes that with the hero's aura, they will not be blamed for their normal defeat of Sanji in the conference. Afterwards, he will not be held accountable for it and fall into the tongue. Of course, the premise is that their Germa no longer has intersection with it. And the problem is precisely here. An hour ago, after learning that the leader of the convention, the true identity of the Lord of Waesung is the former hero Luo Lin. Cage's original purpose was changed. He originally wanted to wait for the end of the conference, so he went to Waesung to discuss the Beihai's conquest plan with the hero Luo Lin. He wanted to use the power of Luo Lin and Wa organization to reproduce the supreme glory of Germa in the past. Never thought that, hero, won't you be watching now? Kaji couldn't help thinking. The tall body trembled imperceptibly. The anxiety in my heart became more and more serious. But as the arrogant leader of Germa 66, at this time, he can only pretend to be cold and calm, and continue to not move. Bang, and Kang, or 2 loud noises again, advertisement. Sparkle IG was hit by Sabo's dragon claws. On the other side, Niche was also cut and flew out by Soren's 3 swords. On the contrary, Sauron was also stiffened by the current attack, and a few wisps of smoke appeared. Cough cough cough. The cough sounded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That was Sanji who had awakened under the flames of Marco's regeneration. Sanji, you are awake. Seeing Sanji awakening, Usopp and others shouted in surprise, and finally let go of their hanging hearts. Sanji. Another female voice with joy sounded. That is Lei Ju. He noticed Lei Ju's approach. Usopp, Frankie, Lucio and others are all alert. Who are you? Look at your dress, you should be with them. And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Even if it is a beautiful woman, I will not be merciful. Usopp threatened. Cough cough cough. Sanji, who was blocked by the crowd, coughed, sat up, and grabbed Usopp by the corner of his clothes. No, Usopp, she is my sister. Sanji stopped him. The dilapidated forest battlefield fell into a moment of dead silence because of Sanji's words. Next second, a shocking uproar erupted. Oh. Sister. This beautiful big sister is your sister Sanji. Real or fake? What exactly is going on? Usopp and others couldn't help but screamed in shock. The four of Marco, Ace, Jesus and Lazulu also shook their heads in confusion. Luffy, a straw hat who was still domineering not long ago, is no longer the previous domineering at this moment, and his chin is about to drop to the ground in shock. Look carefully. Advertisement. Soren's body trembled unconsciously because of the electric current. That woman also trembles with curly eyebrows, and the other boys are also trembling. Lust, you can explain the shaking to me. Sauron spoke intermittently. Those three are indeed my brothers, and the man over there is my father. Sanji spoke affirmatively, biting especially hard when talking about father, brother. Everyone present, even fools like Luffy, could deeply hear the resentment contained in Sanji's words. Sanji turned out to be Germa, and it turned out to belong to the Vinsmoke family. But there seems to be a story in it. Sabo frowned thoughtfully. Sanji's brother and dad. What kind of brother and father is this? How can there be fathers and brothers who are so cruel to their own sons and brothers? Usopp and others who reacted repeatedly asked. Sanji, this is your family problem, but we are still partners. As long as you speak today, I will help you knock them all off. Straw Hat Luffy, who has always been carefree, is serious for the second time today. There was a creak between the palms of the fingers. Other people in the room also nodded and expressed their support. Feeling the hostility from the Straw Hat and others, the cold sweat was already flowing from behind the motionless cage. Even if there is no fear, the one or two who are in a panic, three brothers can clearly feel the powerful sense of oppression on their faces. The situation was completely reversed compared to when they met Sanji not long ago. They never thought that one day they would be so pressed by the trash brother in their eyes. Sanji. Lei Ju pursed her small mouth, her pretty face is full of tension and worry. On one side is the younger brother that her mother wants her to protect before her death, and on the other is the father who she can't resist. She caught in the middle is the most difficult one. Thank you, Luffy, everyone, but I don't need it anymore, let me stop by myself in the future. Finally, Sanji spoke. Everyone in the room was taken aback. The tense muscles of Luffy, Sauron, Sabo and others relax and respect Sanji's wishes. Usopp wanted to ask something but was stopped by Jesus. Kaji on the opposite side was quietly relieved. However, it didn't take long. Gage's heart that had only been let go of it suddenly came up again, as if he had heard something unbelievable. These people are going to attack the 4 emperors, 100 beasts, pirates and the allied forces of thieves. Please download the underlined version if you don't see it. Chapter 395. Father and daughter. Tyrant bear and open black lens bracket. 2/4 order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The situation is almost the same. I am only responsible for providing information. It is up to you to decide whether to go or not. Marco spoke and informed everyone of what he had discovered. The Taiku venue. The base of the coalition of the 2 big 4 emperors. Usopp held his breath subconsciously, his eyes widened. I want to go, definitely want to go. The vigorous Straw Hat boy's eyes beamed. The pirates of the 4 emperors of the New World, it must be more vigorous to cut. Sauron grinned, already ready to move. The threshold of the New World, is it coming so soon? Lucio, the black-haired swordsman, and Nobel, the young Murloc, looked at each other and nodded heavily. Etc., etc. Give me a moment, Usopp and Candle 3 Gatty-Nosy shouted. That is the coalition of the 2 big 4 emperors in the New World. Galdino emphasized with a look of horror. Furthermore, Mr. Marco said earlier that there are at least 5,000 elite emperors. In comparison, our number is really too small. Usopp panicked. Ha ha ha, Usopp, don't be afraid, Dad will always be there. Next to you, treat it as a trial. Jesus Bu laughed and patted Usopp on the shoulder. The 4 emperors and the 4 emperors and the 100 beasts and pirates. Sooner or later we will have a battle with them. Marco also said earlier that almost all the cadres of the 2 emperors have been dispatched. This is our opportunity. Sabo nodded solemnly. Although this action is very risky, it is also the best trial. At the same time, if it is successful, it can also show the world the new generation of their Huxia organization. Just use the Imperial Coalition forces of the New World to test the results of our practice. Sabo makes a fist. Oh, everyone responded in unison. He, although I didn't grab the first place just now, but the number of people who took the first 3 hours 3, it must be me. Straw Hat Luffy said confidently. Ha ha ha, Luffy, the threshold of the New World is very high, especially the 4 Emperor level pirate group, even a bad soldier is very strong. Ace laughed and reminded, then the conversation changed. So the number 1 in the end must be mine. As the number of people defeated at the end of the competition, count me as 1. Sauron was in high spirits. Then I will do it too. Everyone responded. It is already the Taiku venue where the 2 big 4 emperors' allied forces are entrenched as a monster spawning point. Advertisement. If you want to go, at least you have to bring Captain Clock and that. Jinpei. Candle 3 had no choice but to compromise and made his own request. Everyone nodded. After all, they are 2 Chihuahua level monsters, indispensable. The negotiation is complete. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Everyone ignored the dumbfounded Germa and everyone turned around. I'm going to call Crocodile and she. Let's go steal the Imperial Coalition together. It was a moment after Sabo and others left.
Pretending to be calm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he was motionless.
At the same time, extreme shock and disbelief appeared on that old face. That was the coalition of the 4 emperors, 100 beasts, pirates and the 4 emperors. No matter which one stomped, the world would tremble. However, there were 30 people who were going to challenge the coalition forces of the 2 big 4 emperor-level pirate regiments. This is just death. Even if 100 lives are not enough. Maid, what are these young monsters thinking about? Fathers, in their minds.
Could you, too, add bookmarks for easy reading? When I was in this huge shock. Reiju, dressed in a pink battle suit, floated an awakened cage from the shock. What's matter? Jiaji still pretended to be calm. Thanks to the blessings of these 3 idiot brothers, the one in Weisung might have noticed us. Lei Ju pointed to those telephone bugs on the tree. What did you say? Lei Ju, IG, Nietzsche's face suddenly became dark. Cage waved a big hand to stop the quarreling of his sons. Under Lei Ju's reminder, Cage finally recalled his main purpose. Because of Sanji's affairs, if they went to Weisung to discuss things, they would not turn out to be too good. In order to reproduce Germa's glory, the current plan, they must do something to remedy it.
Old Kaji wrinkled his face, and after a moment of silence, he seemed to have made up his mind. Lei Ju, sons, get ready to go, Jiaji said solemnly. Set off, where to go? The 3 of IG, Niji, and Yuji are puzzled. Swire venue. Advertisement at this moment.
Weisung Plaza. After judging their destination from the marching route of their young little monsters. There was an uproar in the square. Puff ha ha ha, really worthy of my grandchildren. Ha ha ha, it really deserves to be taught by us. That's how it should be. What are the beasts and the ant? Just do it and you're done. Go on it as much as you want, boys. Carp and the veterans roared with laughter. Sabo, they are going to the Taiku venue. Kurla stared at her beautiful eyes and murmured in shock. It's not at all worrying about what those guys are going to do. Nami complained. There is a beast and a resident. I have confirmed just now. The cadres of the 2 big and 4 emperors are almost not there. Robin, who quickly checked the situation at the Taiku venue, said. Agaga, they really want to make a big fuss. Girl Alice said with emotion.
But, Luffy, are they really okay? It's too dangerous. Mackinaw was worried. In these days living in Washung, she is no longer the ignorant village flower in the small village of Donghai. Mackinaw also clearly knows the horror of the New World's Sea Emperor. Crocodile, Jinping, 2 Kiwahai, the 1st and 2nd Division captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, the red-haired Jesus Bu and Lakilu, plus those of our Lil Monsters, self-protection is. No problem, it depends on them.
Chief Staff Officer Ahe analyzed. Robin wrinkled her nose, keenly aware of the word. Is there a problem? Ahe squinted his narrow eyes and glanced at Robin. No problem. Under Ahe's main palace aura, even Robin was defeated and nodded weakly. Luo Lin couldn't help grinning helplessly when he noticed this scene. Next second, Luo Lin seemed to be aware of something and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. On the roof of the headquarters building behind them, 2 people teleported to them. That is the Chiwahai tyrant Bartholomew and his daughter. Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading chapter 396. Rollin and Kurla's rooftop story. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi at 9:30 in the morning. The battle on the island of the 10 Great Hall is in full swing.
The roaring sounds one after another. The more courageous little monsters began to make big news. Attracted widespread attention from off-site audiences. At this moment, a corner of the martial arts venue. A group of pirates encounter a man. Gudong, SSSSSSSSSSs. The sound of the pirates sucking in cold air and swallowing nervously.
Nana, he. This. Looking not far away, the tall silent man who was sitting with Erlang's legs crossed and blocking the road in front of them. The emotions of the members of the Bonnie Pirates went from shock to tension, and finally turned into panic. So that even a complete sentence can't be said. 7 Wuhai Tyrant Bear. Bonnie the brawny pirate in overalls screamed in surprise. The identity of the person blocking the road was revealed. Just as his voice fell, tens of meters away, the Tyrant Bear, who was sitting like a stone statue and looking through the Bible in his hand, moved. The Bible in my hand. Pop. Closed. Chiwahai Bartholomew Bear slowly got up, his gloves dropped, revealing his special palm like a feline meatball. The pressure is amazing. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Bonnie Pirates. Chiwahai Bartholomew Bear, who has the name of a tyrant, speaks. A magnetic voice floated above this clearing. The voice is very good, but listening to everyone in the Bonnie Pirates group is tantamount to the devil's babble.
Why on earth is this? Why does the Tyrant Bear stare at us? It's simply unreasonable. There are still 4 Emperor's pirates on this venue now. You look for them. We are just passing little pirates. The people of Bonnie Pirates collapsed and shouted.
Although the captain is one of this year's supernova. But these crew members are not good at it. Half of them are chefs that Bonnie tricked into, who are responsible for the captain's stomach. The combat effectiveness can be imagined. Facing the fierce Tyrant Bear, naturally few people can remain calm. Captain Bonnie, it's really bad now. Even the second in command on the ship was panicking at this moment, with a retreat in his heart. Crunchy. For the fear and withdrawal of his subordinates. The supernova, the big stomach girl, Joelle Bonnie, is unheard of. From beginning to end, her gaze just fell on the Chihuahua tyrant Shang not far away. Advertisement. The pretty face looked complicated and inexplicable, and the white silver teeth crunched. Shuquan clenched tightly, and Ling's knuckles were all white. Captain Bonnie, you don't want to.
A group of unpromising things, if you are afraid, hurry to hide away. Joelle Bonnie spoke coldly. Say nothing, don't wait, the partners reacted. Bonnie's slender feet lightly tapped on the ground, and her figure suddenly rushed out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Finally, are you willing to meet me, idiot, idiot?
Bonnie's expression was faint, and she yelled again and again, almost like a baby. The right foot kicked the tyrant's bag mercilessly. Shua is just a trance. Bonnie's kick was knocked out. Captain Bonnie, looking at the tyrant bear suddenly flashing behind Bonnie. The pirates of Bonnie pirates screamed in horror. Let's travel together. The soft, magnetic voice of Tyrant Bear rang in Joelle Bonnie's ears. Bonnie's body trembled unconsciously, and her eyes were flushed with redness, and she wanted to cry. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Next moment. There was a soft bang. A huge air bear's paw wrapped her body and sent her far away in an instant. A-hole bear, where did you get Captain Bonnie? What the hell did you do to our captain? Witnessing the disappearance of the captain, Bonnie's main combatants overcame their natural fear of Chihuahua.
Roaring to kill the tyrant bear. Boom. Boom 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 boom. One after another, the air bear paws wrapped Bonnie's people all flying away. Finally, the tyrant bear himself. Bo, 9:43 in the morning. The people who watched the martial arts tournament in Weisung Square were still in shock and excitement over the bold movements of Sabo, Straw Hat Luffy and others. At a certain moment, the expressions on Kapu, Zepha, Ahe, Gion, Mu Lien, and Lei Li in the headquarters building were stagnant, as if they were aware of something. Unanimously, they all raised their heads. Looked towards the sky in a certain direction overseas. What happened? When Luo Lin and others noticed the slight change in their expressions, Nami asked in a puzzled way. Like, what's coming? Alice and Kurla, the girls who are proficient in seeing, hearing and color, said uncertainly. Advertisement. Kurla, come with me. Just as Kurla frowned and thought about what it was, Luo Lin's voice suddenly rang in her ears. What? Kurla regained consciousness afterwards. Staring blankly at Luo Lin's extended hand, he was a bit stunned for a while. What are you doing in a daze? Grab my hand. Luo Lin greeted. Oh. Finally determined that the mentor Luo Lin was calling her Kurla, subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the majestic Lieutenant General Crane. Seeing Ahe nodded, it was only when Nami, Weiwei and other little sisters looked envious that Luo Lin's big hand was held. Feel the temperature from Luo Lin's big hands. Kurla's small heart thumped, his beating speed could not help speeding up, and her pretty face was flushed with joy. However, it was only a moment. People in front of me only felt their eyes glaze. Next second, Luo Lin disappeared with Kailash and Ah. It appeared again, already on the roof of the headquarters building. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the people below. A look of doubt appeared on Kurla's delicate little face. What did the instructor bring me to the rooftop? Kurla thought to herself, tilting her head in confusion. Next second, Kurla's thinking began to diverge. I think of a certain plot in the book I borrowed from my little sister Weiwei. The protagonist brings the girl to the unmanned rooftop, and what happens afterwards is usually, think of this. Kurla's small face instantly turned red, like a cooked prawn, hot. No way. Looking at Luo Lin in front of him, Kurla was confused. Thousands of thoughts in my mind. With the last gritted teeth, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Quietly waiting for the take from the male protagonist in the story. What Kurla waited for was not a kiss, but a finger from Roland. It hurts. Kurla hugged her forehead and squatted on the ground, her mouth pouting, her face full of puzzlement. Look less at the books Weiwei gives in the future. Luo Lin was full of black lines. What? Knowing that he would be wrong, Kurla suddenly turned red with shame again. I can't wait to find a place to sew and drill down. The last seam was not found. However, a bear's palm-shaped mark suddenly appeared on the roof and ground. There is also a beautiful girl with a beautiful figure lying in the mark of the bear paw. Chapter 397, Uncle Shang's Daughter? Kurla was shocked. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi with a soft pop. Kurla, who was squatting in the corner of the rooftop, immersed in shyness, was awakened. Kurla turned around subconsciously. Looking at the huge bear's palm-shaped imprint not far behind him, a suspicious color appeared on his small face. This bear paw seems to be. Kurla frowned slightly. Wait. That man is. Kurla saw the beautiful girl in stockings lying quietly in the center of the mark. One of this year's supernova, big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie. Kurla, who recognized the identity of the beautiful girl, couldn't help but exclaimed. Just as her voice fell, the young man in the mark of the bear paw opened his eyes suddenly. A carp jumped up. Where is this place? Big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie casts a glance at Kara. Not waiting. Kurla replied, and ran to the edge of the roof on his own. Looking at the crowded square below, especially after feeling the strong and powerful aura like the sea. Big stomach girl Bonnie's beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit. Former General Zepha, naval hero Carp and, is this, that Washung fortress? Jo Ali Bonnie murmured in shock. Hey, big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie, can you explain why you are here and the power to send you to us? Kurla looked at Joelle Bonnie with a serious face. The girl with a big stomach dressed in shorts, stockings and a strap, turned around, but did not respond to Kurla. The sight of a pair of beautiful eyes is only firmly locked on another person on the rooftop. You are. Looking at the handsome man standing calmly not far away. The supernova Joelle Bonnie, who has a reward of over 100 million yuan, trembles uncontrollably because of the extreme shock. Hero Luo Lin. How could she not recognize the man who was not far away? After all, the world more than an hour ago was this man's time. One of the heroes who defeated the Sea Overlord Locks 36 years ago, the mysterious Lord of Washung, the new world's largest swordsman, the man behind a series of major events in the sea in recent months, and the leader of the martial arts event that is currently underway. This hero who has disappeared from the world for 36 years and reappears. There are too many shocking points in his body. Jo Aliboni couldn't even dream that she could meet this legendary man so quickly and so easily. Seeing Bonnie, who had ignored her many times, Kurla couldn't help but exhale. With his hands on his hips, his cheeks bulged in a lovely arc. It's all said. How exactly did you get here? The person who sent you here, where is he now? Kurla asked again, with a hint of urgency and tension between his words. Obviously, when she asked this question, she had already guessed the answer in her heart. She just wanted to get confirmation from Bonnie, coming. Advertisement. Bonnie was shocked to the point that she couldn't say a word at this time. Naturally, the only person who spoke was Luo Lin. The word, coming, is not a response to Kurla's question. It's like saying hello to someone. Meeting for the first time, mentor. Not long after Luo Lin's greeting fell, another magnetically beautiful voice suddenly sounded. In the next second, a tall figure appeared on the rooftop like a teleport. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wearing a bear ear cap, holding a Bible in both hands, and wearing a costume like a circled bear. Naturally, he is one of the 7 C's of martial arts under the king, the Bartholomew Bear with the name of a tyrant. Of course, he has another layer of hidden identity. He is the founder of the Revolutionary Army, one of the veteran cadres, code-named Shang. As one of the closest companions to the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Bartholomew Shang, it is impossible not to know the man who is called the Revolutionary Teacher by the powerful dragon. Regarding the resurrection of Luo Lin, the revolutionary mentor, except for Sabo and Kurla, who were present at the time, the tyrant Shang is arguably the most known in the Revolutionary Army. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The earlier one. Not long after he left Shuangyue village, Long contacted him as a veteran for the first time. Shang has been hearing about the name of a revolutionary teacher for a long time. Really meet face to face, but it is the first time today. However, this does not hinder Shang's admiration and respect for Luo Lin. Especially after the previous series of foreshadowing. The admiration and respect in the heart of the tyrant bear has already overflowed. The excitement is beyond words. Even the mechanical face modified by the naval genius scientist Vegapunk himself cannot be concealed. In the end, it turned into a deep bow. Uncle Shang, I knew it really was you. The other side, when I saw the tyrant bear finally appeared. Looking at the familiar figure, Kurla's pretty face instantly showed extreme joy and excitement, and immediately rushed forward, happily saluting the bear and saying hello. With the surprise and activity of the charming girl Kurla, the silence on the rooftop was broken. Looking at the cute younger generation Kurla, Shang couldn't help but feel some joy in his heart. Take off the gloves. Superman's fleshball fruit is launched. As it was a decade ago, a simple atmospheric balloon was condensed and passed to Kurla. Oh, thank you, Uncle Shang. Kurla gave a pleasant cry of surprise, took the little toy made by the bear, and thanked him happily. Aside. Watching the parent-child interaction between the bear and Kurla, the big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie walked out of the hero's shock and pursed her mouth. The pretty face looks complicated. Advertisement. There is envy, and there is more grievance. As a result, there were tears in her big eyes. When she noticed Kurla's suspicious gaze, Bonnie hurriedly raised her hand and wiped it, turned around with a hum, and ignored it. Weirdo. Kurla whispered. He immediately sat down beside Luo Lin and Shang. Bear, I've heard the dragon talk about you. I have worked hard for you. Luo Lin spoke. No, everything is for the revolution. It can't be said of hard work. Tyrant Shang said calmly. Besides, if it weren't for the enlightenment of a teacher, I would say that I can't live it now. Living in panic and ignorance, you are the original light of the revolution and our guiding light. Shang sighed. Kurla nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Ha ha, Luo Lin chuckled and waved his hands. Bear, now I'm back, you can relax your courage a little bit. Don't force it to do it yourself if you don't want to do it. If you need help, just mention it to me. Luo Lin solemnly spoke. Thinking of the bear's tragic experience in the original plot, not only was it completely transformed by Vegapunk, but also lost his personality. In the end, he became a slave to the Tianlong people to ride wantonly, and his body was full of swords, and Luo Lin couldn't help but feel indignant. Since he has awakened and returned in this era, he will never allow this kind of tragedy to happen again. Tutor, I am coming this time. Besides, to see you, there is indeed a ruthless please. The bear had no politeness and spoke straightforwardly. Say it. Luo Lin nodded. Uncle Shang, though, the tutor is very powerful. Kurla agreed. I want my mentor to help take care of my daughter. Shang spoke softly. As his voice fell, there was a moment of silence on the rooftop. Even the hustle and bustle of the wind is suspended. After a while, the girl's exclamation followed Funger to the distance. Uncle Shang's daughter, chapter 398, time ability is invalid, the rebellious girl is stupid. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, alas. The young girl's surprised voice rang, breaking the silence on the rooftop. Uncle Shang's daughter. Kurla's voice suddenly increased by more than an octave. When he heard the request from the tyrant Shang himself, Kurla's beautiful eyes instantly stared. The delicate and pretty face was full of surprise and shock. The gentlest Uncle Bear in the Revolutionary Army actually has a daughter. Who is Uncle Bear's daughter? A big question mark appeared in Kurla's little head. In the next moment, Kurla's gaze fell on the girl with her back facing them. Big stomach girl Jo Ali. Bonnie, realizing this shocking fact, Kurla unconsciously held her breath. Actually, Bonnie and you are about the same age. Kurla, can I ask you to be friends with Bonnie in the future? Tyrant Bear opened his mouth, and his already magnetic voice became softer and more friendly. Okay. Kurla nodded subconsciously. Stupid. At this moment, Bonnie, who had been facing the three of them suddenly turned around. The pale pink lips were only pursed, and the delicate body trembled slightly. Stupid old man, don't decide my life at will. I'll take my route by myself, so I don't want you, an irresponsible old man, to point my fingers. Bonnie clenched her small pink fist and shouted with all her strength. The rooftop of the headquarters building is quiet again. Kurla looked at Bonnie, who was mad, and then at Big Bear. Her mouth opened, but she couldn't say anything. After all, it really counts. This is a family affair between Shang and Bonnie's father and daughter. She is an outsider. It is really difficult to participate in it. After a while, sorry, Tyrant Shang apologized. It was both an apology to Bonnie and an apology to Luo Lin, who was involved in their family affairs. It's normal for a girl at this age to be rebellious. Don't worry, this girl is safe with me. Luo Lin smiled. Hello, young old man, stop talking to yourself. I won't stay in the cage you set up for me. Jo Ali. Bonnie's eyebrows were raised upside down, and she spoke unceremoniously. And it's not just verbal talk. A layer of pink light suddenly appeared on Bonnie's hands. That is her ability. The mysterious and precious time devil fruit ability that is sufficient to control the growth of the human body. She already figured it out. The bear brought her here, but it was just carrying her from one cage to another. Advertisement. The only difference is that this cage may be safer, and she doesn't need to be steadied in it, and she won't be harmed. But then how can I not be free or give me death? After escaping from the Navy and the government, and having tasted the taste of freedom, Bonnie didn't want to be restrained anymore. Although I don't know what is the relationship between his irresponsible father and this hero Luo Lin. But as long as you attack the hero yourself, then you definitely can't stay here. Thought of this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A sly arc appeared in the corner of Bonnie's mouth. Tap your toes lightly on the ground. With a palm enough to affect the growth of the human body, it was printed on Luo Lin's bare chamber. There was a soft pop, things that even Bonnie didn't expect happen. The palm of her time really fell on Luo Lin, tutor. Kurla exclaimed, and to add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Nothing. Luo Lin waved his hand calmly and motioned to Kurla not to worry. How can it be okay to be touched by my ability? Bonnie grinned confidently. I thought you were all right now just because I hadn't really activated my ability yet. What a legendary hero. It's just a bluff. Watch me tear off your young appearance. At the same time Bonnie was thinking, the power of Ajin that touched Luo Lin's bare chamber exploded. Under the power of her aging, even a few-year-old child will instantly turn into a gray-haired old man. The pink time force was strong, and went to cover Luo Lin's body. After a while, the light converges. The confident and smug smile on Bonnie's face is also restrained. Aha! Looking at Luo Lin, who was exactly the same as before, without the slightest change. Bonnie was silly. You. This. How could my ability be ineffective? The first time I met someone immune to her ability, Bonnie's face was full of shock and disbelief. Ha ha! Luo Lin just chuckled and said nothing, but Bonnie was able to hear the sarcasm in Luo Lin's simple hee-hee smile. Advertisement. No, I don't believe it, let me become an old man. The aging force of Bonnie's right hand, stimulated by, ha-ha, burst out again. Another moment. Luo Lin remained the same. If that's the case, then turn me into a kid. Bonnie changed her hand, and her left hand landed on Luo Lin with the special power enough to turn the old man into a child. Shang Lai's rejuvenation shines. Still useless. Damn, what kind of monster you are, I don't believe it. Bonnie was also agitated. The left and right hands exchanged and slapped Luo Lin's body in turn, bursting out beams of light. Sorry, mentor. Tyrant Shang apologized again. It's okay, the strength of the little girl is just right to beat her back. Luo Lin waved his hand indifferently. Bonnie. So angry, I really can't move it, but how can I just give up so easily? Looking at Bonnie, who was persevering, Kurla shook her head with a weird expression. Immediately, she seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but sighed. She knew. The story unfolds, and what may happen afterwards. Kurla knows very well. I have seen it in books more than once. After the rebellious girl encounters an uncle who can't win no matter what, although she says no, her body will be very honest and secretive. The opponent needs one more, but since Uncle Shang has promised, then she must take care of it. Kurla thought to himself. Pam, and then her crazy little brain once again ushered in Luo Lin's ruthless finger. Okay, it hurts. The instructor is gentle, it hurts. Kurla held his forehead with tears in his big eyes, and whispered softly. This terrible sound. And this bad line. There are a few more black lines on Luo Lin's forehead. Chapter 399. The confrontation between Shachi and Crane. Raleigh has a green face. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi on the grandstand floor of the Watchung headquarters building. Shachi, who had been away for 5 minutes, returned. I'm back. What's the situation above? Raleigh asked. Yoo-ho-ho-ho, that. Papa. Sound, it won't be. The Demon King Brook let out a deep laugh. Don't wait for him to finish. Pam, Kurokas's justice sanction was shot on the back of Brook's head. You can shut up, Wangdi Dahai. Kurokas didn't have a good air. I've been to see it. On the rooftop are Kyuhai Tyrant Bear and Big Stomach Girl Joe Alaboni. Shachi revealed the answer. What is the combination of Kyuhai Tyrant Bear and that little girl with big stomach? Raleigh was puzzled. Probably. Forget it, it's hard to tell. After Shachi hesitated, she shook her head. The sound of Tada, high heels tapping the floor tiles sounded from the corridor. Lei Li and others in Ling's stand were alert and looking sideways. After a while, the tall figure that first appeared in the sight of Lei Li and others is the Navy's Legend of Immortality, the Chief Officer Lieutenant General He. Behind Ahe is followed by a group of girls with different temperaments. Alternate General Teo Du Guion of the Navy Headquarters, Colonel Tina, Empress Hancock, and Robin, Vivi, Nami and other little girls in Washung. The majestic Lieutenant General Suru looked like everyone's eldest sister. Accompanied by the arrival of Ahe and his party, the stand suddenly fell into a dead silence. Invisibly, a breath of gunpowder filled the air, originated from Lieutenant General He and Shachi. The depressed atmosphere lasted for a while, finally disappeared with a smile from the Crane. After confirming that the former enemy did not smell of Roland, the corner of Ahe's mouth can't help but raise a curve. Red lips lightly lifted. Shachi, isn't it? I haven't seen you for so many years, but you are not much old. Ahe spoke, with a delicate and pretty face with a kind smile. Crunchy. That was the sound of Shachi's silver teeth grinding. There was a bit of envy, a bit of jealousy and a bit of irritation on that charming face. This woman is definitely provocative. Absolutely, don't you just rely on your luck and find a good husband. Believe it or not, my old lady will put you a hat every minute. Shachi thought angrily, looking at Shachi's angry expression. Ahe's pretty face smiled brighter and brighter. Girls Alice, Nami, Robin and other little girls who are familiar with Shachi have their mouths open, with incredible faces. Advertisement after all, they had never seen Shachi show such an expression. Even Sister Shachi was suppressed by this Lieutenant General He. It seems that the position of the main palace is no longer what they can shake. Then the next step is, the second place contestants thought unconsciously. The other side. Seeing Shachi being choked by a word by the Crane, Kurokas and others were also amazed. As for Raleigh, there was a panic for no reason, and an old face was inexplicably green. Everyone, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kurla's voice came from the stairs and attracted the attention of the little girls. Kurla, you are back. Kurla, what on earth did Luo Lin take you to do? Nami, Wei Wei and other little girls stepped forward and asked anxiously and urgently. Brother Luo Lin knew that you were here, so he asked me to come down and tell you. Kurla answered. Who is the guest here this time? Robin asked. Kurla glanced at Tina who was distracted. Lieutenant General Ahe is the mentor's closest companion, no problem. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Lieutenant General Guion previously called his mentor, Dad, and that's okay. It's just that the Navy Colonel Tina, Raleigh hiding in the stands, Sambal and the Legends of the Roger Pirates group were once again shocked, and Tina, who couldn't help but notice Kurla's sight. After knowing it, if you return to God, you have to avoid it. No problem, little Tina is on my side. Ahe spoke and explained for Tina. Then it's okay. Kurla nodded. The guests on the rooftop are Uncle Shang and Bonnie. Kurla said. Uncle Bear, Bonnie, Kea, Marquino and others are full of question marks. It's the Kiwahai tyrant Bartholomew Bear and the big stomach girl Joe Alaboni. Shachi added. Why Kiwahai tyrant Shang came to see brother Luo Lin? Nami asked puzzledly. And that? The big stomach girl, Joelle Bonnie, what's the matter with her? Wei Wei asked. In fact, Uncle Shang is also a member of our Revolutionary Army. Kurla didn't hide it. Upon hearing this, Tina's eyes widened in shock. Advertisement Guion was also surprised. As for Bonnie, she is the daughter of Uncle Shang. Uncle Shang brought Bonnie here this time because she wanted to. Kurla continued, telling everyone what happened. If Bonnie was brought over suddenly and said that she was also our sister in the future, it would be difficult for everyone to accept. Let's make a preview and explain the cause and effect. Kurla believes that Vivi, Robin and everyone will understand. Listen to Kurla's account. A quiet needle drop in the stands can be heard. Robin, Alice and other little girls all stared in surprise. Legends such as Raleigh and Kulokas are also amazed. The only second in the audience too is not surprisingly only Ahe and Shachi. At the same time, the rooftop of the headquarters building. Luo Lin, who pricked his ears and listened to the sound of the grandstand floor, smiled. Hoo. The persevering big stomach king Joe Alaboni, after using his abilities hundreds of times in a row, was finally exhausted, panting and fell to the ground. Her time system abilities are mysterious and powerful, and relatively use a lot of physical energy. That's why she will always eat special food to supplement energy. At this moment, I really can't move. What the hell is going on with you as such a monster? Joe Alaboni said with a grudge on her face. Let me take it as your compliment for the time being. Luo Lin grinned. As early as a few decades ago, his body and age have been immortal under the power of the system, immortal. Regardless of whether it is forward or reverse time, it can no longer play any role on him. Bonnie's time system ability is incomprehensible to other people. 4. Luo Lin himself is. Luo Lin raised his hand and made a gentle move towards the void. Next second, watching Joe Alaboni's wide open eyes. A lot of delicious wine and food emerged out of thin air, including her favorite pizza. It's hard to beat your back, come and eat. Roland handed out a piece of pizza. Well, since you have said so, then I'm not welcome, I'll start. Bonnie's eyes lit up, she rubbed her little hands, and began to feast on her with nothing to eat. Ha, what a kid. Luo Lin laughed, raised his hand and touched Bonnie's head. No road race. Bonnie spoke vaguely. A blunt smile appeared on Tyrant Bear's rigid mechanical face. Chapter 400, The Grumpy Old Lady. The home stealing operation begins? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 10 o'clock in the morning, 30 minutes. This world-class martial arts conference primaries and elimination rounds have just passed halfway through. In this 1.5 hour, the number of participants who defeated 100 people and advanced to the second round has already reached 187. The list on the live broadcast screen has also changed. From promotion to the top ranking list, almost all of the top 30 of this new list of people are occupied by the great pirates of the New World. Among them, the cadres of the 4 emperors and the 4 emperors and 100 beasts and pirates came from behind. Half of the top 30 places on the list are cadres from the 2 big 4 emperors. In contrast, the seeded players who started to shine, they barely moved during this period of time. Especially in the 16th minute of the conference, the one who overpowered the crowd and won the throne of the first advancer, the rickety old man. His number of defeats has always remained at 100, unchanged, and obviously he has no intention of fighting again. Take a rest and wait for the second round to begin. As for the Dragon King Sabo, Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, etc., the high-profile seeded players from Washung. In this more than an hour, there was not much dazzling performance, but a few heads were added sporadically. Almost all have fallen to the bottom of the list. Because the director's shots have not been given to them for a long time. Over time, people can't help but guess that they are probably saving up and conserving power for the second round of the next more cruel and fierce conference. Even the reporters who were optimistic about them had no choice but to pay attention and report on other contestants with outstanding performance. Wasteland Venue. The rugged wasteland landed with a cloud of white smoke. That is a strong white horse. As the 4 hoofs moved, the dust was flying, and they rushed towards the fiercely fighting group in front of them fearlessly. Ah, look over there, it's the 6th Cavendish. Cavendish, who is offering a bounty of 280 million, damn it. This B***** D has defeated so many people and he is still not satisfied. Are you looking at us this time? Hey, the opposite, let's unite and get rid of this B***** D first. Just to my liking, under the threat of the menacing Cavendish. It was still there. The 2 Paradise pirate groups in the battle of life and death suspended their disputes. The remaining dozens of people united together to solve the big threat of Cavendish first. Ha, this would be great, just go straight like this, Faruru. Cavendish is holding the holy sword Durandal, like a noble knight, charging without fear. Advertisement. Well, the law. The white horse Falulu neighs. The speed is even higher. That's it, good job, Faro Huhu. Cavendish didn't finish his words, fatigue and sleepiness surged, and he and Ling's charge, fell asleep. Saw Cavendish asleep. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The people of the 2 great pirate groups suddenly quarreled, vying to step forward, wanting to reap the heads. But don't wait for them to approach. Cavendish, who was sleeping on the white horse, suddenly raised his head. The originally handsome face suddenly became gloomy and cruel. A shadow flashed across the wasteland that was so fast that even the shadow was invisible. It took less than a minute before and after. The 2 large pirate groups, including captains, cadres and other good players, were all killed in seconds. Cavendish is the only one who can stand on the spot. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BR, greater than, Rommel's scythe, what a tricky person. On a hill in the distance, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group Lei Ching Mukuji flicked his beard in the shape of a lightning bolt. Don't you want to play with him? On the side, the pirate captain with a monkey, the tour knight Thomas grinned. It's better to avoid it, you have to go on your own, I am different from these. Xiaoyang, physical strength is weak, and I want to reserve more energy to prepare for the next game. Lei Ching Markugai said. There was a soft bang. It was the sound of a sleeping snot bubble bursting on Cavendish's nose stuck in place. Cavendish shuddered suddenly and woke up from a state of lethargy. Seeing the pirates falling down on the battlefield, Cavendish scratched his head. You ran out again without authorization. Cavendish looked up helplessly. I waited to see my ranking on the big screen in the sky rose by 2 places. Charlotte Dafu, who surpassed the ant, and Wu Ti, the poisonous tongue sister of the beasts, successfully rose to 4th place. Ha ha ha, it looks good from the results, I won't talk about you this time. Cavendish smiled, turned on his horse happily, and started his next goal, Kanto Daslislis. The first place in the number list, I made it. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling noise in the dense jungle, boom rumble. Advertisement pieces of large trees and land were overturned by the terrifying shockwave. Turning around like an earth dragon. Got you, Wu Ti, sister of the beasts and poisonous tongue, said with a pleasant smile. Flee, the monster is coming, it's a cadre of beasts. Having seen the cruelty of the conference, and completely lost the confidence of the hegemony, the Paradise Pirates who only wanted to live their lives screamed in horror. Fleeing in all directions panicking, however, no one survived in the end. This is 257 people, 257. Wu Ti, who was transformed into a human form, clapped her hands. However, when he saw that he had stepped back 1 place on the list, the smile on Wu Ti's face disappeared. Cavendish, it's you B****** D again. This is the first few times that my old lady has finally been ranked. Don't let my old lady touch you, otherwise you will definitely be torn to pieces. Wu Ti cursed fiercely. And that idiot Quinn, what the hell is going on? The head hasn't moved for half an hour, it's definitely lazy, you better not let me run into it. Sasaki and Phosphorth are 2 guys, even if there is no one beside him. The poison tongue sister Wu Ti still perfectly demonstrated her poison tongue ability. From top to bottom, I counted everything I could think of. This finally relieved some of the uncomfortable feelings of falling rankings. Blue blue blue. At this time, a phone bug rang. Wu Ti took out a small phone worm from the gully in front of him. My stupid brother, don't you contact me after you say it's okay? Your elder sister, I'm busy right now. Wu Ti said irritably. It was not his brother Peggy Wan who responded to him, but the roar of the film and the screams of people. Sister, the big thing is not good, that. Marco, Huo Fist, the red-haired B*******D, and the Kiwu Heisha crocodile are fighting over. Peggy Wan called out in a panic. What did you say? Chapter 401? Gathering of Heroes. The conference is reaching its climax. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 10 o'clock in the morning, 40 minutes. It is the Taiku venue occupied by the 4 emperors, 100 beasts and pirate group and thieves. The 2 emperor pirates who were far from the cruel battle scattered all over the island boredly. Relaxed and contented, in the eyes of these emperor pirates. It is far from their fighting time, their goal is not just a mere promotion place. It's not overlord level crushing fruit, their opponent is the Washung fortress. And the hero in that city, the grand combination of the 2 emperors of the sea is unprecedented. When their invincible captains arrive, even if they are heroes, it will be when they sound the horn of the charge and level everything. The pirates of the beasts on the edge of the island dreamed of the beautiful time afterwards. Suddenly, a violent wind sounded in their ears. The strong wind rushed towards his face with yellow sand. Ling's pirates all squinted their eyes unconsciously. How is this going? Where does this wind come from? Someone yelled puzzledly. Blowed from the adjacent desert venue. Look over there. Shasha. A big wave of sand is coming. When you see the black line on the adjacent desert island venue, behind the terrifying sand waves that obscure the sky. Even the powerful members of the 4 emperor-level pirate groups in the new century can't help but lose their color and scream in horror. Gee ha 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 ha, the top of a huge sand wave hundreds of meters high. Kiwahai Crocodile stood with his hand in his hand, and laughed wanton and flamboyantly. It is like a monarch in the desert, next is my time. Crocodile grinned. Boom, Crocodile spent a long time saving the sandstorm's burial. Pour down towards the Taiku venue. Bury everything. Only for a moment. More than 200 beasts and ant soldiers stationed on the edge of the Taiku venue were wiped out. Crocodile also jumped to the ranks because of one of the reasons. The ranking is even as if riding a rocket, soaring to the top 30 in a straight line. At the same time, several other locations of the Taiku venue. Advertisement: the trembling sound of the earth, the crackling sound of battle mixed with the screams of the pirates in succession. Rubber elephant gun. Random fighting. The pitch-black huge armed fist fell like a machine gun towards the team led by Beast Gentai. Even the strong beasts who have learned the armed color. Under such a terrifying heavy blow, it only persisted for a while, and it was defeated strongly. The Great Yan Jia Yan Emperor. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The dense and primitive jungle land suddenly ignited a circle of flames, spreading in a radius of 100 meters. The Firefist B****** D of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to provoke a war between the 4 emperors? Seeing the giant on Ace's head, the pirates of the thief panicked and shouted loudly. Why is the war? This is just a normal conference showdown. Since you are in this venue, you should also be aware of being defeated by others. Ace grinned. A whole fire fist, you. The energy of the boom, huge fireball exploded, turning the mountains and forests into a sea of burning fire. It's the bastards of the redhead pirates, you guys. Ah. Phoenix Marco, why are you? Kiwahe's very flat B ***** D. Who provokes our thief, don't you want to live anymore? To add bookmarks for easy reading. Murloc Karate 5000 Watt Junction. Dragon Claw Fist, 3 swords flow 3000 worlds. After an hour of silence, Wazong's little monsters, Marco, Jinpei, Jesus BU and others jointly initiated the Emperor Stealing Project finally started. As soon as Hajime unfolded, it was a fierce assault like a storm. Ling's battle-tested 2 Big 4 Emperor pirates were all caught off guard. Old sister, hello, old sister, did you hear that? Peggy Wan yelled in anger. I heard that, what is your name? I will come back now, never let the bastards escape. I will tear them all to pieces. The brutal killing intent flashed through the vertical pupils of Wu Ludi, who was transformed into a violent old sister. The other side. The Minister of Thieves who also received the contact, Parasparrow, Owen, Daifuku, Smokey and others also rushed back to the Taiku venue with a look of anger. It's so bold, those bastards. Advertisement. The swordsman Phosphorth, wearing an angled mask, gritted his teeth. As Quinn contacted, Sasaki, the Murloc who met Phosphorth, looked gloomy. Not yet, Master Quinn doesn't know what he is doing now and hasn't been connected. A beast really reported. That idiot forget it, don't care. He is, now let's take care of those, the brave guys first. The Murloc Sasaki and the swordsman Phosphorth said coldly. Naturally, the changes that took place in the Taiku venue can't be concealed from others. When the large screen broadcast screens in the sky were all locked in the Taiku venue, everyone who witnessed this scene was in an uproar. That's it, the monsters in Washung have been silent for so long, so they are waiting for a big move here. Lei Ching Makuge stroked his beard. Now it's really going to be lively again, but Ace, Marco, and Shiping, why should they participate in it if it's not a lot? But it will provoke a war between the emperors. The traveler Thomas was puzzled. Does it mean the old man? No, the relationship between the old man and that Navy hero should not be so good. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Marco and the others must have their reasons for doing this. As a subsidiary of the old man, we should also do something. Then let's go together. It just happens that I have a bit of a fight with the bastards of beasts. Tour Knight Doma and Lei Ching Makugai reached a consensus and rushed to the battlefield with their respective pirate group cadres. Damn it, damn straw hat bastards, they have robbed me of the limelight again. No, how can the limelight be monopolized by you? I also want to go. Cavendish, the pirate noble son riding a white horse, gallops in the direction of the Taiku venue. Captain, are you serious? There are 2 Big 4 Emperor pirate groups, don't be impulsive. Bai Shang Bibo lived in the corner of his captain's clothes, and looked like a pitiful prayer. Such a good show, I have never encountered it many times in a lifetime. Trafalgaro grinned. The war has begun, there will be the center of the stage of this venue. Don't you go and see the magician, let's go. Hyaming, that idiot, would you like to let me know? Forget it. Supernova Drake and Hawkins are dispatched. Monkey Luffy in the straw hat, so you were there, I finally found you. The big pirate offering a reward of 500 million, the Green Pepper, the leader of the 8 Treasures Marine Army, has a fierce expression and strides forward. Chapter 402, Shocking Upgraded Version of the Melee, 1/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 10 o'clock in the morning, about 3/4 later. The first round of the conference, which was gradually becoming white hot, suddenly produced huge waves. The big sandstorm wave set off by Kiwahai Krogdal kicked off the prelude to the Battle of the Taiku venue. Pushing the flattening first round of the Martial Arts Club to the climax, a few minutes ago, 2 major islands were watching the battle and a live broadcast square. Look, that Cavendish's ranking has gone up again. Awesome, once again surpassed the one in the 4 Emperors 100 Beasts pirate group, Wulu T. Rommel's scythe, the second personality White Horse, what a monster. The reporters and audience on the live broadcast square exclaimed. Suddenly a very fast light flashed on the ranking list on the other screen of Shu. The ranking of the list representing someone is rising at a leap. It immediately attracted the attention of people in the square. It's amazing, I reached the 24th place in one breath. Who is it? That name is Krogdal. It's Kiwahai Krogdal. Sand Crocodile finally took action, but how did he do it? How did he find and solve the 200-person group in an instant? It's incredible. The reporters and audience in the square shouted in a shocked uproar. It seems to be to answer their doubts. The screen that originally displayed the Cavendishry personality battle screen flashed. What appeared instead was a large wave of yellow sand that covered the sky and covered the sun. Wow, what a terrifying desert wave this is. It's really worthy of being one of the 7 Wuhai, it really is a real monster. The desert venue is simply that, the home of the sand crocodile. Everyone was amazed. Wrong, someone yelled in amazement. Look at the direction in which the sand waves are slapped. That is the primordial venue of the four emperors and the beasts and thieves. Kiwahai Crocodile has made a joint attack against the emperor. Nani. Advertisement. The reporters and viewers of Boom and Boom Rumble have not had time to recover from this shocking news. Next second, the violent roar rose again. The other large live broadcast screens on the square are all switched to the perspective of the Swire venue. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's Straw Hat Luffy. There are Firefist Ace and Marco the Phoenix. The two cadres of the Redhead Pirate Group and Kiwu Hai Shi Jinping are also here. Over there is the team led by Dragon King Sabo. It turns out that they weren't taking a break for the previous hour, but they were always preparing to make a big news. Unbelievable. It is crazy to kill the two big and four emperors directly. There are at least 5,000 New World powerhouses. There is a huge gap in the number of people. But it's not impossible to fight at all. After all, most of the beasts and the cadres are not there now. Just wait for the cadres to return. Then it will be troublesome. Isn't that just right? That's why this conference is more interesting and interesting. And NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading, p. In the live broadcast square, the uproars of reporters and audiences continued into a film, resounding across the sky. Same. Washung Square, people shouted excitedly. It is different from the two live broadcast squares. The big broadcast screen of Washung, which is the home base, has been following the movements of Sabo and his party. The Washung soldiers on the square knew Sabo and others' plans from the beginning, and waited for it for an entire hour. Now, the exciting raid finally started. These soldiers who regretted not being able to participate in the battle were naturally very excited, shouting to cheer for their partners in the battle. It's finally getting started, boys, good job, keep hitting his mother, Sabo boys. This is a battle meeting held by the boss, how can you be allowed to occupy the pit and not shit? The veterans also screamed strangely, very excited. 4. The four emperors, 100 beasts, pirates and thieves, who were once the navy, naturally they have long been displeased. It's just that in the past in the New World, even their navy was tied up and couldn't go to the fight happily. Advertisement right now, it is the last chance, although they couldn't join them in person, watching the disciples they had brought to fight instead of them, the result was the same. Puff ha 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 ha, really worthy of my grandchildren. Carp sat on the pony stalk and laughed while eating senbei. Zephyr, Smog, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and others on the side. This is the first time we have known that they are the grandsons of your old man. There is no need to emphasize it over and over again. Everyone can't help but slander. The rooftop of the headquarters building. It's crazy, it's really a group of crazy guys. Just a few people went to the two big four emperor pirate groups to make a fuss. It's really fatal. The big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie sat with crossed legs carelessly, biting the pizza in her hand without any image. That's my place. Luo Lin smiled and corrected. Hearing that, Bonnie's body could not help but stagnate. Thinking about it, it seems to be true. Bah, now is the time to care about this. I said, Uncle Hero, those in your house. If the little monsters are not careful, they won't be able to get out. Hey, don't you worry at all? Bonnie asked back. Haha, Luo Lin chuckled, Bonnie. I just felt panicked in my heart. Only she, an outsider, is worried about the possible consequences. Human beings are not worried at all. Ha ha ha. Perceiving the little bit of resentment from Bonnie, Luo Lin couldn't help laughing, and subconsciously raised his hand to touch her little head. Angry Bonnie ate three pizzas from Luo Lin in one breath. Aside. Looking at Bonnie, who was getting along well with Luo Lin, Qiuhai Dashang's hanging heart finally let go of it completely. It seems that my decision is correct. It is great that Bonnie can stay here. Tyrant Shang thought. A slightly stiff smile appeared on the machine's face again. Chapter 403, Sister and Brother, Reinforcement and Reinforcement, 2 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi until 11 o'clock in the morning. There is still 1 hour before the countdown to the end of the first round of the martial arts conference. The world's attention is focused on the martial arts venue. The central focus of the martial arts venue is to shift to the Taiku battlefield. The action initiated by Crocodile, Sob and his entourage pushed this conference to the highest dynasty in one go. Somewhere in the Taiku venue, after the initial big victory, the Washung raid team finally encountered the elite team of 4 emperors and beasts. The devil's foot is the finishing touch. Sanji, whose right foot was blazing like flames, leapt up on the moon step high, his figure turned into a spinning top, and turned toward the thorny back headed by the beasts. The dragon head slammed away. It's fancy, what kind of plane? One of the 6 volleys, the ancient species of dragon fruit, thorny back. Peggy Wan, a dragon form ability, raised his head casually. Sanji didn't care about the blow of Sanji's anger, and he didn't even dodge the slightest defense. Because of Peggy Wan's support, Sanji's ultimatum gained from practicing under the devil's training of the instructor exploded in an all-round way. Boom's right foot, shining hot like a soldering iron, kicked heavily on Peggy Wan's head. Oh, unexpectedly, the thorny back of Sanji's weight, Long Peggy Wan's 2 dragon legs sank heavily. The eyes burst out, as if to pop out of the eye sockets. The ground on which Peggy Wan stood on boom collapsed. The thorny back fell shortly thereafter, the huge body of the dragon. Master Peggy Wan, hey, just kidding. watching the powerful 6 volleys get knocked down by the opponent. The other real and ordinary minions in the Beast's team couldn't help but yell in amazement. Relatively, on the other side, Usopp, Murloc Youth Nobel and others shouted in excitement. Sanji is good, huh? Frankie the Iron Man blew a whistle. What kind of beast and pirate group is that? Nothing more than that. Usopp smuggled with hands on his hips. Ha ha ha, Usopp. Jesus Boo's big hand fell on Usopp's shoulder and he slapped it in a spirited shot. Although it's telling the truth, don't underestimate your opponent in battle. Advertisement Jesus preached. Boom! Just as the voice of Jesus fell, a loud bang suddenly came from the depression in the center of the battlefield, which shocked the ground. At the same time, it also solidified the faces of Usopp and others. The smoke and dust in the sky dissipated. A huge ancient thornback, the dragon shook his body. A-hole, who do you think I am? Lao Su is one of the 6 volleys. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Peggy Wan opened his mouth coldly, and his eyes exuded the cruel light belonging to the upper predator. Ling's Usopp and others couldn't help holding their breath. The 6 volleys are already regarded as the core cadres of the beasts. Among them, there are 2 or 3, and they even have the ability to challenge the disaster level. Lazy Lu said. Hearing that, the expression on Usopp's face became stiffer. Sanji, your injury is still not healed, so let's try if I change it. The black-haired swordsman Lucio said. No, leave this person to me. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Sanji spoke calmly, with an unprecedented solemn expression on his face. You bastards, don't even try to run, little ones, go on, tear them apart. Peggy Wan yelled and gave the order for a full-scale war. Dozens of monsters with strange shapes and abilities of creating devil fruit screamed in charge. The scene was suddenly chaotic. At the same time, the battle between Sanji and Peggy Wan was reopened. It's just that compared to before, facing the serious volley 6 Peggy Wan, it was only the domineering but 3-month Sanji who was still too young. Under the thorny back, the unmatched power of the dragon. There was an overwhelming click on the bone in the injured right foot of Yamajimoto. Ha ha ha, D*****D-boy, let me bite off your proud feet. Peggy Wan laughed coldly. Seizing the opportunity, he bit at the feet of Sanji who was stiff in the sky. Sanji. Usopp and others shouted anxiously. Pada, is the sound of the guns in Jesus' hand being loaded. In the blooming sky, a special rebirth blue flame belonging to the Phoenix ignited. The reason why Marco put forward this raid plan so enthusiastically is to plan ahead and make a good deal with Washung in advance. In this way, if Dad meets Luo Lin in the future, he can also say a word. Advertisement with this purpose, Marco naturally wouldn't watch Sanji being seriously injured by Peggy Wan. However, just before Marco took action, a pink figure suddenly flashed across the battlefield. The poisonous powder is like a thin behind the scenes between Sanji and Peggy Wan. Under the scent of the highly toxic powder, Peggy Wan couldn't help but change his expression and back down again and again. Lei Ju, why are you here? Sanji was shocked. Maybe it happened to be passing by. Lei Ju smiled. Sanji. Swish swish. A figure flashed between the mountains and forests so fast that even the shadows could not be seen. Be careful. Sanji's complexion changed abruptly, and he waved his hand to pull the unsuspecting Lei Ju behind him, and raised his foot to greet him with her feet. However, his berry blade disappeared before it appeared. Boom, was accompanied by a loud noise. Sanji, who was hit hard, coughed up a big mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. 1 or 2, all die for me. The grumpy old sister Wu Ludi hit the ground heavily. Old sister, Peggy Wan suddenly yelled with joy. You dare to provoke our thieves, you don't have to go today. In the other direction, the ministers and cadres of the thief also arrived. A whole of the redhead pirates, stay today. Perospero slapped the ground with his right hand. On the one hand, a huge candy wall of hardness comparable to steel rises from the ground. Besieged everyone. Not waiting, Irving, Dafu and others are proud of it. A sharp atmospheric blast suddenly sounded in the sky. Mixed colors. Burst, sparks red, electric shock blue, and winch green are mixed to defeat Perospero's candy wall. Chapter 404, The First Chaos in History, 3/4 seat the full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Mixed color bursts. 1 red, 1 blue, 1 green, the 3 colors are intertwined and mixed with each other, crossing the sky. Everywhere he passed, even the atmosphere made an overwhelming blast. Amid the violent roar of boom, Pero's candy wall, which was as hard as steel, burst under the combined crit of the 3 colors. The dazzling 3-color light converged, revealing the 3 uniquely shaped figures of Killing Mat. It's the guy's Germa 66 inches. A little surprise appeared on Ai Yin's face. What is Germa doing here? It even opened up a retreat for us. Obviously, I also confronted Sanji not long ago. Usopp, Bins and others were all confused. Don't get me wrong, we just follow the rules of the conference and come here to harvest heads in advance. Spark Red IG insisted. Everyone, Germa 66, really looking for death. Since it's here, then you all go to die together. Go on, kill them. Perospero and other imperial ministers, the cadres looked gloomy as if they were about to drip water, and gave orders to obliterate them. The melee is on the verge. In the other battlefields not far from Boom Boom, fierce battles are also starting. Appearing in front of Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, and Seaman Shinpei 3 are the team led by the thief General Star Smokey. Brother Luffy, Brother Sauron, be careful, the opponent is Smokey, one of the thief's 4 stars, and his strength is extraordinary. Jinping stared at Smokey solemnly and said in a deep voice. Not waiting. Jinping's voice fell, and the figure of Straw Hat Luffy had been shot out. Obviously he had never taken Jinping's reminder to his heart. That woman, it's a swordsman, right? Looking at the big sword in Smokey's hand, Soren's face suddenly showed a few interesting expressions. Luffy, give me that woman. While Sauron was talking, his figure rushed towards Smokey. Jinping. What kind of people are there, and there is no one who is obedient? It is indeed a monster from that city, 2 arrogant boys, really looking for death. A cold light flashed in Smokey's eyes, and he stopped paddling. The big sword in his hand was unsheathed and cut out with one sword, and the earth cracked a huge gully. Oh, Luffy exclaimed, and quickly flashed sideways. The sword light that split the earth touched Soren's 3 swords, and the huge force pushed Sauron back 10 meters. Advertisement, it's worthy of being a general star, interesting. Sauron grinned. There is not the slightest timidity on his face, but rather high-spirited. Seeing this, Smokey's pretty face grew gloomy. Don't underestimate us, give it all to me. Smokey waved his hand and issued an order. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Next moment. More than 500 thieves gathered here will come out, and they will use the tactics of the sea of people on Straw Hat Luffy's 3. Suddenly, countless voices came from behind. At the same time, there were people's screams. Cavendish, a whole Cavendish, what do you want to? Sword and Bluebird. Cavendish, who is really innocent to reap the head, makes frequent relentless big moves. In the other direction, the blue circle spreads. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than, Trafalgaro, damn it, my body, ah. The wave of the times is about to rise. If you can't ride the wind, you will definitely be swallowed by the waves. I have only one purpose from the beginning to the end. I will use you as my name. Trafalgaro said in a deep voice, and the demon sword ghost cried and waved it. You are Lake Magician Hawkins. You provoke us thieves, are you bastards looking for death? I have already calculated it, today I am not dead. The magician Hawkins calmly said, I just came to join in the fun. Drake said solemnly. Third-party battlefield. Stopped at Sabo, the 3 of Ace and Crocodile 3 were in front of the reorganized beasts and aunts, more than 2,000 elite emperors. Among them, Phosphorth, who has 6 sons of the beasts in the sky, and Sasaki the Murloc, are powerhouses close to the level of the 3 disasters. The captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Huaquan Ace, Kiuhai Crocodile, and Dragon King Sabo. This is really an interesting combination. I admit your combat power. Murloc Sasaki laughed, that's really grateful. Ace grinned. But with the 3 of you, you also want to fight our army, so don't leave today. A cruel smile appeared on Murloc Sasaki's face. Guhahaha, it's not, you have the final say. Advertisement Crocodile said with a giddy smile, then try it. The sword is stern, it is Phosphorth, the strongest of the 6 volleys, who is shooting the sword. However, he did not wait for Phosphorth's knife to approach. Suddenly a long knife with electric light sprang out from the diagonal stabbing. Who said Ace they only have 3 people? Lei Ching, the captain of the New World Pirate with a lightning beard, laughed. Makugai, Ace's eyes widened, and he couldn't help screaming. Ace, I am here too. Doma, a traveler with a monkey, appears. Thomas, why are you here too? Ace's eyes widened. As you can see, we are also here to participate in the conference. In the next 2nd round, we are opponents. Doma, the traveler with a monkey, grinned, hateful. Seeing the 2 New World Pirate captains coming to disrupt the situation, Charlotte Mondalton was full of discomfort. But if they were just 2 people, it would not change much for the situation of the battle. In this situation, let alone 2 people, even if there are 200 people will die. Monder whispered coldly. Just the second that Monder set it up. 8 Chong boxing profound meaning, no cone dragon, no cone nail. Large cracks crisscrossed vertically and horizontally in the boom, like a spreading spider web. Kapu's grandson, where is it? That was the roar of Green Pepper, the pillar of the 8 treasure marines. Destruction artillery boom. That was the New World fighter Edio swinging his fist. Karma. The supernova Erji, who was born in Sorashima, is also on the stage. Heroes from all walks of life gathered at the Taiku venue. The first major melee in history kicked off. The time limit is 1 hour. Please download to see the underlined version. 11 Do Chapter 405, Bucky's Road to Promotion, Epidemic Quinfell? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi time passed bit by bit. There is still half an hour before the end of the first round of the Kudos tournament.
The Taiku venue previously occupied by the 2 emperors seems to have become the focus and center of everyone's attention.
Heroes from all walks of life gather. The fierce collision that made the island tremble was staged all over the Taiku venue, and it was dizzying to watch. Germa 66, the green pepper of the pillar of the 8 treasures of the Navy, Rommel's sickle, Whitehorse, Cavendish, Lei Ching Makuge, Tour Knight Thomas, Magic Hawkins, Fallen Rear Admiral Drake, Death the Surgeon Trafalgaro, the strange monk Yerke. Countless sea masters and strong men participated in it. Among them are rushers like Cavendish who simply come to pick up heads. The Green Pepper who made a mistake, came for revenge, but helped the enemy's cone. There are affiliated personnel of the preparatory Daxia organization similar to Trafalgaro's trading certificates. In addition, there are falling wells and falling into the rocks, and the guy who beats the Water Emperor with this rare opportunity is here. Vicissitudes of life. The heroes of the sea gathered with various purposes and opened the prelude to the first chaotic war in history. The Taiku venue, which has attracted most of the advanced players, is very lively. In contrast, naturally, the other 9 venue islands are much deserted. Even if there is a battle, it is just a CK pecking at each other, and it is completely incomparable with the fierce battle at the Taiku venue. Of course. 4. The abandoners, who are now hiding in every corner of the venue, ready to wait until the end of the time. The current deserted situation couldn't be better. At this moment, an uninhabited hidden corner of the Spring Island venue. A group of pirates are still lurking. Captain Bucky, what do we do next? The rest of us don't expect to advance, but we absolutely have to send Captain Bucky to the second round. Captain Bucky is our last hope. If it is not enough in the end, I will sacrifice once, just ask Captain Bucky to do it lightly. The people of the Bucky pirates lowered their voices, and their faces were firm. Bucky. God, he will protect me from promotion. The ghost wants to advance to the second round. Didn't you see that there are simply monsters all over here? Lao Su really believed in your evil talents to participate in this terrible meeting. Finally, it was so terrible that you still wanted Lao Su to advance to the first round. Advertisement: the second round is bound to die. What a joke. Don't go. Resolutely don't advance. Bucky's heart is ranting frantically. That being said, the number of defeats on Bucky has now reached 96 people. It's just a step away from being promoted. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As for how the mediocre Bucky has accumulated such a considerable number of defeats, the rustling sound of the adjacent grass of Shusha made Bucky's ears moved and he was instantly alert. The first move is strong, and then the move suffers. Bucky lifted his foot and threw it out. A small hole is opened at the top of the special clown shoes. A modified version of Bucky bombs, small hemp bombs popped out and fell into the dense grass, exploding a huge spark. At the same time, give up the 4 hidden ones too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The pirate blew up into the sky. The number of defeats +4, the great pirate Bucky successfully advanced. Awesome. Captain Bucky is amazing, as expected of Captain Bucky. It's great, in this way, we don't have to sacrifice ourselves. Captain Bucky, we have done everything we can do, now it's time for your performance, Captain. The people of the Bucky pirates were either excited or deeply spoken. Bucky. What a wool, so why is there just in the bushes? 4 people, by the way, why the uncle encountered such weak scum along the way? What kind of luck is this? It would be better to be punched if you knew it earlier. It's so happy to fly, and you guys, what you can do is what you can do from beginning to end. What do you do? Bucky's heart collapsed. Crying but no tears. The earth trembled suddenly. Captain Bucky. The chief of staff Kabaji yelled. What happened again? Bucky replied irritably. The tremor of the earth became more and more obvious. Needless to say, Bucky, who has recovered, is aware of the problem. This seems to be the source of the shock caused by the running of the prehistoric behemoths, the adjacent Natsushima venue. Advertisement driven by curiosity. Everyone in Bucky's group used their hands and feet to climb the hill at the junction of the spring and summer venues. Nah. What does that mean? Are all the people in the venue cramped? This is a martial arts conference, not a fight dance conference. The people of Bucky couldn't help but lose their voices as they watched the weird scene at the adjacent Summer Island venue. It's not good, it's definitely not good. Bucky looked flustered and shook his head again and again. Kick. In the middle of the Summer Island venue, a dancer in fancy dress kicked and tapped. Stepping like a non-stop, it seems to have a special rhythm, which makes people unconsciously immersed in it, falling into his rhythm. Swing with me. The man in fancy dance clothes held up the microphone and yelled intoxicated. Oh, on the side, the third in command of the beasts and pirates, the Plague Quinn raised his hands high, immersed in the fierce dance and couldn't help it. The other side. All members of the radio pirate group headed by Hyaming Schoolitman Apple are also passionate accompaniments. The first major melee in the history of the Taiku venue gradually reached its climax. Similarly, the fighting dance festival at this Summer Island venue also came to the highest dynasty. Kick. Tap. That is the dance step of more than 2,000 contestants in the Summer Island venue. Sound. Dong 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 is the sound of the Earth's heart. Dee dee is the countdown to the last 10 seconds of the first round of the martial arts tournament. When the hourglass on the big screen is 0, the first round of the martial arts conference ended here. The island also collapsed at this moment. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read. To chapter 406. Luo Lin. If God is not good enough, then I will come, 1/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at 12:01 noon. This is the end of the first round of the Budo tournament with a time limit of 3 hours 3. The melodious and high-pitched golden bell of dang, dang, and dang came from the 9 days, announcing the end of the first round. Call. Listening to the golden bell that has a soothing function, the reporters and audiences in the two live broadcast squares are unconsciously exhaling. The tense hearts also relaxed. It is finally over. It's really worthy of a martial arts conference that brought together powerful men from all over the world. It's really amazing. Just the first round of the knockout matches have been played so intensely. What will the next second round look like? Compared to the first round that just ended, the second round of the next conference will inevitably be more ups and downs. The reporters and audiences on the live broadcast square talked a lot. Hey, wait. Suddenly, someone yelled in surprise. It's not finished yet, someone yelled again. The battle on the Taiku venue is not over yet. They're still fighting. What's the trouble? It's clear that the first round of the elimination round is over. It won't be of any use to continue playing. The reporters and the audience shouted in an uproar. No, that Taiku venue is now a real battlefield. The Emperor of the Sea, who is at the apex of the new world, the pirate group of the four emperors, how can others provoke casually? Now it's an endless war, no one can stop it. The reporters and audiences on the two live broadcast squares all looked shocked. The faces of people watching the battle in Washang were also full of worries. Although there is assistance from the heroes of all parties in the sea, their opponent is after all the top 4 emperor-level pirates in the sea. In the past hour, they have been proud enough, it's just the same. It is impossible for the people of the Washang squad to be unscathed. In an hour-long fierce battle, the Washang assault team is full of colors on everyone. Injuries vary in severity, the physical strength is greatly depleted. Advertisement it has been unable to support it for too long. In contrast, the beasts and thieves united and suffered heavy losses in all quarters, but they depended on their huge numbers. At least half of the pirates are still strong, forming a meticulous encirclement net under the command of the cadres. Besieged everyone in between. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, thief, didn't you hear that the first round of the tournament is over? Abu, deputy commander of the 8 Treasure Water Army, gritted his teeth and asked. Ha, it's over. But so what? Charlotte Mondor, the book fruit powerful, had eyes widened like copper bells, exuding a bloodthirsty light. Ahem, you bastards, dare to provoke the majesty of our thieves. There is only a dead end waiting for you. With a pale face and a severely wounded look, Charlotte Owen coughed up a mouthful of blood and shouted coldly. Go to die to die. The grumpy old sister Wuludi is like the same head. The female Tyrannosaurus constantly launches storm-like attacks. Under Wuludi's powerful offensive, even Ian, Bins and others, who are ZFA's proud disciples, joined forces and were still forced to retreat. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luffy, can you still move? The merged ace looked at Luffy, who was gasping for breath with his time out. Of course can. The Vitality Straw Hat Boy immediately regained his vitality and must make a fist. Sorry, everyone, I slightly underestimated the beasts and madness. Marco smiled bitterly and apologized. No, Mr. Marco, you have helped us a lot. We wouldn't be able to survive the present if it weren't for Mr. Marco. The black-haired swordsman Lucio and the young Murloc Nobel said seriously. The others nodded in approval. It's just that Marco's face is not half relieved. Originally, he was only planning to fight a wave before the cadres of Beast and the Ant rushed back. Who would have thought that the plan would not keep up with the changes? Things are getting worse and worse. It even developed into a small war. Now it is even more in a dilemma. Just as Marco was thinking hard about a feasible way to break the game, the conference broadcast floating in the sky finally sounded again. Advertisement. Participants in the Budo venue. Just now, the first round of the tournament has ended, and the final list of promotion is still in progress. It is being sorted out, and it is expected to be announced in 3 minutes. In addition, the second round of the conference will officially start in 10 minutes. Please prepare in advance. Before that, please do not engage in any private fights, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Shao-Chi's voice spread throughout the audience through the conference broadcast. Listening to the announcement on the radio, the audience was silent at first, and then there was an uproar in the sky again. The second round of the conference will start after 10 minutes. Is there no time to rest and recover? It's a joke, it won't give people a chance to breathe at all. The first round and the second round are directly and seamlessly connected. I haven't heard of it beforehand. If this is the case, I won't come to join in the fun, a waste of energy. But now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, after all, the organizer has already spoken. Taiku venue. As the advanced contestants who participated in the Imperial League complained, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the news that the second round of the conference started 10 minutes ago was very hasty, at least they were rescued from the beasts and siege. It should be so. Damn it, bastards of beasts, do you still want to fight? Didn't you hear the previous announcement? That's a warning from the hero? When they noticed that the beasts and thieves still didn't mean to part with them, people suddenly yelled in anger. Ha, are you pirates too naive? There is a difference of several thousand meters between here and that Washang fortress. The time for people over there to rush over is enough for us to solve you. The ministers and cadres of the 2 emperors laughed hideously. We must let the world know the cost of provoking the Emperor of the Sea. Perispero and Sasaki, the Murloc, are full of murderous intentions, and they move forward together. Today you are dead, and God can't save it, I said. Charlotte Monder spoke in a cold voice. Oh, is it so? Just before the beasts and pirates moved, a calm voice sounded without warning. If God can't do it, what if I come above the sky? Luo Lin smiled and asked. Chapter 407, Seconds Counseling, The Deterrent Power of the Overlord? This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Swire venue. The ultra-ancient forest that originally covered the island is no longer. Under the impact and fluctuation of fierce battles from the powerhouses on all sides of the sea, the land is full of gullies. The entire island is on the verge of collapse, at this moment. The central area of the Taiku venue. A shattered battlefield with a radius of several thousand meters, 100 beasts and a great emperor, nearly 3,000 elite troops besieged more than 100 people in the center of the battlefield. But the strange thing is, this battlefield, where thousands of powerful men have gathered, is deadly still at this moment. Whether it is the trapped hundreds of sea powerhouses or the arrogant four emperors' pirates. At this moment, everyone was silent, all because of the man who suddenly appeared in the sky. That. Just standing, it is the existence that is more dazzling than the sun and attracts the attention of the world. It is the strongest. The Lord of Washang, the hero Luo Lin. The 19th son of the Charlotte family, the book monder, a book fruit capable person, raised his head and looked at the sky. His mouth was wide open. He only felt that his mouth was dry and his tongue was so dry that he couldn't even say a word. The emotion called horror quickly occupied his whole body from the inside out. Thinking of the bold words that I had put down before. Then think of the plain rhetorical question behind the monster in the sky. Charlotte Mondor's white face pretended to be green. It's AF asterisk 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 G beeping dog. Why did this monster come so fast? Mondor roared in horror. It's not just Mondor. At this moment, all the beasts and aunts present had extreme panic on their faces. Can't calm down. In that person in front of the hero Luo Lin, who can calm down. This oppressive force is more terrifying than Mom. The paddling star Smokey was full of amazement. Damn it, how come this monster is so fast? Why don't Mom and others come? Come hurry up. We alone can really stop this man. No, absolutely can't stop it. Charlotte Perisparrow, Owen, Daifuku and other ministers all looked savage, clenched their teeth, and forced themselves to calm down. However, the trembling of the body caused by the fear from the depths of the soul cannot be concealed. Not only because of the present, but also because Luo Lin had left a deep psychological shadow on the young ones decades ago. I can't forget it so far, but it has become more and more clear. If someone still wants to fight, I can accompany one or two. It's okay for anyone who wants to come or if you want to go together. Advertisement in the sky, Luo Shu spoke calmly, speaking confidently and domineeringly. These words, if they are replaced by others, they will inevitably be despised by countless people. However, now, speaking from Luo Lin's mouth, it is so natural. So convincing and convincing. No one will have any doubts about this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All because the person who spoke was Luo Lin. The naval hero Luo Lin who defeated the Sea Lord Lox 36 years ago. Share with the outstanding hero Kapu, Luo Lin. The new world's #1 swordsman, Luo Lin, who defeated Hawkeye Mahawk. Etc. Even if what people know is just the tip of the iceberg. But the weight that this name holds in people's hearts is no longer as big as the new world. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Under the Sea Emperor. He is looking at me. Perceived the line of sight from Luo Lin. The long-legged stroke made Xing Smuji's eyes widened, and her long legs couldn't help tightening, and even her breathing was stagnant. Fortunately, this invisible pressure comes quickly and goes quickly. The next moment is to turn to others. FK, don't look at me. Perisparrow cursed in his heart and quickly bowed his head. A ghost wants to fight a monster like you. Charlotte Dafu shrank her neck. Ahem. Owen, who has the ability to heat fruits, hurriedly attacked his heart and coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood. There was a domino effect on the battlefield. In the sky where Luo Lin's line of sight passed, the Emperor's pirates were busy bowing their heads. He didn't dare to look at him for even a second, for fear that he would be slaughtered by a chicken as a monkey. Quickly. This wind caught on the beast and pirate group on the other side. There are still no exceptions. Even if it is full of animality, the arrogant and domineering beasts are really fighting, and the Cadres are at the same time as if they are like Airhaw at this moment. A clip-on tail with a tail, and a squat defense without a tail. Advertisement. This is the deterrence from the Overlord. Phosphord, I remember you just said that you wanted to fight with him, don't you dare. Sasaki, the Murloc with his head down, poked Phosphord's waist next to him and urged. Phosphord. Don't you mean to ask me to send it off? Besides, UB asterisk 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 D tells me to stop. Why don't you get it? I think you are. I want to inherit the first position of Lao Su's 6 sons. Phosphor became more and more angry when he thought about it, and his gaze towards Sasaki the Murloc gradually became unkind. Hey, at the time when the whole audience was stunned, the person who dared to face Luo Lin, brave and unyielding, finally stood up. It is Wu Luti, the well-known poisonous tongue sister of the 100 Beast Pirates. Just don't wait. What did Wu Luti say? The giant beauty Black Maria on the side hurriedly threw it to the ground. Blocked Wu Luti's mouth with her huge size. Lulican, don't irritate that monster now. Wait until Mr. Kaido and the others come, and be obedient. Black Maria persuaded her in a panic. Yes, elder sister, you should be sober. The younger brother Peggy Wan was also full of horror. Don't forget, old sister, you still suffered a lot from that person's hand last night. Last night? I heard my brother Peggy Wan talk about last night. Always not afraid of the sky, Wu Ludi, who was eagerly minded, finally remembered the fear of being dominated by Luo Lin last night. The beautiful eyes couldn't help widening, and the delicate and pretty face showed a little panic. Subconsciously hugged his head to protect the double horns of his head.
The small mouth under the mask was tightly pressed, and he dared not say another word.
Ha ha, Luo Lin chuckled in the sky. Step by step, stepping down the air. Finally came to the front of the Washung squad. You did a great job this time. Chapter 408. Shocked. Another dark horse. Open black lens bracket 3/4 order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi and attracted much attention. Luo Lin above the sky stepped on the invisible and innocuous atmosphere, step by step, step by step. In the end, he came to Sabo from the Washung squad. The gentle gaze swept across the very excited faces, and finally he grinned. I have seen all of your actions, and they have done a good job. Luo Lin nodded, expressing his approval of their bold action.
Oh. Listening to the recognition from him, the excitement on the faces of the Weisung squad was even greater.
The joy is already beyond words. On the other hand, the ministers and cadres of Bai Beast and Fang, the expressions on their faces at this time are as ugly as eating dead flies. The triumphant smiles of Usopp and others looked dazzling in their eyes. It was like a sarcasm to them, making them angry. However, no matter how unwilling, no matter how angry, how can they only swallow this breath before their invincible captain arrives? He. The Vitality Straw Hat Boy chuckled. Tutor, our action this time still has many shortcomings. Sabo was not as heartless as his younger brother and began to reflect. Command Sabo, the reflections are still left until after we go back, here we just need to cheer. The S****** Yi Shao Feng happily turned to circle ballet. Yeah, the boss is mighty, long-nosed Usopp echoes. Domineering. Candle 3 flattered unwillingly behind. The cheers of joy from everyone came one after another. Even for an old man like Crocodile, the corners of his mouth are unconsciously curved. Jesus Bu and Lakilu looked at each other, their faces shaking. Marco took a long breath, and the big rock hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. This is what Big Brother Tiger once followed, hero. Haixia Jiping stared at Luo Lin unblinkingly and murmured unconsciously. Hero. Mr. Luo Lin. Not far away, the green peppers of the 8 Treasures Marine Corps pillar who had recovered a little sense, his old face was also full of excitement. Old man, Grandpa, do you really know that, hero? Advertisement Lao Kai and Abu widened their eyes and asked in surprise. Regarding the grandchildren's doubts, the green pepper seemed unheard of, but the excitement on the old face was even worse.
Especially when Luo Lin noticed his presence and nodded to him. Call. The other side. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi.
The 2 powerful captains of the New World, Lei Ching Makugai and the traveler Domazi, exhale. Ace looked at it with a shocked expression on his face. What do you guys see me doing? Ace is puzzled. Ace, tell us honestly, Daddy. And that? Red hair and that? Hero, are there really no contact? Doma, the knight, and Lei Ching Makugeki asked, how can they contact? Ace became more puzzled. If it doesn't matter, why are you and Marco, and the redhead Jesus Bu and Lazylu?
The doubts on the faces of Thomas and Markuge are even worse.
2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. You said this. In fact, the Straw Hat Boy and Sabo over there are my brothers, and the long nose over there is the son of Jesus Bu. They and Luffy are also good friends. As for Marco, probably it's because of my face.
Ace smiled naturally. Doma, Markugai, speaking of which, Thomas, I'll tell you a secret, don't be too surprised when you hear it.
Ace pretends to be a mysterious Tao. What secret? What secret? Doma, the knight, asked curiously. Although the old man and Mr. Luo Lin do not intersect, but Golden Lion Shiji is now that gentleman's younger brother, and Raleigh and the others. Even if he knew about it, now speaking, Ace's face is still full of weirdness. Not to mention it was Doma and Markuge who first heard of this disruptive event. The 2 people were shocked to petrified by this huge secret on the spot. Even a word can't be spoken. Aside, Supernova Trafalgaro, Magic Hawkins, and Drake looked at the whispering and petrified Ace Trio 3, and their faces flashed with curiosity and incomprehension. Advertisement. Even though they have fought side by side not long ago, it doesn't mean that each other is a partnership, so it's natural not to ask. Hey, haven't the statistics come out yet? I must be the first in the first round of the conference. Cavendish, the pirate nobleman riding a white horse, finally spoke. The focus of attention is very different from what others have always done. Ling's people who were familiar with his nature were speechless for a while. Soon after Cavendish's question fell, a special sound effect suddenly came from the big screen in the sky. It represents the completion of the first round of statistics of the conference. I'm coming. Who can occupy the top spot? I picked up a lot of heads just now. Although it may not have much substantial significance, but let's pay attention to the wave for the time being. People looked up one after another, their eyes falling on the sky screen. Then he was dumbfounded again. Originally, more than half of the top 30 positions in the list of defeats were occupied by the cadres of the 2 emperors. In the previous last hour of fighting, whether it's Phosphord, Uluti, Owen, Smokey and other top powerhouses, without exception, they fall outside the dozens. The reason is obvious. Even if Wu Ludi and others were unwilling, they had no choice but to accept it. In the last hour, it successfully counterattacked, and it was not Luffy, Sob and others who made it to the top of the list. After all, their opponents are basically the Emperor's cadres. Naturally, the number of beatings with Imperial cadres will not increase. Therefore, it is Cavendish, Trafalgaro, Drake, etc. that occupy the top positions of the list now. The powerhouses who wander in the outer area and abuse the Emperor's pirates. 4. Cavendish, who is particularly persistent, relies on the second personality, wanders the battlefield like a wind demon and sickle, and focuses on small soldiers of average strength to start. In the end, a total of 512 heads were captured. There was a gap of 100 from the latter, however, even so, he is still only second. The person occupying the top of the list has twice as many defeats as the second Cavendish, reaching a staggering 1024. It was a man in a fancy dance costume. Another dark horse of this conference appeared. Chapter 409, Destroy the Island, Another Locke's Remnant Party? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Look, the first round of the conference has been announced. There are only 235 people 235 who successfully advanced through the first round of the elimination round. The reporters in the live broadcast square shouted out the two major islands.
The people who had been staring at the heroes who appeared in the venue turned their heads and looked at the ranking list projected on the other screen.
Sure enough, the number one at the end of this conference is that. No. How come it's not the one, the missing King Cavendish? The Scythe who picked up the leaks in the previous fierce battle was not the first. Hey, just kidding. That. The number of defeats for the first place is twice that of the second Cavendish. Wow. When you see the man in fancy dance clothes that is at the top of the list, and his amazing number of defeats over 1,000.
The reporters and the audience in the two live broadcast squares were shocked and uproared.
Really, he defeated more than 1,000 people. How sacred is this man? Isn't the statistics wrong? Obviously we all pay attention to how this person did it. I have never seen it before. Could it be that he solved 1,000 people in an instant? How could Wazong's statistics be wrong? Dark horse. Another dark horse has appeared. The live broadcast square was suddenly chaotic. At this moment, the least accepting this result is naturally Cavendish, who is second. Hateful. Cavendish fell from his horse, propped on all fours. Second. Why is it only second? I'm so unwilling. Cavendish looked sad and unwilling. I thought that his top spot must have been stabilized. I finally have to accept the attention of the world on this stage. However, in the middle of the journey, another black horse ran in front of him, and he was thrown away in an instant. That amazing double gap is really helpless. Looking at the lost Cavendish, Trafalgaro on the side, Drake and others all subconsciously hide away. The ghost knows if this guy will explode that dangerous second personality because of a big blow. However, that suddenly came out, who is the sacred funny dancer who jumped to the top of the list. What exactly did he do and how to do it is the same doubt among everyone in the field. Next second. The answer is revealed. The astonishing truths stored by the videophone worm were posted on the big screens. The location is the Summer Island venue, which is 4 islands away from the Taiku venue. In the picture, thousands of contestants at the Summer Island venue dance passionately and unrestrainedly following a certain rhythm. It will turn into a huge dance floor. The focal point in the center of the dance floor is the man in dance clothes who made it to the top of the list. Advertisement. What does this mean? Are they all idiots dancing? This is a martial arts competition, not a dance competition. Who can accept that the top spot is such a funny thing? The faces of the contestants in the martial arts venue were ridiculous. Gathered, the guy Hyaming actually ran there. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing the supernova arc who accompanies everyone's dance in the picture, Drake couldn't help but look stunned. What's wrong? They don't seem to dance voluntarily. The magician Hawkins seemed to be aware of something, and a solemn color appeared on his face. It's not just him. Now all the people gathered in the Taiku venue are strong. Naturally, some clues can be seen, especially the Pirate of Beasts. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Everyone couldn't help but yell.
That's Master Quinn, right? Why Master Quinn would dance there?
Quinn. Big idiot, we are fighting here, he is actually dancing over there. The poisonous tongued sister Wu Ludi's silver teeth creaked. Sister, look carefully, the people dancing in that venue seem to be controlled by some power. Peggy Wan said with a horrified expression. I don't know about others, but Quinn, that idiot, definitely enjoys it.
Wu Ludi affirmed. The 1,000-people dance party on the screen gradually came to an end.
Under the shocking eyes of people, the ground at the Summer Island venue vibrated with a magnitude visible to the naked eye. Hey, this is not going to happen badly, right? Doma, the knight, shook his face. Is the truth about solving thousands of people in an instant revealed? The monk Erji clenched his fists. The earth is shaking. Is it the resonant force of that 1,000-person dance? Trafalgaro looked shocked. Boom, finally. The final moment of the dangerous dance has arrived. Following the uniform footsteps of the dancers in the Summer Island venue, they fell. The shocking force of horror sublimated in an instant. Advertisement: the huge Summer Island venue burst at this moment, and everything is invisible. I don't know. After the past, the roar of the explosion gradually subsided. The smoke and dust in the sky dissipated. What reappeared in people's sight was a dilapidated island. Central Summer Island. The man in fancy dance clothes who triggered the crisis of destroying the island leaned slightly like a gentleman, bowed, and seemed to be making the final curtain call. Not far away, the only one who remained awake was Plague Quinn, who was chubby like a balloon. Looking at the horrible scenes around, even if it was the Plague Quinn, there was no smile on his face. Some are just scared of seeing a ghost. The screen ends here. The truth of everything is clear. It's not that Wazong's statistics are wrong. Instead, another dark horse really appeared, his Gudong Gudong. The air sucked in the room and the sound came and went one after another. An incredible monster has appeared again. Dad, do you know who it is?
Usopp looked at his father with a look of fear. Jesus was silent and shook his head.
It's another monster I haven't seen before. It's not really the remnants of the Sea Lord Locks. The group is coming. Little Fatty Lazyloo guessed. No matter who he is, that weird power is dangerous. Even Marco, who is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirate group, has a solemn expression at the moment. Tutor, Mr. Luo Lin. The eyes of Sabo and others all fell on Luo Lin. So quickly. Nearby Germa 66, Supernova Drake, etc. Everyone looked at Luo Lin together. Looking forward to the legendary heroes to solve their puzzles. It has started. Finally, Luo Lin spoke. However, it is not for everyone to confuse, but to announce the opening of the second round of the conference. Chapter 410, Survival Trial, Pirate Version Eat Chicken. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It started. As Luo Lin's voice fell, a whistling wind suddenly came from the distant horizon. That is one flying ring after another. Under people's shocked gaze, a total of 10 flying arenas broke through the air. It floats in a ring over the 10 Congress Hall, and finally landed in the center of each conference hall. A few snowflakes flashed on the big screen of the live broadcast in the sky. Then what appeared in people's sight was a beautiful lady with long black hair.
It's Sister Robin, Miss Robin. Looking at Robin on the screen, everyone in the Waesung team shouted.
Tutor, is this okay? Sabo looked at Luo Lin with a hint of worry on his face. No problem. Luo Lin nodded calmly and confidently. Once at the Albanian palace, Luo Lin wanted Robin to promise. When Washung Fortress is completed and officially launched, it will be when he and Sheer unveiled to the world. Now Luo Lin has announced his return to the world. Next, it was Robin's turn. After 20 years of wandering without seeing the sun, living like a mouse in a dark place with no light, it is time for this kind of life to end. Since then, waiting for Robin will be a bright future. No matter who it is, it can no longer be arbitrarily deprived. This is Luo Lin's promise to her. It was the first time that who received the attention of the public under the sun. Robin inevitably took a deep breath of tension. After a while, her clenched fists were loosened. The tight heartstrings slowed down, and the whole person returned to the usual peace and tranquility. The feeling in the sun is so good, Robin thought to himself, with a beautiful arc on his face unconsciously. Sister Robin, announce it quickly. Nami outside the camera reminded in a low voice. Okay. Advertisement. Robin nodded slightly. First of all, congratulations to the above 235 contestants for passing the first round of the elimination round. I am Nicole Robin, and I will also be the host of the second round of the conference. Then I will tell you about the second round of the conference, the trial of survival, the rules of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Before that, please advance to the second round of the players in the battle arena in their respective venues. Robin didn't. Stage fright whispered. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The pirate Prince Cavendish was the first to respond. Towards the direction of the battle arena, first win the first place, and then take the championship of the conference. Cavendish, who was stunned by the first, is now vying for the first place in the ring. It's just, I'm the number one. A vigorous shout passed over Cavendish's head. One step ahead of him, he fell on the ring. Cavendish, who has become the second child again, is on all fours again. After a moment of loss, Cavendish raised his head, and the sight of Luffy with the straw hat was suddenly full of irritation. A whole sombrero, I'll take you on the knife later. Cavendish thought to himself. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Following Straw Hat, Luffy and Cavendish, more than 100 advancers in this area have all stepped onto the ring one after another. Just now I was giving face to Mr. Luo Lin. You can't escape the next second round, the Straw Hat boy. Also staring at Straw Hat Luffy is the green pepper of the 8 Treasures Marine Corps pillar cone. Nicole Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara 20 years ago, and the only person in the world who can interpret historical texts. Now there's really one more thing to grab, ha ha ha. Candy Minister Perisparrow said with a giddy smile. Yet the next second, the smile on Perisparrow's face disappeared. Cough, 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 seemed to have an invisible pressure on his body alone, bending his waist.
In the end, he pressed his whole person on the ring.
Brother Perros, what's wrong with you? The Charlotte ministers on the side screamed.
Sabo, Usopp, it's up to you next. The pale black-haired swordsman Lucio looked at Sabo and others. In the first round of the conference that just ended. Advertisement. Not all of the 20-odd members of the Waesung assault team were successfully promoted. The black-haired swordsman Lucio originally met the qualifications for promotion, but was later spotted by the Emperor's cadres in the melee and was helplessly defeated. Naturally, the opportunity to advance is lost. At this point, even if the organizer of the conference is his own family, there will be no favoritism. The Weisung squad finally successfully advanced to the second round, and it was not enough to use two hands. Chihuahai Crocodile, Straw Hat Luffy, Dragon King Sabo, Three Swords Flow Sauron, Long Nose Usopp, Dazbonus, Yvonne Cray and Binz 88. Stupid green algae head, don't get lost. Sanji, who had a temporary plaster on his right foot, reminded.
You who sit on the bench are not qualified to worry about me. Besides, it's just such a ring, who will get lost? Sauron barked back. When the Taiku venue gathered, all the promoted players took the stage. The battle arena shook slightly, and then rose to the sky again. Flew high in the sky amidst the exclamation of people. Promoted players from the other 9 venues also stepped onto the ring one after another. Marsh venue. Nicole Robin, that woman has also appeared. Do you think you can sit back and relax by staying with that so-called hero? Too naive, since you dared appear in front of us so swagger, then take it back together. Dressed or gorgeous, or sloppy, or like a nobleman, or like a pirate government, the corners of the killer's mouths were cold. Little girl who can interpret historical texts, I really like it. The atmosphere somewhere in the Marsh venue is distorted. The figure of a rickety old man appeared out of thin air in the empty place. All the 235 contestants who passed the first round of the tournament were in place. One after another, the arenas soared to the sky. There are more than 100 people from the Taiku venue. There are only a few of them. For example, the fancy dancer and the Plague Quinn on the stage of the Summer Island venue, and the third person who is on the same stage with the 2 monsters for some reason, the great pirate clown Bucky. Filu reminds you. Read 3 things. Chapter 411. Bucky wants to cry without tears. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds start. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Who am I, where I am, where do I come from, and where do I go? From the battle arena rising from the Summer Island venue, the big red-nosed big pirate has a deep eye. Like a senior philosopher, questioning his soul, after a while. He found the answer. I am Bucky, and I am on my way to the hell of Yellow Spring. That's it. Bucky's right fist struck lightly on the palm of his left hand, astonished. Pooh. Is it time to be so calm now? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. This time is really going to die. Bucky's surface is calm, and he looks calm and composed. However, in fact, this was only because his body was petrified and stiff due to excessive panic, and could not move at all. There have already been slices of stormy waves in his heart, slapping his weak and helpless heart. He meows. The splendid life of the uncle is about to end here. No, I haven't found Captain John's treasure yet. Even if I die, please let me die on the treasure pile. Blame those fools. This uncle is really a hopelessly good captain, and he once again believed in the evil of those idiots, thinking of the series of sorrows that put him on the road of no return not long ago. Bucky was crying without tears. Especially now. There are only 3 people on the huge flying ring, including him 3. But Bucky would rather go to a more crowded arena. This is not a place where ordinary people like him can stay. The 2 opposite are monsters. One is the 3rd commander of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts and pirates, Plague Quinn. The other is the top spot in the first round of this conference. With one's own power, more than 1,000 strong men were wiped out in an instant, and at the same time, the monsters among the monsters in the entire Summer Island venue were destroyed. He who is on the same stage with these 2 monsters is simply a lamb to be slaughtered. Hey, the red nose over there. Just when Bucky's spirit was tense to the extreme, Plague Quinn on the left hand suddenly spoke. In a word, Bucky was so scared that he held his breath, only to feel that his brain was shaking because of fear. You. What's the matter with you? Bucky didn't even look at Quinn. Hey, that guy with the red nose. I feel you were a bit familiar since just now. Have we met somewhere before? Plague Quinn asked with interest. No, I don't know you at all. Bucky shook his head mechanically, and decisively came up with a set of denials. Oh, you don't even know me, or you don't care, plus a little impression of me. You really are not an ordinary person, Red Nose. Plague Quinn nodded in approval. Hey. Bucky was dumbfounded. Advertisement. Hey. Red Nose, do you want to make peace? If there are only 2 spots in each ring, let's send this B********* to feed the Neptune class together. Plague Quinn suggested. The sight of the man in the same stage dance clothes is full of unkindness and killing intent. After all, not long ago, he didn't know much, and also followed this guy's way. If it wasn't for his strong strength, I'm afraid he would have been eliminated like the others on the island. As the 3rd in command of the dignified beasts, if you get out of the game like this, you will lose face. If Kaido knows about it, I am afraid that the location of his disaster will not be guaranteed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, even though his heart was extremely angry, Plague Quinn did not lose his reason. Intuition tells him that this guy who jumped out from nowhere is an incredible monster. Even he didn't have the confidence to eat it. That's why Quinn wants to unite with Bucky on the same stage. Bucky is indifferent to the alliance proposed by Quinn. The man in the dance clothes on the other side smiled negatively, showing a mouthful of wide teeth. Ling's Quin's inner warning signs suddenly emerged, and his eyelids pulsed wildly, and he shrank his neck. The battle arena continued to lift off and came to a meeting point at a height of 1,000 meters. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Quin's guest way of promotion did not happen. Amidst bursts of roar and vibration, 10 battle arenas of different sizes and shapes fit each other and finally aggregate into a whole. So that's it, the next thing is a direct face-to-face fight? Who can stand to the end is the winner and will get the strongest fruit ability to lead the way to the overlord. In this case, the ring is too small. That is, at least one island must be prepared so that we can play to the full. The advanced players in the high-altitude ring all spoke up, confident and confident. At this moment, a thunderous boom suddenly sounded from the clouds in the sky. Next moment, under the staring gaze of countless people, a huge island slowly descended from the clouds. Finally, it moved to the right below the battle arena. Whoop, there are really islands. It's amazing, this island. There is a volcano, here is a desert, there are forests and grasslands. Look over there, it's such a big orangutan, is that King Kong? The promoted players walked to the edge of the ring one after another, looking at the island below from top to bottom, shouting constantly. Just as the players were amazed at the grandeur of the second round of the venue, advertisement Robin appeared on the screen that floated along with the island. I believe all the players have already seen it. This island is the venue for the second round of the next conference, the Trial of Survival, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Robin emphasized every word. Jedi, survival. Gudong. Usopp swallowed. Why, it sounds interesting. Straw Hat Luffy looked expectant. Next, everyone on the ring will randomly fall to the edge of the island. All you have to do is go to the center, and what is waiting for you in the center of the island is the final prize of this conference. In addition, there are some golden treasures hidden in this venue. You can pick up what you want, others. Finally, I want to remind you that besides you, this island has many traps and predators hidden. Please be careful. With a professional smile on Robin's face, he told everyone some precautions for the trial of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Needless to say, let's get started, someone urged. If you want me to say, what's the trouble, isn't it the center below? Ha ha ha, the overlord fruit is mine. Another anxious pirate jumped directly off the ring. Then it landed at an unimaginable speed. Hey, how can this wait? Stop quickly. The pirate desperately wanted to use his stunt stepping on his left foot and taking off with his right foot, but he couldn't stop the speed of falling. Finally, there was only a snap. The pirate who fell with 100 times the acceleration of gravity fell into a pool of meat sauce. The other people who watched this weird scene couldn't help but breathe in the air. With the lessons learned, others dare not try again. But, how exactly are you going to send us to various areas? Someone asked questions. Then, the second round of the conference start. Robin declared calmly. The next second. Unexpectedly, a series of horizontal and vertical cracks appeared on the battle arena. Amidst the panic shouts of the advanced players, the huge battle arena split. This time it was not 10 pieces, but it was divided into hundreds of pieces. The sky was like a rock and a turbulent stream of rain, and the promotion players who were clinging to the fragments of the ring were smashed into the venue of the island. The second round of survival trials of the Budo contest, the pirate version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, officially begins. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 412. Green Pepper. Carp's grandson is a fool, right? 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. This is a broken ancient ruins. The entrance is full of ruins. At a certain moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the sky. At the same time, there were screams of people. There was a loud bang. Fragments of the ring and Luffy with a straw hat smashed the ancient ruins on the edge of the island in the second round of the finals, splashing smoke and dust. It hurts. It doesn't hurt, because I am a rubber man. Straw Hat Luffy opened his arms and screamed triumphantly, full of vitality. Sniff, Straw Hat Luffy's nose stirred, as if he had smelled something. His eyes suddenly turned into shining stars. The belly rumbling like thunder. Good smell, over there. Straw Hat Luffy locked the source of the smell of barbecue with a nose that was brighter than a dog, and then ran away. After bypassing the 7 or 8, after the bend, the front suddenly opened up. A huge lake shimmered in the sunshine, flowers and birds, grassland. There is peace and tranquility everywhere. By the clear lake, large flesh and blood exuding a strong fragrance piled up into a hill. A lot of meat. Straw Hat Luffy yelled in surprise, and his drool was 3,000 feet. Without hesitation, he rushed forward for the first time and started to feast on. In a short while, the 5-meter-high Roshan was a layer short. Straw Hat Luffy immersed in delicious barbecue. What Luffy didn't notice was that the calm lake water rippled with his arrival. Something moved behind the hill that was close to 100 meters high not far away. The Straw Hat Boy, before the indigenous people, at the island meeting place appeared. A roar full of anger suddenly sounded. Straw Hat Luffy turned his head and looked at the old man with an angry beard not far behind him with a puzzled face. The movements of his hands and mouth did not slow down at all. Grandpa, do you want to eat barbecue too? Lentu Ching Luffy asked vaguely. Taking advantage of the time to speak, there are a few more pieces of meat. Obviously, I want to eat more before the elderly share a piece of the pie. Barbecue, I can't wait to eat you, boy with a straw hat. Finally let me find a chance. God is still on my side. Advertisement Green Pepper, the pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, spoke bitterly. Hear the words. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes suddenly widened. Are you an ogre? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Luffy asked in surprise. The speed of eating meat is still slowing down, Green Pepper. Carp's grandson shouldn't be a fool. He has already shown such a strong killing intent, and he still has to eat it. But, even if you are a fool, it depends on the fact that you are Carp's grandson. Today Lao Su will not have the slightest mercy. Kapu, just keep your eyes open and watch it carefully, how I beat your grandson into a grandson. Green Pepper yelled angrily and slapped both hands. Boom, horror to add bookmarks for easy reading. His aura steamed out, so that his long beard and white beard were all upside down. 8 Chong fist martial head, the Green Pepper bends his knees slightly and his body slams into the sky. The flat head covered with the domineering arm color rushed straight towards the Straw Hat Luffy below. Straw Hat Luffy screamed, rolled his hands, wrapped a pile of barbecue, and quickly retreated.
There was a loud bang. The calm by the lake was broken. The ground cracked gully. It's really inexplicable, but if you want to fight, then come on.
Straw Hat Luffy opened his mouth wide, suffocating dozens of pieces of barbecue in his arms, and burped contentedly. When you are full, you will have strength now, armed. Straw Hat Luffy's right arm is covered with a powerful armed color. He punched out without showing weakness, and faced Green Zhao's martial arts head who jumped and fell again. Just as the head of Green Pepper and Luffy's armed fists were about to collide. There is a sudden change in the field. There was a sudden violent wave on the calm lake. Several huge octopus tentacles broke out of the water, wrapped the Green Pepper's right foot, and one of them was to drag the angry Green Pepper into the lake. Advertisement, Straw Hat Luffy screamed again and again. Relying on the calm vision and color to avoid the attack of the octopus tentacles, he leapt to the side of the hill. What the hell is that? Looking at the octopus tentacles who gave up and returned to the lake, Luffy's face was full of lingering fears. Next second, the expression on Luffy's face solidified again. His seeing and hearing overlord perceives a behemoth behind this hill. What the hell is this? Looking at the huge palm falling with a large shadow, Luffy entered the second gear without hesitation. The speed was increased by 1 level, and he was dangerous to avoid. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The top of the hill was cracked by the beating of that huge palm. Until then, Straw Hat Luffy finally saw the body of that huge creature. It was a blue back tens of meters high, the orangutan king. So close, Straw Hat Luffy's face was lingering. Don't wait for him to land. The huge octopus king tentacles in the lake broke through the water again, and entangled Luffy's body with lightning speed. Dodge is too late. At this time, Fire Punch, a raging fire suddenly ignited in the sky. A huge flame fist ran across the world and swallowed the octopus king's tentacles in an instant. And continued to spread to the lake. A large amount of hot water vapor is evaporated. Ace. Looking at the familiar picture, Straw Hat Luffy suddenly yelled in surprise. Luffy, it's dangerous here. Let's leave here first. Ace spoke solemnly. Chapter 413. 4 Emperors and Beasts and Bigmom are coming, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. What the hell is that? What kind of monster is that? Snake that is so big, it's almost unheard of. Hurry up and write it down. Monster Island. That is a monster island, PUBG Mobile, so that's the true meaning of this second round. Those contestants have to face not only rivals, but also the terrifying beasts on the island. On the 2 watching islands, the reporters and viewers in the live broadcast square looked at the terrifying scenes on the screen, and they all screamed in horror. FK. This is too scary. That's not a place where people can stay at all. Fortunately, I am not in a hurry, otherwise, I will definitely be dead. Participants who failed to advance in the ring venue shouted fortunately, and there was no more unwillingness or loss in their hearts. As for those people who were still happy for the captain and partner's promotion. At this moment, there is no more smile on his face. Captain Luo, Bibo, be careful. Sha-Chi, Pekin and others of the Heart Pirate group were crying, their hearts tense to the extreme. Captain Bucky, it's over. Now Captain Bucky is really gone. Each of Bucky's pirates is like a concubine. There is no hope for the survival of Captain Bucky. If Bucky knows what his subordinates are thinking at the moment, he will vomit blood for 3 liters of anger. Captain Bucky is gone. Let's think about how to return to the East Daxia Sea. The trainer Moki spoke up. Then I, the chief of staff, will be the acting captain. Kabaji, the juggling chief of staff, sighed. Kabaji, you be *****D really wanted to seek power to usurp the throne, so you have been shooing Captain Bucky to compete. The trainer Moki yelled. What are you talking about? You are not all the same. Oh. The noisy Bucky suddenly quieted down with the lion Leech's wailing. I see, Leech, you want to remind us that Captain Bucky is not dead. Moki was stunned. Yeah, Captain Bucky is still alive and kicking now, how can we split up so quickly?
Advertisement. Those of us are not as good as Leech, a lion. Or give Leech the position of acting captain. Everyone spoke one after another. Lion Leech. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ooh, I'm just thinking about when I can eat the group. The Taiku venue.
Even the pirates of the Four Emperors, watching the horror scenes cast on the big screen, can't help but stare in horror. Where did the fierce beast come from? It's too scary. Those monsters, the simple tyrants, are even stronger. A single palm slapped a mountain. That is definitely a Beastmaster level existence. The beasts of the beast screamed in horror. Even Peggy Wan, who was as strong as one of the 6 volleys, couldn't help holding his breath at this moment. Secretly squeezed a sweat for her old sister and sister Maria. The faces of the thief on the other side are extremely ugly. Because just now, they saw from the big screen that a powerful cadre of their own was swallowed by a mysterious monster in the swamp, and he was already dead. In addition to thousands of beasts and great pirates, Luo Lin and his entourage, Lei Ju of Girma 66 and others have not left yet. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. The horror scene of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds venue broadcast on the screen also deeply shocked everyone except Luo Lin. I'm a good boy, this is really too terrifying, right? Where did you find so many monsters? Candle 3 Galdino patted his heart continuously, secretly grateful. Luo Lin smiled silently. After Luo Lin just made some suggestions for the construction of the martial arts venue, he left it to Golden Lion Shiji to handle it. The various traps on that island are all designed by Shiji with great effort. And those fierce beasts on one side. Among them are the plant mutant beasts that Shiji has studied for 20 years. There are also some, such as the blue back that initially attacked Straw Hat Luffy. The Ape King came from Ruth Kaina Island located near the Windless Daughter Island. The original plot Straw Hat Luffy practiced domineering Beast Island. It's not just that the power is not lost in the 4th gear Luffy Great Ape King Spear, Blue Back, Ape King. The top 10 Beast Kings on that island were all arranged by Shiji to various places in the venue. This created this feast of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Jihahahaha, kids in the new era, enjoy the Jedi trial prepared by this uncle for you. The Golden Lion Shiji watching the battle from high above laughed triumphantly. Fortunately, Luffy and they are all safe now. The black-haired swordsman Lucio also had a lingering fear on his face. Look, that foolish green algae head really lost his way again. Advertisement Sanji, who disliked each other on their lips, but actually cared about each other more than anyone else, licked his lips together. Muse. Sauron is indeed in trouble. Murloc Youth Nobel frowned. There's no way, Soren's luck is too memorable, it's a coincidence that he fell into the maze. Everyone was silent. That's a labyrinth that most people can't get out of it, Perhaps. The labyrinth plus the idiots, the negatives are so positive that maybe they just came out. A Washung warrior optimistically guessed, everyone. At this moment, the sky is about 20 nautical miles away from Washung Fortress. A huge divine dragon ran across the sky at an astonishing speed, causing the atmosphere to explode continuously. Not far behind the giant dragon, there was a toothless pterosaur surrounded by flames. The wings of the pterosaur unfolded, and a strong wind drove his body speed soaring, catching up with the leader of the dragon head in front. Kaido, the news from Idiot Quinn has arrived, Flame Cinder reported. Oh, what's the situation over there? My sons and daughters should have already got the fruits of Captain Locke's, right? The 4 Emperors Luo Te Lingling laughed confidently and proudly. No, the official battle for smashing fruits has just begun, but Yan Calamity Jin will inform Kaido about everything he has learned from Quinn and others. Kaido, since the crushed fruit is now in that venue, I think we can go there and take it first. As for the attack on Washung, we can put it aside. Yan Calamity Jin proposed. Both Kaido and Lot Ling Ling were silent for a moment. Then they nodded together. Just do it then. Well, good idea. Kaido and Charlotte Ling Ling agreed. Call. Hearing this, Yan Calamity Cinder exhaled like relief. After all, it is really stressful to directly attack Washung where the 2 naval heroes and the former generals are sitting in the town. Please download it to see the underlined version. Chapter 414, Akainu's face slapped past, the slaughter order begins. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, a certain sea area about 20 nautical miles south of Wachung. 17 naval war-class warships are like giant prehistoric beasts, standing quietly on the surface of the sea. The General Command Conference Room of the center warship. The General Akainu, who was in charge of this operation, and the lieutenant generals of the headquarters were silent like petrified wood carvings. The desk in front of them was filled with all kinds of messy reports and reports. Except for the original hero news and Carp, Crane reports. What moved the elite lieutenants of the headquarters was the battle of the world's largest swordsmen after that. Immediately after that, there were various pieces of information since the opening of the martial arts conference. Including the dark horses that appeared one after another in the conference, the fierce wars that took place in the Taiku venue, the high-profile appearance of the son of the devil, Nicole Robin, and the second round of the conference that followed. Sakaski, when are we going to wait? Lieutenant General Doberman frowned, breaking the dead silence in the command room. There is also the question of whether the hero is our partner or not. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider knocked on the desktop. Ghost Spider, what do you mean? Mr. Luo Lin, the hero, is of course our partner, Mr. Carp and Sister Crane. They have all proved with practical actions, and the Battle of Chinfan Island. Mr. Luo Lin is saving. He has killed hundreds of Marines. He is a well-deserved naval hero.
Slayer Bastille suddenly got up, staring at the Lieutenant Ghost Spider, who raised the question with a dissatisfaction.
The atmosphere in the meeting room stagnated again. Enough, you sit down first, Bastille. The General Akainu gave a sigh of relief.
The ghost spider's worries are not entirely unreasonable. Lieutenant General Stoloberg, whose head was 1 meter long, stroked his long beard.
Those are just your guesses now, Lieutenant General Dalmesia spoke. We really don't have complete evidence yet, even that guess is too ridiculous, but the ability to make islands float into the sky will not have anyone else. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider said faintly. The first jailbreaker of Propulsion City in the last era, the legendary flying big pirate is the Golden Lion Shiji really hiding in that city? Senior, did the hero Luo Lin really cooperate with the pirate? The Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan, who was smiling all day long, spoke in confusion. And the son of the devil, Nicole Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara 20 years ago, has appeared in front of the world so swayingly today. I don't need to say more about who is behind it. Lieutenant General Stoloberg, who had participated in the O'Hara demon slaying order, opened a gap in his squinted eyes and looked at the first General Akadog. 20 years ago, the demon killing order against O'Hara. The General Akainu is the real main force. In order to eliminate the roots, it is certain that no scholar will escape. The Red Dog even attacked the civilian ship with his fists, burning all the thousands of civilians on board. The cruelty of the methods also caused great repercussions at the time. Greatly damaged the prestige of the Navy in the hearts of civilians. Advertisement at that time, there was even a veteran lieutenant admiral in the Navy who advocated the removal of the position of Lieutenant General of the Red Dog and accept the trial of the military court. However, even if it has reached this level, and almost went to the military court, the news that there are still scholars who have successfully escaped. For the General aka Inu, this is simply Kai Guoguo's face slap. In the past, the affairs of Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, were handled by the General Aoi Pheasant. The General Akatsuki never asked, but this time, since I have encountered it, no matter if there is a reason to let it go. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. General Akainu makes a fist. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into a dead silence. General Sakaski, Lieutenant Generals to add bookmarks for easy reading. An intelligent sailor pushed in anxiously. Appeared. The 4 Emperors Luo Lingling and the 4 Emperors Kaido, who left from Beilaw Island, have appeared. They are almost approaching that city. The intelligence marine yelled and reported, "Wow." The silence in the conference room was instantly on the side. The General Akainu, who was sitting in the first place, suddenly got up. It's finally here. If the order is passed down, the Demon Slayer order can be prepared. Admiral Akainu grinned. The naval behemoth warships that have been silent for more than 10 hours set sail at the same time. The coast of the Taiku venue. Sanji, Candle 3 Garno, Lucio and other squad members who failed to advance boarded the returning ship. Prepare to return to the city for examination and treatment. Mr. Luo Lin, Miss Ai Yin, you guys come up quickly too. Lucio the black-haired swordsman greeted him. Luo Lin seemed unheard of, the greeting of the young disciple. His eyes narrowed slightly and he silently stared to the east. What's wrong, Mr. Luo Lin? Ai Yin, with a blood-stained bandage tied on her thigh, asked puzzledly. It's finally here. If you don't come again, I will think you have escaped back to the New World. Luo Lin's mouth opened and arced. What's coming? Ai Yin tilted her head in confusion. Little girl Ai Yin, grab me. Advertisement. Luo Lin stretched out his right hand. What? Ai Yin was stunned. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Luo Lin reached out with his big hand, and in the voice of the little girl Ai Yin, he wrapped her gripping waist. Luo Lin first. Lucio's eyes widened when he witnessed this scene. Next second, under his wide gaze, Luo Lin and Ai Yin disappeared in an instant. Lucio, what's the matter with them? Someone on the boat asked puzzledly. Gone. Lucio's expression trembled. Also very shocking were Lei Ju of Germa 66 and others not far away. Hey, where's that man? Suddenly disappeared. What the hell is going on? Come on, what kind of speed is that? Red, blue, and green killed the 3 brothers mad and cried out. Is that the true power of the legendary hero? Fen Mao Lei Ju took a deep breath and shook her head. My father, if we miss this opportunity, we really can only go to that city. Lei Ju looked at Cage. If you want to visit the cooperation, of course it is more sincere to go to that city in person. Kaji spoke, and it was impossible to admit that he was so embarrassed by the hero's spirit that he couldn't speak.
We are ready to go, too. Boom rumble. Just as Cage's voice fell, a thunderous rumbling sound suddenly sounded from the eastern horizon. Large black clouds spread like dark night. At the same time, there were 2 domineering laughter. Oh, the 4 Emperors Lottery Lingling and the 4 Emperors Kaido are here. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 415. The Scorching Dragon's Breath Attacking Washung Fortress, 2 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi with the second round of the Budo Conference. The hidden monsters on the island of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds were revealed. There was also an uproar in Washung Square. Puff ha 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 ha, I really don't know where Luo Lin found so many monsters, each one can have a lot of tricks against me. Naval Legend Lieutenant General Karp laughed. The people who were about to take the stubborn words. Feelings, you were bragging about yourself. Why didn't you find that Mr. Karp was so good at pretending to be like this before? Sure enough, it was because he was overwhelmed by the boss today. It's a shame.
The veterans nodded one after another, unanimously decided to change the subject and not give Carp a chance to pretend. By the way, that B*******D ski is really cruel, and those new era little ghosts are suffering. The old man Mu Lien shook his head and subconsciously said with emotion. Yeah, that old boy. This time he didn't lose the chain, and he did complete the task that the boss gave him. Veteran Colin echoed, once the words are finished. Mu Lien and Colin were stunned. Also stunned were everyone in the vicinity, including Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Colonel Smog, etc., in Ren Haibing. The name Shiji. Small frowned, feeling a little familiar inexplicably. Mr. Small, what's wrong with this name? Sergeant Dusky was puzzled. Father, Uncle Colin, is it the old boy Shiji they're talking about? The Lieutenant Flying Squirrel looked at his father, as if thinking of something, his small eyes suddenly widened. Papa, answered him with a slap in the face of Alfred. Don't even think about it, you kid didn't hear anything before. Alfred gave the Flying Squirrel a stern look. Zephyr. On the other side, Carp looked at Zephyr beside him. In fact, there is no need for others to say anything. As early as when the Kushima Golden Town incident broke out, Kapu, Ahe and Marshal Sengoku were discussed in the headquarters. And from it, an amazing conjecture was derived. The real implementer of the huge project of demolition of the Sky Island is not their old friend, but someone else. Nowadays, came to Washung. Carp witnessed the emergence of a huge floating arena and the Jedi Island now floating at an altitude of 1,000 meters. He once played with a jerk who threw the island at every turn with Carp who didn't know how many times he had dealt with him. How could he still be unable to guess, but he just kept seeing through without telling him, and he was ready to wait until today to pass. It's just that there is an idiot who says he is leaking. Then Carp can't be treated as if he didn't hear it. Advertisement facing Carp's questioning eyes, Zephyr just glanced at Carp sideways and said nothing. Okay, now we continue to watch the game. A veteran came out with a smile on his face to make a round. Yes, yeah, big brother Carp, I'm paying attention to the 8 treasure navy, green pepper. That old fellow with green pepper, I remember it seems to be one of Mr. Carp's old opponents, right? Swallowed by an octopus monster, you won't die, sure enough. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Veterans, you will change the subject with just one word. Puff ha ha ha. Carp also took the topic and laughed a few times. The fellow green pepper, of course, is not a simple thing. After all, it is my opponent. I think at the beginning, I broke 8 mountains with a single face and completed my practice. Only then did he punch the pointy head that he was proud of. It's now a flat head. Carp smiled proudly. A group of veterans. This comparison is really mellow, and there is really no room for refutation. The green pepper guy guesses now to add bookmarks for easy reading. You still hate me, that's why you keep chasing Luffy, ha 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 ha. Carp laughed to himself. Everyone, your grandson is being chased by an enemy because of you, and you can still laugh at it. The shua was just when the veterans were silent. Everyone only felt that their eyes were suddenly in a trance. Next second, there is an open space rippling like water waves. Luo Lin's figure emerged out of thin air. At the same time, there was also the little girl Ai Yin who hung tightly on Luo Lin like an octopus. Boss, Lorlin boss, you are back. As expected of Luo Lin's boss, he was really handsome before. Seeing Luo Lin's return, all the veterans smiled happily. Okay. Luo Lin waved his hand and walked straight towards Carp with the octopus on him. Puff ha 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 ha, Luo Lin, what kind of look do you look like? Seeing the little girl with long legs hanging on Luo Lin's body, Carp couldn't help laughing again. Zephyr on the side is also calm. Ian, what are you doing? Don't come down quickly. Zephyr reprimanded. Zephyr, teacher, advertisement. Listening to ZFA's voice, the panic on Ian's face, who experienced long-distance space movement for the first time, faded a little. Lifting the small face buried deep in Luo Lin's bare chamber, he felt the weird gaze from the surroundings. The little girl Ian was stunned, and came back to her senses after a moment. A piece of crimson flashed onto her pretty face, from her forehead to the base of her ears. Sorry, Mr. Luo Lin. Yin lowered her head to apologize, but did not dare to look up. Do not worry about it. Luo Lin said casually. Puff ha 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 ha, girl Ian. This guy won't mind, there is a little girl sticking to him, he can't know how happy he is. Carp dismantles the platform. 2. Carp's comfort, the blush on Yin's face did not fade, but spread to the snow-white neck. A small heart is more like a deer, thumping and beating non-stop. Oh, Luo Lin, look over there, Xiaohei is looking at you now. Carp gleefully pointed to the direction of the headquarters building. The black lines on Luo Lin's forehead became denser. But now is not the time to quarrel with Carp. Kidao Kid and that Gluttony Lingling are here. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Hey, ha, Carp's laughter stopped abruptly. Yin's heartbeat stopped for a moment like a deer, and her beautiful eyes stared. Zephyr, Mu Lien, etc. The faces of the veterans and recruits also showed serious or horrified expressions. A loud bang came from the eastern horizon. The dark clouds spread like night. That is because of the power of the giant dragon. At the same time, it is also because of Zeus's thundercloud control. Oh, The thunderous laughter resounded across the sky. The dark sky suddenly lit up with a blazing light like a cross-star. That is the breath of the dragon. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of people, the blazing light shot out from high in the sky. Attacked Washung with devastating power. Chapter 416, Shenlong Kaido, I Want to Fight Too? This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The dark thundercloud covered the world like the dark night. From far to near, it quickly covers the entire sky. The flickering electric light was accompanied by rumbling thunder. At the same time, there were two loud laughs full of tyranny and murderous intent. What's going on here? What happened again? Why is this atmosphere so depressing? I feel almost out of breath. The reporters and viewers on the two watching islands raised their heads unanimously, and their faces were full of horror.
The defeated pirates in the ring venue of the first round of the conference also changed their colors.
Intuition tells them that in that thick cloud layer, there is a terrifying, big murder. After a while, the fierce monster behind the thick black cloud finally appeared. That is a ferocious dragon head. It is exactly the same as the dragon recorded in the ancient Oriental mythology. Then, the world is silent. What erupted immediately was the uproar of the sky. Captain Arp, what the hell is that? Ah, all the pirates on the radio yelled in horror. Is that a dragon? The anger on the face of Supernova Apu, who has awakened from the coma, freezes. Looking at the dragon head that describes the ferociousness, my whole body and mind are occupied by a shock of emotion. The dragon is actually a dragon. Does the dragon in the myth and legend really exist? It's incredible. The coast of the Taiku venue. The Candle 3 Galdino and other warriors in Washung who had not yet had time to return to Washung screamed in shock. Wrong. The Murloc youth Nobel gave a sigh. That is not the dragon in mythology. His true identity is 4, Emperor, 100, Beast, Kai, more. The black-haired swordsman Lucio resisted the fear and trembling, and said the identity of the dragon word by word. Aha, Nani. All the people on the boat, as well as Goj, Leiju and others of Germa 66 in the vicinity were shocked. Oh. In the center of the island in the Taiku venue, cheers came from the mountains and the tsunami. That was the excitement of the beasts and the ant pirates on the island. Finally come, advertisement, Captain Kaido. Mr. Kaido, kill all of them. Captain Kaido is here. Now it's time for us to fight back. Peggy Wan and other beasts and pirates roared in excitement and pride. The huge dragon head is the 4 emperors and 100 beast Kaido.
Kaido has already come. That means Mom is here too.
Good. 2 sea emperors are here, who can compete on the sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The humiliation we suffered before, I want them to pay back again. The thieves also shouted in excitement. The second round of the Jedi conference venue. Ace, is that a dragon? That's amazing. The Vitality Straw Hat Boy widened his surprised eyes and exclaimed.
That's Kaido, Luffy. Ace took a deep breath, and the look on his face was unprecedentedly solemn.
4 emperors and beasts, Dad Kaido, that. Kaido turned out to be a dragon. Long-nosed Usopp was full of horror and lost his voice in amazement. Ah, the animal is the dragon fruit, the phantom beast species, the dragon fruit ability. Jesus BU, who has dealt with beasts more than once, has a solemn face. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's finally here, Kaido of beasts. The corner of Kyuhai Crocodile's mouth opened an arc. To this day, are you still pretending, smelly crocodile? Not far away, Perisparrow, the eldest son of the band of thieves, had a triumphant smile on his face. Kaido is here. Here you are finished. Murloc Sasaki grinned, his face full of cruelty. Who knows, we have the strongest tutor here. Sabo smiled confidently. It's not necessarily who will die. Maybe today is the day when the beasts and the ant are removed, ha 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 ha. Clockbill laughed. What did you say, really looking for death? Boom, Washung Plaza. That is. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido. Looking at the hideous dragon head in the sky, Smog and other young marines couldn't help but change their colors. Even the body trembled unconsciously because of unstoppable fear. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido, is so majestic. The old man Mu Lien narrowed his eyes slightly. The intern boy of the Rocks Pirates has now become the Emperor of the Sea. It really made him a climate. Veteran Colin snorted. Sure enough, what the boss said was right, so he should be strangled in the cradle in advance. It's a pity. Advertisement. Former Lieutenant Alfred shook his head with regret. End him here today. Former General Zephyr straightened his back, and a piece of hot steam evaporated from the giant crushing mechanical arm, full of fighting spirit. Puff ha 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 ha, Zephyr, that. Kaido B*******, D, let me take care of it. Carp laughed. Carp, what do you mean by underestimating me? Zephyr was dissatisfied. How come? Carp shook his head seriously. Kapu, Zephyr, I'll do that kid Kaido. After all, I was the one who asked him to run away 36 years ago. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Then leave it to you. Zephyr replied decisively. Carp curled his lips. When he said earlier, Zephyr was not so easy to talk. This is treated differently, and Carp strongly protested. Oh, let's do it. Kid Kaido here for you, so there is one more. That. Ling Ling Glutton, leave it to me too. Before Carp spoke, Luo Lin smiled again. Carp was stunned. Everyone nearby who heard Luo Lin's words was stunned at the same time. Extreme shock appeared on each face. Even the veterans who trusted Luo Lin the most were a little worried at this moment. After all, they are two sea emperors. It is too difficult to fight two four emperors at the same time. It is simply chaos. You can't do it, don't hold on. Carp worried. Ha ha, Luo Lin chuckled. Boss, don't talk about it for now, that Kaido's attack is coming. Mu Lien, who had been watching the movements of Shenlong Kaido a few kilometers away, yelled. The scorching breath of the dragon ran across thousands of meters, and it came in an instant. At the same time, Luo Lin in the square took a step forward. The reappearance is already in front of the terrifying flame breath. Luo Lin poked out his right hand calmly. Shattered. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 417. Kaido and Bigmom are appalled. 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Well, Kaido, use your moves, give those bastards a little color. Among the thick thunderclouds, the 4 emperors Luo Lingling's muffled speech sounded. Right on my mind. The huge dragon head of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido raised a grinning smile. Longko was wide open. There was a blazing light like lava in the depths of the throat. After a while, under the shocking gaze of countless people, the flame beam with extreme high temperature and high heat started from Kaido's mouth, traversed thousands of meters of sky, and fell straight toward Washang.
That is the scorching breath from Shenlong. It can easily open the mountains and pour the sea.
Naturally, a splendid city can be turned into a sea of flames and will be destroyed. Of course. The premise of this is that the scorching dragon's breath can fall into the city. The grandstand of the Washang headquarters building. One of the emperors of the sea, Kaido of the beasts, the little monster from decades ago, has fully grown up. Raleigh spoke, and there was no vibration on his old face. Kaido, the strongest creature in sea, land, and air, his base camp seems to be the country of Wano, the country of mission. Brooke said faintly. So Kurokas, the Murloc Sambal, and Raleigh were all silent in the field. Even if there is no conclusive news, they can probably guess that their partner, General Mitsuki Maida of Wano country, is afraid that something has happened. Okay, let's talk about those things later, let's pay attention to the present for now. Sha-Chi reminded. Don't worry at all, it must be fine. Nami nodded affirmatively. That was an attack by the Emperor of the Sea. Seeing the scorching dragon's breath that continued to enlarge in his eyes, Colonel Tina's pretty face instantly turned pale. The crisis of death haunted her. Don't be afraid, Tina, there is a dad. Gion patted Tina's shoulder with ease. Yes, with brother Luo Lin, what about the 4 emperors? The mentor is the strongest, the little girls such as Wei Wei, Kurla and others are all determined, without any doubt. At the same time, advertisement the rooftop of the headquarters building. Looking at the terrifying heat that was brewing in the big mouth of the huge Shenlong blood basin thousands of meters away, blasting out. Supernova big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie stood up in horror. Even my favorite pizza on weekdays can't be eaten. It's going to die, it's really going to die this time. B********* D dad, you are. Think of a way. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bonnie yelled anxiously. Don't panic, Bonnie, it's a guide. Kiwahai Tyrant Shang comforted in a gentle voice. The time between talking. The heat of the dragon from the 4 emperors and the beasts Kaido has come. The dazzling fire light came with a scorching breath, and the people in the square of Ling's square closed their eyes unconsciously and lost their voices in shock. However, it was only the next moment, just when people subconsciously thought that Washang Fortress was destroyed and turned into a sea of flames. The breath of the dragon that ruined the sky and the earth suddenly solidified. Even the space of the sky and the earth seemed to be still. Why? Why did Kaido's attack of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts stop? Everywhere in the venue, everyone who saw this peculiar picture couldn't help but screamed. Go on. Kill them. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than, Mr. Kaido's heat is invincible. First turn that city into a sea of fire ruins. At the Taiku venue, the exhilarating and excited shouts of the 2 emperor pirates are still there, echoing in the sky. Next second. But it is quiet again. Through the big live screen in the sky, they saw the heat that solidified like a solid. At the same time, I saw the man who solidified the invisible flame dragon's breath. Mr. Luo Lin, it's Mr. Luo Lin. It's a shot, on the coast ship, the black-haired swordsman, Candle 3 and the rest of the Hanging Heart completely let go, and shouted excitedly. Also caught in a sea of cheers are the people in Washang Fortress. Look over there, yes, our hero Luo Lin has shot. It's really worth it, it was blocked with one hand. There are heroes, what is there to fear even the Emperor of the Sea? The people in Washang Square shouted and cheered in excitement. Advertisement Luo Lin's gaze at the sky that blocked the dragon's heat with one hand was full of excitement, enthusiasm and admiration. Under the gaze of countless people either shocked, excited, or puzzled. Above Wachang, the corner of Luo Lin's mouth, who held Kaido's heat with one hand, made a curve. Smash! Luo Lin's lips lightly opened, the word falls. The solidified scorching dragon's breath, the long solidified space collapsed instantly. Dense rays of light lit up in the dim world. Cut, break everything. With the extremely high temperature and heat of the flame dragon's breath, it annihilated silently. In the end, it turned into fragments of sparks in the sky and fell with the wind. It becomes a beautiful scene in the dim sky. Witness this shocking scene with your own eyes. People's emotions are stagnant at first, then it boils. Hey, don't be kidding. That's the invincible heat of Mr. Kaido. How could he be blocked so lightly? What kind of monster is that? At the Taiku venue, Peggy Wan and other beasts and pirates who are familiar with the power of heat opened their eyes in horror and screamed in horror. The members of the thief on the side also showed ghostly expressions. Even if you have never seen the power of heat, but that is after all the 4 emperors and beasts, Kaido, the strongest creatures of the sea, land and air. That is the legendary hero. Just block Kaido's dragon breath. What kind of power is that? It is too terrifying. At the Jedi venue, Quinn shook his head in terror and murmured unconsciously. On the other side, the Murloc Sasaki, Parasparrow and others in the battle with Crocodile and Sabo, the triumphant expressions on their faces converge. It was replaced by a deep horror and panic. Are they really going to be destroyed here today, as Sand Crocodile said? Parasparrow and others unconsciously gave birth to this absurd idea. No, how can this kind of thing happen? All over the waters of Washung, everyone who witnessed the previous scene was shocked. Even the beasts Kaido and Lotlingling, who are the emperors of the sea, are no exception. At this moment, the faces of the emperors on the 2 seas were full of shock and disbelief. It's not because of Luo Lin's powerful strength, it's because of that. The ability to smash even the flames. That is the biggest purpose of their trip. It is the strongest ability of the former captain they dream of. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 418. Bigmom and Kaido's son. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The dark sky, dark clouds, thunder and lightning. An unspeakable sense of depression hung over the heavens and the earth. Unconsciously, great fear arises. Even as the Emperor's deputy, the flames of the second character of beasts. At this moment, the face under the mask is also full of horror. It wasn't because it was thousands of meters away that Luo Lin who had extinguished the scorching dragon's breath casually. It was because of the sudden horror aura of the 2 sea emperors beside him. Kaido, the eyes under the hood of Yanban Jin can't stop beating. Under the pressure of the 4 emperors, they couldn't help but regress again and again. Ling, did you see it just now? Finally, Kaido, the 4 emperors and beasts, was no longer silent. The huge dragon's mouth opened and closed, and the voice rumbled. Ah, how can I not see it, that power? The power that can split space. It can't be wrong, it's definitely Captain Lox's ability. The 4 emperors Luo Te Lingling's face gradually became gloomy. It is 100 times more gloomy than the dark clouds in the sky. Between the words, the endless anger and killing intent were suppressed. Kaido, what do you mean and what is that as the ability of Lox? Yan Calamity Jin was shocked and asked anxiously. This is really a big scam. Tooth Incisor. That be ***** D. How dare to set up a game to deceive all of us, how can he make him like? Boom, Kaido's voice has not yet fallen. A loud bang suddenly sounded on the island of the Jedi venue not far away. That was the sound of the explosion of the central treasure mountain. At a time when everyone's attention is attracted by the coming sea emperors. Someone at the venue has already broken through the obstacles on the island and approached the overlord treasure in the center. Be aware of this amazing fact. Whether it is the promoted players in the venue or the people in the appearance battle, they can't help but be shocked. Regardless of the 2 emperors of the sea, his eyes quickly fell back to the big live screen. The reporters even raised the cameras in their hands. Prepare to record this historic moment when someone wins the crown.
After all, this is most likely the beginning of the birth of an overlord.
Under people's nervous gaze, there were several coughs among the dust in the sky. Immediately afterwards, advertisement a rickety figure, old and unbearable, appeared in people's sight like an old man stepping into a coffin. That old man is. He is the dark horse in the first round of the conference. The one who was promoted for the first time. All over the waters of Washung, people who saw this scene were shocked and shouted. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi.
Damn it, what kind of god is that old man? It's amazing how many people are there twice in a row.
Couldn't he really be the remnant of the Sea Lord Lox? People have guessed in surprise. Yeah, twisted old ghost, let you get one step ahead of it again. At this moment, the picture flickered on the screen. Another voice approached Baoshan in the center. That's the dancer who destroyed the Shadao venue. He actually arrived so soon. It really deserves to be the 2 dark horses of the conference. What will happen next? Add bookmarks for easy reading. What happened? Under the shocking and nervous gaze of people. The smoke and dust covering the central Baoshan gradually dissipated. A pyramid made of gold exudes a dazzling light, which catches everyone's eyes. Looking at the intoxicating light, everyone unconsciously held their breath. Look at the top of the pyramid, the real treasure is there. Someone yelled. As a result, the people who had been blinded by money came back to their senses. The line of sight fell involuntarily at the highest point of the pyramid. It was placed in a transparent crystal box. In the box lies a special cubic-shaped fruit. The lines on the surface of the fruit exude sharp shimmers. Even just looking at it is chilling. That is exactly the devil fruit that once helped Locke ascend to the overlord of the sea, known as the most ferocious and strongest devil fruit. Superman crushed the fruit, in the high altitude. The four emperors Luo Lin and Kaido of the beasts also saw the golden pyramid underneath. There is also the devil fruit in the crystal box on the spire. Feeling that, some kind of breath from the devil fruit. Advertisement in their minds, they couldn't help but recall the few words that Captain Locke had described to them after drinking. Then, the anger on the faces of the two sea emperors no longer. It was replaced by shock and doubt. Hey, Kaido, do you feel it? Charlotte Lingling asked. Ah, I feel it. It doesn't seem to be a fake, but how is this possible? Kaido replied. As Captain Locke described, that is the true ability to crush fruits. Luo Lingling affirmed. Well, although that B*******D is a bit hateful, but he still won't deceive the whole world on this point. I'm afraid we made a mistake before. Maybe, Kaido said in a deep, uncertain voice. Flame embers. It turns out that you made a mistake. You are really two idiot captains. Well, it shouldn't be too late. Let's take down the fruit first, and wait until the strongest offspring with our blood is born. He inherits this ability. Charlotte Lingling laughed. Here, let's go. Kaido laughed a few times and flicked his tail, carrying the four emperors on his back. Dive in the direction of the golden pyramid, flame embers. You two idiot captains, you did it while I was away. It turns out that this is the real alliance, at the same time. The center of the Jedi venue. I feel it, this is a call from a powerful fruit ability. I want me to become his new master. In the center of the Jedi venue, the rickety old man took a deep breath and said with a look of intoxication. After a while, he shook his head again and sighed lightly. Pity. Ha, twisted old ghost, if you want, it's better to go and reincarnate now, maybe you can catch up. The man in fancy dance clothes teased. Two people, it should not be too late. Hurry up and bring that thing and complete the task assigned by the 5 old stars. The killers arrived one by one. Assholes, that's our stuff, get out of the way for the old lady.
The screams of the four emperors resounded through the world, and the people of Zero were shocked. Chapter 419. 4 Emperors, 2 Quarters seeking complete order.
This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Assholes, give me a distance from that. Fruit, that's what my old lady fancy, ah. Domineering screams resounded across the sky. At the same time, accompanied by the unparalleled domineering origin of the emperors of the sea. Under the double domineering impact of the 4 emperors Luo Lingling and the beast Kaido. Even the senior elite killers of World Government Zero are involuntarily shocked. Unconsciously, his steps back again and again. Hey, you two old guys are still stupefied about what to do and finish the task quickly. The Murloc mixed blood Zero with 2 rows of fangs snapped. Don't be so anxious, brother, if you are too anxious, it will kill you. The man in fancy dance clothes grinned, showing cold white teeth. Ling's Murloc Zero youth retreated again and again, coughing up a large mouthful of blood in his mouth. The Emperor of the Sea in this era, the name is resoundingly tight, but I don't know if you are worthy of this resounding name. The rickety old man on the other side smiled vaguely. Even under the double domineering impact of Beast Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, that old complexion remained unchanged. Boom! Was shocked by countless people off the court, watching with shocking gazes. 2 emperors of the sea descend from the sky. It fell heavily on the golden pyramid, stirring up dust and covering the sky. Wow! Does not wait. The flying dust rustles down. The ensuing terrifying wind pressure was centered on the pyramid and spread to all directions. That was the second eruption of the overlord look of the sea emperors. It was their declaration of sovereignty over this golden pyramid and that, the overlord treasure, in the crystal box. Captain Locke's legacy is already ours. Well. Luo Lingling hugged the crystal box and looked at the real crushed fruit inside, happily like a child of 1,000 caddies. Well, this gold pyramid is also good. Although it is not as good as the big golden bell tower, it is also a good thing. Kaido, who still maintains the form of a dragon, has a huge dragon body entrenched on the pyramid in circles. Ling's Zhang didn't know how much the pyramid shook, as if he was going to lift it up and take it away. The arrogance of the Emperor of the Sea can be seen. Advertisement, Mr. Kaido is mighty. That's our mother, this is our victory. The 2 of the 4 emperors are here, just ask who can rival this sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The ant and the beast stationed in the Taiku venue gave great cheers. Celebrating their victory. Jedi venue. The remaining 200 qualifiers on the island also saw the scene of the central Baoshan through the large screen above the island. Damn it, this can be considered as a matter of doing so for a long time. We have worked so hard to advance. Is it all in vain until now? Isn't it fair? The pirate noble's son Cavendish Junchao's face was full of unwillingness and helplessness. After all, they were 2 sea emperors. The 4 emperors Luo Lingling and Beast Kaido, they are obviously not contestants. The long-legged fighter brutally shouted absurdly. You are too naive. The rules are just a shackle for the weak. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called rules are just a few words of nonsense. Destroyer Edio smiled bitterly. Isn't my road to dominance ending before it starts? Organizer, Hero Luo Lin, is this also allowed? Hurry up and do something, aren't you a Navy hero? The pirate captains who still have ambitions for the overlord position yelled at the various video phone worms in protest. It's really naive. Your efforts are all in vain. From the moment our captain arrives, the ending is doomed. Plague Quinn stepped on cheerful dance steps, wantonly taunting the surrounding contestants, hysterical. That overlord fruit belongs to anyone, anyway. It doesn't matter much to me, as long as this uncle can go out alive, it's enough. This time it is really posted. In a certain cave, good luck found Bucky who was hiding Baoshan and smiled triumphantly. Yet the next second, Bucky's triumphant laugh came to an abrupt end. Because of his challenge. No matter who it is, if you want to take away the things on the island, you must withstand the corresponding challenges. Even the captain of your Sea Emperor, it's too early to want to celebrate now. Sabo spoke calmly, without the slightest impatience on his face. Advertisement, what an irritating kid, he is still at this time, his mouth is stiff. Parasparrow's face sank. Gee you ha ha ha, we don't really think we can take away that fruit, right? Clockbill laughed sarcastically. What's so funny, 2-4 emperors join hands, who can rival the sea? Murloc Sasaki yelled and asked. I don't know the others, but the one in my house. Can't be. Just 2-4 emperors can challenge. Crocodile spoke domineeringly, what did you say? 2-4 emperors. You people in Washung are only good at talking. The aunts and the beast cadres in the field were very angry. Then let you do it first, I will make you regret saying what you said before. Murloc Sasaki grinned coldly, revealing a mouthful of white canine teeth. The boom, war restarts. Hey, sizzle, 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 sizzle. The strongest fruit ability of Sea Lord Locks finally returned to the hands of the original Locks pirate group. Is the strongest pirate alliance in history about to be born? What will this sea become next? The reporters and viewers who watched the two major island live broadcast squares were unconsciously shocked and murmured. No, it's not over yet, a reporter suddenly screamed. The dark horses of those two conventions, they are about to do something against the Emperor of the Sea. Chapter 420. After today, the 4 emperors go to the second, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The name of the Emperor of the Sea in this era is resounding. Let the old man come to teach and teach today. Can you bear the name of the Emperor of the Sea? The central pyramid of the Jedi venue, a dark horse with a squat figure, the old man gave a grin. The skinny body was suddenly blurred, making it unrealistic. It seems that the light around him and even the space are in a distorted state. Boom, rickety black horse. The old man's eyes flashed, and he stepped out one step at a time, and the ground shook the mountain. It is clearly an old man who is dying, but this step is like a giant stomping. In the next second, something more amazing happened. The earth surged and twisted under his power. There seemed to be a terrifying earth dragon beneath the ground, rushing towards the sea emperors in the central golden pyramid. The heavy golden pyramid of boom rumble shook, and cracks emerged one after another, as if to explode. Well, the 4 emperors Luo Lin, who was holding the crystal box, suddenly stopped her proud laugh. The huge body like a little giant swayed with the vibration of the pyramid, as if it was about to fall. The dragon tails of the 4 emperors Kaido flapped heavily on the pyramid. The power of the iron dragon's tail made the cracks on the tower denser. However, it also defeated the inexplicable force that rushed from the ground. Smelly old man, do you want to die? Shenlong Kaido stared at the rickety black horse with his big copper bell-like eyes. The old man, his eyes were cold, and his murderous intent was full. What a guts, B*********. D. The 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling, who had stabilized her figure again, the cold and murderous sight also fell on the old man. There the 4 emperors. The Emperor of the Sea who is at the apex of the new world. There is only a dead end for provoking the Emperor of the Sea. However, even with the killing intent from 2 sea emperors at the same time, Dark Horse, the old man's expression still remained unchanged. As always, calm and permeating. Can you please return that thing to us? Dark Horse. The old man pointed to the crystal box and grinned. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but on the contrary, he became more and more adept. I think you old man is looking for death. Shenlong Kaido's angry roar resounded across the sky. The dragon's mouth opened wide. The flame ball containing extremely hot energy condensed in an instant. Advertisement: this is a weakened version of the instant heat. Even if it didn't burn a city to the end, it was more than enough to burn an old man who uttered wild words into ashes. However, it was at the exit of Kaido's heat, a moment. His huge dragon head swayed to the right uncontrollably by a few points. The terrifying fireball that shot out just happened to be grazing the rickety black horse. The old man passed by, exploding a blazing fire hundreds of meters behind him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The gust of wind blew his few strands of hair. Kaido, what kind of perfect head are you? Is it possible that your kid hasn't woken up from the wine? It's useless to miss the distance at such a close distance. The 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling dissatisfied with contempt. Wrong. Kaido categorically refuted the accusation of partner Charlotte Lingling. The huge dragon body shrank and transformed into a human form again. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. The muscular face has a chill that seems to be freezing, and his eyes fall on the man in fancy dance clothes on the other side. It should have been you a-hole just now. It's really strange today. People who are not afraid of death appear one after another. Kaido spoke coldly. Hello, please call here first, and return our things quickly. The dancer in bells and whistles stopped the sway of the fingers and grinned without showing weakness. Oh, what a big tone. The fruits of Captain Locke's actually exploded you. Bold old guys, it seems necessary to give you some education. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido took out the wolf-toothed stick that was pinned to his waist. Regardless of, any one of you old things is going to die today. The 4th emperor Luo Lin strode towards the dark horse. The old man walked. The 2 sea emperors were angry, but the next moment. Abnormal regeneration. Not waiting. Charlotte Lingling approaches. A dark horse with a rickety figure. The old man made another move, and his thin right hand reached out and shook it towards the atmosphere. He captured the atmosphere. The arm twists in a clockwise direction. Advertisement as a result, the atmosphere and even the space distorted and spread with his movements. In the end, it fell on the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling. Okay. Perceiving something wrong, Charlotte Lingling looked down in confusion. Her belly swayed like waves of water under the force of the twisting atmosphere. Range. Charlotte Lingling reacts. Next second, the twisted power exploded. Charlotte Lingling, the unsuspecting 4 emperors, rose into the sky like a little giant. It spins away like a big windmill, and in the end it is heavily planted on the ground. The 4 emperors, who were at the top of the sea, were hit hard as if they were playing. In this scene, everyone in Ling's Thief screamed out loud. At the same time, the eyes of other people who witnessed this scene were widened, and their faces were full of incredible. Washung Plaza. That monster Andy was turned around. Mu Lien, an old man who was one of the legends of the Roger Pirates, opened his eyes wide and was surprised. He, who had worked with him before, knew the extent of the monster of that lunatic Andy. In this world, there is still such a powerful force hidden, and indeed there is only the world government. Zephyr spoke solemnly. World government, is it really a government member? The veterans who heard Zfa's guess were in an uproar. The fruit, whether it is obtained by the 4 emperors or the government, is not a good thing. I really don't know what Luo Lin wants to do with this harmful thing. Carp's old face was rarely serious. What I want to do, haven't you seen it now? Luo Lin's still calm and usual voice sounded from the audience. After today, the 4 emperors of the sea will go to the second. This is my purpose. Chapter 421, The Majesty of Ahi's Palace, Play. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. After today, the 4 emperors of the sea will go to the second. When Luo Lin's domineering words fell, the expressions on the faces of Carp, Zephyr, the veterans and the new generation marines on the periphery were first stagnant. Then there was uncontrollable excitement and excitement. The Emperor of the Sea, who is at the top of the world, will go to the second place. Naturally, the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido and Luo Lin who entered the game today simultaneously defeat the alliance of 2 sea emperors. How domineering this is. If someone else said it, I'm afraid people would have already sneered at it. Just treat it as the arrogant remarks of ignorant people. After all, those are the 4 emperors who dominate the sea. And there are 2, since the formation of the 4 emperors of the New World 4 years ago. The New World has completely become the world of pirates. Even their navy has to bow their heads in the territory of the 4 emperors. This is the deterrence of the 4 emperors. In this sea, whoever dares to fight with the alliance formed by the 2 big 4 emperors at the same time will have to weigh their navy and prepare for a long time. But right now, things have already happened. The plan to defeat the alliance of the 2 big 4 emperors is already underway. The implementer of this plan was another hero whose navy disappeared 36 years ago. Isn't it a matter of course that the 4 emperors of the New World will be broken today? Whether it is the veterans or the new generation of Smog and other marines, there is no doubt. Because that was what the naval heroes said, more because of the legends gathered in this place. With the hero Luo Lin and the hero Carp, even if it is the beasts in the lead, how to eliminate the beasts in the alliance first? No matter how smooth the white beard and red hair are, all this is not a delusion. As long as the 2 legendary heroes of the navy are there, calm the world and end the era of the great pirates is just around the corner. Smog, Dasky and other young marines were all excited looking at the heroes and legends ahead. Thinking of those exciting futures, everyone's emotions are getting higher and higher. Go. Today, please clean up Kaido and the monster lady-in-law first. Look for the white beard and the red-haired kid tomorrow. Unexpectedly, I can still participate in such a magnificent event in my lifetime. It's really great. With my modest strength, help the boss reach the top. A group of veterans with white hair and beards are also in high spirits at this moment. Being Luo Lin's domineering declaration roused the silent blood in the body, as if returning to the happy age of following Luo Lin on the battlefield of the world decades ago. Puff ha, so be it, brother, let us join forces that we have been missing for a long time today, and pull the 2 emperors from the throne. Carp's double fists were heavily overlapped in front of him, and he made a sound of golden and iron strikes, full of fighting spirit. Count me 2. Zephyr twisted his neck and grinned. Seeing a crowd of enthusiastic and fighting veterans, the corners of Luo Lin's mouth also raised an arc of joy. When is the iron fist for the old man already hungry and thirsty? Carp's pair of iron fists overlapped and collided, clanging loudly. Well, don't worry, Carp, just let them play for a while. Advertisement Luo Shu grinned and said calmly. Furthermore, compared to over there, I have more important to leave to you. What's more important? Looking at the solemn expression on Luo Lin's face. Carp also put aside his laughter, his face serious. I will leave it to you behind me. Luo Lin patted Carp on the shoulder and spoke seriously. Isn't this of course, just like before, I've always been responsible for you behind you. I won't forget this. Don't worry, partner. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Carp laughed as he took it for granted. If you haven't forgotten, just don't forget. Then when I leave, I will trouble you to guard this city. Luo Lin blinked. Aha, add bookmarks for easy reading. The smile on Carp's face solidified. Wait a while, what do you mean? I don't quite understand it. Carp asked. Idiot Cap, Luo Lin is telling you to stay and sit in Washung, just sit here and watch us fight. Zephyr grinned. The expression on Carp's old face suddenly pulled his hips. Don't bring such one, hey, let's say we will fight side by side together. Carp's eyes widened. This is what you agreed to. Zephyr added. Carp sighed lightly, indeed. Since I have accepted it, there is no way. Okay, Luo Lin patted Carp on the shoulder again, showing an expression on his face that I am optimistic about you. Ha ha ha. Seeing Kabu's sullen expression with a little bit of resentment, Zephyr couldn't help laughing. It's the same with you, Zephyr, who are all a long time old, and you stayed with Carp, responsible for protecting Washung Fortress and Ahe and the others. Roland rode. Hey, ZFA's smile stopped abruptly. Puff ha ha ha. It was Carp's turn to laugh out loudly, gleefully. With Zephyr, a comrade in arms with the same ailment, Carp's depressed heart was also divided into more than half. Ignoring the joy of each other between Carp and Zephyr, Luo Lin's figure disappeared in a flash. Advertisement. The next second was to disappear from the square. The reappearance is already in the high-rise stands of the headquarters building. Uncle, brother Luoling, tutor, father, Master Luo Lin. You're back. It just appeared. The girls and girls in the stands gathered around and greeted Luo Lin enthusiastically. Ahem. Ahe coughed slightly. As a result, the noisy stands suddenly quieted down. Even if it is like Hancock, he obediently shut his mouth at this moment and let the road open. The so-called majesty of the palace is terrifying. Ahe stepped on high heels and went straight forward, lifting his slender hand gently, straightening out Luo Lin's messy corners of clothes. When to go? Ahe asked. Almost, Luo Lin answered with a smile. Then you came here this time to ask me to protect these little girls? Ahe's big eyes narrowed in a subtle arc. Cough. Luo Lin coughed awkwardly. It's not just this, right? Luo Lin's gaze crossed Ahe and landed on Layli and the others behind. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, don't hesitate to say anything. Brooke patted the bear. There are a few small mice in the quicksand prison. I'm afraid that the electric shock boy will not be able to handle it alone. You should also go and support it. Luo Lin smiled. Humph, Layli, who was transformed into a sour lemon again, snorted proudly. Raleigh, what are you doing? Asked the Murloc Samble. Go to jail and go around, Raleigh said without looking back. Then, I should go too. After arranging everything, Luo Lin touched the little girl's head one by one, and then turned around and played, please download the ununderlined version chapter 422, The Four Emperors of Terror, Roland debut. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The sky collapsed, the ground sank, and the water flowed back. The island of the Jedi venue floating at an altitude of 1,000 meters trembles. There was a huge opening in the dim sky at high distance. The endless dark clouds rushed towards the crack in the sky. This scene seems to be the end of the day. The source of these horror scenes is the center of the island of the venue, the duel between two sea emperors and two dark horses. It is unbelievable that the old man and the dancer are so strong. Dark horses. They're the real dark horses. If there weren't that, if Kaido entered, that overlord treasure would definitely fall into their hands in the end. To be able to compete with the Emperor of the Sea, where are they sacred? Before we had guessed that they were the remnants of the Sea Lord Locks, but now it seems that they may have another origin. Indeed, after all, that the beast Kaido and Luo Ling are both known Locks crew members. Yes, and fortunately so, otherwise, if the four of them form an alliance, it would be really terrible. The reporters and audiences on the two major island live broadcast squares were wide and shocked, and they were talking. The result of the duel is about to come out. The two dark horses, they are indeed strong, but after all, the four emperors are stronger. It was not long after the people's voice fell. The live broadcast on the big screen between the Emperor of the Sea and the super dark horse of the conference. The peak showdown has finally come to an end. Damn, what kind of monster are you? The dancer in the tattered fancy dance clothes panted, and looked at the figure like a demon god not far away in shock. From the beginning of the battle to the present, although it was less than 10:10 in just 10 minutes. But it was enough for him to understand the horror of the Emperor of the Sea. Understand the horror of Kaido, the four emperors and beasts known as the strongest creatures of the sea, land and air. That tough body, and that unusually huge vitality, it's simply non-human, it's just a real monster. It's time to end. The beast Kaido took the spiked club in his hand and strode towards the tattered dancer. Looking at the four emperors Kaido, who were constantly approaching, the tattered dark horse, the dancer's face flashed with panic. He stepped on the ground 72 times in an instant, and he would dodge at twice the speed of the 6-style shave. However, the powerful chi machine that originated from the four emperors Kaido has always been firmly locked. There is no way to avoid it. Thunder, Ming, Ba, Gua. Accompanied by the beast Kaido's drinking, the spiky rod containing the power of opening the mountain stopped the dark horse. The dancers flew out the heavy hammer on the way ahead. Advertisement perfect home run. Swish is under the thunderous power of the four Emperor Kaido's great moves. Dark horse. The dancer's ragged body shot like a shooting star. In an instant, he left the island surrounding the venue and flew toward the higher and farther sky. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ling Ling, it's too slow. After solving his opponent, Kaido had a big stick and turned to look at another battlefield hundreds of meters away. Well, Kid Kaido, you don't want to show off, I just want this B********* D to feel full of fear. Four Emperor Charlotte laughed coldly. Look at the black horse in front of you. The rickety old man's eyes are full of jokes. The dignified Emperor of the Sea, one of the four emperors who ruled the apex of the world, was stupefied by an unknown old man. And NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading, P. And it's still in full view, under the focus of the world. For Charlotte Lingling, this is simply a great shame. This humiliation can only be washed away with all the lifespan of the other party. That's why she didn't rush to defeat the dark horse with all her strength, the rickety old man, but wanted to make him surrender to her horror. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling looked like an evil spirit, and her whole body was full of terrifying pressure, staring at the dark horse in front of him, the rickety old man. As always, dark horse, still no soul escaped from the old man's head. It means that he was not completely overwhelmed by Charlotte Lingling's momentum. This is also natural. After all, when he was young, he was also the top figure in the sea. It is the world government Zero Group, the top killer with general-level combat power. Even under the erosion of the years, the strength has declined drastically. But it is not so bad that it will be scared out of the soul. It's just compared to the initial calmness. The dark horse at this moment, old man, there is no longer any calmness on that old face. This is also natural. After all, in the short confrontation of the previous 10 minutes, the powerful attack he was most proud of was unable to cause any harm to Charlotte Lingling. Unbreakable. This is hard to imagine. Advertisement. That. The monster physique like a steel balloon is unheard of. Even if he tried to directly penetrate his own twisting force into her body, the internal organs that twisted her would eventually be blocked by that tough body. Compared to his twisting ability, perhaps only advanced arm colors can penetrate that monster-like body. Just let alone him in an aging state. Even when he was young and in his heyday, he did not master the highest level of arm color. After all, he is an ability party that relied on powerful devil fruits. 4. The so-called domineering, I have never paid attention to it. Forget it, you, an old thing who doesn't know the heights of the earth, just go to death. It has been a long time to absorb the dark horse. The lifespan of the old man, Charlotte Lingling, the four emperors, also lost the last patience. The sturdy arm sticks out. Napoleon, come on, mother. The double-horned hat Homit's Napoleon on Charlotte Lingling's head responded loudly and turned into a big knife and appeared in his hand. Albuf's gun. Prestige, the ultimate move inherited from the giants, exploded. The huge purple knife energy cut open the land of the island, covering and devouring the old black horse. It's all over. The surging sky gradually returned to calm. Ended. Really worthy of being the four emperors. The dark horses of the two conferences, they are already strong enough, but it's a pity that they met the Emperor of the Sea. The people in the appearance battle unconsciously shook their heads in admiration. 4. This result is not too surprising. Is it really over? That. Has the ownership of the crushed fruit that can create the overlord be determined? Someone murmured worriedly. No, it's not over yet. Someone seemed to have discovered something, and shouted in excitement. Hero. The hero Luo Lin has appeared, chapter 423, son of Kaido. More than just an alliance, I think it's marriage, 2/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi north of Huacheng, the area where the quicksand prison and the iron factory are located. At this moment, there is a mess. Taking advantage of the opening ceremony of the city in the martial arts conference, it attracted many powerful people in the city. The pirate prisoners detained here for reform through labor rioted collectively and escaped. The roar of the pirates, shouting and killing up to the sky. The flames of war are about to burn into the main city. You ants, mortals, give me enough, don't be too smug. Just when the scene was near the edge of losing control, an angry roar resounded across the sky, rumbled like thunder, as if the thunder god in the sky was angry. In fact, it is true. There was a dull thunder in the dark clouded sky. The terrifying blue electric snake shuttled and throbbed in the dark clouds. Chi-chi, electric light flickers. A figure surrounded by terrifying lightning appeared in the sky, standing in the air. It is like the supreme thunder god in charge of thunder punishment. 30 million volts Thunderbird, 30 million volts Thunderbeast. 6 million volts Thunderdragon, God's sanction. The thunder god in the sky, Anilu, the capable of thunderfruit, uttered a cold shout full of killing intent. The golden rod in his hand swung away. The Guyu Tai drum behind him kept beating. In an instant, the turbulent, huge, and devastating lightning voltage covered the world. Huh. Woo. Expensive. The roar of the strongest fierce beast resounded between the heaven and the earth. 3 lightning birds, thunder beasts, and thunder dragons made entirely of terrifying thunder and lightning rushed out of the taiko drum behind Enilu. The pirates who rioted towards the quicksand prison below are cold. There is not a single trace of it left, where the 3 big thunder beasts passed. Advertisement: the earth scorched all the pirates on the ground. This is the power of Thor in anger, in the past hour. Enilu made 2 mistakes one after another, as a guardian of this quicksand prison in a special period. He was supposed to do his duty loyally and guard to the death, but he left his job without permission because of provocations by others. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the easiest way to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. This led to this pirate riot. The second mistake he made next was dazzled by anger. There is no time to stop the pirates in the riot. Instead, he went to find the invaders who played him. Because of his own anger and unrest, coupled with the chaos and noise of the scene, and a group of strong powers in the distance, the sum of various factors. He is most proud of seeing, hearing, and the exploratory power of radio monitoring have been minimized. Instead of finding that group of abominable invaders, they missed the best time to stop the pirate riots. Fortunately, it is not too late for him to wake up. Before the pirates attacked the main city and wreaked havoc on Washung, he held the final bottom line. With the powerful ability of his body to naturally tie the thunderfruit, the situation that is close to losing control has finally gradually returned to his control. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Just looking at the prisons and factories ravaged by the pirates. Enilu's eyebrows were deeply frowned, and he didn't know how to report to the god. At the same time, the rooftop of a vacant high-rise building in the main city of Washung. A group of people with different shapes and strong breath gathered. That Thunder Kid, really amazing. Yes, yeah, it's natural to have the ability to resound the fruit of thunder, it's really not covered. If I fight in an upright manner, I'm afraid I will be killed in seconds. It's a pity that guy is very capable, but his brain is not so good. It's an idiot to be fooled so easily. The 2 pirates, one tall and one short, sang and grinned. Good job. B*******, D father and them. The firstborn with double horns and a feather-clad youth sat on the edge of the roof. Through the observation mirror in his hand, he was enthusiastically watching the live broadcast over the distant square. Yamato, the brawny blonde man with a ponytail and 2 braids, shouted. What's the matter, Jack? Advertisement: the young man named Yamato, the son of the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido, turned his head and looked at Jack behind him. Thank you so much this time, Drought Jack said solemnly. Oh, Jack, would you also say thank you? It's surprising, but don't care. Let's say everyone is on the same boat. When the B******D daddy dies, you will be my subordinate. Young Dahei waved his hands casually. If you want to repay me, then when the B******D father dies in the future, you can stand on my side. Don't mix with the 2 guys, Jin or Quinn. Drought Jack, General Star Snug. Kaido's son Yamato, is it true that your beasts and our thieves unite together? Zhang Xing Snug still asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you will be optimistic about it. My B******D father and your monster mother, let alone an alliance, look at the posture, marriage can be done. Yamato rode. Drought Jack, General Star Snug. Mom and that. Mr. Kaido and the monster ant, think of that scene. Jack and Snug shivered involuntarily. Yamato, Jack. And Snug from the ant's house, stop talking, someone is coming towards us. At this moment, the tall pirate who came with Kaido's son Yamato changed his expression and quickly reminded him loudly. Just as their voices fell, 4 faint shadows leapt on the roof of the tall building. It didn't take a moment for them to fall in all directions. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, I found it. Brooke, who was dead with only a handful of bones left, smiled. Wang Shenjie now. Seeing one of the chief culprits who wiped out his fleet that day, the Drought Jack suddenly blushed. Oh, this is a really amazing character. Yamato looked around, his face moved unconsciously. The ship Dr. Kuroka's of the Roger Pirates, the Murloc, Brooke, the swordsman of Wangshen, and Raleigh, the Hades. Having said this, the voice of young Yamato paused, and an inexplicable arc was raised at the corner of his mouth. Hey, legends of the Roger Pirates, do you want to join my team together? Chapter 424, Ling Ling, the big fruit is gone? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The boom rumble, floating in the sky of 1,000 meters, the Jedi venue trembles violently. A horrible crack that almost cut off a small half of the island emerged from the island of the venue. That was caused by the full blow of the 4 emperors Luo Lingling's anger. The sight is terrifying, but it also ends here. After the earthquake of the island at the venue, calm was restored. Even with such a big fissure, the island did not disintegrate, and it still floated steadily in the sky. The shattered dim sky is also healed again. It represents the end of this fierce duel. Even the strongest dark horse in this martial arts conference, in front of the 4 emperors who dominate the apex of the sea in this era, there is still no power to parry. The audience who witnessed the result of this fierce duel could not help being silent and worried. Next second. Loud cheers rang out. At this moment, the only people who can cheer for the victory of the Sea Emperors are naturally the pirates of the beasts and the thief. Mr. Kaido is mighty and domineering, Mom is the strongest. You old bastards, what is it to be the 4 emperors? The Emperor of the Sea is not. He can provoke anything. The fruit ability of Sea Lord Locks is our thing. No one can take it away again. Taiku Venue. The elite pirates of the beasts and thieves laughed triumphantly and shouted. However, the smug smiles on their faces didn't last long, but they stopped abruptly. Because of the figure that suddenly appeared on the big screen of the live broadcast. That is the figure of a hero, 1,000 meters above the sky, the island of the Jedi Venue. Mr. Kaido is amazing, hit the fly that crappy dancer. The third 100 beasts swayed the plague Quinn from left to right. Excited and began to sing and dance. For Queen, it was not the assault team in Washung that he hated most in this meeting. It was that the crappy dancer who used him as a monkey. Now that the other party was beaten with a stick by his own captain, Quinn felt relieved in his heart and was very happy. Advertisement, idiot Quinn, you idiot, is it time to celebrate now? Just when Quinn's mood was at its peak, a pot of cold water poured down. Listening to the familiar voice, a trace of disgust flashed across Quinn's chubby face. Smelly girl, what do you mean? Quinn turned around with an unhappy expression and looked at Wu Ludi not far behind him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't you have eyes yourself, that hero Luo has appeared. Poison-tongued sister Wu Ludi didn't know how to point her finger at the big screen in the sky. Hey, the hero is coming, hero, crunching. Looking at the figure reflected in the center of the big screen floating high in the sky. The triumphant smiles on the faces of Sasaki, the Murloc, one of the 6 sons of the beasts, Parasparrow, the eldest son of the ant, solidified and disappeared. What turned out to be extreme anger and jealousy, 2 rows of teeth crunched. Even if it is a naval hero, how can our mother be the Emperor of the Sea? Add bookmarks for easy reading, Charlotte Irving spoke up. That's right, the so-called hero is nothing more than a product of the old age 36 years ago, but now it is the age of the 4 emperors. Charlotte Dafu also agreed to cheer himself up. I admit that the legendary hero may indeed have the power to match the Emperor of the Sea, but Phosphord, the strongest 6 of the beasts volleyed, spoke and the corner of his mouth raised a proud arc. There are 2 sea emperors who are there now. If that hero Kapu is also there, he can compete against 1 or 2 1-on-1. But if he is just one person, his ending will not be better than the previous one. How much better are 2 old guys who don't know how high the earth is? Exactly, that's it, that's right, ha 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 ha. Victory will ultimately belong to us. Wait to get rid of that hero, then go to level your city. The cadres of the beasts and thieves kept clamoring, regaining the confidence that was scared by the hero's appearance. 4. The self-comfort of all the beasts and thieves. Sabo, Crocodile and others were unmoved. The other party has full confidence in their master. Same. Advertisement they are also full of confidence in their own mentor. The real good show has just begun, at this moment. The Jedi Venue, the center of the island, the 4 emperors Luo Lingling and the beast Kaido hooked their shoulders to each other, and laughed proudly. It's just 2 clowns who don't know from which horns. Da ran out of the beam jumping clown, also delusional to poses, it is really laughable. The beast Kaido laughed happily, Captain Locke's final legacy is ours. The 4 emperors Luo Lingling raised the crystal box in his hand high and smiled. However, it was only the next second. The smile on Charlotte Lingling's face suddenly solidified. She narrowed her big eyes and stared at the transparent crystal box. The one inside, so big, that should have been lying inside, the strongest devil fruit full of alluring, is gone. What's wrong with you Lingling? Perceiving the strangeness of his partner, Kaido asked subconsciously. As soon as the words were spoken, he also knew the problem. Fruit. Why didn't Lingling see the fruit in the box? You ate it stealthily, right? Kaido stared at the big copper bell-like eyes and asked sternly. Don't be foolish, kid Kaido. Charlotte Lingling had her eyes red and scolded loudly. Which B*** he stole my things? There was a high-pitched cry. Sorry, this is my thing. A faintly playful voice suddenly sounded from behind Charlotte Lingling and by Beast Kaido, and the 2 of Lings suddenly turned around. Until then, the 2 sea emperors finally realized with hindsight that they did not know when they came to the existence behind them. A whole Luo Lin, it really is you. Seeing Luo Lin throwing the strongest fruit on the broken golden pyramid, the pupils of Charlotte Lingling of the 4 emperors suddenly shrank. Chapter 425, The Strongest Heads Up? You are still 100 years early? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, a whole Luo Lin, it's really you. I thought you were afraid to show up in front of us. Well. The 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling laughed pretentiously. I dare to appear in front of us, you are so brave. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido also laughed coldly. Take the initiative in words and strengthen confidence for yourself. At the same time, it is to eliminate the instinctive fear in the heart. Oh my god. Listening to the inexplicable and arrogant words of Charlotte Lingling and by beast Kaido, Luo Lin on the golden pyramid could not help but shook his head. What's so funny? The 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling's complexion darkened slightly. I was thinking, I used to be so scared just to hear my name, and I couldn't move a useless kid, but now my mouth is. A lot cleaner. Luo Lin grinned. What do you say, who would be scared by you be asterisk 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 D? The four emperors Charlotte Lingling retorted sharply. Although she did not have the top combat power of the sea decades ago. But relying on her extraordinary talent like a steel balloon, coupled with the ability of the soul and soul fruit, she can be considered as a blessing in the Rock's pirates. Within a few years, he got into the position of Legion Commander. Although Luo Lin was strong at the time, it was not enough to make her so unbearable. This is slander. Thought of this. The anger in the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's heart suddenly became even worse. However, when he noticed that Luo Lin's line of sight was pointing, Charlotte Lingling couldn't help being stunned. Then he looked at Kaido, the beast who suddenly fell silent next to him. Charlotte Lingling also finally reacted. It turned out that the useless kid in Luo Lin's words was not referring to her. It's the Kaido kid next to her. Indeed, in the Locks period, compared to her commander of the army. Kaido, who was only an intern at the time, was just a trash fish. And, for the real Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, who was his former partner, knows best. Now the domineering four emperors, who are named the strongest creatures of sea, land and air by the world, are just a disguise that Kaido relies on the powerful ability of the elf beast and dragon fruit to put on the outside. In front of ordinary pirates, Kaido is indeed domineering. Suicides everywhere in the world have attracted media coverage. He even named it the strongest undead creature, advertisement. But when it touches the deepest fear in my heart, he is still the young man who would be scared and screaming. Two major watching islands, live broadcast square. The reporters and the audience were all live images on the screen without blinking, and they only felt dry and dry. Did you hear what the hero Luo Lin said? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just hearing the hero's name is scared to PS off. Who is it? That. Refuted, it won't always be that, Kaido. How come that it is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and the four emperors and beasts Kaido, known as the strongest, singled out? But it seems that it can only be that. The beasts are too much. Think back to the introduction of the Rock's pirates in the previous issues. At that time, the Jing was the commander of the famous town, that Kaido was just a weak intern, far from the current terrorist strength. Even if he was scared and dare not move, it is not impossible. Kaido didn't refute it either. Sure enough, this is his dark history. And Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. Wow, when the reporter's sound analysis fell, there was an uproar in the scene. Quick, this is also big news worth reporting. The dark history of the four emperors and beasts Kaido, this is a gimmick. The reporters took action one after another. He didn't hesitate to turn their brain supplement pictures into words, which were on paper, turned into articles, and passed to the headquarters of various newspapers. In terms of public opinion, journalists have always been sure of it. I can imagine it. After today, the four emperors and 100 beasts Kaido spent more than 20 years, and the image of the terrifying four emperors, the strongest creatures of the sea, land and air, will be shaken and even collapsed in the hearts of the world. Compared to the excitement of the reporters, at this moment, I also heard of Kaido's no. The beasts and pirates who can look back on the dark history are completely stunned. How is this kind of thing possible? Absolutely impossible. That's our Captain Kaido. Everyone, don't be fooled by that B*** D hero. Everyone in the Bai Beast pirate group at the Taiku venue refuted the shouts. What kind of hero is he? A hero who speaks loudly. Mr. Kaido is the strongest four emperors. One-on-one is the strongest. Even the monster white beard is not afraid. The current Mr. Kaido can even say that it surpasses that. Locks is right. Advertisement. Mr. Kaido's silence just ignores this silly lie. The Plague Quinn at the Jedi venue, the Murloc Sasaki, Phosphor and other beast cadres also sneered. Yet the next second, the calm cadres who had just finished blowing their captain were immediately beaten in the face. Live broadcast on the big screen. The four emperors Kaido, who was always silent, the little giant-like bodies suddenly trembled. I'm not the me I used to be. Kaido finally stopped being silent. The sound resounded like thunder, floating in the sky. You can no longer scare me now, Kaido added a firm tone. But it was a disguised acknowledgement of the dark history Luo Lin had said about him, and it was not aimless. Then, the beasts and pirates who have just finished blowing Kaido's strength and guaranteeing that those things are impossible with their lives are collectively dumbfounded. Can't say a word to refute. Even if Kaido said that he is not afraid at all now, this sentence does not have much convincing power. Because if there is really no fear in the heart, it will not be such a shameful performance now. In the past few decades, I have become stronger than anyone else. Bai Beast Kaido suddenly shouted in excitement. A giant lightning flashed between the sky and the earth. Kaido, the beast, change. The Eudemon's dragon ability is activated. In an instant, it turned into a huge dragon standing upright in the sky, rushing into the sky. Lao Su is the strongest creature by sea, land and air, Kaido, on singles, who is the enemy in this world. Kaido changed his previous singularity and shouted domineeringly and confidently, screaming loudly. Ah! On the golden pyramid, Luo Lin grinned, his right hand slowly forming a fist. You are 100 years too early for the strongest singles. Trash Kid, Chapter 426, A Slap and a Fan of All the Beasts Kaido, 1/4 request. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. There was a loud click in the sky. The dazzling lightning flashed the sky and the earth, shining the sky and the earth. 1,000-meter-long blue dragon appeared on the scene. That is the animal-type dragon fruit phantom beast species with the ability of the Shenlong form. In the past 2 decades, he once challenged the Navy and other new worlds alone. He was defeated 7 times, was arrested once, and was tortured more than 1,000 times. In addition, he was sentenced to 40 deaths by the Navy, but none of them succeeded. Even if hanged, the chain will be broken. Even if he was put on the guillotine, he could smash the guillotine. Even if it was stabbed by a spear, it ended up in the break of the spear. In this world, no one can kill him. This is true even for himself. This is the 4 terrifying emperors known as the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air Kaido of the beasts. The times have changed. D Luo Lin. The huge dragon's mouth opened and closed, and the voice shook the sky and rumbling in the sky. Now is my era. Lao Su is the number 1 singled out in this era. The roar from Shenlong Kaido resounded across the sky, deafening. Everyone who heard this sound couldn't help but feel tight, and cold sweat broke out from behind. Even if there have been those unbearable black history, but Kaido is Kaido. He is still the most frightening and strongest undead creature of this era. Ling Ling, don't make a move. I will prove to the world today that Lao Su is the strongest one-on-one. Shenlong Kai opened his mouth. Well, since you have said so, what reason do I have to refuse? I look forward to your performance, Kaido. 4 Emperor Lottery laughed loudly. Ha ha. At the top of the broken golden pyramid, Luo Lin couldn't help grinning as he listened to Kaido's confident ambition. Holding the crushed fruit in his left hand, the free right hand slowly fisted and clenched. You are so courageous, Kid Kaido, you are 100 years too early for the strongest singles. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth was curved, and he let out a faint sarcasm. Suck. Shenlong Kaido opened his blood basin and took a deep breath. This breath is as if the atmosphere of 100 meters in a radius is absorbed into the entrance. As he breathed in, a fierce gust of wind blew up between the world and the earth. Ling's rocks turned over, and the earth lifted up a layer of soil, and even large trees tens of meters high rose from the ground. After a charge of 10 seconds one has passed, the open mouth of Shenlong Kaido suddenly closed. Advertisement: a big bag bulged up at the 7-inch part of the dragon's body. The next moment, Kaido's closed blood basin opened slightly. The atmosphere that was previously inhaled by him, the highly concentrated atmosphere was expelled out of the brain at this moment. Suddenly, the gust of wind between the sky and the earth became more and more powerful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thousands of kilograms of boulders are like foam toys, sweeping the sky easily. A terrifying tornado storm generates and rages on everything. This was a big breath, enough to blow away a forest, a broken city. However, it was even Luo Lin's horn. A strand of hair could not be blown. The powerful breath that originated from Shenlong Kaido was blocked by an invisible barrier when it was still a few meters away from Luo Lin, spreading towards both sides. It's not over yet. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Shenlong Kaido's copper bell-like dragon. The real ultimate move broke out. That is extremely. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The compressed atmospheric bomb. Just like the Kiwahai tyrant bear's impact with a bear's paw compressed by the ability of a fleshy ball. Do not. It's more than that. A scorching light burst out from the super-concentrated atmospheric bomb in Kaido's mouth. That is the scorching dragon's breath, under countless people's shocked and appalled gazes. Kaido's high head shook violently. Towards Luo Lin above the golden pyramid, he spit out this heat bomb with the power to destroy the world. The power of the boom and boom rumble heat bomb exploded in an all-round way. A blazing white light shined between the sky and the earth. That is the most terrifying explosion. Everything is invisible, inaudible. What a terrifying attack this is. This is not a force that humans can resist at all. How is the situation? What about the hero? How about Luo Lin, hero? People on the ground covered their ears and yelled in horror. Even if the eyes were sore and tearful that were stimulated by the dazzling light, many people still looked at them unblinkingly, paying attention to the key battlefield that determines the direction of the world. Advertisement, Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something and couldn't help but yell. Hero. The hero rushed out of the explosion. Accompanied by the shouts of excitement, a vacuum tunnel appeared in the explosion flame that occupied people's field of vision. In the passage, Luo Lin had no sorrow or joy, and he leapt into the air. It didn't take a moment for him to climb over the fierce dragon's head. Aang is like a roar of Tyrannosaurus resounding between heaven and earth. It is not as powerful as the Shenlong, but it is fierce enough. That's Luo Lin throwing a fist. Dragon, punch, burst, send, one punch. A fierce Tyrannosaurus phantom surged from Luo Lin's fist. He ran across the void with a fierce aura soaring to the sky, and fell towards the dragon head of Shenlong Kaido. Bring it on. Shenlong Kaido was not afraid, and greeted him with his head. Luo Lin chuckled lightly. The right fist was suddenly released. As a result, the terrifying Tyrannosaurus phantom also scattered abruptly. Just when people are puzzled, the dissipated Tyrannosaurus phantom reorganized and turned into a huge palm phantom, which swayed heavily towards Kaido's dragon head. Directly facing the sassy dragon head is slapped. Maybe it's because the other party's cheeks are too thick. When this slap fell, it was not a crisp pop, but a dull pop. The voice is not as expected, but this almost contained the power of Luo Lin's full slap, but it was terrifying. Shenlong Kaido's hideous dragon head slowly twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems more and more ferocious. When the distortion reached a certain level, Kaido's unyielding head sank unconsciously and slowly fell towards the ground. The stalemate lasted only a moment. Kaido's dragon form was stretched straight, like a javelin, falling toward the ground at a speed that broke through the sound barrier. Boom, rumble, rumble. One after another, huge ravines of several kilometers long centered on Kaido's dragon head, spreading out in all directions. Hero Luo Lin. Slap. Will, one of the emperors of the sea, 4 emperors and beasts. Kaido fan flying. At this moment, the world is quiet. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 427. The audience was shocked. 2 quarters Guichu full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, boom rumble rumble, when Luo Lin's full slap overwhelmed Kaido's fierce dragon head. The sea, the earth, and even the sky were all shaken. The terrifying shock wave spread to all directions, causing the atmosphere to appear ripples and lines like water waves. The roar of the dragon shook all directions. It was Kaido, the 4 emperors and beasts in the state of the dragon, roaring. He squeezed his arrogant head and fought against the slap from Luo Lin. Kaido didn't want to bow his head. However, the reality will not change the slightest because of his arrogant will. The 4 emperors and beasts Kaido are so high, the dragon's head is pushed down little by the phantom of that giant hand. His eyes gradually turned white, and the fierce dragon's face was constantly deformed under the squeeze of the force, reaching a critical point. In the end, under countless people's shocked and appalled gazes, Shenlong Kaido's proud head was completely pressed down. The huge dragon body is like an arrow, piercing straight into the island land. The flames of the terrifying explosion caused by the boom heat bomb were blown away by Kaido's huge dragon body, swelling and dissipating in all directions. Boom! That is the earth trembling. A series of terrifying cracks more than 1,000 meters long, starting from the point where Kaido's dragon head penetrated, spread quickly. The entire island of the Jedi venue in Ling was shocked. From afar, looking up from the ground, you can clearly see a large transparent hole in the front and back, and the terrifying cracks that are enough to make the island fall apart. The big transparent hole before and after was penetrated by Kaido's heat bomb. As for those big cracks, naturally it was the power of Luo Lin's slap. I don't know how long it has passed. The roar surrounding the sky and the earth gradually ceased. The smoke and dust of the explosion that obscured the sky gradually dissipated. People no longer buzzed in their ears, and their eyesight regained clarity. The blurry picture on the live screen is also clear. When you see the shocking scene in the middle of the battlefield, gudong, and sizzling. Seeing that is impossible. The first generation of Shenlong Kaido was slapped into the ground, like a javelin. The faces of people were extremely shocked. The sound of inhaling air conditioning and the rolling sound of the Adam's apple were connected into a piece. Kaido was slapped over by the slap of the hero Luo Lin. I don't know how many people stared in shock at this moment and stammered. Advertisement, that is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Just looking at that figure, I trembled with fear. However, he was slapped by the palm of someone. I don't know how many people yelled incredibly at this moment. How come this is my Mr. Kaido? That's the Emperor of the Sea. Our dragon boat. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That hero, is it really strong enough to surpass the 4 emperors? Captain Kaido singles out the strongest throne to change hands today? Witnessing the scene of his own captain being flew by a bait, all the beasts and pirates at the Taiku venue were shocked to the point of screaming. At this moment, even if they don't wish in their hearts, they have to admit the facts they see in front of them. Compared with the loss and unwillingness of the beast pirate group. At this moment, Washung Square has fallen into a sea of cheers. Thousands of Washung fighters gathered in the square. 1. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. All of them were pulling their throats and shouting hoarse cheers. The stands shivered, and the nervous representatives of the East Daxia Sea and the boatmen of the water capital also cheered. Khalifa, Kagu and even Rob Lucy, who was also known as the strongest man in the 980 years, were also in the stands. At this moment, it seemed that even his breathing was stagnant, and his heart unconsciously gave birth to endless despair. Puff ha 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 ha, that was Carp laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, Zepha, Mu Lien and the 48 veterans in the field also laughed. It's too strong. The new generation Marines such as Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and Colonel Smog all murmured unconsciously. After the shock, extreme enthusiasm and admiration appeared on those faces. Beautiful. Brother Luo Lin is amazing. Just defeat the 4 emperors in one breath. The grandstand of the headquarters building. The corner of Ahi's mouth, slightly lifted, his face is full of pride and Guillaume, and Robin has a bright smile on his face. Colonel Tina was shocked, just like a girl with a big stomach on the rooftop. As for Vivi, Kara, Kia, girl Alice and other little girls, their faces are extremely excited. Clenched the small pink fist, happy, and yelled excitedly. Advertisement Nami, who used to be a cheerleader, took the lead in shouting, but at this moment, she was abnormally quiet. A pair of big eyes glanced, looked at the thunderclouds in the sky thoughtfully. The northern area of Washang Fortress, it was as if a long-haired mammoth from ancient times was roaring loudly. Kaika. Mr. Kaido was slapped flying by that hero. In the sky, people with artificial butterfly fruit like thin bamboo poles stammered in horror. Nani. Star Snug, who was at war with Brook, stared wide. Keng. Bang. Firstborn with double horns, Kaido's son Yamato, wearing a feather coat, flew upside down, smashing through the walls for an unknown number of buildings. Ahem, it is indeed one of the legends. One Piece's right hand, Hades, Lei Li, is still not old. Yamato coughed several times, and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yamato, Mr. Kaido is not good over there, Jack the Mammoth yelled worriedly. Jack, although the B******** father is a little bit a-hole, he is not easily defeated by others. Let's worry about ourselves now. Yamato took a sip. The appearance of Pluto Raleigh exceeded his expectations. It is precisely because of this unexpected situation that it will lead to a greater crisis. For example, that Thor, who suppressed the pirate riots with absolute force, is now rushing towards them. At this moment, the dilapidated Jedi venue, the kilometer-long Shenlong Kaido still pierced the ground like a javelin, motionless. Hey, Kaido. The four emperors Luo Lin, who was watching the battle, recovered from the shock, and her footsteps slammed on the ground. Kaido, your kids shouldn't die so easily, the four emperors Charlotte shouted coldly. Kaka fell with the voice of the four emperors. The ground on the battlefield cracked again. At the same time, the dragon that pierced the earth like a javelin moved. Chapter 428, Kaido. Just greeted and warmed up just now, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, an island of the Jedi venue at an altitude of 1,000 meters. On the mountain more than 1,000 meters away from the battlefield of the top powerhouse of the sea, the top of the forest tree. Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, Phoenix Marco, Jesus B.U., Lazy Lou, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Luo, the Magician Hawkins, the White Horse Cavendish, as well as Ulu T, Quinn of the Pirates of Beasts, Smokey of the Thieves, Monder and so on. Cadres. The contestants of the second round arrived one by one and showed up near the most central battlefield of this island. If it is in accordance with normal circumstances. Even if the participants in the second round are all good players on the sea, it is absolutely impossible to successfully break through the barriers of the island's overlord beast in such a short period of time and come here. The reason for this phenomenon is naturally the arrival of the two emperors of the sea, Kaido and Lolingling, especially the four emperors of the dragon Kaido. The invisible dragon power that permeated the beasts on the island was terrified, and they did not dare to move. Even if the strength is comparable to that of Luffy in 4 gears, Kyuuhei's overlord-level fierce beast, after all, is still a beast thinking. Facing the upper dragon Kaido's long way, he also dormant secretly. It is precisely for this reason. The threats faced by the contestants on the island are greatly reduced, and the road is unimpeded. Only then was it possible to rush to the center of the island in such a short period of time to watch this epic battle up close. It is true that it is dangerous to watch the peep matchup in the sea from close range. But witnessing directly with your own eyes is more than 10 times more shocking than viewing through the large screen of the image. Regardless of, in the end, can you win the overlord level fruit? Just witnessing this battle with their own eyes, witnessing the opening of a new era, they're worthy of their trip. Captain, let's go back a little bit, we can't go on, it's too dangerous, ahead it's hell. The great pirate Baishong Bibo, who was offering a reward of 500 baili, was panicked. Looking at the scorched earth growing in the gully ahead, he shook his head in fear. Don't be afraid, Bibo, this level of war can't be seen at all times. If you miss this time, maybe you won't have a chance to meet again in this life. Trafalgaro, the death surgeon, had tension on his face, but more of it was excitement and fanaticism. I have seen it, a new era is about to begin. Not far away, the magician Hawkins was fiddling with the tarot cards in front of him, his hands and his body trembling uncontrollably. What will be the outcome of the greatest battle in the sea? Will the hero win? Drake whispered to himself, clenched his fists unconsciously, and a confident look appeared on his firm face. Isn't it a matter of course that the hero will win? Daddy, look and see, my boss is the strongest. Long-nosed Usopp exclaimed, excitedly advertisement. Jesus B.U. and Lakilu, the two red-hearted cadres looked at each other. They all saw a strong shock in the eyes of the other party. Although the hero Luo Lin has long been known to be very good, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But they didn't expect it to be so strong. A slap shot the strongest creature Kaido into the ground, and he couldn't recover for a long time. This can no longer be simply described as horror. After today, the world is really going to change drastically. The Whitebeard Pirates to add bookmarks for easy reading. Team Captain Marco murmured unconsciously. Mr. Kaido, at this level, you shouldn't be able to die. Kaido, it's so ugly, stand up, Plague Quinn and the poisonous tongue sister Uluti gritted their teeth and yelled. Kaido, when on earth are you going to sleep? Luo Lingling, another sea emperor not far from the battlefield, also gave a sigh. Under the call of his subordinates and allies, the dragon that pierced the earth like a javelin, its huge dragon body trembled slightly. The land of the island of Ka also trembled. The horror cracks became denser, under the nervous gaze of countless people. The body of the dragon of more than 1,000 meters shrank rapidly. The four emperors and 100 beasts Kaido put away the dragon and transformed into a human form again. The island land of Kaka, and, boom, cracked again. Finally, there was a bang. The four emperors and 100 beasts Kaido broke free from the shackles of the earth, and finally stood upright again. It's just that shaking his head, stumbling like a drunk gesture, completely shows that he still has not completely escaped the influence of Luo Lin's slap. Advertisement under Luo Shu's slap, Kaido, the four emperors and beasts, was almost beaten. The brain is still there today, buzzing, even standing is difficult. What makes people even more shocked is Kaido's almost deformed face at this moment. The original muscle lines are no longer clear, and replaced by the embarrassed face with the facial features almost squeezed together. The cheek on the left is even more swollen, as if a sandbag was stuffed in it. Just look at Kaido's current face that is funny and without a trace of deterrence. Who can connect him with the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air? Well, Kaido, it's really ugly. If you want to help, just now speak. Four Emperor Charlotte Lingling ridiculed relentlessly. Don't be long-winded, stinky old lady, who are you when I am Lao Su? But I singled out the strongest beast Kaido. I just warmed up a little and said hello. Kaido stepped drunkenly and staggered, opening his mouth stiffly. Everyone on the sidelines. This is not the first time everyone has heard the words hello to warm up. So far, they have personally seen the greeting between Roland and Carp. I have also witnessed the warm-up battle between Luo Lin and Yingyan. Either game is surprisingly excessive. It was just the greetings and warm-ups in the past two games, but no one was beaten to the embarrassment of stumbling and swollen nose. The so-called warm-up and greetings of the four emperors and beasts Kaido are really far-fetched. Not at all convincing. Regarding people's inner slander, the four emperors Kaido has no leisure to pay attention to and liquidate. There was a muffled sound. By beast Kaido took out the wolf-toothed stick pinned to the back of the waist. He looked towards the 10 o'clock, empty sky. Come here. B******* D Luo Lin. Let's play another 300 rounds. Kaido shouted domineeringly. Everyone, chapter 429. Awkward and annoyed beast Kaido. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Jerk Rollin. I will fight you for another 300 rounds. Kaido, the four emperors and 100 beasts, held a spiked stick, pointed at the sky in the direction of 10 o'clock, and uttered a domineering shout. The power of the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air is undoubtedly obvious. Of course, if you are not pointing in the wrong direction, Kaido's posture is truly domineering and awe-inspiring. It's just now, with Kaido's domineering cry of war falling down. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into an inexplicable embarrassment and anxiety. The participants of the conference who started the appearance battle for more than 1,000 meters are all the four emperors and beasts Kaido looking at the moment with weird looks. Ace, that, Xiaolongren, wouldn't it be fooled by the handsome uncle? The Vitality Straw Hat Boy stared in surprise and asked straightforwardly. Eyes the fire fist. It seems that the impact of the hero's previous slap on Kaido has not subsided. The captain of the New World with a monkey standing on his shoulder, the traveler Doma opened his mouth with shaking expression. The power of the previous blow was so powerful that even the one known as the strongest creature, Kaido, was beaten for a long time and couldn't find north. If it was an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have already died and cannot die. Lei Ching Makuge shook his head and sighed subconsciously. That idiot Kaido, when will he continue to be ashamed? My old lady is about to quit. Find someone more powerful. The silver teeth under the mask of the poisonous tongue sister Wu Ludi creaked. Lulu sauce. The giant beauty Black Maria on the side showed a panic on her face. He hurriedly buried Wu Ludi, who had failed to speak, into his body again. Lulican, you really can't talk about such things casually. The giant beauty Black Maria reminded. It's too late to regret now, I have heard everything. A gloating smile appeared on Quinn's face not far away. Little girl film, I have been upset with you for a long time. After you go back, you will wait to be punished. What did you say? Uluti struggled to get out of Maria's broad arms, her angry brows erected. There is a sign that there is a big disagreement and a big fight. Walla and Bering are just as Uluti and Plague Quinn are about to fight. A flaming line of fire descended from the sky, smashed heavily to the ground, and set off a fierce gust of wind. Advertisement confused people's eyes. Stay calm. A toothless pterodactyl surrounded by flames appeared in front of a group of beast cadres. It is the second commander of the beasts and the leader of the three major disasters, Jin-sama. Black Maria's pretty face showed joy, and she sighed with relief in her heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jin, you heard that just now, Wuluti, the girl who owes her mouth. Plague Quinn didn't finish speaking, but was choked by a look under the face of Yan Plague Cinder. Wu turned around and shrank his head. If you change to the past, Quinn will naturally have no scruples. Even if Yan Calamity Jin was a little stronger than him, he wasn't afraid at all. It's just that he doesn't want to be here at this special time. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, entangled with it in a small matter. After all, it's better to say whether you can go back in the end. Well the same is true for you. Let's stop now. Yan Calamity Jin looked at Wu Ludi and spoke coldly. Humph. Wu Ludi turned her head and snorted proudly. Kaido, is your head broken? Take a closer look. Where's your opponent? In the middle of the battlefield, the other four emperors, Luo Lingling's face was gloomy, and finally couldn't help shouting to remind her. Under Charlotte Lingling's reminder, Kaido finally realized the source of the previous subtle sense of disobedience. Due to the deformed face and the five sense organs are almost squeezed together, his eyes are blurred. And the original keen sense of sight and domineering perception is also due to the slight deviation of the brain's concussion. After realizing that he was embarrassed in the eyes of the world again and lost his face, the four Emperor Kaido instantly burst into uncontrollable rage in his heart. With the stimulus of anger and emotion, his domineering look and hearing was finally able to fully restore accuracy. The wolf-toothed rod in his hand shifted to the right from 60 degrees to 12 o'clock. Finally, Luo Lin's position was accurately found. Damn, advertisement! Kaido opened his big, crooked mouth, just about to shout. However, in the next instant, Kaido saw and heard Luo Lin's perception of color suddenly disappear. At almost the same time, the severe pain started in Kaido's jaw and quickly spread to the brain nerves. Kaido kid, let's stop talking about useless nonsense. Luo Lin's calm voice exploded in Kaido's ears. Next moment, the power of Shenlong fist burst. Luo Lin's armed fists rushed with the terrifying power that was enough to smash the mountain, blasting Kaido, who was like a little giant, into the air. The blood between the nose and mouth was rushing, embarrassed and miserable. However, this time, Kaido finally did not lose the face of the four emperors. The teeth clenched. The facial muscles seemed to have life, firmly binding Luo Lin's fist that was trapped in his flesh and blood. Don't underestimate the four emperors, Kaido yelled violently, grabbing Luo Lin's right arm with his right hand like a vice, swaying in midair for a week, and slamming it heavily towards the ground. The dull bang of boom sounded. Splashes of dirt and dust obscured people's sight. Watch this scene. From just now, the beasts and pirates who were suffocated and bored suddenly screamed in excitement. However, they didn't wait for their cheers to fall. Another dull bang sounded, shaking the land of the island and stirring up a raging storm. The violent wind raged at this time, blowing away the dust in the sky. So the cheers of the beasts and the pirates stopped abruptly. Replaced by, there is still a deep horror and disbelief that emerges. Because the situation on the battlefield was exactly the opposite of what they had imagined. Luo Lin, the hero they hated, still stood steadily. On the contrary, it was the invincible captain in their minds. The four emperors and beasts. Kaido suffered a back fall again and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Chapter 430. Fist to the flesh, blood surging. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. A scorched earth battlefield with gullies. Belonging to the top powerhouse of the sea, the peak duel between the legendary naval hero and the four emperors. Kaido restarts. Luo Lin's figure, standing volley in the air, suddenly disappeared. The reappearance is already in front of the four emperor Kaido. The domineering Fanglong, covered in pitch-black armed colors, hit the chin of the four emperors, the beast Kaido, with a punch, and his entire fist was sinking into it. Kaido's twisted nose and mouth flowed again. The body received another heavy blow, and the beast Kaido gritted his teeth and said nothing. The chin's muscles constricted Luo Lin's fist and counterattacked at the same time. The muscles were like a horned dragon's arm, grabbing Luo Lin's arm like lightning, and swiping it in midair. It fell heavily towards the scorched earth. The first dull impact of boom sounded, arousing dust in the sky. Don't wait for people to be shocked. The second boom followed immediately. The violent shock waves stirred up the wind and scattered the dust. That was the sound of the huge body of the four emperors and beasts Kaido smashing to the ground. In the middle of the battlefield, Luo Lin steadily stepped on the ground, his feet sinking 3 feet into the ground. This is the origin of the first bang. The second sound after that was naturally made by the beast Kaido, who was now in a big font and fell to the ground. Between the previous electric light and flint, Luo Lincha, who was penetrated by Kaido to the earth, reversed his offensive. Throw him out with the power of the beast Kaido, just like the 4 or 2 in Tai Chi. Full of skill. Regarding what happened during that short breath just now, ordinary strong people simply couldn't see clearly. A thick shock and disbelief appeared unconsciously on his face. And like Marco, Jesus Bu, Lazy Lu, etc., the masters who saw and heard the domineering color completely captured that moment of skill change. So there was only endless admiration on his face. The shock or admiration on people's faces did not last long. In the next moment, he was attracted by the high-energy peak showdown. The four emperors and beasts Kaido did not lie down again this time. The broad palm like a fan slammed the ground, causing the earth to collapse another meter. With that powerful reaction force, Kaido's figure suddenly rose into the sky. Then it disappeared in a flash. Advertisement. It showed an astonishing speed that was completely inconsistent with its huge size. Even a master of seeing, hearing and coloring like Jesus Cloth can only see a vague shadow at this time. It was almost just a brief moment. Kaido's extremely oppressive body appeared behind Luo Lin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The domineering fist covered with powerful arms fell towards Luo Lin's entire body. Before the heavy punch came, the strong wind had already hit his face. The ground that oppressed Luo Lin stood on was slow, and it was enough to see the weight of Kaido's punch. Just when Kaido's black punch like a sandbag was only the last meter away from Luo Lin's face. Luo Lin finally moved. The right foot suddenly took a step forward, and the island suddenly shook. The domineering fist covered with the highest level of armed color strikes out like a shooting star. With the size of his fist, Luo Lin is not as good as Kaido. However, Luo Lin naturally did not lose the weight of his fist. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, it's even worse. Boom, one big and one small, fists were exchanged. It was clearly a collision between fists and fists, but what came out was like the sound of gold and iron strikes. The world fell silent for a moment, the next moment. Boom rumble, accompanied by a thunderous bang, the world was overturned at this moment. A white light suddenly lit up at the intersection of Luo Lin and Kaido's fists. That is Sheng Lai, the most powerful impact light. The unparalleled shockwave centered on the fists of Luo Lin and Kaido, spreading in all directions. The atmosphere oscillated in circles like water waves. The broken earth seemed to be covered with a layer of skin, layered layer upon layer, flying into the sky. The raging storm of boxing power was generated centered on Luo Lin and Kaido. Thousands of kilograms of boulders were engulfed in the sky by the storm like a toy, and then exploded into fine gravels under the terrifying force of the fist. There was a slight cracking sound of click in the chaotic storm at this moment. It is not eye-catching, but it is important. Because that was the cracking sound of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido's fist bones. Even if it is covered with a powerful armed color domineering, Kaido's index finger and middle finger, and the front contact part of Luo Lin's fist will inevitably collapse into a small piece. This is the gap in the level of armed color domineering. Advertisement compared with Luo Lin's control of the highest level of weapons that can directly reach the inside, Kaido's armed color is far inferior. Perceive this. Kaido's distorted face once again flashed a little unwillingness. It's not over yet. Kaido yelled violently. His left hand made a fist again and threw it towards Luo Lin. Luo Lin's eyes flashed, and the muscles of his right arm suddenly bulged, repelling Kaido's right fist and met his left fist again. There was another dull physical crash. Under Luo Lin's absolute strength and domineering, Kaido couldn't help but regress again and again. The staggering footsteps left footprints 1 meter deep on the ground one after another. After 7 steps, Kaido stopped again. The bones all over his body crackled, and the finger bones and facial bones were reshaped at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, Kaido's twisted and broken bones were all healed. The aura that filled his body became more and more terrifying. This is the real reason why Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and no one can kill it. Relying on the powerful resilience of the animal dragon fruit phantom dragon form ability. No matter how many injuries Kaido has suffered, he can heal in the shortest time. In terms of recovery speed, apart from Marco's Phoenix ability, no one in the entire pirate world can match it. It is also relying on this abnormal resilience. Kaido will be named the strongest name in singles. In terms of explosive power and hard power, Kaido is inferior to Whitebeard. But he can completely rely on the strong endurance combat power, and the Whitebeard that is already in his twilight years will die. However, the opponent he faced this time was Luo Lin. An existence that overrides both strength and resilience. Come on again, Kid Kaido. Luo Lin grinned. The boom, fists to the flesh, and the original violent scenes of passionate blood are staged again. Chapter 431, One-Handed Kaido. Thunder Gossip, 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first released on hotmtlnovel.zi. The bang of the atmospheric blast sounded into pieces one after another. Boom. It's the island and the earth trembling. Bang. This is a clash of fists and fists. The Jedi venue floating in the sky at an altitude of 1,000 meters. What is being staged now is a brutal fight from fist to fist. It is the most primitive aesthetics of violence. This is the ultimate showdown between the 2 undead creatures in pirate world, which represents the ultimate in physique. Boom, Luo Lin's armed dragon fist fell on the bear's mouth of the beast Kaido. A finger-deep clear fist mark was left on his body. Expensive. Kaido let out a roar like a dragon. The big fist of the sandbag twitched and fell on Luo Lin. Chuff, Luo Lin's upper body was torn at the sound. It reveals a perfect body with well-defined muscle lines underneath. Your fist is only this level, Kid Kaido. Luo Lin patted the dust on his body indifferently and grinned. Call, by beast Kaido took a deep breath. The bear-like breath swelled. The deep fist marks that Luo Lin left on Kaido before swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to the original. Well. Minions, useless B***** D. Rollins. Now I am like you, I am also immortal awe. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido shouted confidently. The immortal body, it's just an inferior imitation. Luo Lin sneered mercilessly. Luo Lin, if you are really capable, come and try to kill me. I have been thinking about death for 20 years. By beast Kaido let out a crazy laugh. His footsteps moved, his speed gradually accelerated, and eventually he quickly turned into a vague shadow, and he killed Luo Lin again. In that case, it's as you wish. Luo Lin grinned and raised his fist to meet him. The violent showdown of Rumble Long has been launched again. The blood is constantly surging. It's not just Luo Lin and Kaido, the beasts in battle. And now the contestants on the Jedi venue, and even all the people watching the game. What a fierce duel. Advertisement, too strong. Compared with the fierce battle so far, it is only pediatrics. The level difference is too big. The level of these two people is not the same dimension as the average powerhouse. This is the big news that really deserves our coverage. The most important thing is that I don't know if you guys are from beginning to end. The hero Luo Lin only used one hand. Wow, on the two major watching islands, reporters and audiences on the live broadcast square were shocked and yelled. Washung Plaza. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. People's shocking shouts and excitement cheers one after another, echoed over Washung City. Through the live broadcast of the big screen, witnessed scenes of exciting battle scenes. The blood in the young soldiers in Washung Square was unconsciously surging, released through shouts and cheers. It's not just young people. At this moment, even Mu Lien, Colin and other veterans, all of them blushed and screamed in excitement. Go. Boss. Boss Luo Lin, blow the head of the Kaido B***************************** D. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Take his leader into a pig's head. Who wants to fight me? Puff ha 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 ha, I will play with you. Oh, Mr. Carp, sorry to interrupt, ha ha ha. At a height of 1,000 meters, the second round of the Jedi conference venue. Go up, Mr. Kaido, blow up that B**********D hero. Quinn, who was watching the battle from a distance of more than 1,000 meters, waved his arms and shouted in cheers. The image of fans chasing stars attracted everyone's attention. Yan Calamity Cinder, Uluti, Black Maria and others all quietly moved away. Master Jin, how do you think Master Kaido can win? The giant beauty Black Maria looked at the flames, her beautiful face was full of worry and anxiety. It's not being. Who knows? The poison-tongued sister Wuluti nodded as expected. He was only half talking, and he changed his words subconsciously, lowering his head uncertainly. Mr. Kaido's ally, that, didn't make a move, advertisement. Yan Calamity Jin was silent for a moment before speaking. The other direction. Ha 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 ha, have you seen the bastards of Washung? That is the invincible posture of the Emperor of the Sea with all his strength. Yours is already in a bitter battle. Murloc Sasaki laughed triumphantly. That is the true strength of Captain Kaido. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air, the king of the sea is not, just talk. With the resilience of the Shenlong fruit ability, Captain Kaido is the true immortal, and no one can kill it. Even if it is the old man with the white beard, the captain will be consumed by Mr. Kaido's immortality. Your defeat is not far away. All the powerful players of the beasts laughed triumphantly. Oh, is it so? Facing the clamor of the beasts, Sabo only asked indifferently, meaning something. There is always a faint sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. Everyone who looked at the beasts showed constipation-like expressions, as uncomfortable as eating shit. Of course they knew what Sabo meant. I knew it, but I just didn't want to think about it. After all, there are people in this world who can withstand the storm-like onslaught of the beast Kaido with just one hand, and even faintly overwhelm it. This kind of thing is terrible just thinking about it. A whole Luo Lin, when are you going to underestimate me? In the wasteland battlefield, the four emperors and beasts Kaido burst into rage with roars. Fighting so far, Luo Lin's left hand still held the crushed fruit firmly and never used any of it. From beginning to end, Luo Lin only used one hand to fight him. For Kaido, this is simply the great irony and humiliation. Kaido kid, I have enough to deal with you with one hand. Luo Lin still carried his left hand behind his back, relaxed and freehand. Wow. Kaido let out a violent cry. If that's the case, then die for me. Kaido yelled, and finally picked up his mace for the first time. Thunder, Ming, Ba, Gua, Boom, Boom Rumble Rumble. Please download to see the underlined version chapter 432. Kaido. I can't stand it anymore. Ling Ling helps me, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Thunder, Ming, 8, Gua, Boom, Boom Rumble. The war has started so far. Luo Lin and Bai Beast Kaido, the two undead creatures, are fighting each other with fists to the flesh. However, Wat Ling's 4 Emperor Kaido can't help but feel aggrieved. Even if he has used all his energy, even Chinao's strength is used. However, Luo Lin has never been able to force Luo Lin to use his hands. From the beginning to the end, Luo Lin's left hand just firmly grasped the crushed fruit and did not join the battle. For Kaido, this is simply a great shame. The dignified Emperor of the Sea, has he ever suffered such humiliation and ridicule? So Kaido broke out, after the 177th punches each other. The 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts Kaido grasped the spiked stick that had been vacant before. Between breaths, Kaido's already sturdy arm expanded and expanded more than a circle. Explosive power flowed through his body. In the end, all of them gathered on the arm. He swung this domineering stick, thunder and gossip. The most powerful move belonging to the 4 Emperors and Beasts, Kaido, exploded at this time. The atmosphere hummed overwhelmingly under his pitch-black spikes, and fled away. Even the stable space is now presenting a distorted and terrible scene. It is enough to see the weight of this grate. It is no problem to open the mountain and crack the rock. Finally appeared. Mr. Kaido's most powerful trick. Destroy under the thunderous gossip of Captain Kaido, B********** D hero. The pirates of the beasts recovered their confidence that had been hit, and shouted with excitement. Feeling the terrifying power of the four emperors and the beasts of Kaido's spikes, the people on the field, especially the contestants who watched the battle on the periphery of the battlefield, couldn't help but show amazement. So strong. Trafalgaro clenched his fists. Now I can't take this blow. Drake gritted his teeth. Definitely will be killed in seconds. The strange monk Gee's expression freezes. But what about the hero? Watch it well, Usopp, the next real battle will be. The corner of Jesus' mouth made a huge arc. Next, let you see the real power of the tutor. Sabo grinned confidently. Countless people outside the field were nervous and watched anxiously. The thunderous gossip of the four emperors and 100 beasts Kaido finally came out completely, as fast as electricity. Advertisement at the same time, Luo Lin finally moved. Cracking is the sound of Luo Lin's muscles and bones. The boom rumble, heaven and earth were violent at this moment. That was the terrifying explosion of Luo Lin's fist. A punch, like a meteor falling. A dazzling flame crossed the sky. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That was Luo Lin's thunderous gossiping figure welcoming the four Emperor Kaido. There is no dodge, it won't shrink back. The battle between tyrants has always been indomitable. Boom, finally. Luo Lin's punch that drove the general trend of the world and the thunderous gossip of the four emperors and beasts Kaido touched. The dull sound of boom resounded between the heavens and the earth, like the beating of war drums. After a moment of silence, the most dazzling impact light blooms and shines. The pitch-black lightning was born between Luo Lin and his fist and Kaido's mace, spreading towards the void in all directions. It was not real lightning, but a big crack in the space created by the collision and breakdown of the space by their power. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Caw-caw, the sky keeps making a clicking sound, and then it breaks. The ground of boom, with a radius of 1,000 meters sank downward as a whole at this moment, completely separated from the main island venue. Then it cracked into countless large and small fragments. Relying on the floating support of the Golden Lion Shiji, this did not fall to the sea below. The most violent impact of ding and bang happened at this moment. The world is vast. The endless earth burst. Even the sea below a kilometer is full of huge waves, rushing to the sky. Nothing is visible. I don't know how long it has passed. Luo Lin and the four emperors Kaido Naha's punches against the world. A great hedge ended the world and gradually returned to calm. The buzzing in people's ears gradually weakened, finished. Who's winning? People's faces are full of extreme shock, unconsciously muttering to themselves. No, it's not over yet. A sharp-eyed reporter pointed at the gradually clear screen, shaking and shouting. The most central battlefield of the Jedi Island. The dust covering the world dissipated with the wind, revealing the terrifying scene in it. The ground with a radius of 1,000 meters burst into dozens or hundreds of fragments. Like islands floating in the air. On one of the solitary islands, the center of the previous earth-shattering collision, Luo Lin stood with his hand. Advertisement, it's as unmoving as a big mountain. Even the previous shock that was terrifying to the extreme did not make him retreat even half a step. On the other hand, the other side of the duel, the four emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido. At this moment, it has already retreated more than 100 meters away. Kneeling on one knee, his right hand firmly supported the mace in his hand, and the bear's chamber undulated violently. How so, Mr. Kaido? Did you lose again? That's the strongest thunderous gossip. Inside and outside the field, the pirates of the beasts were all dumbfounded, their eyes as wide as copper bells. 4. The result I saw right now is simply unacceptable. Hero Rollin, heroes are invincible. The reporters and viewers of the live broadcast square, and the people of Washang Square, all yelled in joy at this moment, cheering and rushing into the sky. At this moment, the figure, standing holding hands on the big screen, in their hearts, is simply a symbol of invincibility. Damn it, it's not over yet. The four emperors and 100 beasts Kaido let out an unwilling roar, unable to accept this result. Take a few deep breaths in a row, and heal the wounds on the body with the abnormal resilience of the Shenlong. Continuous thunder and gossip. Next moment, the four emperors and 100 beast Kaido attacked again. The terrifying big move thunderous and gossip burst continuously. 4. Kaido's onslaught. Luo Lin didn't retreat but moved forward. Right fist waved. A series of normal punches, one after another, fell on Kaido's spiked club. After 3 punches, a fine crack appeared on Kaido's spiked rod. After 5 punches, the number of cracks on the spiked rod has increased to a dozen. And Kaido's hands holding mace cracked and blood was flowing. After 10 punches, there was only a loud bang. The mace in Kaido's hand that is comparable to the quality of a sharp knife burst. At the same time, Kaido finally showed an extreme panic on his face. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. Ling Ling, come and help me. Chapter 433. Thunder 18 hexagrams. Bigmom joins the war. Open black lens bracket 4/4 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom. The terrifying collision is still going on in the middle of the battlefield. The four emperors and beasts Kaido, who couldn't accept his weakness and defeat, waved the mace stick in his hand as if mad. Li Kei opened the mountains Kaido's big move thundering gossip, colliding with Luo Lin's continuous ordinary fists, causing a terrifying void explosion. The sight is terrifying. The masters of the sea who had been fighting for more than 1,000 meters in Ling's appearance were shocked. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Look, there are cracks in Kaido's weapon. Seeing that he was particularly domineering, Jesus Bu noticed the crack on the mace and couldn't help but yell. Suddenly, the exclamation sounded into a film. 4th punch, 5th punch. How can this kind of thing be possible? Kaido's mace, in terms of hardness and quality, is definitely not under the supreme knife. That's a magic weapon made by meteorite from the sky. The beasts and pirate group plagued Quinn, the 6-volleyed son Fuesfor, the Murloc Sasaki, the poisonous-tongued sister Uluti, and so on. Everyone also noticed the increasing and expanding cracks on the mace weapon in Kaido's hand. So involuntarily yelled out. Suddenly, the expressions of extreme horror and disbelief appeared on those faces. 6. Under the horrified gaze of people, Kaido's thundering hexagram, 18, touches Luo Lin's 10th normal fist. The dazzling impact light shines through the world. There was a loud noise. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaidona uses meteorite iron from the outer world as the raw material, and is made by the craftsmanship of the top craftsmen in the country. The wolf-fanged stick, which was not under the supreme sharp knife in terms of quality or hardness, exploded. He was beaten to pieces by Luo Lin's unmatched dragon fist. Countless fragments of meteorite iron flew in all directions. One after another huge potholes were blasted in the ground. Wow! Witnessing this terrible scene with my own eyes, there was an uproar in the audience. Fried, fried, fried. Fried. Bai Shang Bibo stared at the bear and stammered. The mace of the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido was smashed by that hero's fist. Advertisement Lao Kai, the 8 treasure marines yelled. That pair of fists are too terrible. Hey, fighters in the new world, bounty hunters screamed. What kind of power is that? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The pirates of the new world such as Doma, the knight, lost their voices in amazement. As for the beasts and pirates on and off the field, they were even more horrified. It's not just the cadres of beasts in the appearance battle. At this moment, the moment when the wolf-fanged stick in his hand exploded, the faces of the 4 emperors and beasts on the battlefield Kaido also showed an expression of extreme fear without restraint. The emotion called panic quickly encroached on his whole body. The existence in front of him is simply the real monster. In front of this monster, he was still powerless. The situation is exactly the same as it was decades ago, and it hasn't changed at all. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. The fear in Kaido's heart that was suppressed by his self-hypnosis, like a volcanic eruption, spewed out exponentially. This moment, it doesn't matter what the pride of the 4 emperors, what singles the strongest name, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to win the battle and save your own life. After the previous battles, Kaido of the 4 emperors and beasts has deeply realized that it is absolutely impossible to win this monster with him alone. So, Ling, how long do you have to stand next to me? I can't stand it anymore, come and help me. The 4 emperors and beasts Kaido screamed in surprise, and finally asked for help from the other sea emperor, Luo Lin. Listening to Kaido's cry for help, the expressions on the people who were immersed in the shock of Luo Lin's 10 punches and blast Kaido mace couldn't help but stagnate. The boom earthquake trembled. It seems like a giant is traveling. The 4 emperors Charlotte Ling, who always watched the battle quietly in the center of the battlefield, finally moved. Well, Kaido, you finally remembered asking me to help. Put down your worthless pride earlier, ask for help earlier, and you don't have to endure so much. Didn't it happen? I have to wait till now. The 4 emperors Luo Ling, who was like a little giant, laughed. Don't be fussy, Ling. Come here quickly and we will solve this B***** D together. Advertisement Kaido yelled and urged, the huge body still trembling because of fear. It's really worthless, kid Kaido. Charlotte Ling dropped the crystal box she was carrying, showed a fierce look, and began to walk towards the battlefield. Gudong, and, sizzling, looked at the 4 emperors Charlotte Ling who entered. The people in the appearance battle couldn't help but feel dry and breathless. Finally, another sea emperor will also be dispatched. 4 emperors Luo Ling has also entered the arena. What will happen to the next battle? Undoubtedly, the hero Luo Lin overpowered that Kaido of all the beasts. He is the strongest one in the true heads-up, but now his opponents are 2 sea emperors. In this sea, no one can defeat 2 sea emperors at the same time. The legendary naval hero, can he make history again today? The people watching the battle from all over were shocked and mumbled worriedly. Mum is finally going to play. 2 sea emperors come out together, that the hero is dead. The result is doomed, don't watch it anymore. No one can fight the combination of 2 4 emperors at the same time. At this moment, for this situation, the pirates of the beasts are naturally the most excited. In their view, the 2 emperors of the sea, Kaido and Luo Ling, will join forces to make the world invincible. This is the picture they have been looking forward to for a long time. Their emperor alliance will be unstoppable. With the appearance of the 4 emperors Charlotte Ling, the atmosphere of the conference suddenly reached another high dynasty. Under everyone's attention, a smile appeared on Luo Lin Jiu Jing Wubo's face. Since the start of the battle, the left hand that has been seal has finally moved. To deal with a sea emperor, Luo Lin, one hand is enough. If there are 2, naturally there are 2, Please download the ununderlined version chapter 434. Meeting ceremony. Kaido's ominous premonition. 1/4 seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Well. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling stepped into the battlefield with shaking steps. In the end, he stopped at a distance of about 100 meters from Luo Lin. A pair of dark purple eyes stared at the thing in Luo Lin's left hand, and his vision was full of greed. Luo Lin, now your opponent is the two of us. If you really can't make a move, I can take care of what you have, even like you, only use one hand. How about this deal is a good deal? Four Emperor Charlotte Lingling spoke to herself. This is not necessary. Luo Lin chuckled lightly and moved his hands gently. Not far away, the special crystal box that Charlotte Lingling randomly discarded on the ground returned to Luo Lin's hands. This thing is a meeting gift I gave to this era. Although you two idiots were disrupted in the middle, this conference is not over yet. At the end, Luo Lin's voice suddenly rose. It spread across the island like thunder. This is not for Charlotte Lingling and Kaido, the beast, but for the participants of the convention on this island, as well as the people who report the convention. Captain, what does that hero mean? Bai Shang Bibo asked with a puzzled face. Is the conference not over yet? Could it be that? The faces of more than 100 contestants who started the appearance battle for more than 1,000 meters flashed with shock. Just when people were shocked by Luo Lin's words, Luo Lin in the center of the battlefield raised his right hand, pointing to the sky. Next second, a brand new golden pyramid fell from the sky in the sky. It fell heavily on a huge island fragment in the battlefield. At the same time, the crystal box in Luo Lin's hand disappeared with the devil fruit inside. The reappearance is already at the top of the golden pyramid. Little ghosts of the new era, the conference continues. If you want, just come over. Luo Lin shouted loudly and announced the start of the second round of the conference. The sea powerhouses who watched the game from afar off the field cheered excitedly. Sure enough, that person means this, Drake said. Interesting. Do you start the final battle in the aftermath of the Battle of the Four Emperors? Advertisement Death Surgeon, Trafalgaro is eager to try. Compared to those fierce beasts, this is the real stumbling block. But that's how it can highlight the strength of this uncle. Lao Su is not a capable person yet. After eating the fruit, Lao Su will personally weigh how powerful the so-called heroes and the four emperors are. Only people who have survived this test can become the protagonist of the next generation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's getting more and more interesting. The participants in the appearance battle of more than 1,000 meters are all ready to debut. The audiences and reporters in the major live broadcast squares are also very emotional. Staring at the big screen without blinking, for fear of missing any wonderful picture worth writing and reporting. Captain Locke's legacy is my thing, who dares to move? Seeing that the final battle for the crushed fruit was about to begin, the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's face suddenly sank and she shouted. Under the power of the four emperors, a small number of contestants couldn't help but stagnate. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than more of them still gritted their teeth and ignored them. After all, if you can get that fruit, you can reach the sky in one step. Leap to become the top powerhouse of the sea. Even the four emperors will not be afraid by then. With such a great opportunity, it is natural to give it a try. Damn kids. Looking at the contestants who ignored her, Charlotte Lingling flashed a cold light in her eyes, and she was about to turn her gun. Wait. Lingling, seeing Charlotte Lingling who was easily attracted to her, Kaido couldn't help but become anxious. After all, he didn't want to face Luo Lin's fist alone again. Lingling, the top priority now is to get rid of the D Luo Lin. As for the fruit, the cadres here are also ours. How can it be ours? Kaido said anxiously. After saying this, look at the beast cadres in the southeast. Queen, Phosphord, Sasaki, the fruit will be handed over to you. Kaido shouted loudly. Don't worry, leave it to us. Plague Quinn is confident, as long as the opponent is not that hero. Phosphord grinned. Advertisement, then it's time for us to play again. Murloc Sasaki also laughed confidently. Don't be afraid, Kaido, of course I know what the most important thing is now. I was just teasing you before, well. Four Emperor Charlotte laughed linglingly. Kaido. Smokey, Parasparrow, you can cooperate with the boys of the beasts and bring back mother's things. Charlotte Lingling gave orders to her children. Yes, mother. We will definitely complete the task. I must offer that fruit. Parasparrow, Smokey, Owen, Daifuku and other thief ministers vowed loudly. The final test of the Boom and Boom martial arts conference, the battle for smashing officially started. At the same time, the peak duel between the hero and the twin emperors of the sea is about to happen. Then, let's start again. D Roland. The four emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido grinned confidently. With another powerful ally by his side, he will no longer have the slightest fear. The whole body is full of strong self-confidence, and the cat and mouse-like jokes, the face of the villain is undoubtedly full. Wait. Kaido, after watching for so long, let me give this first blow to me. My old lady has prepared a generous meeting ceremony for this D. Charlotte Lingling spoke cruelly. The lightning flashes in the thick thundercloud of boom, exuding an aura that destroys the world. Well, Lingling. Kaido, who guessed Charlotte Lingling's thoughts, burst out laughing. Raiden's meeting ceremony, haha. Luo Lin, who also guessed what Charlotte Lingling wanted to do, also smiled. Playing thunder, I'm professional. Looking at the inexplicable smile on Luo Lin's face, Kaido couldn't help but feel tight. An ominous premonition unconsciously developed in his heart. Don't wait for him to think about it. On the other hand, Charlotte Lingling has already made a move. Chapter 435. Lingling. Are you F************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************published on hotmtlnovel.zi, boom rumble, thunder rumbling loudly. In the dim sky, pitch black thunderclouds cover the sky and the earth. The center is like a huge vortex, slowly rotating. In the center of the vortex thundercloud, a terrifying electric light loomed, and a breath of destruction was permeated. What's wrong? Why'd I have an ominous hunch? What's in the sky? Feel the horror in the sky. The strong men of the sea and the battle on the ground are all temporarily truce, looking up at the gloomy sky, and their inner warning signs suddenly arise. A bunch of fools, wait to die, beasts, if you don't want to die together, leave that area quickly. Parasparrow, Smokey, etc. The ministers who are familiar with Charlotte Lingling's power all have anticipation and fanaticism on their faces. Zeus. After the thundercloud vortex on the sky turned into a blue color. Charlotte Lingling suddenly raised her head and roared towards the vortex thundercloud in the sky. It's already ready, Mom. Under people's shocked and horrified gaze, the whirlpool thundercloud that should have been a dead thing in the sky came back with a reply, and then, the whirlpool thundercloud exuding blue color, opened the eyes of the thunderlight, and it was resurrected. Wow. The people who witnessed this shocking scene couldn't help but be in an uproar. What the hell is that? Obviously it's just a cloud, why do you speak? Is that also a creature? No, that's the ability of the four emperors. The ability to control thunder and lightning. How is it possible that the real thunder fruit ability is not the one in Washung, and Ilu? There can be no two identical abilities in the world. Captain, it's not good. The big thing is not good. Slaughterhouse. In the shock and outcry of countless people. The four emperors Luo Lingling raised a fist with her right hand. Thunder Wan Jun. Along with Charlotte Lingling's roar, she fell. The vortex thundercloud in the sky stagnated for a moment. The next moment, the thunderclouds boiled. The heaven and the earth have changed. Kacha, and, boom rumble, countless dark blue electric snakes rushed out of the thick vortex thunderclouds, shining a splendid view of the world. Drink, advertisement, four Emperor Charlotte Lingling yelled, and her raised right hand slammed down. Countless electric snakes with a destructive aura are connected to the sky and the ground. He blatantly fell, turning this broken battlefield into a sea of thunder and lightning. Ah, run away. That's too late. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There were screams everywhere. Those are the contestants who haven't had time to exit the vortex thundercloud. Under the power of the terrifying thunder, except for the rubber straw hat Luffy, the general powerhouse was almost crushed. Even if you don't die, you have to remove a layer of skin. Oh. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling stood among the thunder and thunder, laughing wanton and rampant. Of course she is not a natural thunder fruit ability like Anilu. But with the ability of the Superman soul fruit, she gained the ability to inject soul into the object. Anything that gets her soul infused will obey her. Even if it is Thundercloud, the sea is no exception. This Wanlei feast, similar to Anilu's ultimate move, is also based on this ability. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Compared to the four emperors, Charlotte Lingling is proud. At this moment, the wrinkles between the four emperors and 100 Beasts Kaido's eyebrows are getting deeper and deeper. The ominous premonition in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. After a while, Kaido's wrinkled face stretched out, looking in a daze. He remembered. Decades ago, exactly the same thing happened. At that time, the stands of the Washung headquarters building. Looking at the terrifying thunder that almost overflowed the big screen. Kia, Marquino, Tina and other little girls couldn't help but yell out nervously. Master Luo Lin. The female Emperor Hancock stubbornly tugged at her collar, her pre-face full of worries. Compared to the nervousness and worry of Kia and others. Nami, Vivi, Kurla, Robin and other little girls can't see the slightest anxiety on their faces. This is also a matter of course. After all, they had witnessed scenes more terrifying than this one before. Kaya, Mackinac, don't worry, Luo Lin is okay, Wei Wei said affirmatively. The same goes for Miss Hancock and Miss Tina. Thunder and lightning can't hurt the uncle at all. There will be a good show next. The corner of Robin's mouth was curved with expectation. Advertisement, Sister He, I remember Dad, he seemed too. Okay. Ahe nodded. Wait and see, 1,000 meters high, the Jedi venue. The terrifying thunder is still raging. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling still laughed triumphantly. Echo. The anxiety on Kaido's face, the other four emperor beasts, was Shang-Li to the extreme. Because he finally remembered. Think of the source of this subtle ominous premonition. Stupid, Lingling, stop now, Kaido exclaimed anxiously. Well. Charlotte Lingling's laughter stopped abruptly, and her gaze fell on Kaido with a horrified expression. What are you talking about, Kaido? Asked. Stupid Lingling, have you forgotten? This guy is a freak. The power of thunder and lightning is completely useless to him. 36 years ago, You used this trick on him at the Battle of the Island of God. Did you forget the result? Kaido yelled in horror. Used 36 years ago. Charlotte Lingling stayed for a while. Then it seemed that he thought of some things that had happened before, his eyes widened suddenly, and he stood still on the spot with a dazed look. Boom! Was when Kaido and Charlotte Lingling were horrified. The sound of giant footsteps came from the center of the thunder bombardment. After the last thunder light bloomed, heaven and earth returned to calm. The terrifying vortex thundercloud covering the battlefield disappeared. However, the shock in people's hearts is constantly emerging like a tide, intensifying. In the very center of that battlefield, Luo Lin, who was bombarded by thousands of thunder frontally, was unscathed. What makes people feel even more shocking is the figure of the giant that envelops him at this moment. That is the giant Thor, constructed entirely of thunder and lightning. Luo Lin, standing among the thunder and lightning giant's eyebrows, is like the Lord of Thunder and Lightning. Raiden's meeting ceremony, you are really polite, Lingling. Luo Lin smiled in Thor giant form. Lingling, your damn thing is a pig teammate. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido yelled like collapse. Chapter 436. Kaido's mentality collapsed. A new form of horror. Open black lens bracket 3/4 order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hot MTL novel.zi. Thousands of thunders have fallen, turning the earth into scorched earth. In this scene, it was as if the thunder god in the sky was extinguishing the world, and everyone in the field was shocked. Raiden is worthy of being the strongest force between heaven and earth. Just a drop of thunder that spilled out from the very edge is enough to turn a strong seaman into coke. Not to mention the most central area of Wanlei's roof. There is simply a forbidden zone for life. Under such a terrifying sky thunder attack, perhaps only God can be spared. Thunder fruitability is obviously the one in Washung. Enilu is right, that, how did it do it? I seem to have heard similar rumors, that, enough to control the weather with my own ability. It's not the time to talk about this. What about the hero? What's going on with the hero Luo Lin now? Even a hero with superb strength, under such a terrifying lightning strike, I am afraid it will not be spared. But, that's a miraculous hero. You can't use common sense to guess what the final result will be. It's not yet known. Fortunately, the contestants who ran out of the lightning strike ahead of schedule shouted in shock. Ha 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 ha, deserve it. B******** D hero, burst under mother's thunder. The minister of the thieves and candy, Peros Puro laughed triumphantly. That's the sheer punishment that my mother has been brewing for several hours, there shouldn't be any more, the slightest accident. The long-legged stroke made Xing Smuji look confident. Even a hero. Taking this blow head-on, even if it is of the 4 emperors level. The result is almost out, our mother is indeed the best 4. Charlotte Irving, Dafu, Baron Dandon, etc. The Ants ministers and officials all have strong confidence and pride on their faces. However, next second, when the thunder that enveloped the world dissipated. After revealing the shocking picture in the center. The smug smiles on the faces of the thieves stopped abruptly, even with the words that had not yet been spoken. Instead, they were filled with shock and disbelief. Look over there, something is coming out, is that a giant? Advertisement on the sidelines, the other contestants also stared with shocked eyes, and couldn't help but scream. FK, is he still a human? Sasaki, one of the 6 sons of the Beast Pirate group, yelled. Monster, that's a monster. He ran a step slower, and his arm was accidentally screened by the Plague Quinn who was grinning by the sky thunder and lightning. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He was just a little bit thundered before, and that's it already. However, Luo Lin, who was at the center of Wanlei's bombardment, was unscathed. It's not a human being, Dad, look at it, it's Boss Luo Lin. Boss Luo Lin is okay. Long-nosed Usopp is a surprised cheer. Ah, Dad, I can't see it anymore, then it's all right. Jesus Cloth looked terribly shocked. Unexpectedly. Unscathed. Even the most violent thunder and lightning power can be completely immune, is he a god? And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading, SP. The Phoenixes of the Whitebeard Division murmured in shock. This is not just immunity to lightning, thunder and lightning are clearly for him, that. The giant outside of the hero is like an armor made of lightning. Another, thunder fruit ability person, has appeared. People were shocked, and the screams of shock were one after another, resounding through the sky. Clockdale, Sabo, do you know what's going on? Old Seaman wrote shocked on his face, and looked at Sabo and Krogdal who had fought side by side. This is not something that is taken for granted. That's the teacher of miracles. Although Krogdal and Sabo were shocked in their hearts, they were as calm and comfortable as ever on the face. Lingling, your damn thing is a pig teammate. Just when people were shocked by Luo Lin's Thor giant form. In the middle of the battlefield, the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido suddenly screamed with collapse. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. Before he was alone, although he was always in a state of being beaten, but with the defensive power and resilience of the Shenlong, he could barely support it. Originally thought that letting teammate Charlotte Lingling enter the field, and the 2 strong teamwork, he would be able to reverse the decline in one fell swoop and completely overwhelm the fearful person in his heart. Advertisement whoever thought. Luo Te Lingling who entered the arena is simply the pig teammate. It took several hours to take away all the thunderclouds along the way, and the 10,000 thunder lore brewed out, but it turned out to be the nourishment of the opponent. Not only did it not inflict any trauma on Luo Lin, but added one to him, powerful. Helped him achieve a new Thor giant form. Who can withstand this? Instinctively told Kaido that Luo Lin in this form is very dangerous. It is more than twice as dangerous than the previous normal form. At this moment, Luo Lingling, who had always been grumpy, lost her temper in response to Kaido's scolding. After all, this time, she seemed to really be a pig teammate. After preparing for such a long lore, he was actually used by his opponent. Don't mention how frustrated this feeling is. Luo Lin, you be d don't be proud. My old lady thinks that the two of us are bullying you, it's too unfair, so I specially gave you a chance. The pig teammate Angelica Sinensis, as one of the emperors of the sea, face is always needed. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling spoke stiffly. Ha ha. Luo Lin smiled softly. Kaido. When is it all? It's still. Kaido's defamation hasn't been finished yet. The next moment, his complexion changed drastically. Because that. The Thor giant who was a lab bigger than him suddenly disappeared. Boom. Only heard a loud noise. Luo Lin in the new form of Thor giant suddenly flashed in front of Kaido. Thunder fist shines. With one punch, Kaido flew hundreds of meters away, crackling all over. The terrifying electric snake ran around, scorching his tough body into smoke. I didn't blow you up before, so let's hit me for a few moments. Chapter 437, Straw Hat, One Piece, I'm a deal, 4/4 order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi when the four emperors and all the beasts Kaido were immersed in the abdomen and complaints of the pig teammates. Suddenly, there was a scoffing sound of electricity passing through his ears. At the same time, the lightning giant that was in his line of sight has disappeared without a trace. The four emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido, a warning sign suddenly emerged. Regardless of thinking about other things, the strong muscles like rocks immediately tightened. One after another azure scales with hardness comparable to diamonds appeared on the surface of the body. This is his strongest defense dragon scale armor. Chi-chi. The sound of the current flowing in the ear became clearer and clearer. Lightning flashes. Luo Lin appeared in the form of a lightning giant that had disappeared from his sight and perception. The thunder and lightning fist filled with destructive power slammed toward Kaido's face door. Boom, was accompanied by a loud bang. The four emperors and beasts Kaido flew upside down. The speed is so fast that Ling's air is full of bursts of crackling noises. While flying upside down, there were still blood and debris flying in the air. That was caused by the fragmentation of the dragon scales on Kaido's face. Even the dragon scales with hardness comparable to diamonds still couldn't prevent the thunder and lightning fists of Luo Lin in the form of Thor. Before and after, it was just a short time to breathe. The big island of the venue trembles once again. It was caused by the four emperors and beasts Kaido hit the earth. The ground is sunken hundreds of meters away. The four emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido, are running around with electric snakes. The face that had already recovered was once again in a mess, and it was burnt black. There was also a faintly burnt smell like grilled meat. Compared with the face of being broken once again, Kaido is more upset at this moment. Obviously, the sky thunder was not brought by him. Why hit him first? While Kaido was annoyed and cursed in his heart, the battlefield burst into a loud noise again. Next second, a fat figure flying upside down appeared in Kaido's sight. In his blurred vision, it grew bigger and closer. Finally, boom, the fourth emperor Luo Lingling, who was also beaten by Luo Lin's thunder and lightning, sat down on Kaido Zhao's black face. The weight of the little giant Charlotte Lingling from a few thousand catties, as well as the power of the thunder and lightning remaining on her body, caused Kaido's face, which was not able to recover in the future, to be hit twice. In addition, there are also the current state of the two big four emperors. This eye-catching scene is simply beyond your eyes. Advertisement, damn it, Lingling, you're going to kick me off, I'm so stinking. Kaido, who was completely seated by Charlotte Lingling, scolded. What did you say? Charlotte Lingling, who had recovered from the rigidity of thunder and lightning, was furious. Kaido clamored more. The less she rushed to get up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He even twisted it on purpose. Kaido of Ling was immediately furious. Damn, what kind of cheating teammate is this? It's really mad at me. The four emperors and 100 beasts Kaido's mentality collapsed. The other side. Two thunder and lightning fists sent the two four emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling hundreds of meters away. The size of Luo Lin's Thor giant's new form has also shrunk a little. That's because the lightning is consumed. After all, his ability is only to control thunder and lightning, not like any road that can produce thunder and lightning itself. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. The Thor giant form constructed with the help of Charlotte Lingling's Wanlei is a one-time consumable. Every attack will consume a part of the power, at this rate of consumption. This new form is expected to last about 10 minutes at most. Although it was only 10-10 in just 10 minutes, it was scary enough. With the increase in Thor's form, Luo Lin had almost reached the ultimate speed and strength to a higher level. The incidental power of destroying Sky Thunder can even break Kaido's dragon scale defense. It's just that, Charlotte Lingling's steel balloon body doesn't make much sense. 10 minutes, a little play would be enough, Luo Lin grinned. Chi-chi-kai, in the chirp of the electric current. The Thor giant form Luo Lin once again flashed and disappeared. The expressions of the people in Ling's field battle changed drastically. The next moment, the violent roar rose again. Luo Lin, you be *******D. You're just an old thing from the old age, don't get too proud of yourself. It was Kaido, the 4 emperors and 100 beasts, roaring. Kacha was illuminated by the electric light one after another. The blue dragon that calls the wind and the rain reappears. Advertisement: the 4 Emperor Kaido once again showed his terrifying dragon posture. Long Way is full of sky. Kaido, at this time, let's stop fighting, let's work together to solve this ********D. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling has a fierce look. This is my line, idiot old woman. Kaido cursed inwardly, of course he wouldn't say that. Ah, it's just what I want, Lingling. Kaido should shout. Then let's start. Facing the combination of the 2 great horrors and the 4 emperors, the Thor form Luo Lindsay was not afraid. Thor's right foot slammed out, the mountain shook instantly, and the electric snake boiled. The boom hero and 2 sea emperors. The most terrifying duel of the 3 top powers of the sea started. The scene, as if the world is dying, is dizzying. I have never seen such a terrifying duel in my entire life. I don't think there will be any more in the future. Are those guys still human beings or not the same dimension as us at all? Compared to them, we are simply ordinary people without the power to bind chickens. The promoted players in the second round of the conference shouted in shock. Hey, what's the matter with that kid? At this moment, from the corner of the eye of a contestant, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the direction of the Golden Pyramid, and his complexion changed greatly. Under his reminder, the other contestants finally noticed the figure of the young man who had reached the foot of the Golden Pyramid. That. The Straw Hat Boy. When is it on Earth? No. My fruit will be robbed. Put it down for lousy, Straw Hat Kid. Under the eyes of people furious and angry, on the edge of the Golden Pyramid, the young man wearing a straw hat stretched out his hands suddenly and grabbed the spire of the pyramid. He jumped to the top and hugged the crystal box containing the treasure. One Piece. I'm ready. Chapter 438. Bigmom has 2 consecutive assists, Carp's Love. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. One Piece, I'm set. At the top of the Golden Pyramid, the young man wearing a straw hat held up the crystal treasure chest with both hands, proclaiming his ambition to the world. When Straw Hat Luffy's rhetoric fell, the world seemed to be quiet. Only then did people finally react, when all of their attention fell on the peak duel between the hero and the 4 emperors. Someone took advantage of this opportunity to win the final prize of the martial arts conference. But how did he do it? People everywhere in the venue were staring dumbly at the smirking teenagers on the spire of the pyramid. The little monster of Washung, Straw Hat Luffy, he is the ultimate winner? In this martial arts competition that gathered hundreds of thousands of strong men in the world, the ultimate champion is a teenager. But when did he arrive? The previous 4 emperors and 10,000 thunders, but covered the whole area. That is, under such a terrifying lightning strike, ordinary strong men will be gone as soon as they enter. But the boy with a straw hat didn't show any electric shock on his body. The reporters and viewers on the live broadcast square opened up inexplicably. I know. A reporter suddenly realized it. Straw Hat Luffy is a rubber man with rubber fruits. Rubber is not afraid of electricity. Wow, yeah, rubber is indeed immune to electric shock. That's it turns out that it's like this. When everyone was blocked by Wan Lei, only that. The Straw Hat Kid was unaffected, no one blocked him all the way, and the flow was unimpeded. 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling's Wan Lei is equivalent to opening a single passage for that Straw Hat Boy. But even if his body is rubber, what's the matter with that straw hat? Is it also rubber? Regarding this tricky question, except for the questioner, no one thinks much about it. The people in the field battle will not. The contestants in the field are even more not. At this moment, 1,000-meter high-altitude Jedi venue. I know that Luffy is a rubber man, and thunder and lightning won't work for him at all. Thinking of the reason, Usopp's long nose immediately happily put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Yes, Luffy is a rubber man. The little fat man Lazylu and Jesus looked at each other and smiled. Little Straw Hat, amazing, advertisement. The ladyboy Fung Kele also performed a ballet lap dance for Luffy's victory. Yeah, this time I was really one step ahead of my younger brother. Yes, but the old man should have heard the slogan Luffy chanted earlier. Sabo and Ace, who had joined together, looked at each other and shivered in unison, and an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in their hearts. Keng, Washung Square. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Suddenly there was a clanging sound of gold and iron fighting. That was the sound of the legendary Navy Vice Admiral Ying's pitch-black iron fists clashing with each other. Just listening to the crisp sound made my scalp numb and got goosebumps. After all, Mr. Carp's iron fist is famous in the Navy and even in the world. That boy Luffy, who has been here for such a long time, still hasn't changed his life. It seems that the old man's previous iron fist education of love is far from enough. Carp grinned. Brother Carp, don't need to be so serious. Switched from the Navy and became dozens to add bookmarks for easy reading. Mu Lien, the pirate's old man, twitched slightly, trying to help Straw Hat Luffy. After all, Luffy is his captain, the inheritor of the Straw Hat will of Roger One Piece. In chatting with Raleigh, Kurokas and others, they agreed that a kid like Luffy should be at sea to have a huge impact on this era. The old man Mu Lien even went to explore Luo Lin's tone specifically for this. In this regard, Luo Lin would not object to anything. Because he also wanted to know what kind of chain reaction would the Straw Hats going to see in this era of his existence. As long as you don't bring his little girl, everything else is fine. Big brother Carp, he is actually the boss. What else does Mu Lien want to say? In the next second, Carp swallowed the rest of the words back with a stare. Mu Lien, are you itching again? Carp clenched his fist, his palm and knuckles creaked. Don't tell me, big brother Carp, I also think that Luffy boy lacks social beatings. Mu Lien seconded. Ha 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 ha. The veterans around who witnessed this scene couldn't help laughing. It doesn't matter, how about letting Luffy go to sea? Anyway, this chaotic era of big pirates can't last long, just treat it as a child's playhouse. Advertisement. Another, disharmonious, voice sounded. After realizing who the person who agrees is, the old people in the room all showed a ghostly expression. Zephyr, you. I know after taking the wrong medicine, it must be the boy Luffy who made you so angry. When he comes back, the old man will clean him up. Carp looked worried and blamed. Zephyr. Jedi Venue Island. Damn it, how can we explain to our mother if we can't get that fruit? Parasparrow, the eldest son of the thieves, looked unwilling. Hey, auntie, all this is to blame your crazy mothers and wives. Plague Quinn yelled. What did you say, beasts, do you want to fight again? Everyone of the thief was furious. If it wasn't for that lunatic ant throwing thunder and lightning, how could we be blocked here? And that hero, if it weren't for your aunt, how could he have gained a stronger thunder and lightning form? Because of that thunderstorm, the Straw Hat Boy can reach the finish line unimpeded. 2 assists to the opponent, she is really our good teammate. Uluti, Phosphord, Sasaki the Murloc, and others all spoke repeatedly, and everyone who said the ant was speechless. Because the situation seems, probably, it seems to be the case. Swish, and bang, were just when the beast was fighting with the cadres of the ant. Suddenly a blue airblade flew across the sky and flew straight towards the Straw Hat Boy on the pyramid. Yes, this martial arts conference has not yet been declared over. The Straw Hat Boy is already a capable person, it is impossible to eat another fruit. As long as the fruit has not been eaten, it is not over, we still have a chance. Landyfoot, stirred up 1,000 waves. After getting out of the habitual thinking erroneous idea that the fruit is taken to the conference, it will end. The whole Jedi venue rioted again. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 439. Aiming at Wazong's malice. 2 Mo Ling is here. Open black lens bracket 2/4 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi the first round of the 10th venue of the Budo Conference. Look, Captain and Bebo, the battle has started again. The crew of the Hard Pirates exclaimed, but this is why the convention is over. At the other venue, everyone in Hawkins was puzzled. Don't be stupid, who told you that the conference is over? The staff of the Drake Pirate Group said solemnly. Yes, neither the hero nor Washung has ever announced the end of the convention. This conference is not to see who is the first to get the fruit to end, but to see who is the first to eat the fruit of the Overlord. As long as the fruit has not been eaten by anyone, the battle and scramble will not end. How could this be? So then our Captain Bucky is not completely safe, yet can't the treasure be brought back? On the islands of the 10 Great Hall, the losers in the first round of the conference also reacted. Suddenly, there was an uproar, at this moment. Summer Island Venue. In the fierce battle of the first round of the conference, the most severe damage was the gathering of the Taiku venues where war-level melees occurred. It's this Summer Island venue. Under the rhythm of the unknown dark horse, the dancers raged. The entire Summer Island venue, even the people on the field, collapsed. Even the 7th Emperor of the Sea, the supernova Hyaming Skulikman Apu, who has offered a reward of over 100 million yuan, failed to resist the rhythm of the mysterious dancer and was defeated in a coma. But after all, Apu is a great pirate who can match the 5 Emperors Luffy and the future world's #1 swordsman Sauron with his own strength. Under the stimulus of the repeated vibrations from the sky, he slowly regained consciousness. Damn it, that B******** D dancer, what the hell is going on? Even I, who specializes in music, follow his way. Dian Yin Apu clutched his paste-like head and whispered unwillingly. Speaking of which, what's the situation now? Apu stood up swayingly and looked up at the big live screen in the sky. In the next second, Apu's body froze like petrification. The emotion named shock gushes from the depths of his heart like a tide, and quickly takes over his whole body. Advertisement, 444. 4 emperors appeared, and there are still 2 together, that. Ying. Hero Luo Lin is now fighting 1 against 2. How powerful is this? Skulikmanip yelled in shock, unable to contain himself. Humph. A cold snort full of anger sounded behind No Apu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Feeling a certain cold breath behind him, Apu's whole body was wet. He turned around mechanically and stiffly. After seeing a tattered figure not far behind him, fear replaced the shock and emerged from Apu's face. Although just before waking up, Apu could not wait to dominate and weed out his crappy dancers. However, when it is really up, his head is already blank, completely unable to think. All that is left is fear. Why is this guy still here? Isn't he supposed to be on top? Could it be that this monster was out and was beaten down? From there to, add bookmarks for easy reading. Why didn't you die if you fell from such a high place? No, now is the time to think about this. If you knew it, it would be better to continue to coma. Dian Yin Apu's heart roared constantly, but his open mouth couldn't make any sound. What kind of bullshit, the Emperor of the Sea, what kind of bullshit hero, thanks to you, my rare opportunity to appear is a complete mess. Under Kaido's thunderous gossip, the clothes and even the body of the crappy dancer looked grim. Well, since that stage is occupied by you, then I will open up a new stage by myself. The crappy dancer turned around, didn't even look at Apu, stepped on the air and swept northward. That is the direction of Washung City, at the same time. Somewhere in the dim sky. Cough, the empty void suddenly sounded a few coughs. Then the distortion of the light is restored. The figure of a rickety old man hidden in it was revealed. After coughing up another bite of blood, dark horse, the old man's old face grew a bit older. The old eyes are dim and yellow, and the back is like dried shrimps. The whole person is lifeless, and looks like a rotten wood. Advertisement. It seems that time is running out. Hero, Emperor of the Sea, hum. Dark horse. The old man snorted coldly. The current old man is indeed not as good as you, but wait, the 5 old stars said that there is a panacea in that city that makes people return to the top. When I return to the top, I will come to accompany you for fun. Regardless of whether it is a hero or the Emperor of the Sea, under the old man's ability to twist everything, all are chickens and dogs. Dark horse. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the rickety old man, and he set off in the direction of Washung. Taiku venue. Waiting to rest, the beasts and the ant pirates who were waiting for the order above watched intently at the 2 battles broadcast on the big screen. That B****** D hero is really a monster among monsters. It's incredible that even Captain Kaido and that hand can't suppress him. It must be because of the boost that the thunder and lightning armor brought him. Yes, if there weren't that weird thunder and lightning armor, what would he use to fight his mother and the others? And you look at it quickly, that the Thor armor outside the hero's body has become smaller and smaller. It can be seen that it is not permanent. I believe it will be completely dissipated in a short time. It will be. When Mom and Kaido show off, there is also the fruit competition over there. With Lord Quinn and them, the final winner will definitely be us. Brother Perros and Sister Smokey, they will definitely give the fruit of that overlord to their mother. Oh. The pirates of the beasts and the ant were in high spirits, and they spared no effort to cheer for their captain and cadres. Shoo. Bang 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 bang, is at this moment. The sound of bursts of shells suddenly came from near the coast of the island at the venue. What happened? Peggy Wan, one of the 6 volleys, screamed. I went to see. Jack's fleet of beasts was one of the few survivors. The bat's 6th Emperor wings stirred up and rushed into the sky. Looking far away. After seeing the distant sea, the King Bat's face suddenly showed extreme panic. It's the Navy. The Navy's warships are here. Bang 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 bang. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 440? Heroes have always been difficult to do, 3/4 ask for full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The sky is full of clouds. The sea is undulating. Invisible, a terrifying and depressing aura enveloped the world. The thunderous impact of the boom resounded high in the sky. The terrifying shock wave that aroused, even if the sea surface separated by more than 1,000 meters, caused violent waves. The waves are layered on top of each other. In such a bad weather, ordinary ships simply cannot sail in this sea area. But at this moment, in this rough sea, there are more than a dozen large ships still moving steadily. No matter how turbulent the wave is, it can't make them even a little bit inclined. Because of these, the big ship is the heaviest war-class warship in the Navy headquarters. It represents the pinnacle of the world's shipbuilding craftsmanship. General Sakaski, the circular venue can already be seen ahead, and in a minute, it will enter the range of fire. A watch seaman reported loudly. Okay, the bow of the warship in the middle. Wearing a cloak of justice and a dark red suit inside, the determined middle-aged man nodded his head. The order is passed down, so that all lieutenants will be ready, and the Demon Slayer order will be activated immediately. The General Akainu Sakaski quietly ordered, yes. The Navy courier stood up and saluted respectfully, and then quickly retreated. After a while, the 17 naval war-class warships that were originally in an arrow formation have elongated and gradually expanded outward. This is to prepare for denser and more efficient artillery fire coverage. Tread. The veteran Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters on 2 adjacent warships, Lieutenant General Huashaoshan with a smile and Lieutenant General Doberman with a face full of scars, stepped on the moonwalk and landed next to General Sakaski. Sakaski, the situation is still unclear. Do we want to slow down again? Veteran Lieutenant General Doberman frowned. No, now is the best opportunity to catch the pirates all at once. Admiral Akainu said with a firm face. But, Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan raised his head and looked at the diffusing void ripples in the sky. The smile on his face narrowed. Instead, there is an unprecedented shock. The hero Luo Lin faces the 4 emperors Luo Lingling and the beast Kaido at the same time. It is really too difficult. Should we help over there first? Hua Xiaoshan looked at the General Akainu advertisement. Among this team, the only person who is able to join the 4 emperor level peak duel is the General Akainu. In this war, everyone has his mission. Since he bears the name of a hero, what he has to do is naturally more difficult than ordinary people. The General Akamaru paused, and then said, "Of course, if he really can't hold it in the end. Of course, I won't just sit idly by. Let that hero try to keep it under control now. Let's take this opportunity to eliminate all the pirates. This is the right choice. Do you want to use the hero? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Hua Xiaoshan frowned. It's all for justice. Wherever it can be said to be used or not, I believe that. The hero must be very happy to do so. General Equatorial Dog Road. The time is almost here, let the order go on, the whole army shelled. Bang 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 bang, violent artillery fire continued to the sky. The dense rain of cannonballs fell towards the 10 major circular venues, exploding one after another fierce fire. Ah, Navy. It's the Navy to add bookmarks for easy reading. Coming. The Navy's warships are surrounded, run away. 1, 2, 2, 3. There are already 7 huge warships here alone. How many people have come from the Navy this time? Sure enough, our initial worries were not wrong. This is a trap set by the Navy and the hero. It is really despicable. Ah, the Navy. Is it time to talk about this now? Run. When the rain of dense shells originating from naval war-class warships fell. On the islands of the 10 Great Hall, the screams of pain and screams of anger from the pirates who rested to watch the battle burst into the sky. Even the place where the 100 Beasts and the 2 Emperors coalition forces at the Taiku venue was in great chaos. Washeng, as the organizer of the conference, got the news for the first time about the changes in the ring venue. In fact, as early as Carp, Gion, and the 3 flying squirrels arrived in Washeng Fortress. Zephyr, Alfred and other veterans are aware of the Navy's plan. Naturally, it won't be too unexpected at this time. It's just, the General Akainu, that kid Sakaski, actually did it. This is a conference held by the boss. He did this, and where did he save the boss's face? The old man Mu Lian's forehead was blue, and his heart was very angry. Fighting against the pirates, I raise my hands and feet in agreement, but this time it won't work. In this way, no matter who it is, everyone will think that this is a trap set by the boss in the Navy. Advertisement. A hero who has disappeared for 36 years has just appeared, so will he bear a vile reputation? How can people accept this kind of thing? Is this really an order from Mr. Sengoku? 4. The pirates, the veterans naturally hate them. If they change to other times, not only will they not object, they will also take the initiative to roll up their sleeves to help. It's just different this time. Today is their boss, the hero Luo Lin's reappearance after 36 years. It must end satisfactorily. How can we allow people to sabotage and the veterans are filled with righteous indignation, and we must stop it. Stop it all for me. There was a scream, that was Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr. The veterans were puzzled. The mouth is on someone else. If they want to say it, let them say it. If that guy is there, he will say that. Zephyr spoke calmly. No one is allowed to step out of Washeng Fortress today. If we really prevent the pirates from fighting against the Navy, that would be the biggest discredit for the boss's reputation. Former Lieutenant Alfred also screamed. Remember this, even if it is no longer a Navy, what we have to do has not changed from beginning to end. Heroes have never been so good to behave like me. How can a guy who messes with his life deserves the name of a hero? That guy is the real hero. Carp said with emotion. The hero is fighting abroad, how can the old man help him guard the rear? Carp murmured, his whole body suddenly rose up, and he was ready to fight. Mr. Carp, what's happening? Everyone asked inexplicably. Boom, blast sounded. That is the direction of the Washeng headquarters building. Invader. There are intruders. Chapter 441. Hero Iron Fist, who can stop? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The bang and bang bang bang, clear glass cracking sounded into pieces one after another. That was the sound from the direction of the Washeng headquarters building. The sword screamed softly. The bright golden sword light shines. However, before the power of Zhongwang erupted, it was twisted and broken by a strange force. Who is it? The little girls, including Vivi, Kara, and Alice, all scolded and prepared to fight. All back, behind me. A majestic woman screamed, it was Ahi's voice. Vivi, Nami, don't be impulsive. Shachi also had a solemn expression, raising her hands to protect Kia and others behind her. Don't be so nervous, little girls. An old voice sounded from the high-level stands. Next second. The air and even the light are in a weirdly distorted state. An old and rickety figure is looming, like a ghost without a substance, which makes people indistinct. This guy is. This weird ability. You're the guy who was flied. Even if you can't fully see the other person's posture. Robin, Kurla and other little girls in the stands also recognized his identity for the first time. It's really smart girls, it would be a shame if they just die like this. The old man with a rickety figure and a decadent breath all over his body smiled coldly. What a courage, old man. Gion took a step forward with the famous sword Jinpalu with golden light in his hand. The powerful sword burst out instantly, blowing the dark horse. The old man's hair was one of the few. At the same time, the expression on his old face was shocking. Until then, he finally realized that the little girl who had previously shot him a sword turned out to be a powerful swordsman. But, that's it. After all, he hadn't killed the great swordsman before. Don't be so impulsive, little girl. The old lady came here just to hear that you have a panacea for rejuvenation. As long as you hand it over obediently, the old lady won't do anything to you. Dark horse. The old man pretended to be kind. The damn old thing, so ugly, dared appear in front of the concubine's eyes, and stain the concubine's sight. The concubine's body is very angry now. You old thing will die right away. Advertisement. The arrogant female Emperor Hancock took her long legs and stepped out abruptly, posing an iconic posture of disdain for sentient beings. Listening to the acrid, mean words of the Empress Hancock. Dark horse. The harmony on the face of the rickety old man is no longer. However, he didn't wait for his killing intent to burst. The powerful overlord color is like a surging tide. Overlord. Domineering. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Dark horse. The old man's dim eyes floated. Obviously, he was shocked by Hancock's sudden burst of powerful domineering. In addition to the great swordsman, there are actually overlord-looking and domineering awakeners here. However, it is not enough. The situation is still under his control. Regardless of which force does it belong to, let me wash your filthy heart for you. Lieutenant General Suru, the young chief staff officer of the Navy, walked out calmly. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. There is a mysterious atmosphere in the hand. That is the power that can be clear and wash away everything. Feeling the ability displayed by Ahe, Dark Horse, the old man couldn't help but feel a sudden warning in his heart, and felt a strong threat. The calm that controlled everything on that old face finally disappeared. If you want to find fault, you are afraid that you are in the wrong place. This is our Washung fortress. Robin, Kara and other little girls have recovered their calm in their expressions, and they have a strong confidence in their words. Yours, Dark Horse. The face of the rickety man suddenly changed. The soles of the feet slammed on the ground and dodged quickly to the side and back. There was a soft bang. A bear's palm-shaped mark appeared in the atmosphere. At the location where the old man was standing, a tall figure appeared out of thin air. That is Kiwahai Tyrant Bear. Who are you, Dark Horse? The old man stood in the air, his face solemnly looking at the Tyrant Bear. Intuition tells him that this is another incredibly strong man. If he was at his peak, he would be fearless. It's just that after a fight with the 4 emperors, his body is close to the edge of exhaustion. Advertisement. It's okay to barely deal with a weak physical sword tyrant. Add one more, and it will definitely be overwhelming. Bear's paw impact. 4. The Dark Horse. The old man's question, the answer to him was just an atmospheric bomb that was compressed to the extreme. The horrible impact of boom, bloomed and blew up the Dark Horse. The old man was caught off guard. Quickly twisting the space around him, this dangerously avoided the most central explosive power. Damn devil, don't be too smug. Dark Horse. The old man has a savage look and yells at him. However, he didn't wait for his voice to fall. The dark purple halo suddenly descended on him without warning. Under the pressure of 100 times the gravitational field. Dark Horse. The old man's already fragile body creaked and was overwhelmed. Damn it, who is it, Dark Horse? The old man gritted his teeth and looked up with difficulty. However, he did not see anyone secretly releasing the gravity field. What caught his dim eyes was a shooting star. Do not. That is a fist. An iron fist that fell from the sky. The old man has promised to help him guard his back. B********D. Give me a punch. Karp's loud shout resounded across the sky. An iron fist turned out. It's like a meteor falling. Feel the mighty power contained in that fist that can smash mountains and seas. Dark Horse. The old man's eyes widened in horror. The calmness on the old face are no longer. There is just endless fear. In this era, this city, what kind of monsters are there anyway? In the Dark Horse. The old man screamed in horror. Karp's unparalleled iron fist fell. Dark Horse. The twisting power released by the old man exhausted his entire body was defeated in an instant. What broke down immediately was his old body. Who can stop the hero's iron fist? The blood of the boom invader stains the sky. The boom rumble hovered over the island of the Jedi venue at an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was also at this time, under the hero's iron fist collapsed. Please download the underlined version if you don't see it. Chapter 442, Monster City, completely collapsed. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Enemy Attack. Invader. Everyone prepares for battle. When the battle in the sky of the headquarters building started, the entire Washung fortress was like a waking beast, unleashing a terrifying deterrent force. Feeling the energy that originated from the entire Washung fortress, the dancers who just landed on the coast of Washung fortress couldn't help but stop breathing. Good, good, very good. It is simply too good. After the thunder and gossip of the 4 emperors and the 100 beasts, Kaido, the Dark Horse of the conference, is still alive. The dancer is sick, and his pale face is flushed with excitement. As one of the hidden powers of the world government, his strength is naturally good. Whether it was from the fact that he destroyed the island with a single blow in the conference or survived by the 4 Emperor Beasts Kaido's big move, it was enough to show his strength. Like the Twisted Fruit Dark Horse, the old man, in a previous era, he was also the top figure of the sea in the World Government Organization comparable to the general level. And the reason why he can become the top powerhouse of the sea is not relying on his own hard work and exercise. What he relied on was only a devil fruit ability, the superhuman sway fruit ability. As a firm ability supreme party, he puts almost all of his energy into the development of ability. It turns out that he did succeed. Develop or even awaken this second-rate ability, which sounds useless at first, to remove the power that destroys the world. Today's Summer Island venue is not the first island to collapse under his abilities. In the distant past, he used his ability to subvert and destroy a country. This is really suitable for me, the best stage. Feeling the powerful auras in Watchung, the intoxication on the face of the man in the tattered dance clothes suddenly became even greater. He developed the awakened swing dance, in which the sway rhythm contained in it can quickly affect the people around him in ignorance. Let others follow his rhythm uncontrollably. Just like the domino effect, once it falls into his rhythm, then it is absolutely impossible to get out of it, and can only become his strength. The stronger the individual who falls into the rhythm, the stronger the rhythm, and the stronger the increase in his final strength. Once, ordinary people who controlled an entire country with a swinging rhythm were enough to destroy a large island. Now, if he can control the city where the strong are gathered, how much his power will be increased. If it is really successful, it is not the 4 Emperors and Beasts Kaido, that is. The hero Luo Lin absolutely can't defeat it. Thinking of this, Dark Horse, the sick smile on the dancer's face is getting wider and wider. However, next second. Advertisement Dark Horse. The smile on the dancer's face suddenly solidified. That old guy, in the end. Dark Horse. The dancer raised his head and looked in the direction of the Washung headquarters building. So his pale face gradually moved. The sword intent of the great swordsman, the overlord look, the bear-like man. Is that the power of strength? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When capturing the shocking fluctuations that erupted in the direction of the headquarters building. Especially the Wushuang iron fist that came across the sky and fell like a star. Rao is a dark horse. The dancers can't help but feel horrified, with a white sweat on their backs. His swing rhythm is indeed powerful and extraordinary, and it can quietly influence others. But there is another premise. To add bookmarks for easy reading. That is, the opponent's strength cannot be higher than him. If the opponent's strength is equal to or even above him, the rhythm is naturally useless. He originally thought this city had no other threats except 2 heroes. Until now, he didn't know that things were not as simple as he thought. In this city, there are at least a handful of people who are not below him. This is simply the house where the monsters gather. It is extremely dangerous. There is a lesson for the twisted old man to be blown up, Dark Horse. The dancer can't help but retreat. Finally found. The other is here. Just as the black horse. The dancer retreated. Several voices suddenly came from all over the coast, awakening him from the shock. You are the guy who was hit by Kaido with a stick. You are all in the same group. The old man Mu Lien, former Lieutenant General Alfred and former General Zephyr came together. Chi Machine locks the Dark Horse on the coast, dancer. Your luck is really bad, Dark Horse. The dancer's eyes flickered with cold. He had planned to retreat quietly and made another plan. Advertisement: if it's just discovered, there will be no way. He can only solve the 3 people in front of him as quickly as possible before leaving. Anyway, it's just 3 old guys, Dark Horse. The dancer slowly raised a finger while thinking so. Smash the tornado. In Dark Horse. The dancer's eyes seemed to be nothing more than an old man with purple hair, Zephyr yelled, and the smasher in his right hand rushed towards him with the power to smash everything. Feeling that Zephy's body is not weaker than his aura, Dark Horse, the dancer's old face suddenly froze again. Another one, Dark Horse, the dancers cursed secretly in their hearts. After a moment, he remembered. This purple-haired old man with a robotic arm in his right hand seems to be the former Navy that people have discussed before. The General. This is a quick A. If you get entangled, wait for other general-level combat power, especially that. The Iron Fist hero arrived. His fate will definitely not be much better than the twisted old man. Thinking of this, Dark Horse, the dancer retreats decisively without hesitation. However, when he saw the situation behind him, the Dark Horse, the dancer was completely dumbfounded again. The result is self-evident. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It seems to be responding to the expectations of Mu Lin and everyone in Washung. A magnificent atmosphere filled the Jedi venue thousands of meters away. Only 3 minutes later, the island of the Jedi venue floating at an altitude of 1,000 meters finally collapsed. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read. The veterans finished their work. Boss, the mice here, we have solved it, and it's up to you next. To the 48 veterans who accompanied them all swarmed up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The boom rumble burst with a loud thunderous noise. Mu Lien looked at the 4th Emperor rank battlefield in the distance and grinned. Oh, brothers, go together and beat up this old guy. The old man Mu Lien ruffian fanner said with a full smile. Hey, old fellow, where do you want to go? So you dared to in chapter 443? The Navy song full of courage, 2/4 seeking subscription. This content is first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, hot interest. Prestige. Thunderbolt Dragon Fist. Boom, 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 boom. Beasts. Kaido. The four emperors, and all the beasts. The scorching dragon's breath erupted. The four emperors Luo Ling's Elbaf's gun. The explosion of the kingdom and the Thor giant form Luo Lin the strongest dragon fist. The peerless blows of the three-peat powerhouses standing at the top of the world burst together. The world is silent. The world is overturned. The unprecedented explosion of boom rumble rumble occurred at this time. Ka floated over the entire island of the Jedi venue at an altitude of 1,000 meters, with overwhelming clicks sounded one after another. The rift valleys that crossed horizontally and vertically, running through the entire large island were formed in the horrified eyes of people. Bang, finally. The island of the large Jedi venue was completely destroyed. Even the awakened floating fruit ability of the golden lion skeleton could no longer maintain the floating state of the broken island. Dozens or hundreds of huge island fragments were scattered, falling straight toward the sea below. That was many contestants on the broken island screaming in horror. You're going to die, Captain, you are. Think of a way, if this continues, we will really fall to death. If we don't fall to death, we will drown. The great pirate Baishong Bibo, who was offering a reward of 500 baili, screamed in shock. Death to death. This is really going to die. No, Lord Bucky, I just found the treasure. Bucky, the great pirate clown, hugged a furry tail and screamed. I'm not. Mr. Kaido's immortal body, even if it's only a kilometer, I have to stop cooking. Brother Perros, think of a way. Even the cadres of the two great emperors of beasts and aunts, at this moment, they can't help but scream in panic. Jin, good brother, take me too. Plague Quinn, who has a strong desire to survive, waved to the flaming embers that showed the flying form of the toothless pterosaur. The words uttered were extremely numb, and Yan Cajun couldn't help getting goosebumps. Decisively fanning his wings, he took Uluti on his paws and went away with the giant beauty Black Maria. Epidemic Quinn, who failed to call for help, suddenly turned his face and cursed. Hey, Luffy, it's not good. We are all falling to death, how can you still laugh? On the other side, Usopp, the long nose holding the crystal treasure chest, yelled. Because it occurred to me that I can't die because it's rubber. Vitality Straw Hat Luffy chuckled. Luffy, don't just think of yourself, don't you kid, think about me who is weak. Usopp went wild. Advertisement, don't be afraid, Usopp. Straw Hat Luffy grinned and took a deep breath. The body suddenly swelled into a huge. Usopp and Uncle Jesus Bu and Lou are almost in my stomach. Luffy covered his mouth. Oh, this is really saved. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lazy Lou smiled relaxedly. The sky is full of wind and sand. Crocodile is elementalized, engulfing Dazbonus, the monster Von Cly and others flying into the sky. Blooming. It seems that Luffy doesn't have to worry about it. The same elementalization brought Sabo's ace with a smile. It seems so, but Sabo suddenly appeared contemplative, always feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. What? After a while, Sabo suddenly screamed, and he remembered. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. What's the matter, Sabo? Ace asked puzzledly. Sauron, where has Sauron been? I haven't seen him since just now. Sabo exclaimed worriedly. Leave it to me, the swordsman with green algae head. Marco, in the form of a phoenix, volunteered, then please. Okay. Marco nodded, spread his wings, and went away in an instant. It just so happened that he was also going to find and rescue the two companions, Doma and Lei Ching Makugai. Heaven. The exclamation and roar of the contestants and the fierce beasts of the martial arts conference were one after another. On the ground. People who saw this shocking scene on the live broadcast screen couldn't help but yell. Especially when one of the large island fragments fell on the two warships directly below, the Marines and retired veterans of Washung Square were shocked. Calm down, everyone. Before the time of despair, General Sakaski's warship is not far away. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel spoke aloud, calming everyone's nervousness and fear. Yes, Sakaski must be able to stop it, but why the general's warship is getting farther and farther? Advertisement, give up, even I can't stop it on such a huge scale. At the bow of the warship, the General Akainu calmly spoke. How so? Isn't there even General Sakaski can't help it? Could it be that you can only watch your friends being buried alive? The seamen on the warship shouted again and again, unable to accept this tragic ending. Sakaski, the veteran Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan gritted his teeth. This is the battlefield, before the fire mountain opened. The General Akainu broke out aloud first. War is not a playhouse. You may die when you go to the battlefield. Before you set off, all of you came to the war with this enlightenment. In that case, don't show this kind of hopeless expression now. Just remember that they died for justice, history will remember their achievements. General Akainu spoke coldly and calmly, hateful. Why on earth? The Marines on the warships that received the order to continue the bombardment all bowed their heads and let out an unwilling growl. At this moment, there was dead silence on the two warships within the falling range of the huge island debris. When the command of the General Akainu came through the phone worm, the last hope in their hearts was also shattered. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It's over. The sea is watching, and the sea also knows the beginning of this world. The end of this world. Will not panic. Will not be afraid. Toward the blue distance, go forward bravely. I don't know who started it first. The Navy song, desolate and tragic, but full of courage enough to face death, uttered from the trembling lips of the Marines, gathered into a peace, and floated above the sea. Ah, it's really going to die. People are not separated. All that is left is endless despair. Please download to see the underlined version. But there really is no way. Boom, it's okay already. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 444. Excitement. The name of the hero resounds across the sky. Open black lens bracket 3/4 order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's okay, boys, your courage, I really heard it. Luo Lin's calm and powerful voice rang in the ears of 2 warships and 20,000 sailors. Shocked the mind. On the 2 warships, the sea soldiers who had been prepared for the arrival of death were all confused. Who is this voice? Island. The island has stopped. What the hell is this? The young sailors on the warship looked at the huge island fragment that suddenly hovered above them. There are doubts on each face, and it is even more shocking. Look over there. That. People are. Yes. A sharp-eyed Marine soldier saw the figure surrounded by electric light, with his own strength against the sinking island. The emotions named shock, surprise and excitement surged all at once. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. With the excitement of the watchmen and seamen, the shocking shouts fell. On the 2 naval war-class warships, the eyes of nearly 20,000 seamen were all locked on the stalwart figure. The young faces that were so full of despair not long ago burst out with amazing brilliance at this moment. Hero. Is the hero of our navy. The hero is here. The hero Luo Lin is here to save us. We are saved. Hero Rolin. Mr. Luo Lin is real. The cheers of the 20,000 sailors on the warship resounded across the sea. Only those who have experienced the despair of being abandoned by the world can experience firsthand how joyful they are to survive today. The Marines either slumped on the deck, or hugged their familiar partners and comrades in arms, wept bitterly, and shared this hard-earned joy. At the same time, the seamen on the other 15 war-class warships participating in the killing of the Magic Order, listening to the cheers of the comrades in the contact phone worm, their faces flashed with doubt and confusion. After a while, when the truth is learned, I learned that the comrades on the 2 warships did not die in the fall of the island. After the appearance of the hero saved more than 20,000 lives. The faces of 15 warships and hundreds of thousands of navies were extremely shocked, excited. It's okay, everyone is okay, just survive, it's great to survive. It's the hero Luo Lin. It was Mr. Luo Shu who resisted the huge island fragment. Long live the hero. Advertisement, long live Mr. Luo Lin. The cheers of hundreds of thousands of sea soldiers gathered into a film, resounding across the sky. Great. This is really great, really worthy of being a hero in our navy legend. The hero Luo Lin, worthy of the name, Hua Xiaoshan, Dalmesia, and even the lieutenant generals of the navy headquarters such as Daubman, Ghost Spider, etc., who were once said to be heroes, were extremely excited. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hero, I didn't do it this time. This crisis was originally caused by your battle, so naturally it must be the same. Admiral Akainu spoke calmly. Sakaski, listening to the general aka Inu, he was still cold, without a trace of human touch. Even with a good temper, there's anger on his face, and he waved his sleeves and left. As for Doberman, Ghost Spider and others, who are both hawkish lieutenants with the red dog, the old faces at this moment are also flashing tangled. Whatever else. Just now. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than the contrast between the decision made by the General Akadog and the hero Luo Lin is too sharp and strong. 2 major watching islands, live broadcast square. Call. The reporters and ordinary viewers who were watching nervously throughout the process were all exasperating at this moment. Some people even just fell to the ground without strength. For them, ordinary civilians, the navy that upholds justice and maintains the order of the sea is equivalent to their partner. Really great, that's nearly 20,000 young lives. Fortunately, the hero arrived in time, otherwise, something serious is going to happen. But, what the hell is going on with the general aka Inu, but his subordinates, didn't he just give up like this before? Is that a general? Even if it is really unstoppable, at least I have to fight for it once. Even his subordinates and comrades in arms can be indifferent to the death, it's so cold. I must criticize him severely. The reporters in the square were filled with indignation. In terms of strength, 11 million of them are no better than a general's hand. But their weapon as journalists is the pen in their hands. Sakaski that B**********, D, Cap gritted his teeth angrily. Advertisement, that. AKA dog, it's really a dog. The old man Mu Lien cursed. To be really indifferent, I still underestimated his cold-blooded degree. Former Lieutenant Alfred had cold eyes. Sakaski is too much this time. That's 20,000 young lives. Why don't you even fight for it, so you just give up? Fortunately, the boss successfully pulled out, or else. The veterans were angry from their hearts one by one, and their eyes seemed to breathe fire. Sakaski, he is the worst student I have ever taken. Zephyr gritted his teeth. The grandstand of the Washung headquarters building. A guy like that is also a general and embarrassed to be a general. It's so irritating. The more I think about it, the more angry it is. Fortunately, brother Luo Lin is here, otherwise. Wei Wei, Nami and other little girls also condemned. The pretty faces of Gion and Suru were densely covered with frost. Sister Robin. At this moment, Sister Robin, don't be afraid, we are all here. Robin once witnessed red dogs shelling civilian ships, leaving an indelible psychological shadow on her young mind. All the members of O'Hara Island except her, no matter they were scholars or ordinary civilians, none of them survived. For a moment, Robin looked up, and a reluctant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Be careful, Luo Lin. At that time, the Red Dog was also one of the lieutenant generals in the execution of the O'Hara Demon Slayer Order. It is also because of the Red Dog. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Oh, add bookmarks for easy reading, 20 years ago. At this moment, the exclamation of the little girls resumed. Kurla held Robin's cold little hand and tried to give her a little warmth and strength. I'm fine. The sea battlefield. 2 sea emperors launched a surprise attack on Luo Lin, who lifted the huge island alone. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Only Kurla, Sha Chi and a few others noticed the strange expression on Robin's face. Chapter 445. The Death of the Strongest Creature, the Beast Kaido, 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Well. The laughter of the 4 Emperor Lottery Ling Ling echoed in the sky. Finally found you, Luo Lin. I thought you be D found a place to hide out of fear. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling looked at Luo Lin coldly and shouted coldly. Ah, Luo Lin's mouth lifted up a sarcastic smile. Even in this situation, Luo Lin still didn't have the slightest tension on his face. Still full of strong confidence in self. Looking at the faint sarcasm on Luo Lin's face, the triumphant smile on the face of the 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling no longer. What turned out to be a gloom like dripping water. A whole Luo Lin, I see when your mouth can be so stiff, let me die. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling raised the Hormat's sword in her hand high. The deep purple huge knife light cut away the atmosphere and fell towards Luo Lin's body. Looking at this scene, the more than 20,000 Marines on the naval ship below couldn't help but look shocked. Stop, Mr. Luo Lin, be careful. The hero doesn't care about us, the warship will soon be outside the envelope of the island. You can let it go, the seamen on the warship screamed in horror. 15 warships anchored on the sea further away, reporters and audiences in the live broadcast square, and people in Washung all yelled anxiously. Luo Lin seemed unheard of. People's shouts, even facing the terrifying prestige of the 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling. His body is still standing straight, without a slight wave of movement. He didn't even frown his brows, under the horrified eyes of people. 4 Emperor Charlotte Ling Ling's Elbaf spear, White Wo hit Luo Lin's voice from the front. The dazzling purple knife light exploded, good moment. The raging scary purple sword aura finally converged. The smoke dissipated. Among them, the figure holding the huge island is still stalwart, and it has not been shaken by the slightest. What, hero? Hero Roland. Mr. Luo Lin is fine. That's amazing. The seamen on the warship shouted in excitement, wrong. At this moment, a major admiral of the Navy headquarters suddenly widened his shocked eyes and screamed. Advertisement, hero. The lightning on Mr. Luo Lin's body seems to be gone. Someone yelled again, and Mr. Luo Lin's body, is that blood? The face of a rear admiral was incredible and unbelievable. Wow. When aware of this, people all over the sea yelled. The war began to this day. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This was the first time they saw an invincible hero injured and bleeding. How can this not make people shocked? Oh. Looking at the long and narrow bloodstain on Luo Lin's upper body, the 4 Emperor Charlotte Ling Ling couldn't help but laugh out proudly. Although the bloodstain is very light and shallow. It was healed even when she laughed, but after all, there was blood. After fighting for so long, this was the first time her attack worked, and it hurt Luo Lin for the first time. This is naturally enough for her to be proud. Well, Ling Ling, well done. The huge bodies of the 4 Emperors Kaido in the form of dragons flew across the sky. A whole Luo Lin, you can bleed too, since you can bleed. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, then it will die. The 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts Kaido coldly shouted. Well, the next move will completely kill him. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling's eyes flickered cold, and she was full of confidence and domineering. This was naturally because of the scars on Luo Lin's body, which made her self-confidence burst. Charlotte Ling Ling believed that because of the defense of the thunder and lightning armor, her prestige only left such a shallow trace on Luo Lin. Now, there is no defensive offset from the lightning armor. With all her mighty slashes, Luo Lin will definitely be able to cut Luo Lin completely. Thinking of this, the smile on the 4 Emperors Charlotte Ling Ling's face suddenly became even greater. Ling Ling, let me try it too. Kaido, who had been violently beaten by Luo Lin along the way, was eager to try, and wanted to leave traces of his own attack on Luo Lin for the first time. Kaduo kid, that's my prey, don't try to snatch it with me. Charlotte Lingling, who had already imagined a perfect ending in her heart, strictly refused Kaido's request. It's not you who have the final say, you dare. The breath of horror burst out from the two sea emperors, causing big waves in the sea. At this moment, boom rumble, a loud noise like thunder rang out. Charlotte Lingling's quarrel with Kaido, the beast, stopped suddenly. Advertisement. His eyes suddenly looked at Luo Lin, who was holding the island not far away, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. I said you too, who gave you the confidence? Luo Lin grinned and took a step forward with his right foot. Even if I need to lift the island with one hand, I am still invincible in the world. Luo Lin spoke. Joe's body revealed a general trend that I was invincible. Domineering shocks the sea. In front of Luo Lin's invincible general situation. Even the beasts Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, who were the emperors of the sea, couldn't help but change in shock. Unconsciously, it gave birth to a retreat. Don't get too smug. Feeling the unconscious fear and trembling of the body, the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido shouted angrily. Lingling, I thought of a good way. What way? Since this guy cares so much about the life and death of those seamen, then take all those seamen as hostages. Then, he will be a doll at our mercy. Having said that, Kaido couldn't help laughing treacherously. More than 20 years ago, in the country of Wazumi, he was. With this method, he restricted Guangyue Mission, who was as strong as the sky and whose strength was far above him. 20 years later, this simplest hostage threat strategy will also become the shackles of invincible heroes. Think of that possible picture. Kaido couldn't help but bow in excitement, turned the dragon head without hesitation, and attacked the warship on the sea not far away. Kaido kid, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Luo Lin opened his mouth quietly, his arm muscles violent, and he threw out the island he was holding. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Pink, broken, dragon, punch, please download to see the underlined version. A-hole, you. The triumphant smile on Shenlong Kaiduo's face suddenly solidified. At the same time, add bookmarks for easy reading. Albus Gun. Charlotte Lingling, who is still immersed in beautiful fantasy, is about to swing the knife again. A huge shadow of horror shrouded her, making her shocked, more than 1,000 meters away. Next second, the hero's stalwart figure appeared in front of them again, blocking the coming storm for them. In the wide open eyes of the Marines. 12 Do Chapter 446, 4 Emperors and Beasts Kaido, die, on, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The hostage is in hand, I have the world, Thinking of some fun things about to happen, Kaido, the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts, unconsciously expected to laugh. Originally listening to the somewhat domineering laughter, it was full of villains treacherous at this moment. Because this is the nature of the beast Kaido. Whether it was before or now, it has never changed. At the same time, on the top of the 4 Emperors and Beasts, Kaido, as the Marines on the target warship, they can't help but become a mess at this moment. Beast Kaido. That B******** D is coming towards us. That B******* D, what does he want to do? Do you want to use us to threaten the hero Mr. Luo Lin? When thinking of this possibility, the nearly 10,000 seamen on the warship were instantly ashamed. Previously, because of supporting them, Luo Lin was forced to take the 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling's slashing big move, and was injured and bleeding for the first time. Is it because of them that the hero is in danger again? Why are they here just for coming here and dragging the heroes back? Everyone, fight with that. B******* D. Turn all the muzzle, target the beast Kaido. Even if we fight to death, we definitely can't be the bondage of Mr. Luo Lin again. The 3 major admirals of the Navy headquarters on the warship yelled decisively and issued the final order. Oh, fight with him. I have beaten the 4 emperors, even death is worth it. Brothers, follow me. The seamen on the warship also responded together. This moment, when the fear of death has been overcome, there is endless courage born in their hearts. Even if it comes from the mighty power of the strongest creature, Kaido, it can't overwhelm them. Nearly 10,000 Marines on the warship moved together. The artillery is responsible for the adjustment and aiming of the muzzle. The school officer who mastered the 6-style moon step followed the steps of the Major General and rose into the sky, fearlessly facing the terrifying dragon in the sky. I'm just a group of weak and ant-like existences. They dare to provoke the dragon. It seems that Lao Su needs to teach you a lesson. Anyway, the hostages don't need too much. Seeing the admirals who fearlessly released their killing intent, the 4 emperors and the beasts Kaido raised a joking smile. The dragon's mouth opened wide. The blazing flame dragon's breath spawned from the mouth of his blood basin. The hot breath distorted and deformed the atmosphere. Advertisement. A bunch of ants, burn me to ashes. The raised heads of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido, suddenly lowered. The heat with a destructive breath came out from it. Toward the hundreds of admirals in front of him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under the absolute power of the 4 emperors, even the lieutenant general can only be killed by a spike. Not to mention these major generals and ordinary school officers. As a result, I still can't do anything, we are too weak. But this is fine, at least we won't drag the hero down again. Mr. Luo Lin will definitely get rid of this evil dragon, revenge for us. The hero will win. More than 100 admirals suppressed the fear of death and uttered the final roar of life. And enter, add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. The boom, scorching dragon breathed and occupied their field of vision. However, the imaginary pain did not come. What the hell? How come there is no pain at all? Is it because it died too fast? The Navy officers were all puzzled. No, we are still alive. A rear admiral suddenly shouted. A hero again. Mr. Luo Lin saved us again. The other major general yelled. Sorry, Mr. Luo Lin, we have dragged you down again. All the school officials bowed their heads in self-blame. All raised their heads for me. Luo Lin's majestic roar blasted from the ears of every general. Yes, yes. Listening to the majestic command, all the generals subconsciously raised their heads and tightened their bodies. I wanted to stand upright, but because I stepped on the moon step, I would fall if I didn't move. If you were afraid of your drag, then my hero would have failed too much. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Advertisement, Navy bastards, keep your eyes open for me to watch, but the 4 emperors are just a mere 4, turn your hands and suppress it. Listening to Luo Lin's confident and domineering words, the eyes of the admirals burst into astonishing expressions. That is excitement, worship and even fanaticism, yes. A group of admirals shouted in unison, hateful. Compared with the enthusiasm and excitement of the admirals. At this moment, the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido, who was preparing to implement the hostage plan, had a gloomy expression on his face. That idiot Lingling, what the hell are you doing? Beast Kaido looked back. Waiting to see Charlotte Lingling, who was almost suppressed by the fall of the island, he suddenly lost his voice. Forget it, anyway. This B***** D doesn't have an increase in thunder and lightning now, even I can handle it alone. Thinking of the previous scene of Luo Lin being slashed by Charlotte Lingling, Kaido's confidence are a little bit more adequate. Kaido kid, I let you run away 36 years ago, and today you don't have that good luck. Luo Lin spoke with murderous intent. If it were a normal duel, Luo Lin wouldn't mind continuing to fight these 2 rare and powerful opponents happily. But now, he has no retreat, such as Chenghong Guanri. Pink, broken, dragon, punch. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. If the meteorite falls, Luo Lin uttered 4 words calmly. The beast Kaido breathed in as sharply as he did at the beginning, and was about to reproduce the dual combination of the atmospheric bomb and the searing dragon's breath. Damn Luo Lin B*****, D, don't underestimate the 4 emperors. The world was silent, and then rumbling and shaking. To after the world returns to Kingming, the dragon Kaido with its teeth and claws in the sky is no longer there. It's just that it's different now. Feeling the strong killing intent erupting from Luo Lin, the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido couldn't help but feel tight. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, 2nd element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The world on this side seems to be overthrown. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Boom, punched out. The fist gleaming with bright light waved. Chapter 447, 4 Emperors and Beasts Kaido, die, below, 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Since the hostage plan failed, let everything be reduced to ashes. Fierce and rage flashed across the face of the 4 Emperors and Beasts Kaido's ferocious dragon. A dazzling white light bloomed from his dragon's mouth, releasing a devastating force. The double bomb power of the atmosphere and heat charged to the extreme exploded, causing the sky and the sea to tremble. Go to hell. D hero. As the beast Kaido shouted angrily, the blazing white light in the dragon's mouth spurted out. At the same time that the big beast Kaido's big move exploded. Above the sky, Luo Lin, who was standing in the sky, also punched. Powder, broken, dragon, fist. So far, in the duel with the 2 sea emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, Luo Lin has never used the most ferocious and powerful ability acquired from the Sea Lord locks. This is the first time now, it is also the last time. The last duel with the beast Kaido, because after this time, Kaido will die. This is Luo Lin's powerful confidence in self. With a punch, it is like a long rainbow circling the sun. The absolute light of smashing and the flashing fist, shining all over. Even the bright moonlight in the sky was completely overwhelmed. At this moment, time and space, everything in the world seems to be frozen. The sky and sea that trembled because of the breath of the beast Kaido solidified. Next second, rows of white lights intertwined horizontally and vertically gleamed. With the terrifying power that cuts through the world, he covers the beast Kaido. The world seems to be overturned at this time. Damn, this power. Sure enough. D Luo Lin, how did you get this ability? Close up, face to face and feel the power that is enough to crush all things in the world. The savage dragon face of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts suddenly showed extreme shock, incredible and fear. Previously, the scorching dragon's breath he spit out to Washung was easily blocked by Luo Lin's one hand and dissolved into nothingness. At that time, he and Charlotte Lingling had doubts about Luo Lin's ability. Just after, with the emergence of authentic pieces of crushed fruits in the golden pyramids and crystal treasure chests. Advertisement. The doubts in their hearts were also dispelled. No longer pay attention to the means used by Luo Lin to dissolve the dragon's breath. Now, after seeing the light that shattered the sky, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. By Beast. Kaido was completely horrified. At this moment, he is 10,000% certain. What Luo Lin must use is the ability of his former captain, the Sea Lord Locks, to crush the fruit. But it is obvious that the crushed fruit is still there, even if it can be faked, but the special attraction is not the real thing. Monster. After a while, By Beast. Kaido thought of the answer. You are a monster through and through, the Four Emperor. Kaido yelled in horror. Then he turned and flew without hesitation. However, he just wanted to escape now. It was still a little late. The roar of Tyrannosaurus resounded between the heaven and the earth. One head. The whole body to add bookmarks for easy reading. The phantom of the Tyrannosaurus shining with shattering light trampled on the void, rushing towards the beast Kaido, chasing it. Ah! In the horrified screams of the four emperors and beasts, Kaido, the Zmashing Tyrannosaurus opened its huge mouth and bit his body. Straightly hit the virgin forest below and fell down. The terrifying roar of boom and boom rumble resounded across the sea. The vast island of the Taiku venue was shattered and completely destroyed by the roar. Immediately after the smash, there was the adjacent desert venue, the swamp venue. All collapsed under the aftermath of smashing and shock. The most dazzling light blooms, everything is invisible. I don't know how long it has passed. The buzzing in people's ears gradually subsided. The vision is gradually restored to clarity. When witnessing the current status of the martial arts conference ring venue, everyone was shocked and lost their voice. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 5 islands collapsed. What a terrifying power is that? Advertisement. It's just that. The impact caused the 5 islands to collapse. Is that the power of the gods? Is this the true power of the hero? The reporters and audiences on the live broadcast square of the 2 major islands were all screamed in horror. At this moment, emotions named shock and inconceivable occupy everyone in the room. Kaido. How is Kaido now? How is the situation of the 4 emperors and beasts? Kaido now, is he dead? Even the strongest creatures will never be spared under such power. The 4 emperors and beasts. Kaido, known as the immortal body, really died this time. People from all over the waters of Washang were watching the dark big screen nervously and anxiously, waiting for the final result to be announced. Chi-Chi is under the eager and hopeful eyes of people. A few snowflakes flashed on the big black live screen under the impact. Immediately afterwards, the surviving videophone worms clearly conveyed the scene they saw. The entrance is full of terrifying and broken scenes. The dense and hideous wounds almost shattered him into hundreds of pieces of flesh. The blood flowed like a huge body, like a little giant. That is Kaido. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido, die. Please download the version without underlined. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The Emperor of the Sea, who had been walking on the road to death, finally truly ushered in the end of his life. The most shocking thing is that the half of his body connected to his left arm, the half of the body that carries the most important heart organ of the human body, has completely shattered and disappeared. The remaining island fragments are also slowly sinking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It has the name of the strongest creature in the land, sea and air, and the strongest creature that has committed suicide hundreds of times without dying, after so many years of death. It was a broken body covered in blood and blood. Most of the Taiku venues have sunk. Even if the body is already in tatters, it is so bloody that it is impossible to tell whether it is a human or something else. The focal length of the videophone worm zoomed in, reflecting a certain figure on the broken island fragment. But people can be sure. Gudong and sizzling everywhere in the sea, people's apple rolling and inhaling air conditioning sound one after another. Chapter 448. Capture the Dragon Fruit? Blackbeard's Ambition? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. There is a broken body on the broken primitive island. The body is huge like a little giant, but also tattered like a sack. Staggered horizontally and vertically, densely wounded. Dark black blood gurgled, forming small rivers of blood. The most terrifying thing was his left half of the body, his arms and even his heart disappeared, and he was crushed. He was bloody, and it was impossible to see his original appearance. But people know all over this sea area, everyone watching this scene knows he is Kaido. Kaido, one of the emperors of the sea. Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, as Kaido. One-on-one. Probably Kaido. How strong is it? This is almost the consensus of everyone in the entire sea. Even if the other party is a pirate, the people of the world and even the navy have to admit it. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido is the real strongest creature, an immortal myth. Over a period of more than 20 years, he has been sentenced to 40 full death sentences. Even if hanged, the chain will be broken. Even if he was put on the guillotine, he could smash the guillotine. Even if it was stabbed by a spear, it ended up with the spear breaking. In order to kill himself by suicide, he more than once jumped off the island of 10,000 meters in the sky. No one has ever been able to kill him, even himself. He also created his own immortal myth. In this sea, everyone knows that Kaido wants to die but can't die. Now, just now, This myth that had been circulating on the sea for 20 years was shattered. The long-cherished wish of Kaido, the 4 emperors and beasts known as the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air, has finally come true. He is dead. An emperor of the sea has fallen. When this fact that is enough to shock the entire sea is presented before people's eyes, no one can be calm. 2 major viewing islands, the live broadcast square. The sizzling sound of the reporter and the audience inhaled the air conditioning one after another. That. Kaido. Is it dead? The 4 emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido, Gudong, are they really dead? Even the heart is completely shattered. Even the strongest creature has absolutely no chance of surviving. Yes. That's right. It must be dead. The myth is shattered. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido is really dead this time. After confirming this shocking fact, the 2 great leaders fell into a boiling ocean after a moment of silence. Big event, headquarters, a super big event has happened. Advertisement, 4 emperors. The 4 emperors are dead. The 4 emperors and 100 beast Kaido was killed by Ying. The myth of immortality of the strongest creatures of the sea, land, and air has been shattered. Headquarters, did you hear that? The reporters dialed the phone rooms at the headquarters of their respective newspapers one after another, yelling with all their strength out of their throats. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How can it be? Impossible. How can this kind of thing happen? The waters near the Taiku venue. Under the threat of the Navy's demon-slaying order, the beasts and pirates who sailed on the ship of the King of Beasts to sea let out heartbreaking screams. Kaido. Mr. Kaido is dead. How can this kind of thing be accepted? The thorny back of one of the 6 volleys. Long Pei Jiwan was shocked and screamed in horror. The face is full of incredible, and the worldview seems to collapse in an instant. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Our Captain Kaido is dead. What a joke, he is immortal. I don't believe it. This must be a dream. That's the Emperor of the Sea. How could the strongest creatures of the sea, land and air die? In this world, no one can kill Mr. Kaido, even he can't do it. Mr. Kaido must be asleep. Don't sleep, Captain Kaido, get up. The beasts on the ship of the King of Beasts seemed mad, and they controlled the ship to return to the Taiku venue. Not far away. The Thief Mothership, the Queen Mother anthem ups and downs on the undulating sea. All the aunts on the ship, whether they are ministers or ordinary cadres, all have ghostly expressions on their faces. How so? What to do? The 4 emperors and 100 beast Kaido was beaten to death by that hero. This is really too terrifying. Heroic Luo Lin, his strength has definitely surpassed the 4 emperors. It's not good to go on like this. Neither Mom nor Kaido can suppress that person, now. Will Mother be the same as Kaido? To shut up. Advertisement. Our mother won't die. Although they say that they believe that they will die, their hearts are clear. If they really squat to the end, their mother, the 4 emperors Luo Lingling, will die. The emotion called fear quickly encroached on the minds and bodies of all the thieves on the ship, making their bodies, from the inside out, from the beginning to the end. Feet, it feels cool. At the same time. Ring Island, Spring Island venue. Thief. Ha 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 ha. The body was broad and fat, like the same head. Marshal Titch, the black beard like a huge black pig, laughed nervously. Captain Titch, what are you laughing at? That's the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido, he is dead. Fighting champion Chisa's Bashes yelled, with a horrified expression on his face. SSSSSSSSSSSS. Otago Van Oka also sucked in horror again, and his pupils and even his brain trembled because of fear. Cough. Really dead. Even I can't return to the sky with such a wound. Cough. The ship doctor was weak to speak. Thief ha 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 ha. Die well. Blackbeard laughed again. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. The next strongest creature in the sea, land and air is me. Fighting champion Kaishas Bashes asked subconsciously. I thought that there should be no intersection between them and this beast Kaido. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Of course not, we're here for that, crushing the fruit. I'm here for all the devil fruits. It's time to show you the strongest ability of my dark fruits. Let's start with that. The dragon fruits of the beast Kaido. Wrong, Blackbeard asked rhetorically. Could it be? Bashes, have you forgotten the purpose of our adventure here? The corners of Blackbeard's mouth opened a huge arc. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Captain Titch. Blackbeard retorted. Fighting champion Chisa's Bashes stared. Chapter 449. Cheers resounding across the sky. Carp served. 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Mighty, domineering, hero Rollin. Did you see it? That's ours. Mr. Luo Lin is the real strongest. Heroes are invincible. When it was confirmed that the Baiju Kaido at the Taiku venue was truly dead. Washung Plaza, which was broadcast live in real time, was also caught in a sea of boiling and cheering. Everyone in the square stood up at this moment. Every face was flushed with excitement. He raised his head to the sky and uttered a proud cheer, resounding through the sky because it was theirs. The president, the myth that their hero broke. Even one of the sea emperors who ruled the apex of the world, Kaido, the strongest creature in sea, land and air, was killed by them. This sea, what else is worthy of their fear? With such an invincible, a hero, they are bound to move forward and fearless. Ha 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 ha, compared to the excitement of the young fighters in Washung. At this moment, the inner excitement of the veterans of Washung Fortress was greater than that of them. Have you seen the world? This is the strength of our boss. The 4 emperors and the emperor of the sea will all send me to die. It's just a joke that the strongest creatures of the sea, land, and air singled out the strongest in front of my boss Luo Lin. 4 emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido, haven't you always wanted to die? Congratulations, your wish has finally come true today. Ha 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 ha. A group of elderly old men shouted excitedly and jumped, so excited that they couldn't be themselves. There is not a trace of the majesty of the elder, the predecessor. Even the former Admiral Zephyr, who is known as the iron-faced instructor, is no exception at this moment. Brother Cap, you should have a balance in your heart now. It is not a shame to lose to my boss. The old man Mu Lien looked at Carp. Puff ha 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 ha, I've taken it, I really don't accept it. Carp laughed. Washung headquarters building, deadly, dead. On the rooftop. Advertisement supernova big stomach girl Jolaponi glared at her beautiful eyes and stared at the cold body of the beast Kaido on the big screen. Chao's face was full of shock and disbelief. That's Kaido, a beast known as an undead creature. The myth has been beaten. Jo Alibani's red lips lightly opened, and she murmured unconsciously. Really worthy of being our mentor, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The light in the eyes of Q-High Bartholomew Big Bear shines. That was the hope he saw. Hope for the success of the revolution. The same in the headquarters building, high-rise stands. The laughter and joy of girls belonging to the big and small are in a film, yin yin yan yan, lively and extraordinary. Brother Luo Lin really is the most powerful, the most powerful. Wei Wei's face flushed with excitement and cheered. Nami, Kea, Kara, Alice and other little girls all nodded in agreement. Hero, good to, add bookmarks for easy reading. Handsome. The pet chopper among the girls is full of admired stars. Master Luo Lin, This is the screaming support of the Empress Hancock. It's really dazzling, uncle, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Robin thought to himself, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted up a touching arc. It's incredible to actually kill that, the immortal monster Kaido. Tina, who has only a few connections with Luo Lin, shook her head unconsciously. She was also the only one who couldn't immediately. The girl who accepted this shocking fact. Lil Tina, what kind of immortal is that B******** D Kaido? My father is the real immortal. Right, sister he. Gion looked at Lieutenant General Ahe and blinked playfully. Okay. Ahe nodded calmly. There's a strong sense of pride on the delicate pretty face. Because that's our man, Northern Washung Fortress. Vacant residential areas. Advertisement: the fierce battle is gradually coming to an end. Under the cooperation of the 4 legends of Pluto Raleigh, Brook, Kurokas, and Murloc Sambal. Coupled with the crit of the angry thunder god Anilu. The 5-member 5 group headed by Kaido's son Yamato naturally has no chance of winning. The 2 brothers of the artificial butterfly power who came with the son of Kaido, Yamato, were electrocuted into 2 balls of coke by the furious Anilu. The ancient mammoth that was originally wrestling with the Murloc Sambal, the drought-stricken Jack, was also scorched black under the action of thunder and lightning. Reluctantly relying on the tenacious vitality of the ancient mammoth fruit, can it support it until now. But now it has basically reached its limit. When the news of the death of the beast Kaido came, the last breath that Drought Jack took was also vented. The huge mammoth's body fell to the ground like a jade pillar pushing a golden mountain. Mr. Kaido. Mr. Kaido is really dead. In this world, there is actually someone who can kill Mr. Kaido. Drought Jack's eyes were blank, and he murmured unconsciously. What? The screams sounded, from the thief star Snug. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It's just that Snug didn't care about his own defeat. Snug loses. Stop fighting, I surrender. Nearly seriously injured and in a coma, he was thinking about the death of the 4 emperors Kaido and the possible future of his mother. To please download to see the underlined version. Throw away the blade in his hand. Yamato sighed long. Yamato kid, right, do you want to continue? With a knife in his right hand, Lei Li stood carelessly, looking at the pale youth in front of him. Unexpectedly, the B******D father was actually killed. Although I have always thought about when he died, but I really saw him die, and I was still a little sad. In one of the legends, Wang Chen, the swordsman of Wangchen Brook, was slashed by Wang Chen. Young Dahe shook his head with emotion. Chapter 450? The Beast's Panic? Ace and Marco are a little flustered, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Heroes are Invincible. At this moment, in addition to Cho Washung City, above the undulating sea, the cheers are also shaking the sky, resounding through the sea. That was the shouts and cheers of hundreds of thousands of sea soldiers. Hero Roland. That is the hero of our navy. The hero who disappeared for decades reappears. Pirates, tremble. The admirals on the various warships could no longer pay attention to the order of tumulting at this moment, they just kept shouting with excitement. General Sakaski, that. The beast Kaido is dead, killed by a hero. A major general excitedly shared his joy with General Akainu. Okay, the General Akainu just nodded calmly and indifferently. It was able to kill that. B********D, let me admit it, your hero's name. Admiral Akainu spoke. The hero is. A hero, why do you need to admit it? Lieutenant General Dalmesia smiled sarcastically and walked away on the moonstep. Cheers from the sea rushed into the sky. The seamen who watched the battle from afar were so, not to mention those. The seamen who were rescued by Luo Lin twice. Witnessing the whole process of Luo Lin's slaying of the dragon with their own eyes, they only felt a rush of blood from their hearts to the sky. Excited, so excited that the body can't stop shaking. This moment. In their eyes, the figure independent of the sky is no different from the gods. That is the god in their hearts. I want to follow Mr. Luo Lin forever. Me too. Count me too. My life is already owned by Mr. Luo Lin. 2 warships, from the Admiral to the General Navy, responded one after another. The scene was very lively, at this moment, compared with the excitement of the Navy and people everywhere. The cadres of the beasts on the broken Jedi venue, the Flames Embers, the Plague Quinn, the Poisonous-Tongued Sister Uluti, the Giant Beauty Black Maria, Phosphor, the Murloc Sasaki, etc. A group of beasts cadres. The expressions on our faces have changed from dull, to shock and disbelief, to panic. In the end, it all fell to fear. Ah! Advertisement Plague Quinn screamed. How could such a thing happen? That's Mr. Kaido. The Giant Beauty Black Maria held her breath. The boss with a pair of beautiful eyes was full of panic. Kaido is dead. Kaido is really dead. The Murloc Sasaki shook his head unconsciously and his body trembled with fear. Ha ha, is this true? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Phosphor smiled nervously. That fool of Kaido, I didn't expect that he was actually killed. Wu Ludi lowered her head, her pretty face was gloomy and inexplicable. I've been talking about the idiot Kaido who wants to die and want to die, now it's good, it's really dead, are you happy? After all, the wish for many years has come true. Wu Ludi whispered to herself. Jin, Kaido was killed by that monster hero. Let's run quickly. If we don't run, we will wait for him to free his hands later, but it will be too late. Plague Quinn yelled in horror. Don't worry about that. Rush Fruit, hurry up and contact Peggy Wan and the others, let's go first, and go back to the country of peace and run away. To shut up, Yan Calamity Jin stared sharply and screamed. At the same time, everywhere in the broken Jedi venue, the people who survived the fall from high altitude also learned the shocking news of the death of the 4 emperors and the beasts Kaido. Suddenly, the uproar became a film. Father, look quickly, the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido actually died. Good, really worthy of being the hero Luo Lin. The green pepper of the 12th generation of the 8 Treasure Marine Army, the pillar of the Zhueji, laughed. Unbelievable, that's the emperor of the sea. Kaido, who has the strongest creatures of sea, land and air, is dead. Even such monsters and dragons are blasted to kill that. How powerful is the hero? The braves of the New World, Destroyer Edio, Brugali, and the pirate captain shouted. One of the 4 emperors of the New World died. This is a major event. The next sea is really going to start chaos. The expression on the supernova monk or G's face was shocked and stiff. More than that, maybe it was not just a beast Kaido who fell today. Drake said with emotion. The squinted eyes were shocked, and more excited. I haven't seen death from that face, but the chaos in the sea afterwards has already grown, I am looking forward to it. The magician Hawkins said in a deep voice. Advertisement. 100 Beast Kaido died, the 4 Emperors 100 Beast pirate group was destined to fall apart, and the B************ D Doflamingos backstage fell. This is really great news. Death Surgeon Trafalgaro laughed happily. Ha, have you seen it, Dad? Boss Luo Lin is indeed the strongest. Long-nosed Usopp jumped 3 feet high with excitement. The handsome man is really amazing. Straw Hat Luffy also has bright eyes. Ha, of course, that's our mentor. Sabo laughed and patted his brother on the shoulder. Mighty. The S********* Yvonne Cry, Bins and others shouted in excitement. Even the cold and arrogant lone wolf Crocodile is smiling at this moment. This is really an incredible event. From now on, the 4 emperors of the sea no longer have the pattern, only 3 emperors remain. Little fatty Lazyloo shook his head unconsciously and murmured. Wrong. Jesus categorically refuted it. The change has not yet come to an end. Ace beckoned with a sluggish expression and greeted Marco, who was also immersed in shock not far away, a very equal person. Ace asked nervously, what's wrong with Ace? 2. Marco, I suddenly thought of something. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Marco turned his head mechanically and stiffly. Probably yes. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Tour Night Doma, Lei Ching Makugai, Jinping and all 3 were silent and looked at Marco. Marco took a deep breath and nodded. Ace looked solemn. If Mr. Rowling was a big man in the Navy before, then he and his old dad in the Rocks Pirates. Have there been any holidays between him and our dad? Call, Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. What's up, chapter 451, Ant. I like you very much, hero, 2/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. A broken Jedi venue slowly sinking to the sea. Falling from the sky, the people who survived by chance had time to calm down in the future, and the shocking news of the death of the 4 emperors and the beasts Kaido followed. People were shocked, excited, or horrified, yelling instantly into the sky. The shock belongs to unrelated people such as Drake and Trafalgaro. Those who are excited are young people like Sabo, Usopp, Luffy and so on in Washung. As for the panic, it naturally belongs to the pirate group of beasts that lost the captain of the main commander. In addition, there are 4 emperor thieves who have only formed an alliance with them for a short time. Pepepe. Brother Peros, what should we do now? An Ant's young cadre stammered because of excessive panic. It's incredible that Kaido is really dead. Charlotte Dafu showed a ghostly expression on his face. That's Kaido of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts. How could a person with the ability of the animal-type phantom beast species Shenlong fruit ability die? It's really a bad thing now. The faces of the ministers and officials of the thief were extremely frightened. It's too dangerous. This is the biggest crisis in our thieves' history. One is not much. Our fate will not be much better than that of the beasts. The long-legged stroke made Shing Smooji's brows furrowed. That monster hero, his strength already surpasses the 4 emperors, you say mommy. Charlotte Mondor's uneasy guess. Shut up, Mondor. The eldest son Perispero suddenly drank it. Kaido was killed. It can only show that his strength is insufficient. How powerful our mother is. Don't you still know that mother's steel balloon-like body? No one can break it. Perispero shouted. Advertisement, however, there is not much convincing power. Because even though he said so on his mouth, the hideous expression on his face and the trembling of his body all revealed his inner panic. The ants' cadres were silent, their heads tilted back, and they looked nervously at a certain figure in the sky. Don't be impulsive, mother, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Charlotte Mondor clenched nervously and murmured in prayer. But only for the next moment. What? There was a scream. No, mother, mom, don't get close to that monster. When seeing the 4 emperors Charlotte in the sky. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Ling Ling's intention to fight, all the thieves on the ground paled with fright, and Chi Chi yelled in panic. Oh, above the sky, the 4th Emperor Luo Ling Ling stepped on Thundercloud Zeus, and after a long period of sluggishness, she finally stopped being silent and laughed loudly. There is a strong sense of coldness and murder in the laughter. Kid Kaido, how terrible you died. As your ally, I can't help but sympathize with you a little bit, but... Speaking of this, Charlotte Ling Ling suddenly changed her conversation. You were beaten to death by the B****** D. Roland. After all, you still lack strength. You are still far away, Kaido, you can go with peace of mind. The legacy of Captain Locks includes the legacy of your beasts, and I will do it for you, inherited. Charlotte Ling Ling spoke calmly and indifferently. The mourning lasted only a moment. Next second, the 4 emperors Charlotte Ling Ling raised up the peerless sword Napoleon in her hand and pointed at Luo Lin. Advertisement. Well, as Kaido's ally, I should have sought revenge for him, but in this sea, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, so let's talk, Mr. Hero. 4 Emperor Charlotte laughed linglingly. Are you qualified to negotiate with me? The expression on Luo Lin's face is always calm and indifferent. Well, don't you be so indifferent, Luo Lin, since decades ago, I think you are a great man, and I like it very much. Charlotte Ling Ling's hot-cold opening. Hearing that Luo Lin's face was no longer calm, he unconsciously got goosebumps. Would you like to consider joining hands with me? I believe that combining the blood of the 2 of us, plus that, crushing the fruit, our son will be able to dominate the entire world and become the true king of the world. Charlotte Ling Ling repeated what she had said to Kaido to Luo Lin. Hear the words. Rao was Luo Lin, and he shuddered at this moment. The calm and indifferent face is as cold as 10,000 years of profound ice. Forget the rest. This ugly and fat old lady on the bus has a covetous heart for him, which is really unhappy at all. It's really a response. Thinking of what Charlotte Ling Ling said earlier, Luo Lin couldn't help feeling nauseous. Oha. The 4 emperors Charlotte Ling Ling laughed to herself, complacent about this idea of her own. Don't wait. She finished. Luo Lin's cold gaze full of killing intent, stuffed all the remaining words into her stomach. Do you want to die? Luo Lin said coldly. Please download to see the underlined version. To chapter 452, Break the Myth Again, Bigmom Loses. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Do you want to die? Luo Lin's cold and killing intent mixed with a drink sounded. The words are concise, straightforward. As a result, the 4 emperors Charlotte Ling Ling's laughter stopped abruptly, and the smug smile on her face gradually disappeared. Do you mean to refuse? Charlotte Ling Ling asked coldly. In this case, there is no way. I can only use my strength to make you succumb. 4 Emperor Charlotte grinned confidently. If you can do it, try it. Luo Lin said with a relaxed grin. Ahole Roland. The 4 emperors Charlotte Ling Ling shouted in fright and anger. Prometheus, come on, Mom. Homits, the little son who has been following Charlotte Ling Ling, responded loudly. Then it suddenly changed, from a round of harmless little sun to a huge flame that burned the sky. In the center of the flame, there is a big face like a devil. The raging flames burned above the sky, illuminating the dim sky. The terrifying high temperature and the burning atmosphere in it are all slightly distorted, heavenly fire. The palms of the four emperors slammed down. In an instant, the monstrous fire turned into a fierce flame tornado, covering Luo Lin's location in all directions, releasing terrifying heat and burning power. He didn't even hide, he deserves it, turn into ashes under my flames. Little son Prometheus laughed confidently. Little son, can't your flame temperature be higher? Just this level is far from it. Luo Lin's relaxed and free voice came from the flame tornado. What? The five senses of Prometheus, the little son, were almost twisted together, and immediately his eyes widened, and extreme horror and disbelief appeared on the face of the flame. This kind of thing, how could it be possible that you are not afraid of my flames? Prometheus the little son yelled in shock, it clearly sees. How easy is Luo Lin, standing in the sea of fire, to be freehand? Advertisement, this is simply unreasonable. I don't believe it, turn me to ashes. Prometheus the little son roared. However, no matter how it increased the intensity of the flame, it still couldn't hurt Roland a bit. After all, as early as decades ago, Luo Lin's high temperature and flame resistance were already full. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 4. Luo Lin who had bathed in magma. The temperature of Prometheus is naturally not worth mentioning. Ha ha. Luo Lin smiled slightly. At Prometheus's panic gaze, he grabbed his hand. Little son Homits, the body of Prometheus, fell into Luo Lin's hands. Let go of me, let me go. B********. D. Prometheus struggled fiercely, but he couldn't escape Luo Lin's devil's clutches. Luo Lin is generally used as a toy to make around. A-hole, what are you doing to my Prometheus? The four emperors Charlotte Lingling yelled angrily and sounded Elbaf's gun. Widewhoa. Charlotte Lingling made a bold move. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. On the blade of Napoleon in the double-horned hat, dark purple blades gathered together and struck out with Charlotte Lingling's swing. The boom air shook sharply under the power of her knife. Facing this domineering knife is a jet of black light. The black sword Kiyoshue unsheathed and swept across the four directions with unmatched sword power and sword intent. The rush of power and swordsmanship only lasted for a while. Charlotte Lingling's prestige was crushed and defeated by Luo Lin's one. Even Luo Te Lingling's body staggered backwards. Even if they are both great swordsmen, the level gap is huge. Next moment, don't wait, should come. Luo Lin's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The right fist was swung out boldly. Boom! Charlotte Lingling's tough body like a steel balloon, a body that is impenetrable, invulnerable to fire and water, and will never be injured even in the rain of bullets and bullets. At this moment, there is a change that has never been seen before. The fat belly accumulated by the intake of a large amount of sweets swayed like water waves under the blow of the fist wind. Every piece of Charlotte Lingling's body was trembling, and she let out an overwhelmed whine. Advertisement in the end, it flew backwards heavily. Zeus, the little son who had regained his freedom, screamed in surprise. Don't worry about it. Zeus responded in a loud voice, and the speed suddenly skyrocketed. Before Charlotte Lingling fell into the sea, she steadily caught it. It hurts, you be ******. Charlotte Lingling let out a cry of pain, but even though there was pain in her mouth, she still couldn't see any scars on her body. Even Luo Lin's high-level arm punches can only make her feel a little pain, unable to break through her steel balloon-like body. This inherent physical strength is truly abnormal. I'm really angry, Prometheus, Charlotte Lingling yelled. Here, Mom. Prometheus, the little son, knew it and attached the hole to his head, setting off her like a demon of fire. It's indeed time to end. Luo Lin's calm eyes flickered. The original gentle aura changed in an instant, like Shiro returning from hell. Killing Chi rushed into the sky, unconsciously heart palpitations. Luo Lin at this moment is many times more dangerous than before. The strong men of Perispero and other aunts, just looking at the figure in the sky, they are terrified, as if their souls are trembling. Even the four emperors Luo Te Lingling, who has always been extremely strong, has unconsciously heart palpitations at this time. In front of that figure, her dignified sea emperor unconsciously gave birth to a retreat. Don't get too smug, the emperor's sword breaking five, blade. With a roar, he dispelled the fear in his heart, and slashed a 40-meter-long flame sword at Luo Lin. At the same time, Luo Lin also swung his knife. Everything is a sword. The powerful 40-meter flame sword touched the black sword Kiyoshue in Luo Lin's hand that had reduced all the brilliance. In an instant, the giant sword collapsed, almost at the same instant. The fourth emperor Luo Te Lingling let out a scream. A fountain of blood exploded from her body. A hideous wound almost cut her whole body diagonally away. Another myth is shattered. The steel body of the four emperors Luo Te Lingling has been smashed. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 453. Nami defeated the ant. 4 quarters seeking subscription. The first release of this content on hotmtlnovel.zi is just a short moment. The final battle above the sea has undergone a decisive change. After the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido, another sea emperor, Luo Te Lingling, also lost within a few tricks. Even her inherent tough body, the steel balloon body that would bounce off the giant swords, was also breached. Under Luo Lin's highest realm of all things in one sword, the myth of the four emperors breaking through the five, the tough body is now cut open for the first time. The wound is grim, blood dripping. This result is simply incredible, beyond people's imagination. But it makes sense. After all, the person who did this was the hero Luo Lin. Not long ago, the hero Luo Lin, who broke the undead myth of the four emperor Kaido with a punch, and killed him overbearing, now he has just broken another sea myth. People were shocked, thinking, Mom, witness the pictures of the four emperors Charlotte Lingling blood-stained in the sky. In the ruined Jedi venue, all the ministers of the thieves were shocked, their expressions were shocked, and they were shocked to the extreme. How could this happen? Mom was injured. The eldest son Perisparrow screamed in surprise. That's our mother. Why was that? The indestructible steel body like a myth was broken. Long-legged Star Smokey yelled in disbelief, Mom, cheer up. Owen, Dafu and other ministers also yelled again and again in horror. Lingling, Mom. The chef Longbread and other aunts and ministers on the Queen Mother's anthem also screamed in shock. Under the shocking gaze of countless people, the blood in the four emperors Charlotte Lingling spurted out as if she didn't need money. The body that looked like a little giant flew backwards weakly and fell straight toward the sea. Zoo. Little son Prometheus shouted again. Compared to before, the voice seemed a bit weak. This is also natural. Advertisement like Leon Zeus and Napoleon in the double-horned hat, he is the highest level Homits who has given life to the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's own soul. It is closely related to Charlotte Lingling. Now their master Luo Lin was hit hard by the sword, and he was close to the edge of coma. Naturally, they were also severely affected, and they were about to go to sleep. But as long as you don't let Charlotte Lingling fall, don't worry, give it to me. Thundercloud Zeus also responded weakly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Use all my strength to fly towards Sha Lingling, can catch up. Finally, Thundercloud Zeus arrived 1 second before Charlotte Lingling was about to fall into the sea. As long as you move a few meters forward, you can catch it steadily. But at this moment, abnormal regeneration, the girl's voice that originated from a few kilometers away called him again. Stop and let her fall into the sea like this, Thundercloud of Zeus. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. A charming girl's command sounded in her ears. In the past hour, he had heard this command sound more than once that made him seem to surrender. Just because of the protection of the souls of the four emperors, he can completely ignore them. However, this time, with the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's coma, his soul power has also dropped to its lowest point. It was already impossible to defy this order. Under the furious gaze of Prometheus, the four emperors, Charlotte Lingling fell into the sea. The blood stained the sea. What are you in a daze, fool Zeus? Prometheus shouted. I don't know. Puff, and Puff, fell into the sea with Charlotte Lingling as a capable person. Zeus and Prometheus, the products of the two soul fruit abilities, made two soft noises and they stopped. At the same time, Washang headquarters building thousands of meters away from the battlefield. Yeah, it finally succeeded. Watching the four emperors Charlotte Lingling fall into the sea on the big screen of the live broadcast, Nami suddenly jumped 3 feet high with joy. Advertisement, listening to the tender voice of the little sister Nami. Wei Wei, Kurla, Robin, Kia and others couldn't help but scream. Tina, Gion and Ahe couldn't help but look sideways. Could it be that? Kurla seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes widened in shock. Nami, you are a person with yin fruit ability. Didn't the previous Thundercloud Zeus catch that? Nami, did you do it? Robin spoke in surprise. Listening to Robin's conjecture, the girls in the stands couldn't help but stare at their beautiful eyes in shock. Did you really do it, Nami? Wei Wei's mouth opened. It's amazing, Nami. Kia, Marquino and others were also amazed. It really deserves to be the eldest sister Nami who said the four emperors. Girl Alice gave Nami a thumbs up. Even the alternate generals Gion, the female emperor Hancock, and the lieutenant general Ahe are unavoidable at this moment. Hey, Nami immediately scratched her head in embarrassment. I just tried casually, that has already been defeated by Luo Ling. Don't be humble, sister Nami. The little girls suddenly laughed and made a fuss. Ha ha. Above the sky. After Luo Lin froze for a moment, he saw the domineering look spread and listened to the noise of the little girls in the headquarters building. Luo Lin also understood the whole story and couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. At the moment when Luo Lin defeated the last formidable enemy, the spirit was most relaxed, the abnormal change regenerated. This world, the sea, and the entire world are all dyed with a grayish-white color. Countless purple and black ghost claws were born in the void, and the tentacles were phantom. Like the evil spirits at the gate of hell, they exited the gate and eroded towards Luo Lin in the sky. Ding, please download to see the underlined version. Chapter 454. The 5 old stars of the great swordsman are coming. Open black lens bracket 1/6 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi within a few minutes. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido died. The other 4 emperors, Luo Lingling, also lost. Falling to the sea, blood stained the sea surface, life and death are unknown. The strongest alliance formed by the two most terrifying sea emperors collapsed with the defeat of the two four emperors. The atmosphere of the entire Washang Sea area also moved toward the highest dynasty. The pirates of the beasts and the emperor who lost the two masters screamed in horror. The Washang side and the navy headed by the General Akainu were all excited and cheered. Give the warmest applause and shout for the feat achieved by today's heroes. Just when everyone thought that today's big event had settled and there would be no more waves, the shock happened again. People's cheers and shouts suddenly solidified. The waves of the sea settled. Even time seems to freeze at this instant. At this moment, the whole world turned into a grayish-white color. Countless creepy ghost claw ghosts suddenly appeared in the void, exuding an extremely evil aura. At the very center of that patch of hell ghost claws, there is also a weird blue light hidden. That is a sharp edge. With countless ghosts, Xiao Chuo ruthlessly pierced Luo Lin's heart. Just when the blade gleaming with the mysterious light was only 1 centimeter away from Luo Lin's back. Luo Lin, who had also fallen into a grayish-white color, trembled suddenly in motionless Luo Lin's body. The gray color that made time seem to be still faded. Ding, is the soft chirping of swordsmen and soldiers. The ghost blade with the ghostly shadow failed to penetrate Luo Lin's body, because it was blocked by the blade of the black sword Qiushui. After all these years, you still know how to do this, old man. Luo Lin slammed his right foot towards the sky. Ka, sounded like a broken mirror. There are chaotic cracks in the sky and the sea. Advertisement. Eventually, it burst apart. Then, the whole world was liberated from that gray still color. Mom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Damn B****** D hero, our mother. I can't spare you. The ministers and cadres of the thief were still immersed in the anger of Charlotte Lingling's previous defeat in the sea, and they put out ridiculous cruel words. 4. The horrible incident that happened in the previous instant was not aware of it. Wait. Look at the sky. The long-legged paddling star Smoggy seemed to have discovered something, and couldn't help but lose his voice. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. Who is that guy wearing a mask? When did he show up? It looks bad, it's dangerous. The contestants in the Shattered Jedi venue also discovered clues one after another. I saw the masked old man who appeared in the sky at some point, facing Luo Lin more than 100 meters away. That person is dangerous. Feeling the weird aura that naturally emanates from the masked old man, Marco, who is at the rank of the Emperor's deputy, can't help but his expression is extremely solemn. Another incredible guy has appeared. How much did you jump out today? Unknown top powerhouse. The cadres of the red-haired pirate group, Jesus Bu and Lakilu, also yelled together. Dad, he. What kind of person is that? Long-nosed Usopp asked uneasily. Do not know. Advertisement. Jesus shook his head silently. No matter who it is, the instructor will never lose. Sabo spoke, with a firm look on his face, just as people everywhere talked about it. In the sky, the figures of Luo Lin and the masked old man who were more than 100 meters away disappeared from people's vision. The distance of a mere 100 meters is no different from ordinary people's at their speed. Everyone in the room only felt a flower in front of them. Then came the shockwave of the extreme speed collision, and the sound of the sonic boom. Time seemed to be here. Their speed suppressed the passage of time. It seems that a long time has passed in the feeling of bystanders. However, it was actually only a short moment, only in that moment. There have been collisions between Luo Lin and the mysterious masked old man, Black Sword Qiushui and the first generation of ghosts. I don't know how many times. The fierce sword energy escaping from the blade's edge caused the sea to turn up thousands of waves. Under the terrifying shockwave, even the Navy's largest heavyweight warship swayed, as if it would capsize at any time. General Sakaski, what should we do next? A sea soldier yelled in horror and asked the General Akainu for instructions. Regarding the Marine's request, General Sakaski didn't realize it. His binocular eyes were always firmly locked on the two disillusioned figures in the sky, and his eyes gradually became deeper. That person, is it? After a while, the General Akainu seemed to have thought of something, and for the first time a touch of movement appeared on his calm and indifferent face. 5 Old Stars. Chapter 455. Kaido resurrected. No, that's open black lens bracket 2/6 seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, 5 Old Stars. When thinking of this possibility, the squinted eyes of General Akainu suddenly widened. The angular, determined face was instantly moved. That old man, is that the one with the knife? The General Akainu murmured. Even the 5 Old Stars were sent out to take the opportunity to obliterate them. This hero really has a big problem, no matter how bright and majestic your appearance is, but I will never be fooled by you easily. Sikarsky thought firmly. This thought can no longer be erased once it is born. Instead, as he thought deeply, it became more and more ingrained. They are different from the Blue Pheasants and Huang Yuan who changed their destiny because of Luo Lin's chaos and entered the Navy more than 10 years earlier. When the General Akadog was a child, he did not have good luck to meet Luo Lin, thus changing his destiny. His life trajectory remains the same as it was at the beginning. After a difficult childhood, he joined the Navy in his youth. He also emerged in the first Naval Academy and became a naval supernova alongside Paluzolino and Kuzan. Climb to the position of admiral step by step. Having been in the Navy for so many years, the General Akainu naturally heard of a forbidden hero who disappeared more than once from the mouths of previous officers. It's just that in his view of justice, a person who disappears and becomes a taboo can be regarded as a hero of the Navy, but it turns out to be taboo by the government and the Navy. I can't even mention it. Among these things must have happened. The General Akainu didn't know what was going on, but when he thought about it, it must be some great event that was contrary to justice. Maybe it was a defect or something else. No matter what it was not compatible with his justice. So no matter how the former chief secretly promoted the hero's great deeds, Sarkarsky always insisted on his own ideas. Even if he heard the news of the hero's reappearance in the world today, he still remained unmoved. There will be no excitement like other sea soldiers, because in his opinion, at the moment of being removed, the so-called hero is no longer there. The hero Luo Lin, if you let me know what you have done that is contrary to justice, even if you are the hero in the eyes of everyone, I will never show mercy. Advertisement Admiral Akainu muttered firmly to himself. General Sakaski, looking at the general aka Inu, who was in deep thought and did not respond, the sea soldiers who came to ask for instructions were almost crying. What's the matter? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just when the Marines were about to boldly get closer, the General Akainu finally spoke. General Sakaski, now because of the hero's battle with that god, the killing order is almost impossible to carry out. Do we want to withdraw from this sea first? The Marine hurriedly spoke. What did you say? The General Akainu glared sharply, and his whole body revealed a terrifying aura, shocking the Marines to retreat again and again. Don't forget the purpose of our trip, they beat him. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Ours, we do ours, and today we are bound to catch all the pirates. General Akainu said coldly, the broken Jedi venue. Brother Peros, now what do we do to crush the fruit or not to grab it? The young minister asked the thief. What time is it now, and grab the fruit of a fart. Perospero yelled. Our top priority now is, to rescue Mother. Little Red Dog. Charlotte Owen said. Even if that hero breaks the defense and falls into the sea, but that is our mother after all. How could it be possible to die so easily? Mother must still be alive. The long-legged stroke made Star Smoggy open his mouth with certainty. All the incompetents will go to the sea to find my mother. Others contact the chef and them. We are going to retreat. This is no longer a place for us to stay. The other side. Jin, now is the best opportunity. Taking advantage of the monster heroes being dragged by others. If we don't leave, we really won't be able to leave. If you don't leave yet, don't blame Lao Su for running away alone. Advertisement Plague Quinn gritted his teeth. Idiot Quinn is right this time. Don't worry about the fruit, run. The poison-tongued sister Wu Ludi rarely agrees with her. Kaido is dead. I don't have the need to stay with your beasts anymore. I withdrew. Phosphorth, who was originally the captain of the pirate who had been incorporated by force by Kaido, immediately announced his separation from the beasts. Me too. Sasaki, the Murloc who was also the former pirate captain, grinned. What you want to do has nothing to do with me. If you don't want to die, it's better to act in a group now. Yan Calamity Jin said indifferently, next moment. Wow, Flame Cinder transformed into a toothless pterosaur form. He rushed straight to the Taiku venue not far away. Thief ha 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 ha. Next second. The excitement on Yan Calamity Jin's face solidified and disappeared. There was their army of beasts left behind, as well as the body of the captain of the beast Kaido. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. However, it was only the next second, just as the flame ember was about to land on the island of the Taiku venue. A dazzling lightning flashed between the sky and the earth. That's a dragon. Shenlong, Kaido. It didn't take a moment for it to grow to more than 100 meters. On the dilapidated Taiku venue, a huge creature was rising against the storm. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Suddenly, there was a proud laugh from the tattered and sinking island. Although they are both dragons, he knows that it is not his Captain Kaido. The true identity of the 100-meter black dragon is. Please download the version without underline. He wants to personally use his own eyes to confirm the life and death of the beast Kaido. Looking at the divine dragon, the pterosaur Flame Cinder subconsciously screamed in shock and excitement. Chapter 456. Shenlong Tiki. The new strongest creature. Open black lens bracket 3/6 seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, and the time went back to 5 minutes ago. High in the sky, Luo Lin and the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's peak duel just happened to be going on. Luo Lin's shining heaven and earth's, all things one sword, and the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's flames slash the emperor's sword breaks five, and the blade touches and collides, causing the sky and the sea to crack. This scene is like annihilating the world, attracting almost everyone's attention. At the same time, in the Taiku venue that was gradually sinking under the power of smashing, a group of people came to the body of the dead four emperors and beasts Kaido. They are the Blackbeards. What a powerful monster that is. Sniper Odo Fan Oka looked at Yuenkong's horrible picture that looked like the sky collapsed, and the whole person was shocked to the point of indescribable. Don't worry about it for now, let's take this opportunity now, let's act quickly, or we will be in trouble when the beasts arrive. Fighting champion Kai Shas Bashes looked at Blackbeard. Captain Titch, how are we going to sneak away this Kaido's corpse next? Bashes asked. Thief, ha 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 ha, don't have to be so troublesome, just look at it. Blackbeard smiled triumphantly. The sickly reaper poison threw a black cloth out of his hands, covering the huge body of the four emperors and beasts Kaido. Thief, ha 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 ha, this should have been the best performance in the world, but unfortunately no one can enjoy it now. Blackbeard shook his head and sighed to himself. It didn't take long for the Blackbeard's voice to ta-ta-ta. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the collapsing woods on the other side. Who are you guys to stay away from that? Corpse. That's my thing, it's the thing the person promised me. A sharp squawk sounded. After a while, what appeared in the sight of the Blackbeard group was a group of zombies. Is that a zombie? Looking at the monster with incomplete limbs and no human sound, the fighting champion Chishas Bashistan was shocked and his eyes rounded. Thief, ha 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 ha, isn't this Moonlight Moria from the Seven Martial Seas of the King? What a coincidence, you guy is really lucky. Blackbeard Marshal D's gaze swept across the zombies, and finally locked on the head of the tall fat man who looked like a demon. Kiwahai, Moonlight Moria, I have heard of his rumors, but I didn't expect to be able to control zombies. Otoyoshi Fan Oka said in a deep voice. Qianlu snapped his sniper rifle, ready to shoot at any time. Advertisement. Lucky is really inexplicable. I don't care who you are. Anyway, keep me away from that. Corpse. The corpse of the B***** D Kaido is my thing. I want him to be my dog. Moria screamed. Well, don't be so anxious, Moria, there is no conflict between your goals and me. I am not interested in Kaido's corpse or anything, to be honest. Blackbeard said. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, then what do you do you want to do? Moria's face was gloomy. You will know what I want to do, and the next step is to witness the miracle. Blackbeard grinned, lifted the black cloth, and dived into it. What does that guy want to do? The suspicion on Mariah's face was even worse. Add bookmarks for easy reading, but he didn't worry too much. In the time they talked, the zombie army he formed on this battlefield has spread and surrounded the Blackbeard gang. Dong 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 dong, is at this moment. The earth trembled suddenly and violently. It's not because of the Blackbeards, but, Moria suddenly raised her head and looked to the southeast. There is a powerful army coming here. Where's the ghost? Get out of me. Accompanied by a fierce shout, the encircling net of zombies laid by Mariah was torn apart by tyrannical forces. An army of beasts and pirates headed by Thornback, Long Pei Jiwan arrived. Mr. Kaido, Master Kaido, Captain Kaido, you are there. The pirates of the beasts yelled one after another, with hopes on their faces. There is one last hope in their hearts. Without seeing Kaido's body on the spot, they didn't want to believe that their strongest creature captain would die. Who are you guys? Peggy Wan, who was regaining his human form, swept his gaze from the room and fell on the Blackbeard group of 3 people in the center. Advertisement, Mr. Kaido, where is Mr. Kaido? The 3 bastards over there, you won't hide Captain Kaido. Master Kaido won't be under that black cloth. The elite cadres of the beasts all glared at the 3 of Fan Oka 3. Feeling the fierce aura from the cadres of the 4 Emperors level pirate group, the 3 of Chishas Bashes involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. 1-to-1. They are confident that they can still make a big one. However, right now, they are facing an army of more than 2,000 beasts. How to type, Captain Titch, the big thing is not good, you are, hurry up. Chishas Bashes fought in 2 battles and urged with horror on his face. There was still no movement under the black cloth. Assholes, I think you guys are looking for death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Peggy Wan and other beast cadres. One by one released a powerful ferocious aura, and no longer talk nonsense, they must bite and kill the 3 of the Blackbeards. However, the next second, under the eyes of people shocked, the black cloth was blown by the strong wind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Thief, ha 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 ha. To Blackbeard's body like a black pig began to undergo drastic changes. Dark dragon scales gradually appeared throughout his body. The corpses of the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido and the Blackbeard who succeeded in laughing were exposed. His hands and feet gradually turned into dragon claws. A triumphant laugh came from under the black cloth. A dazzling lightning flashed between heaven and earth and fell on Blackbeard's body. A black dragon more than 100 meters long appeared and stirred the situation. That is the new Eudemons and Dragon Fruit ability. That is the new strongest creature. That is the Dragon Titch. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Next moment, his black pig head gradually transformed into a hideous dragon head. Chapter 457, Blackbeard. I'll be the new captain of the beasts, 4/6. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Thief, ha 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 ha. Rampant laughter echoed above the sea. The glare of lightning lit up the dim sky. At the same time, it also illuminates the more than 100-meter-long body of the dark dragon that is rising against the storm. At this moment, the audience is silent. Whether it is the Kiwu Himalaya who came for Kaido's corpse, the cadres of the Beast Pirate Group, or the Blackbeard Group's own people. After witnessing the whole process of Blackbeard's shape change, everyone on the Taiku venue was shocked eyes, unable to speak for a long time. The faces are filled with incredible and unbelievable. That be asterisk 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 D, what the hell is going on with Shenlong? Isn't this the ability of Kaido B asterisk 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 D? Why does it appear on others so quickly? Kiwahai Moonlight Moria yelled in horror. Looking at the black dragon with its teeth and claws not far away, I only felt a moment of dry mouth and tongue, and my heart was already shocked to the point where it could not be added. Gudong. The black dragon approached, and the fighting champion Chish's Bash's Adam's apple rolled and swallowed hard. This is the best performance, Captain Titch said. It is indeed the best, Weah. Chish's Bash's voice gradually rose, and finally turned into a big laugh. The most ferocious ability in the world, the true power of the dark fruit of nature, the transfer of the devil fruit. Otoyoshi Fan Oka widened his eyes and took a deep breath, but he couldn't calm down the shock in his heart. Cough, 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 not only that, but also the birth of the first dual fruit ability in history. The darkest dark fruit of the natural type coupled with the strongest creature of the animal type, the monster dragon, cough cough cough. A sickly stricken face of death poison, his pale face was full of excitement and ready. Sure enough, following Captain Titch's choice as the most correct one, Death shouted with excitement. Hey hey hey, who can tell me what the hell is going on? Who is that black dragon? That is obviously the ability of Mr. Kaido. Now it appears on someone else. Is Mr. Kaido really dead? Animal phantom beast, dragon form, where did you get it? At the forefront of the beast army, Peggy Wan and other beast cadres screamed in horror. Advertisement. Some of them who have witnessed the incarnation of Blackbeard as a dragon are only shocked and shocked. In the rear, the beasts and pirates who could not see who the Shenlong true body was, were inevitably happy at this moment and shouted with excitement. Although the 100-meter-long black dragon in front of him was far less powerful and domineering than the Zheng Mai blue dragon. But in this world, the dragon fruit people must have only their captain, the four emperors and beasts Kaido, the strongest creature. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This shrunken black dragon must have been transformed from the seriously injured Captain Kaido. Their Captain Kaido is really not dead. The pirates of the beasts are excited. Listening to the excitement and cheers of the pirates, Peggy Wan and other cadres also came back to their senses. And NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading, P. hurriedly yelled and retorted and explained. I want to tell everyone that it is not their Captain Kaido. However, the thoughts are preconceived, and the thousands of beasts and pirates under the excitement of the crowd can't hear the anger of Peggy Wan and other cadres, and they still cheer and shout for themselves. Thief, ha 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 ha, that's it, I am the new strongest creature, I am your new captain. The black beard in the form of a dragon laughed triumphantly. In my mind, I began to think about the beautiful fantasy of receiving the whole beast's legacy. Expensive. Next second, the loud dragon roar suddenly sounded. A bright line of fire flashed in the sky, and the speed was surprisingly fast. In a blink of an eye, he came to Shenlong Tiki's huge head. It was a toothless pterosaur surrounded by flames. "Ho, who are you?" accompanied by an angry shout from Yan Calamity Jin. The claws of the toothless pterosaur slammed on the head of the black dragon, kicking it far away. "Master Jin, what are you doing?" "Mr. Jin, that's Captain Kaido." Advertisement. The blood surged, and the beasts and pirates who were dazzled by Kaido's resurrection, shouted in incomprehension. "Shut up all of you and open your eyes to see if it is Kaido." Yan Calamity Jin stopped drinking coldly. "Thieves, ha 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 ha, the flames of the beasts, it doesn't matter if my new strongest creature be your captain, I will definitely take you to the top of the world." The black beard in the form of a dragon indifferently floated from the ground and laughed. "Ho, are you looking for death?" At the same time, above Washung Fortress, it belongs to the hot air balloon headquarters of the World Economic News in Morgan's. Quickly, check, how many videophone bugs are still available? Call them all out, I want to live broadcast the battle with that, the mysterious masked man. Morgan's roar echoed in the headquarters, and every employee in his office was silent. President, at this moment, a reporter stood up suddenly, shouting loudly. The loudness of the voice even overwhelmed Morgan's roar. "Ho, do you want to rebel?" Morgan's opened his bloodshot eyes and scolded angrily. No, look at this, President, something big happened again." The reporter pointed to the video on the Taiku venue and screamed in surprise. Morgan's walked quickly, waiting to see the replay of the image displayed on the screen. His bird eyes widened suddenly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. This is, please download to see the underlined version. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 458. Trader Titch, Ace and Marco are angry. Open black lens bracket 5/6 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Too fast. It's so fast, this is an extremely fast battle that we can't capture at all. Where is the sacred man with the mysterious mask? How many more will appear? Unexpected hidden powerhouse. Today is destined to be a day in the annals of history. Two big watching islands. The reporters and audience in the live broadcast square shook their heads, murmured, and sighed in shock. Even if you can't see the specific battle scenes and process, the horrible visions generated from the sea and sky alone are enough for people to imagine the fierce battle. At the moment when two sea emperors were defeated one after another, the mysterious masked man appeared on the battlefield. Its strength is bound to no longer be under the four emperors. Another one of the world's top combat power appeared, eyeing the hero Luo Lin. Chi-Chi. is when people are staring at this invisible fierce battle. Suddenly a few snowflakes flashed on the big screen of the live broadcast. Immediately afterwards, the screen turns. A video recording and playback banned the invisible fierce battle and appeared in front of people in the live broadcast area. Hey, what does Morgans do? We have to look at the heroes' battles, and we have to look at the results over there. That fellow Morgans wants to monopolize first-hand information, right? The reporters in the live broadcast square yelled with dissatisfaction. However, the pictures on the big screen of the live broadcast are not transferred by their will. Hey, there seems to be the Taiku venue. Someone showed up. That group of people looked a bit familiar. When the Blackbeard group appeared on the screen, the reporters in the room couldn't help but look suspicious. I remember. A reporter's face was stunned. They're the Blackbeard crew, Blackbeard Marshal Titch, the original member of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd and 2nd Division. They defected because they killed the 4th Division Captain Sachi more than half a year ago. Blackbeard, what exactly he wants to do when he walks over to Kaido's body? The reporters were all confused. Advertisement, someone has appeared again. The man is Kiwahai Moonlight Moria and zombies. Look at the other side, the people from the 100 Beasts and Pirates group are also here. Did they come to recover the captain's body? The uproar of the people in the square became a film. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under the eyes of people. In the video, Blackbeard laughed and dived into the black cloth covering Kaido's body. About 2 minutes later, the black cloth was lifted by the strong wind. A dazzling lightning flashed in the sky. Under the horrified gaze of people, a black dragon was rising against the storm. That is the new Shenlong fruit ability to add bookmarks for easy reading. New. The world's strongest creature, the broken Jedi venue. Due to the raging fluctuations of the Four Emperors' War, the huge Jedi venue fell apart, splitting into one huge fragment after another. The live video installation that was originally erected over the island no longer exists. However, under the operation of Morgans, the new video screen is delivered under the control of Golden Lion Shiji's fluttering fruit ability. Then, the eyes of the second round contestants who had been paying attention to the invisible speed battle were all on the screen in the sky. The image on the screen happened to be the scene where the black beard entered under the black cloth. Moria B********D. Clockdale raised his brows slightly. That Moonlight Mariah, is it possible that what he wants to do is to steal the bodies of the 4 Emperor Kaido? The Sea Knight, who is also Kiwahai, frowned very flat. The focus should be on Kaido's corpse right now. Little Fatty Lazyloo reminded. Indeed, who are the 3 people next to Kaido's body in the black cloth? There was an ominous hunch in Jesus Boo's heart. Advertisement. Those people seem familiar, Straw Hat Luffy thought. Of course. Sabo responded and turned to look at Ace not far away. Those people are. Seeing the fighting champion trio 3, Ace suddenly widened his eyes, his face mixed with anger and excitement. Ace, what's wrong with you? Ace, do you know those guys? Who are they? The Phoenix Marco, the Travel Knight Thomas, and Lei Ching the Kuge asked questions one after another. Those guys are. Ace had a raging flame of anger in his eyes. They're the B*******D Tiki's partners. Kacha, was just as Ace's voice fell. In the image, the wind was violent and the lightning flashed and thundered. The Blackbeard's figure clearly appeared in people's sight. Titch. It's really B*******D Titch, Marco and Doma all yelled, and they recognized the identity of the Blackbeard who appeared under the black cloth. Blackbeard, Ace roared and was about to kill him. Wait. Ace, wait a moment, what's wrong with that? Titch B******D. Marco suppressed the urge of anger in his heart and held Ace. It was not long after Marco's voice fell. Astonishing changes did happen before the eyes of the strong. Wow, an uproar rushed into the sky. Chapter 459. Liquidate Blackbeard, 666 Explosion More Seeking Full Order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, who can tell me there? What the hell is going on? Those guys, where are they sacred? The guy under the black cloth, what did he do? Why does he have that? 4 Emperor Kaido abilities. When I saw the live broadcast on the big screen, the shocking scene of the Blackbeard incarnation of the Black Dragon. The strong players on the Broken Jedi venue were involuntarily shocked and lost their voices. This is also natural. Until now. When it comes to dragon fruit, phantom beast species, Shenlong ability, people will always have the same name in their minds. That is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido. However now, the scene I saw before my eyes was telling them brightly. The dragon fruit ability has been replaced. In less than 10 minutes after Kaido died, it is not reasonable to think about it. There's a big weird one. Master? Grandpa, do you know what's going on? Why does the 4 Emperor Kaido's dragon fruit ability appear on others so quickly? Lao Kai and Ibuki of the 8 Treasures Squadron yelled together. I don't understand, the old man doesn't know at all. Kone's green pepper also had a ghostly expression, nodding his head repeatedly. The devil fruit ability, after the death of the original ability, will be randomly reborn somewhere in the world. Since Kaido is dead, then his dragon ability will indeed be reborn. There is no doubt about this, but... Having said that, the magician Hawkinson stayed, frowned and shook his head. Unreasonable. The fallen Rear Admiral Drake took the conversation. It's totally unreasonable. Even if the fruit is to regenerate, it can't be so fast, and it won't regenerate to the side of the original ability. Then the answer is clear. The dead Surgeon Trafalgaro exhaled. Captain, what is clear you know what, advertisement? Bai Shang Bibo asked anxiously. That. The new dragon fruit ability person ate the regenerated fruit, but directly took the devil fruit that had not had time to leave from the corpse of the dead 4 emperors and beasts, and took it as his own. Trafalgaro's calm analysis. Sizzling. Nearby, everyone who heard his analysis invariably took a breath. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Is such an outrageous thing really possible? Pirate noble son, Cavendish murmured unconsciously with his eyes widened in disbelief. Regardless of, was it possible before, but now it definitely happened in front of us. That. Stupid B********, D, what did he do to the dead Mr. Kaido? Fragments of another venue to add bookmarks for easy reading. The beast cadres remaining on the island also shouted again and again. What the hell did he actually get Kaido's Shenlong ability? Plague Quinn was so shocked that her eyes were about to jump out of her eye sockets. Phosphord and Sasaki, the Murloc, who had only announced that they would quit the beasts, were also stunned. That. Idiot B******, D, dare you to say that you want to be our new captain? The giant beauty Black Maria clenched her teeth. No, never, don't die. The poison-tongued sister Wu Ludi emphasized her refusal for 3 consecutive times. Mr. Jin has done a good job and taught that B******, DA lesson. Seeing the flames and embers appear in the picture, kicking the black dragon, the beasts are really beasts, and the cadres screamed happily. The other side. Ace, calm down. Advertisement Marco drank, but he couldn't hold back the cow like Ace. Marco, let me go quickly, you should know better, the purpose of my coming out this time is to avenge the traitor and avenge Sachi. Titch is a traitor in my second squad. If I can't kill him personally, how can I have the face to go to Sachi's grave and give him a toast? An angry flame was beating in Ace's eyes, and there was a deep sorrow on his face. I know, of course I know, I have no less hatred of Titch than you, but I still have to calm down. Marco said. Yeah, Ace, you have seen it too, he doesn't know how to obtain the dragon power of the beast Kaido. And you think about it, that freak, that monster, he now seems to have 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time, it's almost unheard of. Both Doma and Lei Ching Makugai were horrified, so what? Please download to see the underlined version. Luffy, Sabo, I don't care about the others, but that. Titch, I must solve it by myself. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Straw Hat Luffy and Sabo also grinned. Haishia came very peacefully. Ace seemed to calm down suddenly. Ace, we happen to have a grudge between us and that, the Blackbeard group. Even if he is really a dual fruit ability now, while he has not fully mastered the power of the Shenlong like Kaido, it is the best time for us to get rid of him. Then go, it's time to find that B*******, D Titch to liquidate. Hearing that, the 3 of Marco 3 couldn't help but be taken aback. 2. Ace's enemy is our enemy. Marco, Ace is right, Titch, that B******, D, since you have encountered him, then you can't let him run. Let the old man do his part this time. Ace makes a fist. Chapter 460, hit Blackbeard one after another, 1 quarter seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the Broken Taiku venue. Thieves beast guys, don't you be so hostile? My suggestion just now, you can really consider it. Blackbeard Diki, who maintained the posture of the Black Dragon, smiled triumphantly. To shut up. You are such a thing as delusional to be our captain. We are a group of beasts and pirates, don't underestimate us. You don't even let go of Captain Kaido's body, we will definitely break your body into pieces. The angry roars of the beasts and pirates formed one after another. The terrifying and ferocious aura that spread out made Kiwu Hemolia unconsciously regress. As for the fighting champion Kai Shas Bashes 3, his whole body has long been wet with cold sweat. Then I will ask one last time, the flames of the beasts, do you want to join my team and become my partner? Shenlong Tiki sent an invitation to Flame Cinder alone. The response to him was still the pterosaur's flying kick. Only this time, the well-prepared Blackbeard blocked Jin's offensive with a powerful dragon-tail flick. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly lit up in the black-bearded dragon's mouth. "Hole, what are you going to do, don't you think?" Seeing the familiar sight that emerged from the mouth of the black dragon, all the pirate groups of the beasts were shocked. Everyone, spread out. Yan Baijin's eyes widened in anger and roared. The high-pitched dragon roar resounded across the sea. The terrifying scorching dragon's breath shot out from the big mouth of the Blackbeard's blood basin and fell into the army of beasts. Boom! Amid the violent roar, the already crumbling island trembled violently. The screams of the beasts and pirates one after another. Only one blow. At least 200 beasts and pirates died under the power of dragon's breath. As the first result, it's not bad for the time being, thief Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Advertisement at this time. A bright line of fire suddenly crossed in the direction of the sea in the distance. Fire punch. A roar full of anger came from the sky. The surging flames covered the sky. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the end it turned into a huge flame fist and fell on the proud, unsuspecting Blackbeard. Amidst the roar of boom, the black-bearded dragon's body flew upside down. The scorching flame of blooming quickly spread all over his body. Captain Titch, seeing this scene, the three of Van Oka from the Blackbeard group couldn't help but yell. It's hot. Hot hot. The 100-meter-long Shenlong rolled around on the broken island like an earthworm. After half a minute, the raging fire was finally extinguished. And NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading. P. Shenlong Tiki exhales. The fierce gaze fell on the flames in the sky. A skull sign suddenly lit up in the flames that enveloped the sky. 4. Blackbeard is very familiar, because that's where he stayed for most of his life. Thief. Thief ha 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 ha, Captain Ace, you are here, a rare opportunity, Captain Ace, do you want to be my partner? Blackbeard laughed and invited. Titch, Ace appeared in the raging fire, but his calm face contained volcanic anger. Captain Ace, how about it, my new form, isn't it handsome? Blackbeard twisted the dragon's body coquettishly. The Blackbeard, who was once again ecstatic, didn't notice that in the blind spot of his perspective, someone was approaching quickly. Captain Titch, behind, fighting champion Kaido Bashes exclaimed. What, Blackbeard is still ignorant, Titch, Blackbeard. Advertisement. A whole Titch. Several shouts full of anger suddenly sounded from behind Blackbeard, making him shocked. Wanding seems to be too late. Drink. The flying kick of the phoenix is fleeting. 5,000 watts Jungchuan. The Murloc's heavy punch also followed. Then came the fist of the Traveler Doma and the slash of Lei Ching Makuge. I'm coming too. Rubber Elephant Fist. In that case, Dragon Claw Fist. Even before Ace strongly asked them not to interfere. At this point, how can Straw Hat Luffy and Sabo be able to bear it? He smoothly gave the Blackbeard in the form of the dragon a big move. Under the joint attack of the 6 powerhouses. The Blackbeard, who had only gained the power of the dragon, was like a heavy blow. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and a large mouthful of blood was coughed out. Boom! Shenlong Tiki's huge dragon body of more than 100 meters flew upside down like a cannonball, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Captain Titch, the fighting champion Trio 3 looked terrified, and rushed to the place where Blackbeard flew upside down. Sabo, Luffy, didn't I say that Titch is a traitor to our Whitebeard pirates? Should we solve it by ourselves? Asdao. Ha ha ha, sorry. Sabo and Luffy laughed together. Ace shook his head. Naturally he wouldn't really blame the brothers. It's not time to relax. Titch B***** D is still alive. In the sky, Marco shouted a reminder. Thief ha 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 ha, isn't this a matter of course, Captain Marco, for the time being, I am also the strongest creature after Kaido. Amidst the piles of rocks, Blackbeard's casual laughter came out. Chapter 461. Another 5 Lao star. Now, open black lens bracket 2/4 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, boom, the rocks pierced through the sky, and the waves hit the shore. Hei Longic, who was beaten hundreds of meters by the joint attack of Marco and the 6 powerhouses, rose from a pile of rocks into the sky. Even if he vomited blood before being hit by everyone's attack, he almost rolled his eyes. However, at this moment, it has already recovered. No trace of wounds could be seen on the whole body. The perverted defensive power and resilience of the Shenlong fruit can be seen. Thief ha 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 ha. Hailong Taiki's dragon body, which is more than 100 meters long, swims in the sky. You demon's dragon, this is really one of the best abilities. After confirming that he had indeed recovered, the triumphant expression on Blackbeard's face suddenly worsened. Damn it, the scales are harder than steel. The Knight Thomas growled unwillingly. What a monster-like body is that? Lei Ching's face was shaken. The strongest creature after Kaido, given time, maybe it's really impossible. Jinping's face was also extremely solemn. Thief ha ha ha, Captain Ace, Captain Marco, Jinping, Thomas and Markugai are also there. It's a coincidence. Blackbeard grinned open. Then let me ask again, after seeing my new form, Captain Marco, do you want to consider joining my team and becoming my partner? Hailongdi asked whimsically. Titch, I also want to ask you, how do you want to die today? Ace took a violent step, and his body was full of flames. Saki's resentment before his death can only be washed away with your blood. Marco also stopped drinking coldly. Thieves ha 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 ha, it seems that there is no way, so let the captains look at interesting things. Black Dragon Titch gave a treacherous smile, next second. The deep darkness is like a hanging galaxy, pouring down from his huge dragon body. Be careful. Boom, kakaka, boom, the sky was broken and recovered. The endless sea cracked huge gullies under the cutting of sword energy. This is the sky battlefield between Luo Lin and the swordsman samurai Lao Xing. I really saw an interesting thing happen today. Advertisement: the old star of the samurai wearing a mask appeared. Even if the clothes are tattered, there are bloodstains on the body. The expression on the face of Old Star, a samurai with a sword, was loose. Roland B*******D. A freak like you has appeared, ha ha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin chuckled. You don't look too surprised. The Old Star of the samurai with a sword. Since just now, I have been running around like a mouse. I haven't seen you for so many years. You old guy's courage is really small. Luo Lin laughed sarcastically. Of course, the old man is best at speed. 36 years ago, I was easily defeated by you because I didn't take advantage of this advantage. How could the old man make the same mistake this time? The old star of the samurai with a sword took it for granted. I said you don't want to delay waiting for someone to help you if you were really scared. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Has been there. The Holy Land is hiding. Just wait for me to take the initiative to kill it again. Luo Lin said kindly. What arrogant kid. The sword-wielding samurai old star has a cold look in his eyes. But there is one thing about you. That's right. My task today is indeed to hold you back. You are fighting against the Washung organization established by our government. I don't know how you would feel if it were destroyed. Old guys, don't you guys? Luo Lin gradually narrowed his eyes. That's what you think. Old Xing, a samurai with a sword, raised a successful smile at the corner of his mouth. Ding! A little light suddenly lit up in the distant sky, like a shooting star, falling straight towards Washung. At the same time, Washung Plaza witnessed the treacherous changes that happened to Blackbeard in the Taiku venue. The people on the square could not help but chaos. What exactly is going on? How did Blackbeard get Kaido's dragon power? Furthermore, I have seen his information that Blackbeard should already be a capable person. In other words, does he possess 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time? Advertisement. This is simply unreasonable. It breaks the basic law of devil fruit. The screams of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Smog and other active admirals fell. The shock on people's faces suddenly became even worse,
compared to the shock and uproar of the young people.
The veterans in the field are abnormally silent at this moment. Because in their cognition, the Blackbeard in front of them was not the first man to break the basic laws of devil fruit.
Decades before him, someone had broken it long ago, but it has never been announced.
Only those closest to them know. Big brother Carp, what's the matter with that Blackbeard boy? When I was with Roger, I thought that boy was abnormal. The old man Mu Lien asked. You ask me, how'd I know? Carp glanced at Mu Lien slantingly, regardless of what's going on. That Blackbeard must not be kept today. If he is allowed to develop, he will definitely become a more troublesome existence than Kaido. Today, the threat must be stifled in the cradle. ZFA's killing intent. Correct, Mr. Zepha is right. Can't give him a chance to grow. The veterans agreed, eager to try. Wait, what's coming? Just before the veterans acted, Carp yelled suddenly and suddenly raised his head. Listening to Carp's roar, Zepha and others also raised their heads subconsciously. A little golden light appeared in their field of vision, even more dazzling than the sun, and it kept expanding in their pupils. What is that? Meteor? Wrong, Carp yelled again. That's the enemy. Chapter 462. Go all out. Carp's angry iron fist. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Blackbeard is the person from the Sakura Kingdom incident. But Ya held Chopper and spoke weakly. The last time I met him on Winter Island, he was already a capable person, however. Nami wanted to speak but stopped. Sister Nami, have you ever met that? The one who captured Kaido's ability. Blackbeard. What does it mean to be a capable person? Girl Alice asked in surprise. Well, I encountered it a few months ago. At that time, he already had the ability of the natural dark fruit. The current dragon, although it is incredible, should be his second ability. Robin spoke solemnly. What? Listening to Robin really telling this shocking fact. Colonel Tina, Empress Hancock, Guion and others all screamed in surprise. A person can only possess one ability. Shouldn't this be the iron rule of the devil fruit? Tina exclaimed in disbelief. Same as Dad. Multiple, capable people. Lieutenant General Guion murmured unconsciously. Then he quickly turned his head to look at Lieutenant General Suru beside him. Sister that. Halfway through Guion's words, he paused.
Because she found that at this moment, Lieutenant General Crane did not pay attention to the fact that the new double fruit ability was born. Her shell teeth bit her thumb, and her beautiful eyes kept staring at the invisible battle on the screen without blinking.
Chao's face is even more worried and even more repressed with anger. In the past few decades, this is the first time Guion has seen the calm and wise Azuru show this expression. That. The mysterious masked swordsman, it really is. Shachi's voice was low. The words stopped abruptly before they were finished. At the same time, in Guion, the Empress Hancock and Lieutenant General Ahe also raised their heads one after another, looking towards the sky. A tiny golden light fell like a shooting star, expanding continuously in their pupils. What's that again? It's coming towards us. What does he want to do? That huge thing, is it? A sword? Advertisement. ...
The little girls in the stands also discovered the golden light spots falling from the sky one after another. After seeing a certain 100-meter golden sword that stretched out from the light spot, all the girls couldn't help holding their breath. Hey, it's not good, and it's not good. What the hell is that again? That big sword, does he want to split this building apart? Jerk father, why did you choose this place? So dangerous. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi.
The girl with a big stomach on the roof, Jo Ali Bonnie exclaimed nervously. Kiwahai Tyrant Shang. Don't be afraid, Bonnie. Tyrant Shang opened his mouth gently, and his gloved hands brushed Bonnie's hair, and there was a little love flashing in the mechanical eyes. Next second, Tyrant Shang looked up at the golden sword that was less than 100 meters away from the headquarters building, and took off the gloves of both hands. In the blink of an eye, the tyrant bear disappeared. Again to add bookmarks for easy reading, appeared and directly faced the golden sword. You must win. B******** D father. Joe Ali Bonnie clenched her powder fist and squeezed a cold sweat to herself. Boom! Was under the gaze of people's anger. The golden sword that fell from the sky violently swung down towards the headquarters building. I want to divide one into two, at the same time. Kiwahai Tyrant Shang opened his palm, revealing the fleshy ball between his palms. With both hands up to the sky, against the edge of the golden sword. There are atmospheric ripples in the void of Seng. After sinking 20 meters, the tyrant bear stopped. He blocked the downward trend of the golden sword. Damn bear, you asked for this, die for the old man. The dazzling golden light was in the middle, and there was a roar of people. The light on the golden sword suddenly became more and more dazzling. Oh, it's you. Tyrant bear spoke calmly. He lifted his left hand, pressing the atmosphere to keep himself floating. Advertisement Superman's meatball fruit ability is fully utilized. Boom! Under the full rebound of the tyrant bear, the golden sword was bounced high. On the other hand, the tyrant bear's body also fell heavily on the ground of the square under the reaction force, smashing a hole with a radius of 100 meters. The meatballs in his hands are also burnt black. A whole bear, I see how you can do this time. The figure in the golden light shouted violently, regaining its momentum. Gravity knife tiger. The heavy swordsman fell from the sky with a smile. The purple fierce tiger rushed past. It fell on the golden sword that was solidified with energy. Under the impact of the gravity knife with a smile, ka, the energy extension sword of the golden great sword revealed fine cracks on its body and then exploded. In that case, 108,000, sword. Jin Guang everyone cried out indifferently. In an instant, the golden sword fragments that exploded under the gravity knife turned into countless golden feather arrows. Each one exudes a blazing dazzling light that makes people unable to open the eyes. The light clusters are densely packed, covering the entire sky, shooting towards the direction of the headquarters building. Vow to destroy it. Scatter it. The grandstand of the headquarters building.
The alternate General Taudu Gion stepped onto the moon step and rose into the sky.
The famous sword Jinpalu in his hand was unsheathed, as if it brought out a dazzling golden galaxy. Countless gilt blades scattered from the dazzling blade, accurately intercepting the sky full of feather arrows. Occasionally, the fish that slipped through the net would be shot down by the captive arrow of the Empress Hancock and the flying finger gun of Ahe. One or two, both come to hinder the old man, what a damn. The man roared in the bright golden light. The damn person is you. The remorse 36 years ago, the old man no longer wants to endure it again. A roar full of anger and regret suddenly sounded from above the sky. Take it. Karp's angry iron fist, burst. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 463. Kapugan 5 Old Stars. Chaos. Open black lens bracket 4 quarters seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Iron Fist, like a meteor falling.
Powerful and domineering penetrated into the golden light in the sky.
Even though the body is scorched and stinging under the scorching energy. The pair of iron fists still moved forward, without a trace of retreat. You guy who pretends to be a fool, fly for me. Kapuna's angry roar resounded over Washung Fortress. The domineering iron fist covered with the most advanced armed color fell on the face of the golden light man. The power of Wushuang Iron Fist exploded in an all-round way. The atmosphere and even the space made an overwhelming click at this moment. A whole carp. Another furious roar resounded in the dazzling golden light. Boom, was accompanied by a loud bang. A figure that did not look like an ordinary person rushed out of the golden light. That is one of the highest powers in the world that was beaten by Karp's angry iron fist. Look, Mr. Karp punched that man out. The people in Washung Square shouted excitedly. Until then, they were finally able to see the real body of the intruder. But when I actually saw it, the faces of people suddenly showed ghostly shocked expressions. 6 snow-white wings with a sacred light took the lead in people's eyes. Then came the battle armor that exuded silver-white light. A burly middle-aged man's body was wrapped under the battle armor. At this time, the golden 5 old stars looked very different from the vicissitudes of middle-aged men seen in the past. Originally trimmed short dark blonde hair, it has been replaced by a waist-length brilliant blonde hair. The roots of the hair are crystal clear and elegant, with a bright holy light. Advertisement This is the tremendous change brought about by the activation of the angel form ability of the animal-type human fruit phantom beast species. Where is that sacred? That? How is the posture possible? How can there be such biological existence in this world? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mr. Zephyr, do you know what the hell it is? The recruits and veterans in the square were all shocked and yelled. Is that an angel? How could there be such a creature like that of the angel? Besides, even if it is an angel, why come down to target us specifically? The girls in the stands also shouted in an uproar. The girls who were in shock noticed Ahe, who had always been calm, At this moment, the anger in his eyes was about to overflow. Under people's shocked and appalled gaze, the six wings behind the golden five-old star who was punched out by Karp's "golden light of body protection" in the sky stirred up and stabilized his figure. And enter. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. The twisted face crackled under Karp's iron fist, and it didn't take a moment to recover. Kaido's Eudemon's dragon should have the resilience and defensive power, and the golden five-old stars who are also Eudemons naturally have it. The golden five-old stars hovered in the air, motionless, like a god of angels overlooking the world, above all living beings. His eyes were indifferent, revealing a strong murderous intent. The sight from the tyrant bear on the ground to the air smiled, and finally fell on Karp. "Kapu, do you know who the old man is?" the five golden old stars scolded angrily. "The old man cares who you are here today. The old man is the protector of this city. Anyone who comes with hostility is the old man's enemy." Karp yelled without showing weakness, and waved a pair of iron fists again, causing the atmosphere to collapse. He really doesn't know, is it wrong? Even if it was dull as Karp, at this moment, it would not really be impossible to guess the identity of the person in front of him. It's just that 36 years ago, because of his slowness, caused the subsequent series of big events to happen. Karp regrets it too much. Advertisement back then, his inner self-blame and regret were unmatched. Now, 36 years later, he will not make the same mistake again. Even more unwilling to endure the same remorse and pain. Even if it is the world's most powerful five elder star, no matter who it is today, it won't work well, do it? Karp's arm domineering on a pair of iron fists turned into a real armor, slamming the golden five elder star. At the same time, the heavy swordsman smiled at his waist and the sword came out of its sheath. The teacher has something. The disciple served his work. As a disciple, he certainly has an obligation and a responsibility to protect the city under his feet. The atmosphere is gradually moving towards the last High Dynasty. Please download the ununderlined version. The most chaotic, fierce confrontation started. Even the watching island where the reporter and the audience are located is within the area where the General Ikagu ordered the attack. The contestants who had recovered from the shock once again smashed the fruits and launched a series of fierce competitions. The Whitebeard Pirates Group 1 or 2. The team leader, the Phoenix Marco, the Firefist Ace and the 5-5 People 5 and the Black Dragon form Blackbeard's revenge battle is still going on. The shelling sound of bang 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 burst into pieces, and there was a lot of war. The hero Kapu, the heavy swordsman smiled and the melee between the five golden old stars started. The rain of intensive shells obscured the sky and covered the sun, covering the islands of each venue. The entire Washung Sea area was plunged into an unprecedented chaos, full of war and gunpowder. Taiku venue. Kiwu Haimoria commanded the zombie army to revenge against the defeated beasts. To that is the Navy's order to kill demons. Chapter 464. Tear the five old stars. Open black lens bracket 1/4 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Shu, Swords, Lights, and Shadows interlaced. The blood splashed and stained the blue sky. The real body of the five old stars of the samurai with a sword is revealed. Under the continuous confrontation, the mask on his face was cracked. His physical strength was consumed greatly, and he was gasping for breath. On his body, his clothes are in tatters, and thin bloodstains are clearly visible. On the other hand, Luo Lin, except for a few damages on his clothes, he could not see the slightest wounds all over his body. In fact, even if there is a wound, Luo Lin's current physique will heal completely on his own within a moment. Comparing the two, it is naturally more vivid, hateful. The sword-wielding warrior Old Star had dark eyes, and his face was gloomy as if dripping water. The current situation is completely different from what they discussed and imagined in the Holy Land. In their original plan, whether it is a twisted dark horse, the old man, the swing dancer, or the two big four emperors Charlotte Lingling and the beast Kaido or their chess pieces, they consumed Luo Lin's stamina drastically in front. Wait until all of them are defeated. At that time, it was their turn to play. Things are going smoothly up to this point. At the moment when the four emperors Luo Te Lingling was defeated, the five old stars of the sword-wielding warriors appeared and took over the battlefield. Relying on his own extreme speed ability to hold Luo Lin. He even left wounds on his body more than once. On the other side, the five old golden stars are responsible for the frontal attack. Destroyed the city he had built in front of Luo Lin's eyes, and dealt a major blow to it. Kill Luo Lin right here. No, this kind of thing. The world's highest power five elder stars have not even thought about it. The purpose of their trip is to suppress Luo Lin's spirit and spirit. By the way, get the crushed fruit in your hand. That is their greatest victory. However, there was a little stubbornness in the plan until this point. A carp was killed in midair. Knowing the identity of the golden five-old star, he still waved his iron fist without hesitation. Advertisement coupled with the smile of the heavy swordsman and the other strong men who looked at him. The situation facing the golden five-old star is not much better than that of him. In this case, let alone destroying Washung Fortress, it would be difficult even to get out. Carp, he wanted to reverse the samurai five-old star cursing in a low voice. The brother of my family, you are not good at it, sometimes you are relatively slow. If you don't report your family, how does he know who you are? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin laughed sarcastically. If that's the case, then put all of you on the list of obliteration. Samurai Wu Laoxing said coldly. In his hands, the evil spirit that belongs to the first generation of the supreme big knife is fully released. There seemed to be a scene of gloomy yellow springs and hell in the sky. Countless ghosts are moving. At the same time, it was accompanied by the creepy sound of ghost crying. Like 18 layers to add bookmarks for easy reading. The scene of hell appears. Die to me. The 5-old samurai star gave a sigh. The first ghost of the supreme sharp sword slashed out. The mysterious purple-black blade light carried a terrifying hell scene to suppress Luo Lin. Luo Lin breathed out a dragon-shaped air column between his nose and mouth. A brilliant light shined on the blade of the black sword Kiashui. Everything is a sword. Luo Lin took this blow for the 3rd time today. With the first sword, he defeated the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. With the second sword, he broke open the steel balloon-like body of the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling, broke the myth, and almost killed it. Now this is the 3rd sword. The atmosphere, space, and even the world split under Kiashui's blade. Not to mention the blow of the samurai old star's demon sword, and it collapsed when touched. The weird phantom image of the 18th layer forest hell was strangled by the incomparable sword light in an instant, into nothingness. The dull flesh and blood cracking sounded. A bright blood flower splashed in the sky. Advertisement. You will remember it for me. The 5 old stars of the sword-wielding warrior finally left a ruthless word and left. At the same time, the sky near Washung Fortress. Carp smiled, and the 3-person melee with the blonde angel old star 3 also stopped abruptly. Carp and Yishao both fought with all their strength. Rao has the blessing of the illusion beast ability with amazing resilience. The blonde angel old star is also completely stunned, and his heart is extremely angry. Please remember to the old man that you will definitely sell accounts with you in the future. Like the old star of the samurai with the sword, the old blonde angel made a cruel word at last. The angel's 6 wings behind him violently stirred up, leading to a raging gust of wind, and went away in an instant. It took only a moment before and after. The blonde old star came to the sky above the broken Jedi venue. On the island, the chaotic battle for the crushed fruit is still going on. Under the chase and interception of the powerful from all sides, the crystal box containing the fruit was naturally out of Usopp's hands. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The stalemate broke down instantly with the appearance of the old blonde star. However, before he could act, a pair of big hands fell on his angel wings. A voice with a faint sarcasm sounded behind the blonde angel old star without warning. Suddenly, the mountain shook, the tornado wind raged, and the weather changed. Successful. Filu reminds you 3 things about reading. There was a dazzling light from the angel's 6-winged moment behind him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, 2nd element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Hearing the familiar and hateful voice, the old star, the blonde angel, couldn't help but his face suddenly change. Sneezes, blood stains the sky. The blonde angel old star raised his hand and grabbed the treasure chest that was swept into the sky by the wind, with a smug smile on his face. In front of the sea's top powerhouses, even the sea powerhouses who have advanced to the 2nd round of the conference are not enough to see. The 6 wings behind the blonde old star incited. Roar, that's really congratulations. Chapter 465. The end. Bucky are the biggest winner? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The cry of anger and pain resounded through the sea. Derived from the blonde angel old star. Blood spattered from behind him. Blood stained the sky. The angel behind him changed from 6 wings to 4 wings. 2 wings suddenly appeared between Luo Lin's hands. In the previous moment, Luo Lin grabbed his angel wings with both hands and tore them apart. Old guy, my things are not so easy to handle. Luo Lin casually threw the angel's wings into the sea, speaking in a cold voice. The blonde angel old star yelled, and the 4 wings behind him suddenly stirred up. It caused the boiling of the 4 elements of earth, fire and feng shui, and changed the color of the world. D-boy, do you want to die? The blonde angel old star shouted angrily. The words are full of power, however, his actions are extremely inconsistent with his words. The posture with his back facing Luo Lin and not turning his head back was not at all ready to fight. On the contrary, it's more like escaping. The power of the wings of the phantom beast angel is pervasive, driving the violent wind, and carrying the body of the angel old star away in an instant. In terms of speed, it is indeed extraordinary. It's just, after all, it is faster than Luo Lin's space replacement ability. Shoo, glance at 1,000 miles. The wind whizzed past Golden Old Star's ears. At the same time, there was a faint voice. It's rare to come here, don't leave in such a hurry. Hole you. Don't wait, the blonde angel old star reacts. The severe pain struck again. The blood stained the sky again. The remaining angel wings behind him were torn off again, leaving only the last 2 wings. It's so deceiving. Faced with such a shame, the old blonde star is going crazy. His head full of golden hair is standing upside down, dancing in the squally wind. Don't be so excited, it's just grilling your wings. Luo Lin was in disillusionment. Setsuna appeared in front of the blonde angel old star, and clasped his left wrist with his right hand. Advertisement. You, old star, the blonde angel, was furious. Just wanted to go crazy. However, in the next second, the anger on his face turned into horror. His left wrist, which was held by Luo Lin's palm, suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Puff, blood spattered, immediately afterwards. The sharp white light spread along the arm and moved upward. Getting denser. How could the golden old star, who had almost died under this kind of power, not know what the tragic experience of 36 years merged with today's experience, and finally turned into fear, devouring his body and mind? Ah! The golden five-old star swallowed by fear shouted and struggled. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't get rid of Luo Lin's restraint. Under Luo Lin's unmatched crushing power, even the defensive power and recovery power of his phantom beast angel's body can't play the slightest blocking effect. I can only watch the shattering power bit by bit engulfing his arm and spreading to his whole body. Kang. Just past the golden old man to add bookmarks for easy reading. When Xing's shoulders were about to spread to his heart, the void suddenly twisted. A strange blade suddenly penetrated the space. Cut it down with one knife. It's not to cut to Luo Lin. The blade of the first generation of the supreme knife fell on the shoulder of the blonde old star, and cut his entire left arm shoulder to shoulder. Go! The samurai fifth old star burst shouted, and the speed fruit ability was fully utilized, and the five old star who was despondent with blonde hair fleed away in an instant. Ah! Luo Lin chuckled lightly, the steps moved repeatedly. In the end, he didn't continue pursuing, although he also wanted to take this opportunity to solve the two first, but that. The speed fruit ability of the five samurai stars is indeed unparalleled in the world. Even if Luo Lin has mastered the spatial ability, it will take a lot of work to pursue it. In the end, it may not be able to really catch up. In addition, Luo Lin was also a little worried about Washang. If this is the government's plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. When he was pursuing, the hidden power of the world government once again launched a surprise attack on Washang. Even if there are Karp, Zepha, Yishao and others sitting down, Luo Lin can't help but feel a little worried. Today's greeting will come to an end. Advertisement. Washang Sea Area. The showdown between the world's top combat forces came to an end. The battle for the crushed fruit in the Broken Jedi venue also came to an end because of the disappearance of the treasure chest. However, the chaos did not stop, because the naval demon killing order headed by the General Akanu is still going on. Countless dense artillery fire enveloped the islands of the venue. Meteor volcano. For the first time, Admiral Akanu's big move bursts. The magma rain was overwhelmed and felt 10 times more terrifying than a cannonball. Just like annihilation, Captain Bucky, get on the boat.
It's rare to be brave. Bucky braved the fight. Artillery fire came to rescue.
You guys, it's so nice, I almost thought I was going to die. Bucky was carrying a big bag of golden treasures, and tears filled his eyes. Everyone in Bucky on the boat was also very excited. But it was not because of Bucky, but because of the big bag of gold treasures behind him. Captain Bucky, the treasure on your back seems to be mixed into one. The animal trainer Moki noticed a certain crystal box mixed in the open treasure bag with sharp eyes. Before he could finish speaking, one shell fell from the sky and exploded beside their ship. The people on the boat were so frightened that they screamed again and again. Stop talking, hurry up and run the boat, Bucky shouted. Yes, everyone should drink, but Captain Bucky, where are we going? With their small broken ship, how can it be compared with the Navy's war-class warship? Thinking of this, everyone in Bucky couldn't help but feel desperate. Go to that city. Bucky caught a life-saving straw, and there was a bright light in his eyes. Which city is that? Of course it's that Wachang. Fools, I have people there, hurry up and get moving. Yes. Chapter 466. Ahe. Come to my room at night, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom 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 boom. That is the sound of countless shells bursting like rain. Boom 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 boom. This is the roar of the shelled islands and sea. The Navy's order to kill demons destroyed everything. Even the fierce fighters of the New World, under the ravages of more than a dozen naval war-class warships, are completely powerless to fight back. The roar of the shells mixed with the screams of the pirates compose a miserable movement of blood and fire. This tragic scene was that. The soldiers in Washang Square looked a little shuddering, not to mention the little girls. At this moment, the grandstand of the Washang headquarters building. From a distance, I looked at the world-like scene of what happened near the sea. Nami, Wei Wei, Kia and other little girls couldn't help but pale. Especially Robin, who had experienced similar events in person, couldn't stop shaking. Sister Robin. Kerr squeezed Robin's slender hand covered with cold sweat, trying to give it a bit of warmth and comfort. It's okay. Robin shook his head, a grudging smile on the corner of his mouth. Really, that? General aka Inu, what the hell is going on? The girl Alice grumbled dissatisfiedly. Unauthorized sabotage of the conference held by Luo Lin, arbitrarily made Luo Lin a scapegoat, and now he even hits our door. It's really deceiving. Nami also waved her small pink fist angrily. That is to say, I saw earlier that he actually fired on the 2 watching islands for reporters and audiences. It was too much, isn't he really crazy? Wei Wei has an incredible expression on her face. Sister Crane, Sister Gion, do you have a way to cure him? Nami looked expectantly at Gion and Suru. He is a general, let alone us. Even Mr. Sengoku can't help it. Gion was helpless. After all, he is indeed carrying out justice now. Even Lieutenant General, he shook his head helplessly. Hi. It's so irritating. Nami and Vivi are both filled with righteous indignation. Everything else is fine, and my concubine is very worried. How is Lord Luo Lin now? I am hungry and thirsty. Is there any injury on my body? Will he be in a hard fight now? The Empress Hancock stood on the edge of the stand, looking at the sky with an anxious expression. Everyone. Advertisement. Ah, Lord Luo Lin is back. At this moment, Perona, who also looked up at the sky, seemed to see something, and suddenly shouted in surprise. Where? Brother Luo Lin is back. Where's Dad now? Nami, Wei Wei, Gion and others are all eager to drink. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow, next second. The void of the high-level stands was rippling slightly. Luo Lin's figure appeared out of thin air. Brother Luoling. Tutor, Father, Master Luo Lin, to add bookmarks for easy reading. All the girls, big and small, came forward immediately. The worries on Zhang Chao's face were gone, and the color of joy was beyond words. Brother Luo Lin, how are you? Where is the injury?
I'll help Luo Ling check my physical condition right away.
All the little girls used their hands and feet together, and they had to give Luo Lin a detailed and comprehensive physical examination on the spot. See it. Sha Qi turned around and went out decisively and consciously. Colonel Tina's pretty face turned red, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her cheek. However, the gap between her fingers that couldn't hide her sight at all revealed her true inner thoughts. When the legendary hero is also cramped, you can't miss this kind of exciting scene. Tina couldn't help thinking. Gluck, seeing the rare panic on Luo Lin's face. Gion couldn't help laughing out loud. The beautiful eyes shined, as if she wanted to go up to help. The two coughs off keke sounded, and the movements of the little girls in Ling couldn't help but stop. The only person who has such a majesty in the field is naturally only Ahe. Advertisement, what kind of system is in broad daylight? Ahe faintly reprimanded. He. Nami, Wei Wei and the other little girls all smiled. Ahelian moved lightly, walked straight to Luo Lin, and looked up and down. I'm really fine, it's the two old guys who are in trouble. Luo Lin grinned confidently. Okay. Ahe nodded. It is true that the wound is not visible on the surface, but if there is anything, I still need to check it in depth. Come to my room at night. Ahe has a serious way. Roland, Nami, Vivi, Kurla and other little girls. Oh. Why is it like this? Empress Hancock sat on the ground with a broken heart. Do you have any questions? Ahe raised her eyebrows slightly. No. No problem. Seeing this harmonious scene in the scene, Luo Lin couldn't help but lift a smile. If it were before, Ahe would definitely not tease the girls who were supposed to be rivals in such a pleasant manner. The teasing at this moment, repeatedly showing the majesty of the palace, it was Ahe who accepted the performance of Wei Wei and the others. The ending of Shira Field and Hatchet should probably not happen to him. Thinking of this, Luo Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, Washang overseas battlefield. The dense cannon rain that covered the sky and covered the sun finally stopped after it lasted for an entire hour. The island in the first round of the ring-shaped venue and the second round of the Jedi venue sank. The undulating sea returned to calm, the dark clouds receded and the sun shone. Peace and tranquility. Quiet and beautiful. Chapter 467. Capture the two emperor groups of beasts and aunts, 4 quarters request. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's over. Call, it is finally over. The sea about 30 nautical miles south of Washang Fortress. 2 large pirate ships with traces of war lined up side by side. The left-hand side is fancy, the hull is full of candy and cakes, and the mast is hung with heavy makeup and pirate flag. It is naturally the mothership of the 4 emperors, the mother of the king's chant. Because the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling was seriously injured and fell into a coma, the singing ship that was originally infused with soul life is also silent at this moment. Parallel to it, even the pirate flag on the right-hand side is a large ship that was burned, and it is the Dragon King ship of the Beast Pirate Group. Compared to the Thief's mothership, the condition of the Dragon King ship is even more miserable at this moment. Traces of gunfire can be seen everywhere on the sturdy hull. There are several cooling volcanic rocks that are steaming hot and are embedded on the deck. It was a meteoric volcanic magma rain from Daisho Akagi. Almost pierced the Dragon King ship of the beasts. In order to escape from the chase and interception of the General Akadog, the 2 emperors also paid a huge price, and the loss of personnel was unknown. If it counts this expedition completely, the loss is incalculable. The 4 emperors are okay. At least their main general, the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling, is still alive, and they have been salvaged from the vast ocean. Although he is still in a severely injured coma, he barely survived. In contrast, the Beast and Pirate Group on the other side is much more miserable. Their main commander, the invincible captain of the 4th Emperor, Beast Kaido, was completely cold, and he could not even retrieve the body. Don't say it's a corpse. Not long after the Beast Kaido died, his strongest biological ability was taken by an inexplicable person. The man even threatened to become their new captain. This feeling, don't mention how frustrated it is. Depression, dullness, deathly silence, etc. The negative atmosphere is shrouded in the two Queen motherships. It's been a long while. On the ship of the Dragon King of Beasts. Plague Quinn sniffed and stood up. I said you, all of us who successfully escaped with such expressions, what we should do now is celebrate, this is the pirate. Plague Quinn spoke. Queen, advertisement, stupid Quinn. Quinn stupid, a-hole, I really want to encourage you. Quinn was annoyed. Mr. Quinn, but now, life is dead, how do you make us happy? Peggy shook his head with a look of disappointment and panic. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then how to be on this sea, anyone can die. When Kaido is dead, don't we have to live? It is this time that we can't be affected by other emotions.
Now that we are really safe, it doesn't have to be that, it doesn't matter when the Navy's lunatic red dog will catch up. We must always be prepared.
Epidemic Quinn spoke righteously and spoke uprightly. The impassioned speech made all the beasts and pirates who were in a depressed mood arouse. Twitter said so much, idiot Quinn, what do you want to do? Poison Tongue's sister Wu Ludi yelled, my idea is very simple. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Sean, now that Mr. Kaido is no longer, we can't have a group of dragons without a leader. Someone must carry the banner of our beasts, so I propose that I temporarily serve as the temporary captain of the beasts and pirates. Epidemic Quinn raised his arms and shouted, finally revealing the true purpose of the previous long talk. Who agrees, who opposes? Plague Quinn glanced across the ship. A group of ordinary beast combatants and even real fighters were silent. It seems that it has been decided, so, Plague Quinn grinned and just wanted to announce. I object. Just before Quinn unilaterally announced the plague, Wu Ludi took a sudden step and said loudly. I don't agree. Black Maria, the sixth son of the giant, followed up. Although I unilaterally announce my withdrawal from beasts, if I can be elected as the captain, I will unilaterally announce that I will join. Phosphor grinned. Me too. Murloc Sasaki followed up. In order, Yamato is the captain's first heir. Yamato is absent, and Mr. Jin is the first to be right. Peggy Wan murmured. The atmosphere on the 100-beast Dragon King's ship was suddenly tense. In the absence of the absolute king of all beasts, Kaido, this is a mixture of fish and dragons, and the beastly emperor may fall apart at any time. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. At this moment, there was a loud laughter, coming from the neighboring mother thief. The captain was busy fighting for power right after he died, so I didn't see it. Parasparrow sneered. It seems that your 100 beasts and pirate group will become history. Without Kaido, we will not have the need to form an alliance with you. Charlotte Irving spoke up. Anyway, Charlotte Dafu's eyes rolled, as if thinking of something. Hey, fellow beasts, are you interested in joining us as a thief and becoming our affiliate? My mother will definitely treat you well. Dafu smiled treacherously. A-hole, what did you say? Are you looking down on us? Don't even think about it? The beasts and pirates on the Dragon King's ship shouted. Don't make any noise, just be quiet. Finally, Yan Calamity Jin, who had always remained silent, spoke. But not because of quarrels, but because of the sea. The sea surface where the two huge pirate ships were trembling violently without warning. What happened? What's wrong again? Under the sea, there seems to be something on the surface of the sea. Huge things, are they sea kings? Feeling the sudden tremor of the sea, all the emperor cadres screamed in amazement, no longer the triumph of the previous quarrel. Wrong. Not a sea king class. This is Kojima. Boom. Amidst the screams of the beasts and the great emperor pirates. The huge island broke out of the sea, taking two broken pirate ships, and the emperor officials on the ship soared into the sky.
Jihahaha, beasts and little ghosts, welcome to heaven.
Chapter 468, The Grievances Between the Five Old Stars and the Heroes, 1 quarter seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Watchung Sea Area. The bursts of artillery fire gradually subsided, the undulating sea gradually returned to calm. The assembly of the 17 warships of the Navy's order to kill demons is over. It is about 11 kilometers away from Washung Fortress. A large castle ship pulled by a huge sea snail was quietly anchored above the sea. Two huge sigils are inscribed on the walls of the castle. It means they are Germa 66. Not long ago, under the bombardment of the Navy's turmoil-like slaying order. Germa 66 can be safe and sound, relying on its identity as a member of the world government. Even the general aka Inu is not so crazy that they are indiscriminately obliterated as a franchise country. My father, the Navy's order to kill demons seems to be over.
Lei Ju, in a short pink jumpsuit on the bow of Germa 66, tentatively opened her mouth. It's too early to say the end. Vince Mokjaji, who has a special mustache, spoke calmly.
Lei Ju pursed her pink lips, looked at the giant Navy ships on the sea not far away, her eyelids suddenly jumped. The general aka Inu won't be so crazy that he wants to do something against that city of Washung, that city of heroes. Lei Ju murmured unconsciously. This is not impossible. I have heard rumors about the general aka Inu, who is a real ruthless person, even more ruthless than a pirate. Jaji said solemnly. Even so, father, shall we continue to watch? Taking advantage of this opportunity, if we can stand on the side of Washung City and help stop the general, we will definitely be able to add a lot of points to the hero's heart. Lei Ju suggested. Ha ha ha, what are you worried about, Lei Ju? If even this little thing can be settled, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with this Germa? Lei Ju, you are so anxious, you don't want to see that. Hero, ha ha ha. IG, Nietzsche, and Forgive Green 3 all laughed presumptuously. Advertisement, 3 idiots. Lei Ju's complexion sinks slightly. The red lips lightly opened, but in the end they just shook his head. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi.
After all, it is her father who is qualified to make a decision here.
She has said everything that should be said. In fact, Cage agrees to Regia's proposal.
After all, this is also an opportunity to show favor to Weisung and make up for it.
Only after such a shocking change, Gage had to reassess his risk of allowing Germa to rely on the hero.
After all, not long ago, after the defeat of the two emperors of the sea, the two people who appeared to attack the hero and Weisung are most likely to exist on the Holy Land. The highest in the world.
2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Power, 5 old stars. Others may not know, but Jiaji, who has participated in the World Conference many times and has been in close contact with the 5 old stars, is very clear. Even though those two can hide their original appearance. But that, the breathtaking breath can't be wrong. As the supreme power of the world government, the 5 old stars at the top actually walked down the Holy Land and came here. And launched a surprise attack on that, the hero who has made great contributions to the world. It's really wrong to think about this kind of thing. The relationship between the hero and the 5 old stars turned out to be hostile to the world government. There must be some hidden secret in this. Perhaps it is related to the mystery of the hero's disappearance 36 years ago. At this moment, Jiaji was in a state of confusion. Now that the 5 old stars intervened, he had to reconsider the possible consequences of his next move. If you really use Washung and the heroes as backers, it probably means that you will be an enemy of the world government. Advertisement: if the hero loses in the end, then let alone dominate the North Sea and restore Germa's former glory. What awaits them is to be completely obliterated by the government. The representative is too big, so it needs to be more cautious. Oh, that. General Akainu, do you really want to do it? Lei Ju, who was always paying attention to the movements of the warship, was shocked and screamed. The calm sea of Blalala suddenly gave rise to violent waves. That was the 17 war-class warships of the Navy breaking through the sea. One after another, they stopped not far from the gateway island of Washung. The swarthy muzzle of the Tadada turned, locked on the pirate ships hiding in the gateway of Washung Fortress. Death Surgeon Trafalgaro's Heart Pirates, Magic Hawkins Pirates, Fallen Rear Admiral Drake Pirates, Night Pirates, Lei Ching Pirates, Cavendish Shujunmei Pirate Group, 8 Treasure Marine Corps, etc. Not long ago, when the Navy's order to kill demons was launched, the big pirate groups that were defeated in the first round of the conference all got on the boat and ran away in the first time. Taking advantage of the Navy's encirclement net has not yet closed, coupled with the cover of the top battlefield of the sea, fled in a hurry. The last remaining ones are naturally the powerful contestants who advanced to the second round in their respective pirate groups. It was just that when they wanted to retreat and escape, the Navy's encirclement of demons had already formed. In that desperate situation, the actions of the Bucky pirates showed them the last way to survive. I don't know if it is intentional or unintentional. There is a huge gap in the Navy's encirclement net. That is Washung. Chapter 469. Slap and Face Slap General Akadog, 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Washung's huge gateway island offshore. 17 naval war-class warships, like the same head, another prehistoric behemoth lined up side by side. Centered on the warship where the General Akainu was located, left and right, 3 each, a total of 7 warships whose muzzles were pointed in the same direction. Those are the pirates hiding on the other side of the gate. The black muzzle carries a terrifying pressure, and the pirates in the door of Ling's door are all heartbroken. General aka Inu, really intends to kill them all. We are really going to die this time. Bucky and the gang wailed into a movie. Bucky, who thought it was safe, was also dumbfounded. Immediately, he looked annoyed at the other pirate groups around him. Blame you guys, if you didn't just follow this uncle to hide. Can the generals keep an eye on here? Let's do it now, let's finish the game together. Bucky scolded angrily. Regarding the accusation of the jumping clown, Bucky, Trafalgaro, Cavendish and other pirate captains ignored it. Captain, there is really no way to escape now. Are we really going to finish playing? Bai Shang Bibo spoke in a panic. Do not. Trafalgaro took a deep breath and shook his head firmly. Today I am still not dead, the magician Hawkins affirmed. Scarecrow, how accurate is your divination? Cavendish, the noble pirate son, questioned. Since we are allowed to set foot in this sea and enter this portal, it is enough to explain everything. Drake spoke calmly. There was no trace of fear on his face. After all, even if things really get to the worst point, he can still showdown. Now that the beast Kaido is dead, there is not much need for him as a Navy undercover who is going to penetrate the beast. The undercover plan was suspended halfway. Things have developed to this point. In that city, the hero will definitely not sit back and watch. The Green Pepper, the pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army, opened his mouth, a kind old man, completely different from the way he had gone crazy before. This is naturally due to the restoration of his conehead. It's just like the Battle of the Arena of Dressrosa in the original plot. In the battle for crushed fruits not long ago, Luffy's green pepper wrapped in a straw hat was shot in the forehead by Luffy's third-gear armed gun. So the cone that was flattened by Carp's iron fist bounced out again. Advertisement. The cone dragon cone nail reappeared, and the resentment in green pepper's heart that had lasted for more than 20 years also disappeared. Da da, was shortly after the green pepper's voice fell. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps in the sky. Look at the sky, someone yelled. The people in the door all raised their heads by coincidence. Look, it's Teacher Zephyr and the others. Lucio, the black-haired swordsman, yelled in surprise. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Great, Teacher Zephyr and the others are finally here. It's okay now, Dad, everyone, you can relax, ha ha ha. Long-nosed Usopp spoke easily. Great, the people from Washung have finally arrived. Now even the General Akadog has to weigh the consequences. The B******** D General, I didn't even miss the island of our spectators before. When I go back this time, I must arrange for him. The reporters who were transferred to the two portal islands were also relieved after being affected by the artillery fire of the Killing Demon Order, and they opened their mouths filled with outrage. Under the gaze of people's joy. In the past, the General Black Arm Zephyr led a total of 50 veterans in a square formation in the air, stepping on neat moon steps and landing on the portal island. Call, a heavy vent sounded. Those are the 4 giants responsible for keeping the gates. Before the Navy's warships approached, even the brave and combative giants, Dongli and Brokey, the 2 captains of the giant pirates, could not help panicking. Their strongest combination technique, Elbaf Spear, the hegemony can deal with at most a warship. If these 17 warships were pressed together, it would be impossible to defend. It looks like I can breathe a sigh of relief, gabababa. Yeah, Gujia. The 2 giant captains smiled at each other. Datata follows Zephyr and his party. There were neat footsteps in the sky again. Those are the active commanders of the Navy headed by the General Akainu.
Including Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stoloberg, Dalmesia, Bastiu and Maynard 7 lieutenants.
And more major generals and colonels, Teacher Zephyr. Mr. Alfred, Lieutenant General Dean, sir. Advertisement. The Lieutenant General, the Major General and the Colonel all yelled. Bowing to Zephyr, Alfred and other veterans. After all, those old people used to be their teachers, elders, and officers. Teacher Zephyr, the General Akainu grinned, and his gaze fell on Zephyr. Humph, Zephyr snorted coldly, and naturally he wouldn't give Akainu a good face. Teacher Zephyr, I haven't seen you for a few months. I didn't expect you to have changed so much, teacher. The General aka Inu took off the Navy hat on his head and touched his small flat head on his own. Sakaski, what do you mean? Zephyr narrowed his eyes slightly. Teacher Zephyr, and Alfred, all of you, I want to ask where the justice in your hearts is. The pirates are right in front of your eyes. Instead of arresting them, you want to protect them. Don't you have to fight with the sea? Are the thieves ganging up? The General Akainu screamed, his words fierce and sharp. Without saying anything, it put a big hat on the people of Zephyr. What did you say? Listening to Akainu's accusation, all the veterans couldn't help but feel angry. Sakaski, Zephyr, please download to see the underlined version. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Zephyr spoke calmly. To read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. A group of admirals also spoke up one after another. A big hand was born out of thin air without warning, and came into close contact with the triumphant smile of the General Akainu. The moment ZFA's voice fell, there was a clear and loud applause. General, your remarks are too much, excessively true, but if you want me to apologize, then go and kill those pirates now. He came. General Sakaski, a-hole, the old man Mu Lian's face was gloomy, and he was about to step forward, but was stopped by ZFA's hand. Admiral Akainu grinned. Chapter 470. AKA Inu was furious. Slap again. 3/4 ask for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi with a slap in the face. Crisp and loud. Suddenly, there is no trace of defense. Just when the General aka Inu was so proud and arrogant, he slapped big hats on Zephyr and other veterans in the name of righteousness. A big hand came out without warning. There was an intimate contact with the provocative and sarcasm face of the General aka Inu. This slap shot over the 4 Emperor Kaido not long ago. Even today, even the most powerful general of the Navy headquarters, Akadog, is not much better. Under the amazing power contained in this slap, the unsuspecting General aka Inu's body was like a top, being drawn and flying. After spinning for 2 weeks in the volley, after 720 degrees, he finally fell to his knees. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. After a while, Mr. Sakaski, General Sakaski, Mr. General, the generals on the island all recovered and couldn't help exclaiming one after another. What is? Lieutenant General Doberman's face was cold. Which mess? The Lieutenant General Ghost Spider took a deep breath, and his thick long hair arched like spider legs. Yet the next second, after seeing the full picture of the man who appeared out of thin air after the big hand, the Lieutenant Generals of Doberman and Ghost Spider were instantly dumbfounded, and his tight body froze completely, motionless. Hero. It's Mr. Luo Lin, the hero, Mr. Luo Lin. Mr. Luo Lin appeared. Dalmesia, Bastiu and other lieutenants, as well as more generals, all subconsciously exclaimed. Every face was filled with surprises, excitement and admiration. Hero Rollin. It's the hero Luo Lin, advertisement. The reporters on the island also yelled in excitement. The flash shot suddenly and flickered. When Luo Lin appeared, the news spread. Both inside and outside the island portal are plunged into a boiling ocean. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Excited emotions quickly occupy people's minds and bodies, and people even ignore the previous astonishing incident of the General Akadog being slapped flying. Of course, as the general who was beaten in the face, K's heart is naturally not a bit excited. There was only the anger that almost overflowed his eyes. A hole. The General Akainu slowly got up. The scorching lava flow dripped from his body and spread. Turn the lush island land into scorched earth. The temperature between heaven and earth also rises with the appearance of magma. Sakaski, calm down. Daubman's face was shocked, and he quickly yelled for reminder. I'm calm. General Aquino stared at Luo Lin indifferently. Add bookmarks for easy reading, when he noticed the terrifying magma spreading from the arrogant General Akadog. The smiles on people's faces because they saw Luo Lin up close. Under people's wide-eyed gaze, Luo Lin stepped forward and walked straight to the land of lava where the terrifying heat was evaporating. The expression on his face was always waveless. Finally, something that shocked everyone happened. Luo Lin did not rush, stepping into the terrifying magma of the red dog. The shoes on Luo Lin's feet were burned by magma in an instant. Hero. No, Mr. Luo Lin. That's magma. The seamen on the warship, the generals on the island and the reporters all shouted in shock. However, the next moment, a shocking scene happened again. Luo Lin, who was walking barefoot in the hot lava, did not suffer any damage at all. His footsteps are still steady. To Luo Lin, the scorching magma that is enough to melt the facebones and scum of ordinary people is like ordinary warm water. There is no lethality at all. Advertisement, this is simply unreasonable. But, this man in front of them now, it is no ordinary person to defeat the legendary heroes of the two big four emperor alliances with their own power. Awesome. This is a hero, people marveled. Ha ha ha, this is our boss, it's totally useless like magma. My boss used to take a bath directly with magma.
The veterans also shouted in excitement. Listening to the heroic past described by the veterans, people's hearts were suddenly even more shocked.
After all, taking a bath with magma is too horrible. However, what I saw in front of me was compelling to believe. Even the General Akainu, who is magma itself. At this moment, seeing Luo Lin's relaxed and freehand appearance in his magma, I couldn't help but feel astonished. The whole person was shocked to the point where it could not be added. The previous slap was to let you know what it means to respect the teacher and respect the Tao. With you kid, you are not qualified to instruct my brothers to do things. Luo Lin stood still about 1 meter away from the general aka Inu and spoke calmly. At the same time, his right hand was slowly raised. Looking at Luo Lin's slap raised again, Admiral Akainu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. There was a strong ominous premonition in his heart. What else do you want to do? The General Akainu yelled violently. With a big wave of his hand, a wall of scorching magma rushed from the ground and stopped between the two. However, he still couldn't stop Luo Lin's slap from falling. Luo Lin's big hand pierced the magma wall unharmed, and once again landed on the swollen left cheek of General Kaido.
Pop is as clear and loud as chapter 471. The general can't be insulted. Exhausted red dog, 4 quarters seeking subscription.
This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi and there was another, Pop. Still crisp and loud. Under the shocking gaze of people, Luo Lin's big hand went straight through the barrier of the magma wall, and once again came into close contact with the face of the General Akadog. Another volley of 720 degrees. The General Akagu sat down on the ground, splashing large swaths of hot lava. The admirals in front of the admiral could not help but back up again and again. Pain. Hot pain. Heartache pain. Even the elementalization of the real ability of the natural rock berry cannot play a dodge effect under the extremely armed palm of Luo Lin. Still being beaten upright. Feeling the pain that seemed to reach the soul, the expression on the General aka Inu's face gradually distorted, and the blue veins on his forehead continued to jump wildly. After suffering 2 heavy slaps on his left cheek, it swelled up high, as if a whole steamed bun was stuffed in his mouth. What blasted General Kai Inu's lungs the most was Luo Lin's involuntary slap blow. Forget it once. Actually came the second time, and he still couldn't prevent it, and he was still hit and flew up. He is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, the General Akadog. He was actually in full view, and he was slapped under the slap. It was like stepping his face directly on the ground. The face was lost. General aka. The dog growled angrily in his heart. Repeatedly, not. Repeatedly, even if you are a hero, you must pay for it. The look on General Akanu's face gradually became cold and cruel. Just as he was thinking about this, a sharp breaking wind suddenly sounded in his ears. Oh, wow, amidst the successive screams of people. Luo Lin's big hand appeared next to the big red dog's face again without warning, and it fell fiercely. The terrifying force of broke out, and the General Akadog was hit and rolled on the magma ground one after another. The previous second palm was for the 20,000 sailors of those 2 warships. Why did they abandon them? Why didn't you make any effort? Luo Lin's stern sound resounded across the sky, deafening. Listening to Luo Lin talking about something not long ago. The seamen on the warship were shocked by coincidence. As for the two warships and seamen who were the parties, their eyes were already red, and they only felt a surge of heart. They are not dispensable cannon fodder, advertisement. Even if the general abandoned them, there are heroes. The hero always remembers them. This third palm, I want to ask you why you ordered the firing of the two spectator islands. Luo Lin took another step and asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Listening to Luo Lin's deafening voice, he asked again. The reporters and viewers who moved to the portal island were taken aback. It remains to be confirmed that Luo Lin is embracing injustice for them when he is in his early days. The cheers rushed into the sky instantly, hero mighty. Mr. Luo Lin, thank you, Admiral Akanu, can you finally reflect on it now? Wita, add bookmarks for easy reading, it's not a pirate. Reporters from all over the world screamed, enough. There was a violent shout full of anger. The body of the Akagi is mostly elementalized. The scorching magma boils at this moment, released a heat that was 10 times more terrifying than before. From the beginning, it was his plan to use Washung as the only gap in the Demon Slayer order and force the remaining pirates to hide in it. The purpose is to occupy the commanding heights of justice when confronting Washung and Luo Lin. Take this to attack Washung. The plan of the General Akanu gave the hero a good start, embarrassing Luo Lin, and falling into a dilemma was only incidental. His main purpose is still for those hidden people in Washung. The flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji, who has disappeared for 20 years, the remnants of the Roger pirates, and the son of O'Hara demon, Nicole Robin, appeared in the sight of the world. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the changes. Don't wait for him to make these requests. When Luo Lin appeared, he couldn't even say a word, and he suffered 3 vigorous slaps in succession. Advertisement. His left face was swollen like a small mountain bag, and it was almost beaten. Waves of pain hit his brain nerves, coupled with the humiliation of being slapped in the face one after another in the public. All this made him almost vomiting blood. A hole, the general can't humiliate.
General Aquino's eyes were cold. No more, the slightest hesitation or scruples, decisively tyrant shot.
Pluto dog. Aquino yelled violently. The completely magmized right arm pierced the atmosphere, and fell to Luo Lin's chest with incomparable destructive power. In terms of attack power, Rockberry is definitely at the forefront of many natural systems. Through the development and display of the General Akadog, the attack power is even more unmatched, and it can be called the strongest. In the original plot, with this trick, the red dog directly evaporated half of the face of the 4 Emperor's white beard. It can be seen that the attack is high. Now, the red dog's angry ghost dog exploded. Even if there is a big mountain in front of it, it will definitely be penetrated. However, when the magma dog that claimed to be the strongest attacker met Luo Lin's body, an unexpected change occurred. It's like a drop of water dripping. The terrifying ghost dog that could penetrate the mountain fell on Luo Lin, but it splashed around like water droplets. It still failed to hurt Luo Lin a bit. Under the shocking gaze of the people in the field, under the stunned and angry gaze of the general aka Inu, Luo Lin broke through the terrifying lava flow and strode forward. The right hand covered with extreme weapons raised high again, and then fell. Snapped. This is for O'Hara 20 years ago. Snapped. This is for Papa. Chapter 472. The general aka Inu was slapped. Open black lens bracket 1/4 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Papa. The crisp and loud applause was formed in succession. Play a rhythmic movement, however, no one in the field can appreciate the rhythm. At this moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was all caught in an extremely shocking emotion. Every face is full of incredible and unbelievable colors. You know, the person who was unilaterally slapped is one of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, General Akainu. Qualified to be ranked as a general of the Navy headquarters, it is enough to show the strength of Akadog. He is definitely one of the strong men standing at the top of the sea. Even if it is better than the 4 emperors, do not. In terms of attack power alone, relying on the increase of the natural magma fruit, he is the head of the 3 generals, even above the Emperor of the Sea. But it is such existence. At this moment, Luo Lin was pressed on the ground to educate. There is no way to fight back. This scene is simply scary and unbelievable. After all, before that, whether it was the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling or the beast Kaido, both had fought Luo Lin in a fierce battle that would overthrow the world. But now, what kind of grandpa teaches his grandson? Both are the world's top powerhouses. Why is the gap so big? Is it because the General Akadog is scrupulous about the hero's identity, so he didn't fight back? Wrong. This kind of thing is impossible. Even ordinary people can clearly feel how powerful the counterattack of the General Akainu who was hammered on the ground is. That is definitely going all out. It's just that Akadog's terrifying magma attack that can burn ordinary people to ashes 100 times. It didn't hurt at all when it fell on Luo Lin. The high explosive, high injury magma tactics that the General Akadog is proud of did not do any harm to Luo Lin. Being completely immune to Luo Lin's body. This is the root cause of this farce that is happening now. Advertisement, Mr. Zephyr, this is too much. Although I also think that Sikorsky is not pleasing to the eye, no matter what, that strength is really real. The veterans were also stunned and surprised. It's not surprising. The magma power of that kid Sakaski is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that he ran into a nemesis this time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The old man Mu Lien smiled cheerfully. Do you think that the boss used to swim and bath in magma is bragging? That's all true. Former Lieutenant Alfred grinned and said, that's why the old man has already said that the power obtained by the fruit is only false power. When encountering a restrained person, the power of the fruit is completely nullified. The scene, do you understand Sakaski now? Zephyr shouted, and to add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. I%. Regarding ZFA's bitter-mouthed education, General Akanu was already unable to respond. At this moment, he has fallen under Luo Lin's stormy slap combos. His entire face was swollen and deformed by Luo Lin's big hands. Even the teeth fell off, mixed with blood flying out. Then he was burned to ashes by his own high-temperature magma. What happened to him now was like a dream for, aka Inu. It's a nightmare I have never had before. In this world, there are people who can be completely immune to magma. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. And after losing the high burst of magma and high damage, his own armed fists are even more painless too. Luo Lin's tough body. How to play this is completely impossible to play. After not knowing the number of heavy blows, Luo Lin finally stopped. At this moment, the general aka Inu no longer had the initial arrogant performance. His head was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes were staring at Venus, and the world was spinning around. The whole person fell into a state of complete bewilderment. Advertisement, Sikorsky kid, don't think that no one can cure you when you become a general. What I just said, have you heard? Luo Lin asked. Ooh, General Aquino snorted meaninglessly. If you hear it, then go back and reflect on it. Luo Lin waved his hand. The dangling body of the General Akainu flew upside down instantly, and finally fell heavily on the deck of the warship. After a while, the people in the room have recovered from this extreme shock. Sikorsky, too immediately there was a loud cheering. Luo Lin grinned. Luo Lin's sight fell on the admirals on the island, and then spread to all the seamen on the warship. Yes. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Perceived the line of sight from Luo Lin. From the top to the lieutenant general, to the general soldiers, they couldn't help standing up straight. Mr. Sikorsky, if you don't mind, you can stay for a drink and leave later. Of course, if it is really inconvenient, you don't have to force it. Lieutenant General Doberman and the Ghost Spider all changed their colors, and immediately returned to the warship on the moon step to check the situation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. And you? Listening to the invitation from Luo Lin, all the navies present were stunned. The Marines, especially the Marines of the 2 warships rescued by Luo Lin, were excited and shouted excitedly. Chapter 473, Overlord Color Luck is Terrifying, 2 quarters seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. A navy ship that looked like a prehistoric behemoth passed through the portal island, wiping the side of a group of refuge pirate ships, and finally anchored on the coast of Washung Fortress. In addition, the 4 ships belonging to Kapu, Gion, Flying Squirrel and Ahe in the harbor. A total of 21 Navy's top warships guard Washung Fortress. This scene is spectacular. At first glance, people who didn't know thought this was the Navy headquarters. Tisk tusk tusk, it's really spectacular. Is it this part of the Navy? This is also worth reporting. The reporters on the Portal Arch Bridge couldn't help but be amazed, pressing the shutter continuously to record this spectacular scene. It took a long while, until the last behemoth warship passed by and arrived at Washung Fortress.
The tight heartstrings of the 20-odd pirates who took refuge in Theodore were finally relaxed.
Finally. Is it over? It's terrible. The naval branch warships we have encountered in the past cannot be compared with them. When encountering such a behemoth at sea, with our broken ship, the naval battle will be defeated. So far so good. The pirates have lingering fears, and their faces are full of fear. Captain Bucky, we survived. Bucky Pirate, who was rather humble among the large group of large pirates, spoke with excitement. Ah, I survived, but... Bucky's eyes widened, but wanting to leave, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Trafalgaro said solemnly. A breath of boom, as vast as the sea suddenly came, making the relaxed heartstrings of the pirates instantly tense. A look of horror appeared unconsciously on his face, and he looked up at the people in the sky. Hero Luo Lin, what else do you have to do? If the conference is over, we can go. The pirates who are incomparably powerful on weekdays, all of them are shrinking their heads and speaking weakly at this moment. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Mu Lien laughed and stepped on the moon step past Luo Lin, and came to the top of the group of pirates. Little ghosts of the new era, can you just come and go as long as you want to see where we are? Mu Lien said, viciously, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What does it mean, are you going to shoot against us contestants? The pirates questioned in horror. Participants, at least not now, if you are outside, we can't control it, but this is the boundary of our Washung Fortress. Here, the Navy can't move you, but it breaks into our territory without authorization. You have to pay a price if you want to go. Later, you will line up one by one and come to me to receive your mission. And NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading, Mu Lien grinned. So that's it, I'll just say, how can a hero protect the pirates? Yes, it turns out that there are other functions to keep them. The reporters cheered suddenly. When Mu Lien announced their destiny to the pirates, Luo Lin stepped out and came to the Washung battleship that was destroyed by Carp. That guy Carp sabotaged someone else's warship without authorization, you can't just forget it. Luo Lin muttered to himself softly, with a curve of his mouth. On the other side, seeing Luo Lin coming, the young people on the battleship, such as Sabo, Usopp, Sanji, and Xiaofeng, who represented Washung, were all excited. Tutor, boss. I've seen your activeness, and you are doing well. Luo Lin smiled. Recognition of the Battle of Sabo and others. Advertisement. Hearing the praise from Luo Lin, the young people on the tattered battleship were all excited. However, the excitement only lasted for a moment, and it stopped abruptly. Extremely sorry, Mentor, we lost the important crushed fruit. Sabo bowed solemnly and apologized. I'm sorry, boss, it's all because of me, I should hold it stronger. Usopp also bowed and apologized. We are also responsible for this. I'm sorry. I failed the expectation. If you are blessed, share it together, and share it when you have had it. No one shirks responsibility. Luo Lin was also very pleased with this. It's just a mere devil fruit, don't care about trivial matters. Luo Lin grinned. But, where did the crushing fruit go, then the Navy's masterpiece of the slaying demon order? The whole sea is a mess. Even the 5 old stars, the blonde angel, made the scene more chaotic. However, the blonde angel old star only held it for a moment, and was broken by Luo Lin, who rushed to it afterwards. The crystal box containing the crushed fruit was taken out of his hand and fell into the storm-ridden battlefield. What happened after that, Luo Lin was also not quite clear because of the pursuit of the 5 old stars. Could it be that the crushed fruit has sunk into the sea along with the island, isn't it? The crushed fruit is here. Luo Lin closed his eyes, using his crushing ability as a guide, trying to resonate. After a while, Luo Lin opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes fell on the Bucky pirates not far away, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This is the luck of the overlord, it is really terrifying. Chapter 474 Bucky. It's a showdown, I'm a legend, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Watchung Gateway Island. When Mu Lien announced to the more than 20 pirates who had taken refuge the price they would pay to leave, or the task they needed to complete. The noise of the pirates suddenly became a film. Captain Bucky, what should this be? The so-called mission turned out to be for us to hunt down those in the sea. Well-known dark forces and big pirates. If you can't do it, we can't do it, it's no different from sending you to death. Or, let's pretend to agree to it first, and then find a place to hide for a few years after we leave, and come out to enjoy life after the wind has passed. But, in this case, we will be put on the kill list by Washung, it's still a dead end. Everyone in the Bucky pirate group spoke up. The more you analyze, the more desperate looks on your face. However, compared to the wailing of his subordinates, the expression on Bucky's face is still as calm as ever from beginning to end. He even wore a subtle, confident smile. It's reassuring a fart. Captain Bucky, when is the time you just say a word? It's over, Captain Bucky won't be frightened, woo, ooh. The trainer Moki, the chief of staff Kabaki, and the lion leech fluttered in Bucky's ears, howling. It's so noisy. Bucky finally responded. 1 or 2 are noisy, what's the fuss about? Bucky took out his ears with a relaxed expression and spoke casually. Everyone who heard Bucky was stunned. It's over, Captain Bucky is really crazy. Captain Bucky. Everyone wailed. Shut up all. Bucky yelled angrily. I have a showdown, I won't pretend, it's time to reveal the true identity of this uncle. Bucky smiled confidently. The mysterious appearance of the gods, everyone who bluffed was stunned. Even Trafalgaro, Drake and others who were not far away couldn't help but look sideways, wondering what kind of plane this stupid-looking big red nose was going to build. Under people's puzzled eyes, Bucky walked to the bow of the pirate ship and looked at the old man Mu Lien in midair. Mr. Mu Lien. Bucky yelled loudly. Wow, Captain Bucky, you are crazy. Don't be noticeable. Advertisement. Everyone in Bucky was shocked. I want to stop it, but it's too late, because Mu Lien in the sky has already noticed them. After a while, everyone in the Bucky pirate group stared in horror. Mu Lien stepped on the moonstep and came to them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You are. Looking at the familiar big red nose in front of him, Mu Lien couldn't help but stunned. It's me, I'm a minibus. Mr. Mu Lien, don't you remember me? Bucky greeted with joy. Bucky. Listening to Bucky's self-introduction, coupled with the familiar red nose, Mu Lien finally remembered that the person in front of him was his junior. One of the trainee crew members of Roger Pirates, Bucky. Ha 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 ha, it's no wonder that I've been seeing you kid a bit familiar from the beginning. It turns out that it's your kid, Bucky, you are still alive. And NBS to add bookmarks for easy reading, Mu Lien laughed. He, Mr. Mu Lien, long time no see, I really want to kill me. Bucky stepped forward, hugged Mu Lien, and began to get close. Watch this scene. Bucky's little brothers were all dumbfounded. Drake, Hawkins and others on the nearby ship were also startled. Captain Bucky, are our Captain Bucky acquaintances with that? Could it be that Captain Bucky was also a Navy in the past? The trainer Moki murmured unconsciously, how could Captain Bucky be the Navy? Chief of Staff Kabaji denied. That funny red nose, is it also one of the legends? Drake was dumbfounded. It's a bit surprising. I thought he was a funny character. Cavendish complained. Captain Luo, that red-nosed Bucky, he. What? Trafalgaro nodded. If Red Nose and that Mu Lien were really partners before, there is only one answer, even if it is a legendary ship, there are. Advertisement, the old man remembered. The green pepper, the pillar of the 8 treasure navy, looked suddenly. Master, what do you think of that red-nosed kid? He was indeed a member of the Roger Pirates. The green pepper of Cone opened his mouth, revealing the truth of this, shocked. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. Even the reporters on the Gateway Arch Bridge were alarmed. That the big red nose that looks stupid is actually one of the legends. Tisk Tusk, it's unbelievable. Bucky the Clown, he is also a crew member of One Piece. The reporters couldn't help but be surprised, feel the surprised eyes from all sides. Bucky couldn't help but hold his head up and stand upright, his waist standing straight. Because this is his highlight moment, it is also an important support for him to get away. Mr. Mu Lien, come here, I just found a lot of treasures, just take whatever you want. Bucky proudly pulled the huge treasure bag. Buddy, are you trying to bribe me? Mu Lien squinted his eyes, finally knowing the purpose of this slippery kid. He, how can it be a bribe? Bucky smiled. Putting his hands into the treasure bag, he took out one gold treasure one after another and stuffed it into Mu Lien's hand. Mr. Mu Lien, what do you mean? You kid is really not bad, you grabbed this thing silently, not bad, not losing our face, ha 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 ha. Among them is a certain crystal treasure chest. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Buckeye realized it later. What's wrong, Mr. Mu Lien? Hey, Bucky boy. The words stopped abruptly before they were finished. Hey, Buckies are stupid, because he also saw the familiar crystal treasure box that he personally stuffed into Mu Lien's hands and the fruit in the box. Chapter 475. Bucky. I'm not me without you guys, don't talk nonsense, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, ha ha ha, Bucky, you guys are really hidden. It's amazing to grab the final treasure without making a sound. Not bad, not to lose the face of our Roger Pirates. Mu Lien patted Bucky on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Hey. Listening to the generous praise from Mu Lien, Bucky was not happy at all. At this moment, looking at the crystal treasure box in Mu Lien's hand, the crystal box that he took out of the bag through his hands, Bucky was stupid. When on Earth did this ghost ran into his treasure pile so immortal, that he was exposed in full view? This is simply a disaster. Bucky wailed in his heart. Captain, look there. That thing didn't sink into the sea with the island. Bai Shang Bibo emotionally pointed. Oh, you don't have to shout so loudly, I have seen it too. Trafalgaro's eyes narrowed slightly. A blue circle appears in the palm of the right hand. As long as the operation space is expanded, he can grab the treasure chest into his own hands with a single thought. It's just. Trafalgaro exhaled, but in the end he didn't put it into practice. After all, the martial arts conference has really come to an end. Red Nose, when did you get it? Drake whispered. It's unbelievable. The final winner turned out to be that funny Red Nose. The people of the 8 treasure marines shook their heads in disbelief. Wow, I'm really unwilling. Cavendish, the pirate noble son, is unwilling to yell. This is really a piece of it, Bucky the Clown, it's really been a long time since I saw it. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group 1 shook his head with emotion. Marco, that Bucky of the East Daxia Sea, really is a member of the Roger Pirates Group. Advertisement Ace's eyes widened, and his face was controversial. At that time, I was the intern of the old man, that red nose and red hair, it was the intern on Roger's side. We were confronted with each other. Marco recalled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, FK. Groove, that Bucky still has. Wait. Marco, the red hair you mentioned earlier, is it red-haired Shanks? Ace exclaimed. Except that red hair, who else on this sea is qualified to have this name? Marco said. Ha 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 ha, it turned out to be Bucky, it's really impressive. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Miss it, in another part of the tattered battleship, Jesus couldn't help laughing. Jesus Cloth, Bucky with the red nose, is it the boss? Lazy Lou was surprised. That's right. The young playmate Shanks used to practice with, 20 years ago, before Shanks and I left the East Daxia Sea. I met him once. 20 years have passed, and he is still alive. Jesus preached. I go, listening to his father's account. Usopp was suddenly shocked that his eyes popped out of his eyes. As a native of the East Daxia Sea, to the big pirates, in this area of the East Daxia Sea, Usopp is a precious treasure. Bucky's 17 million bounty can only be said to be average. However, behind this general bounty, there is still such a major identity hidden. It is really shocking. Could it be that from the beginning, that red-nosed Bucky has always been showing the enemy's weakness, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Advertisement. The black-haired teenager Lucio guessed. It's possible, after all, He is also the legend of the two old men on the same boat with Liu Lin and Sambal. Murloc Youth Nobel echoed. I really underestimated him. Crocodile looked bad. Sure enough, none of the legendary pirates in the past were mediocre. Haishia sighed with emotion. Is it really? Sabo is skeptical. Barry is offering a bounty of 17 million, Bucky the Clown. I thought it was just a little-known character. It seems that we underestimated him. Yes, just being a member of the Roger Pirates group is enough to make his bounty more than tenfold. Plus this strength. In the melee of many strong men, quietly seized the last treasure, he really has been in disguise. Of course, after all, he is also one of the legendary teams. He is the ultimate dark horse of this conference, On the Archbridge, a group of reporters who did not know the truth also started a series of brain supplements without authorization. The flash does not flicker. He seemed to want to report on Bucky's hidden conference, Ultimate Dark Horse. Listening to the exclamations and compliments from everyone around him, Bucky was not happy at all. I am not, don't talk nonsense. Don't make up your mind, bastards. I really don't know when this thing came into my pocket. Bucky roared like a collapse in his heart. Chapter 476. The Iron Fist of Love, Sauron is missing? 1 quarter seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Watchung Gateway offshore. With the disappearance of the conference, the final prize reappeared. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense again. The eyes of the more than 20 pirate groups gathered here to take refuge all fell on Bucky's body. There are shocks, puzzles, and desire for treasure chests. Although because of Luo Lin's presence right now, no one dared to act rashly in this sea area. But it is conceivable that when they leave this sea area, it will be impossible for everyone to be silent. It has nothing to do with the martial arts conference. It's just a slaying and plundering between pirates. For this point, Baji's body is naturally more clear. By now, he really doesn't want this domineering fruit that everyone wants. After participating in the second round of the conference by mistake, he originally wanted to survive. In the end, I didn't think about it, but I found the treasure by mistake. So he wanted to survive and make a small fortune by the way. Never thought, Shaosai just got out, great fortune actually came with him. It's just that this big fortune is simply a disaster for a weak chicken like him. Eating this by himself is not looking for death, he is not stupid, he is already a capable person, and another one will directly die. It won't work for a little brother on the boat. In the future, it doesn't matter who the boss on the ship is. It's a good opportunity to make a fortune if you take it outside for auction. But that has to be fatal. All around these tiger wolves, which one beats him is not as good as beats his grandson. Think again and again. Bucky took a deep breath and seemed to have made a certain decision. Mr. Liu Lin, I haven't seen you for many years, this thing is regarded as a gift from me to honor you. Bucky gritted his teeth, and under the gaze of people's stunned expressions, he generously gifted this infinitely valuable overlord fruit to Liu Lin. Listening to Bucky making this decision, Bucky's little pirates who were eager to eat the fruit and turn over to become the masters are all dumbfounded. The other pirate captains around also gritted their teeth secretly and said badly. Liu Lin, who was generously gifted by Bucky, couldn't help but stunned. Bucky, you guys are really interested, but you don't have to. As a senior, how can I ask for something from a younger generation? Liu Lin refused. Hey, don't tell me, Mr. Lin, you are not a capable person yet, I am already, you can accept it, if you really feel bad, just cover us in the future. Advertisement Bucky is anxious. Boy Bucky, don't be afraid, no one dares to intercept you in the city boundary. Liu Lin said, seeing Bucky's intentions, but. Bucky wanted to say something else. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the next second, a person appeared on the deck out of thin air. Seeing the big man who came suddenly, everyone in Bucky held their breath in unison, not even daring to breathe. Do you have any opinion on the final prize of the conference I set up? Luo Lin smiled and looked at Bucky kindly. Yes, no comment. Bucky stood at attention quickly with horror. Where can I dare to make any extra comments? And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. If you have no objection, that's fine. Luo Lin smiled and nodded. He also wanted to see how strong Bucky's overlord luck could be. Then, let's go back next. Okay, boss. The opening of Washung and the end of the world-class martial arts conference. Although there were many changes in the middle, the result was perfect. One of the biggest gains is the defeat of the 2 emperors of the sea in the New World. The 4 emperors and the beasts Kaido died, and Luo Lingling fell into the sea, life and death unknown. After this battle, the decline and fall of the 100 Beasts and Pirates group has become a conclusive conclusion. As for the thief, his vitality is also severely injured, and he cannot make it into a climate.
In the second half of the Great Route, only the 4 emperors with white beards and red-haired shanks are left.
It is true that these 2 people are much more terrifying than Kaido. But how can they have the strongest hero in the world? Heroes are invincible. Long live. The Marines gathered on the Washung Banquet Plaza were in high spirits. Now that the hero is reappearing, this chaotic era of great pirates is bound to come to an end. The Marines firmly believed this in their hearts.
Advertisement. With the participation of more than 100,000 Marines on the warship, the huge Waisung Square finally became less empty.
The young soldiers of Washung also cheered loudly. Warm atmosphere. Brothers, cheers. The vigorous Straw Hat Boy raised his glass in his left hand and held the big flesh in his right hand, shouting excitedly. Caw caw caw. Suddenly, there was a sour click in his ear. That is the sound of people's palms and fingers. That was another hero of the Navy, Lieutenant General Carp. Lao lao lao. Old man, you, what do you want to do? Ace asked nervously. Good day, don't let it go. Sabo also twitched the corners of his mouth. The Vitality Straw Hat was not there, and the upper and lower rows of teeth trembled. Luffy, when you were on that island just now, what kind of king you wanted to be? Carp asked kindly. OCE, One Piece, I am determined. The Vitality Straw Hat Boy bit his scalp and shouted. Oh, there was a chuckle in everyone's hearts. Bang, bang 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 bang, damn old man, why even beat me? Master, don't slap someone in the face. Ace and Sabo were also passively involved in Carp's iron fist of love. Looking at the three brothers who were beaten again, everyone next to them unconsciously picked up the teeth, and couldn't bear to look directly. Speaking of it, do you think we seem to be missing someone? Sanji frowned and reminded. Ha ha ha, Sanji, what little Usopp lives. It seems to be true, Frankie thought. Sauron. Everyone shouted in unison. Chapter 477. The Navy Headquarters Shakes, Green Pheasant's Request. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Where is Sauron? Where did Sauron go? How could it disappear? Well, it's not disappearing, it seems that I haven't seen him since the second round of the conference. Until Sanji reminded. The Talons finally recovered from their joy and noticed the disappearance of an important partner in their small team. It's not good, Luffy, Sauron is gone. Usopp yelled anxiously. Nani Sauron is missing? Luffy, who turned into a pig's head under Kapuai's iron fist, stared in surprise. That. Three Swords swordsman, Marco, I remember. Ace, who also held the pig's head, looked at Marco. Sorry. Marco spread his hands apologetically. I forgot to tell you just now. I searched almost all the island fragments, but I didn't find the swordsman. Marco shook his head. Hey, what the hell is going on? Is Sauron already? Shut up, Usopp, how could Sauron die so easily? The pig-headed Straw Hat Boy stopped drinking, interrupting Usopp's pessimistic speculation. Everyone, don't worry, I will ask. The third pig-headed boy Sabo immediately got up and walked to Luo Lin and others not far away. Seeing that Sabo, the most pleasing among the students, turned into this miserable look, the veterans all looked at Carp. Puff ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, I just beaten it together. Carp said with a grin. Sabo, but the top priority now is, tutor. Sabo, you are here to ask about Sauron. Yes, mentor, Sauron is okay, right? Sabo nodded nervously. Nothing big. Luo Lin waved his hand casually to signal everyone's peace of mind. That's Sauron. Sabo just wanted to ask, however, Luo Lin casually invited a remote control. One press on the big screen that was pressed down. Chi-chi. A few snowflakes drifted by. A picture was reflected on the big screen. That is a kilometer high in the sky. Advertisement. The Jedi venue that collapsed in the fierce battle between Luo Lin and the four emperors still left a small area, floating alone in the sky. That is the underground labyrinth area of the venue. After a while, the picture changed, from the outside perspective to the close view inside the labyrinth. The sound of rapid footsteps was heard. The three swordsmen with the head of the green algae appeared in people's eyes as, Sauron. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's Sauron. Sauron is still alive. Great, it scares me to death. See Sauron appear alive. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, what is Sauron doing? Murloc Youth Nobel asked puzzledly. Sauron. Couldn't he still be lost? The black-haired swordsman Lucio tentatively spoke. Everyone in the room was taken aback, then everyone nodded. Acknowledged his reliable conjecture. Everyone interacts. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Glancing at each other, and then, ha 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 ha. Gleeful laughter echoed in the square. Anyway, as long as the person is okay and still alive, then everything is fine. As for the maze puzzle Sauron is currently facing, that can only be overcome by himself. At this moment, the underground labyrinth area of the island at an altitude of kilometers. Damn it, what the hell is going on in this place? How do I feel like I've been to this place before and more than once? I've been here too. Where is the exit? With three swords in the head of the green algae and a swordsman, Rornoa Soren shouted furiously, only feeling upset. Of course, if you let him know that his current maze challenge is being broadcast live and watched by more than 100,000 people, I am afraid it will be even more disturbing. Washam Square. People laughed and laughed constantly. Same. The headquarters of the True Navy, which is far away on the other side of the ocean, is also plunged into a boiling sea of cheers. Before the news reports of various newspapers around the world were published, the Navy headquarters had already passed the report of the Demon Slayer Order and learned about all the issues that occurred in this sea area. When the four emperors Kaido and Lot Ling were defeated one after another, they were suppressed by the hero Luo Lin. Advertisement: the Marines who stayed at the headquarters couldn't help shouting with excitement. I only feel that the blood in the body is boiling. I can't wait to fly to the battlefield immediately and witness the shocking scene with my own eyes. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Building, Marshal's office. Okay, well done. After receiving the report, the Marshal Warring States, who learned the news of the defeat of the 2-4 emperors, was also very excited and slapped the table to applaud. As expected of Mr. Luo Lin, he is really amazing. The General Qing Pheasant, who was also making soy sauce in the Marshal's office, exclaimed with emotion. It is really the strongest to fight against 2 sea emperors with one person. The Marshal Sengoku nodded repeatedly with admiration. No, Mr. Warring States, I'm talking about the fact that Sikarsky was educated by Mr. Roland. Green Pheasant emphasized. Warring States. This time, that fellow Sikarsky was really too much. Sengoku nodded. We have to be punished, and we have to be rewarded for merit. Although Mr. Luo Lin is not a navy now, he has eliminated 2 major problems for the world. Should we express this? Green Pepperpile laughed. That's natural, the 4.6 billion yuan of all the beasts Kaido, the bounty is indispensable for him. Warring States rode. Is it just like this? The Green Pheasant rubbed his hands. No, I'm not sure whether it's dead or not, this bounty has to be pressed first, and then it will be given after it is confirmed. I would like to ask Mr. Zhongguo to issue an order to release Soro, the subordinate of Mr. Luo Lin, who is locked in the 6th floor of the city, my friend Mr. Luo Lin. Warring States earnestly said. Kuzan, you be *****D. What do you want? The Warring States rose suddenly. Mr. Sengoku, this secret cannot be concealed. I have already sent someone to Washung to deliver the letter. Instead of waiting for Mr. Luo Lin to come to the door, it would be better for us to take the initiative. Green Pheasant suggested. Please download to see the underlined version. The Green Pheasant waved his hand. What chapter 478? The 5 old stars are amazed. 3/4 ask for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Holy Land, Mary Joa. Swish, suddenly there was a rapid piercing sound in the sky. The atmosphere, the void is slightly distorted. In a blink of an eye, it is back to the same time. Only a few points of blood remained in the air, dripping slowly. This inconspicuous change did not cause much commotion in Mary Joa, who was everywhere. Only those government powerhouses who, lurking in the dark and guarding the Holy Land, can perceive 1 or 2. As a result, there was a look of astonishment on all the faces. The 5 old stars are back. I was wounded on my body, at this moment. The Holy Land, Mary Joa, the central area of Pangu City. A faint blood-colored long rainbow crossed the sky and directly fell into the central luxurious white jade hall. Perceive the familiar fluctuations from the sky. The 3-5 old stars in the hall changed their complexions and quickly got up to greet each other. Come back. It doesn't matter if you fail, as long as people. We already know the details. The 5 old stars, who also received the naval war report, successively offered comfort. However, the words didn't finish, but they stopped abruptly. Vomiting sounded. The white marble floor was stained blood. Hey, how did this happen? This kind of thing is not mentioned in the report. Why is this? When you see clearly the embarrassing appearance of the old star of the sword-wielding samurai and the blonde angel old star. The other 3-5 old stars who were on standby in the Holy Land were all shocked. In the Navy's report, there was no emphasis on the 2 mysterious powerhouses that appeared last. Because the battle level is too high, it is impossible for ordinary Marines to see the doorway. In the end, it was only described with the term evenly matched. The 3-5 old stars were also bewildered by the word description reported. Thinking that their analysis was correct, the old samurai star relied on his extreme speed. Even if he couldn't win, he could definitely hold down Luo Lin. Advertisement on the other side, there is no problem if there is no gold veteran star on Luo Lin. Even if it fails in the end, it will not be too embarrassing. Just, after seeing the 2 returning partners with my own eyes. The 3-5 old stars were shocked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This miserable situation is no longer a question of embarrassment. The situation was more than 10 times worse than they expected. Don't be stunned, fix it quickly. The old star of the samurai with the sword handed the broken arm and the broken wings of the angel old star to the other 3. He is also sitting on the ground as if he has lost his strength. Although his injury is not as serious as the golden old star who was affected by the crushing force, it is not easy to bear. Because he used his full speed ability and led others to flee across half the ocean, his physical strength has been exhausted. Waves of weakness came to his mind along with pain. Hey, your condition is not good, how did you get this stab wound? The old bald star said anxiously. What? The samurai old star clenched his teeth and forced himself to add bookmarks for easy reading, depress the pain. That be *****D's sword is really getting sharper and sharper. I shouldn't compare swords with him. Looking at the scary scars that almost cut his body diagonally. The old samurai star couldn't help being afraid for a while, and at the same time regretting it in his heart. I regret why I had to do it for a while. He was brave, and finally went to compare swords with that monster. Obviously, he had lost once 36 years ago. The world's #1 swordsman, he has already reached the pinnacle of his kendo skills. The 5 old stars with curly hair like aristocrats gritted their teeth. Don't worry about this now. The next thing is destined to be a protracted game. With 800 years of age, why should we be afraid of a little devil who is only a few decades old? The old star in the dark blue suit looked indifferent and proud. We just need to wait for the moment to build his reputation and defeat the power in one fell swoop. That's right, we are the real overlord of this sea. Great Im is the real king of the world. New World, Happy Street. This is the base camp of the famous Dark World Queen of the New World, Stutzi. Advertisement at the same time, it is also a paradise for men. Early in the morning, the predators of the Dark World, such as Lufield, the king of loan sharks, and the hidden teacher Gibson, came in groups. Be annoying in advance. Celebrate the fall of Washung Fortress. However, they didn't wait long for them to be happy. The following news report of the big event, the big news about the reappearance of the hero who defeated the Sea Lord Lox. All the dark predators who made Ling were panicked. But at that time, there was hope in their hearts. They believed that even the legendary naval heroes can never resist the invincible alliance of the two sea emperors. However, the reality is a big joke with them. Their biggest backer, the invincible Four Emperors alliance in their hearts, was actually defeated. The Four Emperors Kaido and Luo Lin both lost. This is nothing short of a fantasy. Unacceptable. How to accept it? What a joke, I won't believe this kind of thing. Lufield, the king of loan sharks, tore the newspaper in his hands to pieces. Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy, the organ dealer Jigula yelled hysterically. I don't believe it, how could such a terrifying Four Emperors alliance lose? All the dark kings who call the wind and call rain on weekdays, stomping and stomping can make the underground world tremble. At this moment, they are all crazy, rolling and ugly. However, their slaying did not last long, and they were deterred by the group of heavily armed women and the strong army. Stucci, what do you mean? Lufield, the king of loan sharks, glared at Stucci with bloodshot eyes open. Papa. Stucci, known as the Queen of Happy Street, clapped her hands. That's the end of the fun, everyone, take them down. Stucci ordered. In the clanging sound of swords and swords. The guards of the dark predators shed blood and fell to the ground. Since I have received the above order, there is no way, let me meet you next, Mr. Hero. Stucci smiled charmingly. Chapter 479. The name of the hero resounds through the sea, 4 quarters seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, driven by the collective help of the News King Morgans and various newspapers around the world. The huge events that have occurred in Washung City today, one by one, can affect or even change the direction of the world, spread throughout the world in the shortest amount of time.
As a result, the entire sea was like an 18th magnitude earthquake, which was once again shaken.
Except for the nickname, a super big event happened. Win. This is the hero's victory. The hero Luo Lin defeated the alliance between the Four Emperors and the Four Emperors and 100 Beasts pirate group. The Four Emperors and 100 Beasts Kaido and the Four Emperors Luo Lin were beheaded by naval heroes 36 years ago. It's great, great, this is great. This is the hero, the real hero. The world is finally saved. I know, the hero Luo Lin is still the one 36 years ago, the invincible hero. Pirates, tremble. Please end this chaotic era of great pirates, hero. Heroes are invincible. Long live the heroes. The East Daxia Sea, the South Daxia Sea, the West Daxia Sea, the North Sea, the paradise in the first half of the Great Route, and the New World in the second half. Countless countries, islands, cities, small towns, all the streets and alleys are sung of heroic deeds. The name of the hero Luo Lin, who had been silent 36 years ago, once again circulated all over the world. Known to the world and sung. This time, no one, no force can cover it up again. The New World, the kingdom of love, passion and toys. The kingdom of Dressrosa, the second-floor Highland Palace of the royal capital. The Don Quixote family, who holds the lifeblood of Dressrosa, still gathers in the palace hall. Advertisement. The atmosphere in the palace hall was extremely condensed and depressed. Whether it is Tianyacha Doflaming, one of the 7 Wuhai, or the cadres of the Don Quixote family, everyone was silent, nervous about the results of the event from the other side of the distant sea. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 2. After the Washung event ended only. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Master, young master, it's coming out. The result is coming out. The head of the Don Quixote family's intelligence department shouted anxiously from outside the palace hall. So fast. This is only half a day away. How can it be so fast? Could it be that the hero has been defeated by the alliance of the Four Emperors just in name only? The cadres of the Don Quixote family in the hall were shocked and guessed. No, cadres, big event. A super big event happened. The Four Emperors Luo Lin and the Four Emperors 100 Beast Kaido were defeated by that hero alone. The head of the squad leader of the family intelligence department screamed in surprise. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP, what did you say? Do not make jokes. The cadres of Don Quixote unanimously opened their shocked eyes, and their voices increased more than octave. I do not believe. Toripal, the highest cadre of the Plum Blossom Army, shook his head repeatedly, raised his hand to throw out a sticky snot chain, and grabbed a large pile of report materials held in the arms of the intelligence captain. As the largest dark intermediary in the underground world, the information network of the Don Quixote family is also excellent. Only half an hour after the big incident ended, I already obtained a detailed report of the whole process of the scene of the big incident. It's much more than what the reporters have reported. The large stack of data reports of Walala rustled in midair like a celestial lady scattered flowers. The Don Quixote cadres with extremely shocking expressions on their faces subconsciously raised their hands to catch them. It turned out to be true. The undead myth of the 4 emperors and 100 beast Kaido has been broken. Pika, the highest cadre of the Spades army, spoke with a sharp voice, and his expression changed in amazement. That's the immortal Kaido. He was hit by that. Hero, how powerful is that? Hero. Garadius, the fruit explosive ability, screamed. Advertisement. It's not just Kaido, 4 sovereigns. That. Charlotte Lingling's unbreakable golden body was also broken. Mahabe, who is capable of crushing fruits, murmured in shock. He's still new. The world's largest swordsman. Even the Eagle Eye has lost. Seniel Piccolo murmured in a deep voice. Unbelievable. None of these things are too incredible. Hey, I'm not dreaming. It hurts. It's not a dream. Buffalo's body with a propeller haircut couldn't stop shaking because of fear. This is the hero Luo Lin, unparalleled powerful. Yora murmured. His strength has exceeded the limit of human beings. Is it a god? Rao, the old man of the last era, sighed. Fur. For a moment, Kiwu Kaido Flamenco, who had always been silent on the throne, finally reacted. He raised his head and laughed wantonly. Dover, what are you laughing at? Torpal asked puzzledly. The remnants of Locks are wrong. Those 2 people are the highest power in the world. 5 old stars. Fur. All the cadres were confused. Doflamingo laughed. To Doflamingo asked rhetorically. Dover, what interesting thing did you see? The top cadre Pika couldn't help asking. Do you know the identities of the 2 mysterious powerhouses that appeared last? The last 2 people. Fur. I just saw some interesting things. Play it. The next C will be your game battlefield. Chapter 480. Red Hair. These 2 people are 5 old stars, 1 quarter seeking subscription.
This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi New World, Universal Totland.
This is the base camp of the 4 emperors Luo Te Lingling. At this moment, when news reports of the Washung event arrived one after another, 35 islands centered on Cake Island are all in chaos. How could such a thing happen? The invincible mother was defeated. Not just my mother, but even that. Kaido, the beast, is dead. That. How powerful a hero is he a god? Some people sigh. Mom and ministers, can they come back alive? Some people are worried. If Mom and the others can't come back, we who have lost the protection of the 4 emperors, will it be? Then we will be invaded by other pirates. Someone is desperate. Shut up, you idiot, why can't Mom and others come back? That's right, the news only clearly reported the death of the beast Kaido, and the mother was only defeated. If the life and death is unknown, then he must be still alive. Yes, besides, even if my mother is away now, there is still Katakuri in the country. If Katakuri is here, there is absolutely no problem. The 34 food islands in the territory of the world are full of people. The Cake Island, located in the center of the world, was shocked by the people, and the panic and the uproar were also rushing into the sky. At this moment, Central Cake Castle Basilica of Cake Island. The thief ministers and officials responsible for staying in the nations gathered together. The leader is the second in command of the thieves, the undefeated Superman that the Charlotte family is proud of. The head of the star Charlotte Katakuri. This time I went to Washung. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts and pirate group dispatched Captain Kaido, 2 major disasters, 6 volleys, and powerful real fighters. In addition to the barbarians who were performing tasks outside, the elite of the 100 beasts and pirates almost came out. Those who stayed in Wano and were responsible for guarding the family, the highest level is real fighting. The 100 beasts and pirates dare to do this, except for the natural dangers of the country of Wano. There is also the samurai legion of collaborator Kuritan Orochi. Even if the beasts are not there, relying on the warriors of the country of Wano can resist the invaders. In contrast, a thief who has no geographical advantage and no collaborator naturally cannot come out like a beast. Advertisement. When the ministers and combat cadres of the family set out on a large scale, it is natural to leave a strong force to guard the home. Only the strongest family Katakuri is qualified to guard one side. Coupled with the same strong support of the Biscuit Army of Starcracker to assist the thieves on the front line, they can have no worries and go out boldly. It's just that no one in Ling had expected it. The base camp behind them is stable, with no changes or omissions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Instead, bad news came from the frontline expedition army led by his mother. When a detailed report of the Washung incident came, it was known to the remaining ministers and officials of the thief. The whole cake hall fell into a dead silence for a moment. The dead silence lasted only a moment. Next second, the ministers and cadres of the cake hall, just like ordinary people outside, couldn't help but yell in amazement. Mom was defeated. How could this kind of thing happen? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Birth. Mother's body of steel has never been able to break through. It is a myth. How can it be easily cut away by someone? I don't believe it. This is definitely fake news. That's the invincible alliance formed by our mother and that Kaido of the beasts. The ministers and cadres in the hall shouted in shock. Stop arguing. Shut up everything. The rugged biscuit man suddenly drank the Starcracker. Ling's noisy call suddenly became silent, after a while. Brother Katakuri, what shall we do next? Bryn, the 35 woman of Charlotte's family, looked at Katakuri with teary eyes. Brother Katakuri. The other brothers and sisters also turned their eyes to Katakuri. At the time when the four emperors lost their connection, Katakuri was their backbone. Mum is not dead yet. Under the collective gaze of the younger brothers and sisters, Katakuri, who has always been silent, finally speaks. Wait next. Advertisement. An uninhabited island in the New World.
The Redforth pirate ship, in red, is quietly moored on the shore. The ship crew of the four emperors' red-haired pirate group moved in unison to repair the deck that was penetrated by the laser of the General Yellow Ape. Not far from the beach on the coast. Taking advantage of the time between ship repairs, a banquet can be held anytime, anywhere. 2 hours later, the joyous banquet turned into a shocking conference due to the constant arrival of news reports. Boss, this is really incredible. That, Hawkeye, who is on par with the leader, is actually defeated in the most proud swordsmanship. The world's #1 swordsman has changed hands. It's amazing. That, hero, he defeated Kaido's alliance with his own power. This is really the biggest event of this era. It's a pity that we were not able to be there, and witnessed with our own eyes. I really envy Lu and Bu and the others. I knew I had signed up too. The red-haired people were all shocked and cried out strangely. Speaking of which, the next 4 emperors of the New World will really become double emperors. That lunatic ant doesn't know, but the guy Kaido is really dead, the kind that is so dead, even the fruit power is attributed to others. Blackbeard. It's the one from Whitebeard's house. Blackbeard Titch. It's really a freak as the boss said. Shanks, what's the matter with this Ticky's body? How did he capture Kaido's dragon fruit and how does it carry 2 fruits at the same time? The red cadres looked at the 4 emperors with red hair, hoping to learn the secret from him. It's just for the crew's questions, the red hair is unheard of. He looked very interested, looking at the mysterious powerful page of the newspaper. Shanks, do you know the identities of the 2 mysterious powerhouses that appeared last? Ben Beckman, the #1 think tank of the sea, asked. Ahahaha. The 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks smiled, raised his hand and pointed at the blurred photo in the newspaper. These 2 people are 5 old stars. Chapter 481. Whitebeard. Damn, I really don't want to see you again, 2 quarters for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi New World, an island in the Whitebeard territory of the 4 emperors. Same as the Redforth of the Redhead Pirates. The mothership of the Whitebeard pirate group, which was also penetrated by the laser attack of the General Yellow Ape, and the whale ship Moby DK are also under repair. Father, the big event is over. Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, walked out of the cabin and reported to the Whitebeard on the deck with shock and dignity on his face. Hula la 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 la, it's not even half a day, it's much faster than I expected. The 4 emperors Whitebeard laughed. If it's just a hero, the alliance between Lingling and Kaido Imp may really achieve some results, but this time that Carp B*********** D is also there. 2 on 2, they can take less than half of the advantage. That's not right, Daddy. Diamond Joes took a deep breath, suppressed the shock of his heart, and shook his head slowly. The expression on Whitebeard's face stopped. Isn't Daddy's prediction wrong, Joes? The 5th Division Captain Vista asked. Not 2-2-2, but 1-2. Joes was shocked. 1-2. Joes, what do you mean? Is it impossible? The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group on the deck couldn't help being surprised. Even with the white beard, the expression on the old face gradually undergoes subtle changes. I don't know the specific situation, so you should look at it yourself. Joes pointed to the east sky. There, an intelligence bird unique to the Whitebeard pirate group is flying on its way. It didn't take a moment. The intelligence bird flew over the whale ship Mobile and hovered for several weeks. The huge amount of news reports hanging around his neck was pouring down and falling into the hands of everyone on the deck. Wow! In an instant. The uproar shook the sky. Hey, this kind of thing, is this report serious? Advertisement. Crazy Andy and Kaido, the 2 went together, and they were defeated by the hero Luo Lin. The strongest creature, Kaido, the beast, is really dead. Anyway, this is too exaggerated. 1-2, so that's it, the hero Luo Lin fought 2 sea emperors. And even won. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This hero named Luo Lin is too strong. Isn't he even better than Dad? On the deck of the Moby DK, the Baituan thieves were involuntarily shocked and yelled. Unable to accept the horrible facts that I saw before my eyes. It turned out to be dead. Looking at the report in his hand, Rao is the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors, and at this moment, there is also a storm in his heart. Previously, the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling contacted him so that he would not want to interfere in the Weisung incident. Bybird once gave her and Kaido advice, or reminded him. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. We risked death in this operation. But the Whitebeard at that time just said casually, scaring them. After all, even if the past hero Luo Lin was terrible, even he was terrified of 3-pointers, after all, he was still alone. Kaido and Andy have indeed become stronger over the years. Strong enough to sit on an equal footing with him. The undead and the unbreakable golden body, for the strength of these 2 people, even the Whitebeard has to recognize. Even one-on-one, you can't beat the hero of the Navy. The four emperors can't be killed casually. In Bybird's original estimate, Kaido and Ren will face off against two naval heroes, Roland and Carp. In the one-on-one duel, Luo Lin and Carp were violently beaten, and finally fled back in embarrassment. Who could have imagined that the facts were far more exaggerated than he had imagined? A joke I once spoofed turned out to be true. The hero Iron Fist Carp didn't even make a shot, and Luo Lin alone killed Kaido and the Ants Alliance with a big defeat, and even died. Damn, that D Luo Lin is getting more and more perverted. I really don't want to see him again. Whitebeard sighed in his heart secretly, and his old face couldn't stop twitching. Advertisement. Daddy, besides Crazy Ant and Kaido, there seem to be some incredible characters in this big incident. The 6th Division Captain Ramonk and others walked quickly. Father, look at these people, the two dark horses of the conference. And the two people who appeared last. Are they really the remnants of the original Rocks pirates? Asked Rakiel, the captain of the 7th Division. No, I don't know them. After just a glance, Bybird shook his head decisively, denying it. Suddenly, the doubts in everyone's hearts became even greater. Not waiting. The captains think deeply about it. What? A loud cry of anger rang out. Foil Vista, the captain of the 5th Division. What's wrong with Vista? Joes asked. Titch. That B*** D Titch also appeared. Vista yelled angrily after receiving the report about the new strongest creature. What did you say? It's Captain Ace and Captain Marco, as well as Spin, Thomas, and Markugi who are also here. They fought with Tick in the conference. The members of the 2nd and 2nd Division also discovered the report and couldn't help shouting in shock. Ace and Marco. Good, Titch, that B*** D must be dead. That's great. Buffalo Atmos laughed excitedly. No, Captain Atmos. Okay, TD, that B** D Tick, I don't know what method he used, he actually captured the Eudemons and dragons of the 4 emperors and 100 beasts. What? Boom, the Whitebeard's domineering color bursts. Chapter 482, The Hidden Worries of the Whitebeard. The Wild Hope of the Blackbeard, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The powerful and domineering boom was burst from the deck of the whale ship Moby DK. That is the Emperor of the Sea, the 4 emperors with white beards are angry. There was a huge wave on the calm sea of Hulala, slapped against the beach and the coast. The originally clear sky was also clouded by the change in Bybird's mood. Under the awe of Bybird's sudden leaking aura, the deck that was originally noisy suddenly quieted down. Fortunately, the domineering force did not deliberately target anyone on the ship. Come fast, go faster. The Whitebeard, who realized that he was gaff, put away the domineering side of the side. Vista, Ace, Marco, how are they? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice, worrying between words. Father, don't worry, Ace and Marco are all fine. Foil Beasta nodded. Although the B** D Titch stole Kaido's fruit abilities somehow, Captain Ace and Captain Marco are not general, plus Spin, Doma, and Markugui. According to reports, Titch that B** D was beaten by the captains all the time. The 2nd and 2nd squad members who got the full report are not without pride. It's just a shame, but in the end the B** D Titch escaped. There is no way, but next time I will never let him escape. The members of each team are confident and optimistic. Whitebeard picked up the wine jar next to him and filled the lower half of the jar. The deep lock between the eyebrows and eyes still couldn't be unlocked. Papa, the 13 squad leaders sat down in a circle in front of Bybird. Father, are you worried too? What kind of freak is that guy with black beard? Advertisement. Obviously I have already eaten a fruit, and even steal a second ability. It is simply incomprehensible. Daddy, you know how he did it. The captains such as Joes, Beasta, Izo and others spoke one after another. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Titch. Whitebeard's pale golden eyes narrowed. That B** D Titch is different from that guy. He is a real alien. He has been lurking in my boat for so long, and is finally about to show his teeth to the world. The expression on Whitebeard's old face gradually became cold. Titch and that, too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Partner. Who is that guy? The captains looked at each other. Not waiting. Joes and others asked further, and Whitebeard spoke again. Joes, recall Ace and Marco, the next step is not just a mere tick. Whitebeard said solemnly. Father, this is the end. I know the ambition of that B** D Titch best, but he will not be satisfied if he steals Kaido's abilities, and then he will expand his team and occupy his place in the new world. Father, do you mean that the guy with the black beard is going to take Kaido's turf as well? Foil Beasta's eyes widened in shock. That, the arrogant B** D, thinking that he can become the new strongest creature with the abilities of the Kaido B** D. Do you rule the beasts on an equal footing with me? He will completely destroy him in the next war. Hula la la la. Whitebeard laughed. Thief ha 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 ha. Happy. It's really happy. Advertisement. An uninhabited island on a great sea route. Titch Blackbeard, who looked like a black pig, laughed and drank. Really worthy of being our Captain Tichi, to the birth of the new world's strongest creature. Fighting champion Chisa's Bashes shouted. Otogo Fan Oka and Death Poison both responded. Captain Titch, what are we going to do next? Chicha's Bashes asked. The next step is of course to take over the territory of Kaido, the thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard grinned, but those bastards of beasts don't seem to buy it. Van Oka frowned. Well, besides them, there are at least tens of thousands of grassroots pirates in the beast pirate group. Although their personal combat power is not as good as those, cadres, they are relatively easy to subdue, thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. That's how Weiha is, he really deserves to be Captain Titch. Fighting champion Chisa's Bashes flattered. Ahem, puff, puff, for emperors and beasts, Kaido is really a good man, and he has left us such a large family business. The way of death poison insidious test. Thieves ha 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 ha. Little ones, eat and drink, get ready to go on the road. Chapter 483, Sauron, who learned the truth, shed tears, 4 quarters. This content was first published early in the morning on hotmtl novel.zi. The morning light is faint. The eastern sky lights up the first white fish belly, tearing the darkness, shining through the mountains and rivers. It's about more than a few kilometers from the sea, high in the sky. A piece of broken island fragments with a radius of 500 meters greeted the rising sun, floating alone in the sky. At a certain moment, the ground of the broken island suddenly shook slightly. 36 trouble winds with 1 sword flow. 2 swordsmanship 72 trouble winds. 3 swords flow 108 trouble winds. Ghost Chi 9 swords flow Asura 1 mist silver. 1 big 3000 world. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by loud singing, the broken island with a radius of 500 meters rang out and collapsed in the epicenter of the drama. A haggard figure broke out of the ground, embracing the sky. It is Liu Kai Green Algae Head, pirate hunter Rornoa Soren. After a night of hard work, looking for an exit, after no results. Sauron had to admit his road idiot attributes. Reluctant to choose another more direct way. He pierced through the maze of underground mazes. Sure enough, the air outside is better. Sauron closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then although it was delayed for a while, then. Sauron opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The words in his mouth and the expression on his face were all frozen. So, is this the edge of the island? Looking at an empty sky, Sauron nodded suddenly, and then turned 180 degrees. After seeing the same emptiness at the end of the line of sight, Soren's body couldn't help but froze, his eyes widened. It turned 90 degrees mechanically, and then 180 degrees. To be sure, there is a vast sky in all directions. The place where he is standing is behind an isolated island in the sky. Sauron was stupid. Hey, what the hell is going on? Sauron exclaimed in a loud voice. I'm just. A little delay. Just, how come I have changed the terrain? Could it be that I'm still in the labyrinth, or it's an illusion, but the surrounding area is not the sky? Sauron was lost in thought. Just when Sauron was thinking about whether to take a step and try it, a familiar shout suddenly came from the mist not far away. Advertisement. Hey Sauron, this is the voice of Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy. Sauron smiled with joy. Sauron, you are finally out. Long-nosed Usopp shouted loudly. Usopp is also here. I won't hear hallucinations again, right? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sauron frowned. Ha 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 ha. Idiot Road is crazy about green algae. You really showed us a good show last night. Sanji mocked mercilessly. That, jerk B asterisk 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 D. Soren's face sank. Sauron. Sauron. More and more familiar voices sounded from behind the cloud, making Sauron stunned for a while. I don't know if this is an illusion or reality. However, Soren's confusion did not last long. Not long. And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. White clouds are surging. A sunny little lion ship appeared in Soren's field of vision and slowly flew towards it. That ship is the Lion Mother Lionel Brother Sleeping Lion Master. Sauron widened his eyes and recognized the ship. It was the lion ship they commissioned to build the lion ship, such as Espaku and Frankie in the capital of water. On the deck of the lion ship, familiar people such as Straw Hat Luffy, Long-Nosed Usopp, Sanji the Color Chef, Frankie and others were beckoning to him. Luffy, Usopp, it's really you. Sauron was overjoyed and stepped forward subconsciously. Under the surprise, Sauron had forgotten that it was a kilometer high in the sky. Then, oh. Amid the shouts of Usopp and others, Sauron fell straight down. Mr. Yishao. The black-haired swordsman Lucio quickly looked at and smiled. Ho 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 ho, the young people recently are so bold. With a chuckle, the rod and knife in his hand lightly tapped on the Qianyang. Gravity increase. The little lion boat fell down at an extremely fast speed, and caught Sauron under the precise control of a smile. Advertisement. Sauron fell on the deck with his face on the ground. Ha 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 ha, green algae, you really laugh at me. Sanji laughed mercilessly. Hoo. Sauron gasped with lingering fears. It took a while before finally calming down. Luffy, Usopp, what the hell is going on? It took a while. Why has this changed here? How about the meeting? Sauron asked again and again. Everyone. Sauron, the meeting has already ended. Frank said. Sauron. Nani. Sauron, you have been in the maze for almost a day and a night, this is only a while. Usopp stroked his forehead. Sauron. Nani, we have even finished the banquet, but don't be lost, Sauron, knowing that you must be hungry and thirsty, so I brought you some wine and meat. The young Murloc Nobel pointed to a corner of the deck. Only a few bones remained on the huge dinner plate. Sauron. Everyone. Then he looked at Luffy, whose body was as round as a ball. Not me, Sauron asked. Usopp replied happily. Sauron waved his hand indifferently and slammed a jar. Sauron was stupid again, as if petrified, shattered to the ground. Sauron wailed and began to drink his sorrows. Ha 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 ha. At the beginning, he told Sauron about the big events that happened yesterday, and Sauron couldn't help being shocked. However, when he heard that the banquet started yesterday, the whole process of his attacking the maze was broadcast live on the big screen of the square. Forget it, as long as there is wine. Philo reminds you. 3 things about reading. Luffy covered her mouth and lied. Chapter 484. 40,000 Navy enters Waesung City, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi. The Watching event ended. The shocking fact that the 2 emperors of the sea and the 4 emperors of the beast Kaido died, and Luo Lin lost, set off a stormy sea all over the world. Whether it is a big country or a small town, the people in the streets and alleys talked after dinner and were all about the big incident. The key person is naturally the hero who created this big event. 36 years ago, under the suppression of the big hand called the world government, all the glory that belongs to the hero is taken away. Even the disarray of the people, and even their thoughts, are strictly controlled and suppressed by the government. As a result, the hero was covered in dust and completely disappeared in history. Now 36 years later, the name of the hero Luo Lin spread across the sea once again. The glory of the past blooms again and is known to the world. Coupled with the feat of defeating the 4 emperors alliance. 2-phase edition. This time, even the world government can no longer cover the sky with one hand. With Waesung as the center, the pattern and direction of the world has changed. At this moment, Alabaston, Waesung, after a night of banquet, after celebrating the victory. The navy gathered on the Waesung Square, under the leadership of the officers, boarded their warships in an orderly manner, preparing to set sail and return to the navy headquarters. Originally according to the original plan. After yesterday's killing order ended, they should return to sail. Only this time is special. The Marshal Sengoku, who was far away in the navy headquarters, also acquiesced to their stay. What the Marshal Warring States never expected was that because of his acquiescence, in just one night, their navy would have lost 40,000 men. The specifications of the demon-slaying order for the world-class martial arts conference this time are 4 times the previous ones. The navy dispatched a general, Akakan Sakaski, 10 lieutenants, including Hiro Kapu, alternate generals such as super-elite lieutenant generals such as Gion. In addition, there are 20 warships of the navy headquarters. The number of seamen on each warship is around 10,000, the total number is more than 200,000. This is an unprecedented action in the history of the navy. The results achieved are very rich. Countless pirates who perished under the order of the navy to kill demons. Similarly, their loss is also huge. The army of more than 200,000 at the time of departure was less than 160,000 when it returned. Advertisement. That's a total of 40,000 less. Of course, this is only a loss for the navy. For Waesung, the addition of 40,000 naval forces is a huge gain. General Sakaski, what should I do? Sakaski, are you going to stop it? Anyway, the collective retreat of 40,000 people will cause huge amounts. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The central warship, Doberman, Ghost Spider and others all had expressions like eating dead flies. In the morning, when I learned of the joint, job hopping, book with 4 signatures. It's them, the veterans who have experienced many battles, the whole person is dumbfounded. After all, this is a big event that shakes the foundation of their navy. The naval power that has been cultivated so hard can't stand the change of jobs like this. However, in this situation, they really can't help it. After all, this is not 1 or 2 people. It was the common will of 40,000 Marines. Add bookmarks for easy reading. If the order is forced, it may trigger a huge backlash. Cause unimaginable consequences. Sakaski. Forget it. Under the collective eyes of the veterans of the Navy, the General Akainu finally spoke. Let them go, pass the order, and prepare to return. The General Akainu ordered, the expression on his face was dull and inexplicable. Good moment. Doubtman, Ghost Spider and others reacted, and General Akainu really planned to do nothing this time. Could it be that I was afraid of being beaten yesterday, and everyone had this idea unconsciously? Immediately, he shook his head quickly. By now, this is no longer something they can decide. Since even the General Akainu said so. Then, let them go. If Mr. Warring States initiates a surge in the future, he will never find them first. Under the command of the General Akainu, 17 warships anchored on the coast of Waesung all moved together, ready to set sail. Daddy, uncles, then I'll leave first. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel also said goodbye to Alfred and the veterans. This time the demon-slaying order, he acted with carp, almost, purely watching the show. Advertisement. Almost did nothing. If you don't follow back at this time, I'm afraid it won't work. Go go. Boy flying squirrel, help us to say hello to the old man in the warring states period after we go back. By the way, thank you again for the great gift from Sengwo brother, ha ha ha. The veterans laughed happily. Hearing that, the Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's face was ruined. Let him talk to the Marshal Sengoku. Isn't this terrible? Don't go. Resolutely don't go. The Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had a reluctant smile on his face, and after a few perfunctory responses, he was busy running away. Road. Goodbye. When I deal with the return of the head office, I will return to Mr. Luo Lin. Well, it's agreed. Enter Lei Luo. No, Lei Luo, I have to work harder here in the future. Brigadier General Daikon patted the young man in front of him on the shoulder. Yes, Mr. Daikon, I will work hard. The young man named Lei Luo makes a fist. Similar farewell dialogues can be seen everywhere on the coast. Listening to those conversations, the faces of the veteran admirals on the warship grew darker. Several urgent orders were issued in succession. Depart 5 minutes early. 18 naval warships connected end to end and left Weisung City one after another. Watching the former Navy colleagues go away, the 40,000 seamen on the square retracted their gazes and turned to look at Luo Lin on the high platform in the middle of the square. The faces are full of vigor and hope. Next, here is a new starting point for their lives. Whether in the Navy or here, as long as the justice in their hearts remains the same, nothing will change. The central high platform of Weisung Plaza. Luo Lin's gaze swept across the vigorous faces, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth gradually expanded. Chapter 485. Lecture by Chief Instructor Zepha, 2 quarters for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Welcome to watching. On the high platform of the square, Luo Lin smiled and spoke. The sound spread through the loudspeaker phone bug throughout the square. Weisung Square, where more than 40,000 people gathered, was first silent. Oh. Then there burst out loud cheers and noise. Seeing these vigorous scenes, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of his heart. With the infusion of these 40,000 youthful vigor, the city will finally not be as deserted as before. And from now on, the city will be even more lively. After all, the 40,000 seamen here are not all. At the celebration banquet last night, when the first seaman came up with the idea of staying here, suddenly, it stirred up waves like a stone. At least half of the 200,000 Marine soldiers present responded. Except for the 40,000 seamen left behind. There are also at least 60,000 seamen who have expressed their desire to stay. If all these 100,000 people really stayed behind. The Marshal Sengoku, who is far away in the Navy headquarters, is afraid that it will not be the first time to kill him. Of course, it was not because of this that Luo Lin only accepted 40,000 Marines. But because of some other reasons. Yesterday's Weisung event. Luo Lin used a series of feats to announce his return to the world. But there is one more thing, he didn't make it public. That's the whole story about the disappearance of the hero 36 years ago. It is not the best time to make this public. Luo Lin didn't want to be torn apart with the world government now. And the reason why he didn't fully accept 100,000 seamen. It is also based on this consideration. After all, it doesn't matter how good his past relationship with the Navy is. As long as the Navy remains one day under the control of the world government. Advertisement. Sooner or later, both sides will meet. Luo Lin knew this. The veterans know, but ordinary Marines don't know. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Naturally, the huge secrets in it cannot be said. All they can do is to clearly inform those hot-headed young Marines that after joining Weisung, they will no longer be the Navy. This finally awakened those, or for a while, the Marines who were paralyzed by alcohol. Solemnly think about this decision of my own. In the end, I firmly believe that it is the more than 40,000 people on the square who will stay no matter what. Among them were more than 20,000 generals and Marines from 2 warships rescued by Luo Lin from under the debris of the island. In addition, there are followers who were attracted by the miracle Luo Lin caused during the Battle of Thousand Sails Island a month ago, etc. As for the other interested Marines, they will return to the Navy headquarters first, and then make the final decision after they have fully thought about it. Add bookmarks for easy reading. In the future, our Weisung fortress will become more and more lively. Ha, that's the way it is. In the future, this city will no longer be deserted. Not bad, these young boys are all good. Unexpectedly, in our lifetime, we can still receive a soldier. The veterans standing on the second floor of the high platform are all gearing up, with excitement on their faces. They have not seen this kind of grand occasion for a long time. Thinking of his boss, Luo Lin finally regained the glory of the past. The veterans are happy for Luo Lin from the heart. At this point, Karp and Zepha, who are Roland's closest comrades in arms, are the same. But, one says one. The more people there are in a city, the more important discipline becomes. Look, it's Teacher Zepha. Teacher Zepha is on stage. Amidst the excited cheers of the Marines, Zepha took the stage and occupied the podium. Listen to me, idiots. Advertisement. Zepha's loud and majestic voice echoed in the square. Hear the words. The more than 40,000 Marines on the square were all silent and stood at attention. As a member of the Navy headquarters, how can the Marines not care about the majesty of the chief instructor Zephyr? There are more than 1,000 of them, who were once Zephyr students and have received severe teachings from Zephyr. 4. Zephyr's awe, that comes from the heart. Looking at the suddenly quiet square, Zephyr nodded. This is not the headquarters of the Navy, and you are no longer seamen, but apart from this, everything else will not change. Don't think you can relax and slacken here, you are all clear. Zephyr reprimanded with majesty. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. More than 40,000 seamen all responded in unison. It's fine to be clear, but. Zephyr smiled, and the conversation turned. But today is special. Take the last chance to have a carnival. It will officially start tomorrow. Zephyr, thanks. Zephyr grinned. Big brother Zephyr is really reliable. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Oh. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid our boss won't say these things. Zephyr reminded. On the high platform, Luo Lin also smiled and patted Zephyr on the shoulder. The veterans all laughed. Hear the words. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Philo reminds you. 3 things about reading. Then, cheers started again. This is now my Waisung fortress, and it is the root of each of us. Ah. The Marines on the square were taken aback. Chapter 486. Everyone here likes it the most, 3/4 ask for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Watchang Banquet. The grand banquet will be held again. But this time is not to celebrate the victory of the big event. It is a welcome banquet for the 40,000 Marines who have joined the city. Puff ha 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 ha, today is really a good day. Karp couldn't help laughing happily in the high-level stands of the Waisung headquarters building. Such a good day, don't you go down Karp. The young Lieutenant General Ahe looked at Karp with a smile. When the banquet starts later, of course I will go there, but for now, don't blame me, Xiaohe. If I stay here, Zhongguo will be really lonely alone. Karp spoke seriously. Warring States, is the position of Marshal really so attractive? He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice. Sister he, what are you talking about worrying about Mr. Sengoku? Gion asked. It's nothing. He shook his head. Puff ha 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 ha, it's too late to worry about it now, the guy in the Warring States period is probably starting to go crazy now, fortunately we are far away. Karp laughed happily. Oh, the banquet has already started, then I'll go first, and goodbye, Xiaohe, Gion girl. Karp finally said hello and stepped on the moon step towards the banquet square. Kapu, after going over, help me call Luo Lin, I have something to look for him. Ahe spoke. To understanding, Karp made a gesture. At this moment, the headquarters of the Navy headquarters, Marine Fodder, the headquarters building was shaken without warning, and a powerful aura permeated, and the source was the office where the Marshal Sengoku was located. Feeling the intense mood swings of the Marshal Sengoku, the seamen inside and outside the building couldn't help but their eyes widened. I wondered if Mr. Warring States had taken gunpowder today, and it was not costly that the green-haired Brigadier General Branu, who was planning to report to the Warring States period, turned his head and left without saying a word. Although I don't know what happened, I don't want to touch this brow. Yeah, it seems better for me to go first. Also came to the door, wanting to try to persuade Marshal Sengoku to take the initiative to release Soro, and the General Aoyu shrank his neck and turned and left. Did not disturb Marshal Sengoku's madness. At the same time, Waisung headquarters building, soon after Karp left. In the high-level stands, the air is slightly rippling. Ahe, listen to Karp say you are looking for me. Luo Lin's figure emerged out of thin air. Brother Luoling, Brother Luo Lin, you are here. Advertisement. Tutor. Father. Master Luo Lin. Seeing Luo Lin appear, Nami, Wei Wei, Kurla, Empress, Gion and other big and small girls all came forward for the first time. Luo Lin grinned. The big hands were touched by the little girls, Ling Wei Wei and others squinted their eyes comfortably and contentedly. In the end Luo Lin's big warm hand fell on Robin's waterfall-like black hair. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Little Robin, how's it going? Luo Lin asked with concern. Okay. Robin nodded slightly. A big smile appeared on the delicate pretty face. Yesterday, because of the General Red Dog and the terrifying Demon Slayer order, Ling's Robin recalled those tragic memories and unconscious fears in the past. But those fears all disappeared with Luo Lin's slap on the face of the General Akadog. Uncle. Okay. Add bookmarks for easy reading. R greater than. Thank you. Robin's face blushed slightly and thanked him softly. Hey, what is there to be thankful for? If you have a chance, Miss Robin, you will slap him in person to relieve your anger. Luo Lin didn't care about waving his hand. After greeted the little girls, they walked towards Ahe. Not waiting. Luo Lin asked Ahe why he was looking for him. Ahe with a pretty smile raised his hand and grabbed his wrist, and walked outside the door without saying a word. Hey, wait a minute, Ahe, where are you going to take me? Luo Lin asked. Where I am taking you, don't you know? Ahe raised his eyebrows. Okay. Luo Lin was taken aback, and immediately reacted. Even if he doesn't need to read his mind to see the S*X, he can still see what Ahe means. After using the mind-reading ability, as expected. Sure enough, We still have to do the physical examination that I said yesterday. The scene was grand last night, with more than 200,000 Marines present. It's not good if Luo Lin, the Lord of Watchang, is not there. That's why Ahe never mentioned it. But not mentioning it doesn't mean she forgot. There was no chance last night, so it is okay to delay until now. Ahe, it's okay, I promised the old guys and I'll go back soon. Advertisement. Roland Road. Then you promised me yesterday. Ahe smiled and asked. Roland is speechless. At night. Luo Lin assured. No okay. Ahe firmly shook his head. Agaga. Luo Lin grinned, unconsciously learning the mantra of the peaked girl Alice. Feeling the watery longing and big eyes after coming to him, Luo Lin's head was big. But today it seems that you can't hide, so let's make a quick fight. Luo Lin thought so, and backhanded Ahe into his arms. The space replacement ability is activated. It disappeared in an instant. Watching Luo Lin and Ahe leave. In the stands, the joyful expressions on the faces of the little girls suddenly disappeared. Each of them stretched their mouths and remained silent. The Empress Hancock sat down on the ground again, and silver teeth bit the handkerchief. Everyone, what's wrong with you? Tina, who was completely integrated into it, asked with a puzzled face. Nami, Wei Wei and others glanced at Tina, and sighed with envy and helplessness in unison. Don't you all want to, like Mr. Rowling? Finally, after realizing that this was the place called the harem, Tina couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Of course. Regarding Tina's question, Wei Wei nodded naturally. Everyone here likes brother Luo Lin the most, isn't it Miss Tina? Nami asked in surprise. Tina is speechless. I just feel like I have become a heterogene among the crowd, but think carefully. When Luo Lin appeared in her sight, her heart would tighten for no reason. Is this the feeling of heartbeat? When did that start? After learning his legend and heroic identity, isn't it? Even earlier. Yes, I also like Mr. Luo Lin. Under the gazes of Nami, Wei Wei and other little girls, Tina nodded affirmatively for a long while, and for the first time faced her true feelings in her heart. Chapter 487. Satisfied Crane. Farewell to the Eve. 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi from early morning to dusk. Weisung Square. People cheered endlessly. Warm atmosphere. In the evening, the setting sun goes down. Luo Lin returned to Weisung Square after finishing his medical examination. The originally bustling, lively banquet has disappeared, leaving a mess and a group of drunks. The cleaning staff in Weisung City are cleaning the site. Boss, you're back, hiccup. Colin, a drunk veteran who was drunk, burped alcohol, sat up swayingly, and said hello to Luo Lin. As the banquet over, Luo Lin scratched the back of his head. The new recruits will have to train tomorrow. It's almost done here. Mr. Zephyr will now take everyone to allocate housing. Alfred laughed. Hey. The old man Mu Lien suddenly smiled wretchedly. Luo Lin looked sideways. But I saw Mu Lien mysteriously taking out a pot from behind, big waste. The boss has been working hard this day, but I specially saved this for the boss, and I will quickly take supplements. Mu Lien chuckled. Cunning Mu Lien, fortunately I was also prepared. Another veteran said that he took out a pot of leeks from behind. I have it, and I have it too. Boss, it's still something like me, it's the biggest supplement. Go and go, there is no such thing as the donkey thing I picked. Boss, eat this bowl, and keep you alive and well. It's still mine. My good. The veterans seemed to have negotiated. They scrambled to give Luo Lin the hidden, good things. There are inexplicable smiles on those old faces. Seeing the attentive look of the old guys, Luo Lin couldn't help being covered with black lines. I can't hear the jokes in these old guys' words. You guys are so courageous. Luo Lin fisted and creaked, listening to the sour noise between Luo Lin's palms and fingers. The smiles on the faces of the veterans narrowed. Run. Advertisement. The old man Mu Lien screamed, and the first saw Yazi ran wildly. The other veterans in the field were also well prepared and dispersed in a rush. Fleeing in dozens of different directions. Boss, don't look at us, we are not involved. Alfred, who was still there, waited for a clarification. Ha. Luo Lin smiled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The figure of Shua suddenly disappeared. After a while. What? Mu Lien screamed when he ran far away. What? Boss, I'm sorry. Mu Lien, what are your bad ideas? I really believe in your evil. Boss, I'm sorry. I will come next time. No, I made a mistake. I mean I will definitely not come next time. Add bookmarks for easy reading. In the square, cheerful shouts came and went one after another. 5 minutes later, Roland clapped his hands. Finish work. None of the old and unscrupulous people headed by Mu Lien were excluded, and they all rushed to the street. Boss, Mr. Karp, they have already moved to the Dome restaurant for the second half, are you going to see it? Veteran Alfred's face couldn't help but twitch slightly. Well, Yar, then these old guys will be handed over to you. Luo Lin nodded, and disappeared from the square after stepping out. Yar, has the boss gone? And veteran leaping on the street opened one eye and closed another, and asked in a low voice. Go away, get up, don't pretend. Veteran Alfred shook his head helplessly. He he he. The veterans who were on the ground all smiled and got up one after another. Of course there are a few who have not been able to get up. But it wasn't because of being beaten to faint. It was because he pretended to be in a coma for too long on the ground and fell asleep, and even the snoring was loud. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Everyone laughed. The other side. Weisung Dome restaurant is still very lively. Ended the gathering of tens of thousands of people in the square. The energetic and cheering people gathered here to continue the second half. When Luo Lin appeared in the restaurant, the warm atmosphere in the room immediately took a step forward. Puff ha 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 ha. Luo Lin, come and eat something. Carp laughed and crossed a waist. Luo Lin. If it weren't for reading Carp using mind-reading techniques, Luo Lin would have to hammer him with him. Mr. Luo Lin, Mr. Hero, we toast you. The shouts of the representatives of the major islands in the East Daxia Sea awakened Luo Lin from his speechless state. Toast and drink with everyone. Oh. Everyone cheered. Hey, Mr. Luo Lin is as handsome as before. Kokora, the old fish, winked at Roland. Hero, I also want to have a drink with you. Meow meow meow. The little girl with soaring braids, Zimini, and the rabbit Kunbei jumped up. Okay. Roland smiled and nodded, and clinked glasses with the juices of Zimoni and Bunny Kunbei. Uncle Luo Lin, we have to leave tomorrow. Espachu came forward with a wine glass. I really want to go back, after all, it's long, Espagu. Roland patted Espagu on the shoulder. Where? Espagu waved his hand, and immediately became serious. Uncle Luo Lin, that. Don't worry, Khalifa and the four of them will stay with me. Luo Lin grinned. Chapter 488. Shocking, frightening CP9, 1/4 ask for complete order. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi. A faint kerosene lamp was lit in the dark basement of Blooming, illuminating a corner. The light and shadow intertwined. 3 vague shadows passed by and appeared in the basement. Squeak. There was a soft sound. The air cracked a hole. Then it was pushed open from the inside out like a door. Everyone is fine. With a horn-like haircut, Bruno, the fruit-powered person, exhales, with a lingering heart. Yesterday's big event, it is to scare people to death. The rectangular nose 9 clenched his teeth, and his expression was full of shock and panic. As witnesses to the Weisung event, the impact they have suffered is unimaginable. Especially they finally knew the identity of the Lord of Weisung Fortress. This is what shocked them the most. That man turned out to be a hero in the legend of the Navy. Hero Luo Lin. Khalifa's pretty face was close to sluggish, and she muttered to herself unconsciously. Even if one day has passed, she still cannot accept this horrible thing indifferently. If all this is not a dream, but a fact, then the various unlucky things she encountered during the few times she was with him can be explained. It's not that she was cursed. From beginning to end, she was the lord of this Wachang, the hero Luo Lin's plaything. The other party has been teasing her from the very beginning. When I first started, I planned to kill others. If the few times I really did it with my weak strength, to attack and kill the strongest of the 4 emperors in Fanshou town, the result can be imagined. Thought of this, Khalifa couldn't help but shook his head and laughed at her weakness and innocence. Advertisement. She can still live till now, it's simply a miracle. Lu Qi, having said that, yesterday, at the end of the big event, the 2 people who appeared, could they be? Bruno, the honest man with a dull expression, rolled his Adam's apple, continuously swallowing the saliva produced by shock and panic, so that his speech was intermittent. Rob Lucy, the 9 strongest who has always remained silent, finally reacted. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. They are the highest power in the world. Lu Qi definitely stated the identities of the last 2. His face seemed calm, but the trembling of his hands exposed his true feelings. After all, that is the 5 old stars who truly dominate the apex of power in the world. Those who have been in the Holy Land Mary Joa all the year round, one day they will walk down to the Holy Land in order to kill a person. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Then after showing strong combat power, he was even killed by others. In the end, the chased and killed fled in embarrassment. This kind of thing is almost unheard of, like a dream. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes, who could believe that, terrible, it's terrible. First 4 emperors, and then unfathomable 5 old stars, this place can no longer stay. Kaku panicked and shook his head unconsciously. Even if we continue to stay, it won't help. Until now, we alone can't get any useful information from this monster gathering city. Bruno retreated. This time, even Rob Lucy did not reprimand. Because even he himself thought so. Luckily we can leave tomorrow. I will never come back to this place again. Kaz made a crisp sound. It was clearly audible in the quiet basement. Listening to the inexplicable voice coming from the dark corner of the basement. Advertisement. The 4 major professional killers, Lucy, Khalifa, Kaku, and Bruno, are all on the alert. The muscles all over his body tightened in an instant. Khalifa took a deep breath and sternly scolded. The answer to her was still the crackling sound of cats. Arashifut shuriken. Without saying a word, Kagu supported the ground with one hand, his feet started like a machine gun. Countless land berry blades shot towards the depths of the darkness, but they all entered the sea like a mud cow, unable to turn a bit of wind and waves. Kapu Gai's Senbei, It's not bad. If you have another cup of black tea, it will be even better. In the darkness, people's whispers finally sounded. Listening to the whispers of the people in the dark, Lucci and Khalifa for all had their pupils contracted. So far, they still don't know the identity of the person watching in the dark, but they have heard someone mentioned in his words. Carp. Hero Carp. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can call Carp in such a tone. In this city, there may only be the same heroes. Khalifa's pretty face was sluggish because of the shock. Kaido and Bruno were shocked. Even the ruthless killing machine Rob Lucy unconsciously held his breath. There was a soft click. The light of the incandescent lamp overwhelmed the dripping light of the kerosene lamp, illuminating the huge underground space. Long-nosed kid, you just said never again. I want to come back. Do you have any opinions about my city? Luo Lin smiled lightly. Chapter 489. One finger to kill the strongest CP 9800 years, 2 quarters for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Long-nosed kid, are you dissatisfied with this? The incandescent light shines, illuminating the huge underground space. At the same time, the figure of the person eating the senbei in the dark was caught in the eyes of 9 Khalifa 4. Wait to see the appearance of the people who eavesdropped in the darkness. Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku, Bruno, 9 elite killers, their faces were all shocked and shocked. An emotion called fear spread and quickly took over their whole body. On the eve of finally leaving, the master of this city, the legendary hero, finally found them. How desperate is this? Especially Kagu, who was named and asked by Luo Lin. His eyes widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his open mouth was panting heavily. The extreme cold air, like a 1,000-year-old profound ice, rushed from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head, almost freezing the blood flowing in his body. When did you come? Rob Lucy is worthy of being the strongest in the judicial island for 800 years. Even in this situation, he still has the heart to fight. I have been there since the first time you met here. Luo Lin grinned. Hear the words. Khalifa, Kagu, and Bruno 3 have even more pale faces on their faces, and their bodies are trembling uncontrollably. It turned out that from the moment they entered this city, they had been under the sight of others at all times. Every secret conversation during this period. The other party is actually there, watching their performance quietly, desperate. At this moment, all Khalifa's trio 3 felt was the endless despair. A-hole, don't deceive people too much. Rob Luke's body was shaking uncontrollably because of anger and fear. In the process of shaking, it continues to rise, grow, and change greatly. The sound of tear and pull, clothes burst. That's Rob Lucky transforming. The animal cat, fruit, leopard form ability was activated, and Lucci's body was more than doubled, and the whole body revealed a fierce murderous intent. Lucci, stop. Kagu lost his voice in amazement. It's useless, Lucci, our opponent is defeated by even the 4 emperors and the 5 old stars. It's over. Khalifa smiled sadly. I won't admit it when it's over. Advertisement. Lucci, in the form of a leopard orc, took a deep breath. The sharp claws of the leopard overlapped at the waist. 6 types of profound truth, the largest round of 6 king spears. Under Lucci's stunt, the air blasted overwhelmingly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even if the opponent is the strongest, Rob Lucy still didn't make his strongest blow. This courage is indeed commendable. But, Pada, is Rob Lucci's most powerful 6 king spear, the sound that falls on Luo Lin. Like being hit by a fist of a fly, Luo Lin's body remained motionless. This kind of thing. When aware of this horrifying fact, even a ruthless killing machine like Lucci was shaken. And, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP, that pair of leopard eyes trembled unstoppable. Little devil, you are 100 years too early to play the 6 forms in front of me as the founder of 6 forms. Luo Lin smiled lightly. Raise your right hand, arch your middle finger, and then pop out. There was another soft sound of patter. This is the sound of Luo Lin's finger and Lucci's forehead touching. The world seemed to be quiet. Rob Lucky's head suddenly leaned back, and his fierce eyes instantly turned white. Under Luo Lin's unparalleled finger force, Lucci only felt that his entire head was about to burst like a watermelon. The depths of my mind are even more like a paste, a mess. Next second, boom boom, was accompanied by a thunderous boom. The power of Luo Lin's finger exploded. Rob Lucky's figure turned into a sharp arrow, flying backwards, speeding up to a few minutes. Along the way, I don't know how many stone pillars were broken. In the end, he fell deeply into the wall and was completely injured and unconscious. Looky. Advertisement. Looky. Both Khalifa and Kagu lost their voices in amazement. There is no way. Run away. Bruno pushed his right hand into the void, and he was about to create an air door running way with the fruit ability of the door. However, this time, his ability has failed. It is not a failure. His portal has indeed been formed, but it can't be pushed open. The atmosphere at this moment is heavy and terrifying, like a shackle on the door. This is theoretically my place. I didn't allow you to open the door at will, the door kid. Luo Lin smiled and said with a kind face. What? Bruno yelled in horror and backed away in horror. Completely over. Khalifa, who was pale, sat down on the ground in despair. Don't show such an expression, little girl Khalifa, after all, the old man is not a demon. Luo Lin walked up to Khalifa and gently touched her small head with his big hand. It's just that this is enough to make Nami, Robin and other little girls comfortably scream and touch their heads. The current Khalifa is obviously still incomprehensible. There is still extreme fear in the beautiful eyes, like a helpless kitty frightened. There is no way. After all, it's the first time. What are you going to do to us? Khalifa curled up with a trembling body, and plucked up the courage to speak. It's nothing, it's just that the rental fee for my venue is very expensive. Khalifa, these days, you have occupied my site 12 times without my permission, plus these, broken pillars, broken walls, repair costs, etc. All of them add up. I can only keep you coming down. 10 years of work, 8 years of work to pay off the debt. Khalifa, black-hearted boss. You are definitely the most black-hearted boss in history. Pop. Ouch. Chapter 490. Leave each. Open black lens bracket 3/4 seek customized full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published early in the morning on hotmtl novel.zi. The sky is still light. The morning sun has not yet risen. Wei Sung has already woken up. Under the call of the Devil Chief Instructor Zepha. The 40,000 soldiers who had only joined Wei Sung for less than a day gathered together to start the most important morning exercise of the day. The high-pitched, loud training slogans of the soldiers resounded over the city instantly. So warm. At the same time, Wei Sung Coast, a battleship maintenance port. It is also a crowd of people. The water capital shipbuilding team, who have lived here for more than half a month, will leave today and return to the water capital. Ah, I am really envious. It is an honor for Lucky Shipbuilding and Kagu Shipbuilding to be favored by the heroes and staying to do things. A young boatman in the water capital said with an enviable expression on his chin. Snapped. Boy, it's dawn, don't dream anymore. Barry, the shipmaster with orange goggles, cut a hand knife on the top of the young shipmaster's head and woke him up. He. The young boatman held his head in his hands, smiled embarrassedly, and hurriedly ran away. I was left behind by the heroes. Lu Chi and Kagu will probably be after the two of the chief ship engineer of this city. It is really furious, and the face is big, and even give us these, old friends it's not coming anymore. Delouse, the bearded shipmaker with muscles like horned dragons, sighed with emotion. Don't say that, maybe there is a secret mission. Bipal Lulu, another marine master, flattened her curled hair. But having said that, Lu Chi and Kagu stayed behind. How come even Khalifa stayed with him? Could it be that Mr. Hero took a fancy to our secretary? Bipali Lulu guessed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. The three shipmasters in Bari and the boatmen who gathered around to listen to gossip have a subtle little expression on everyone's face. Hey, Mr. Espagu and Mr. Hero are here. Withdraw. Shoo. Everyone rushed away. Advertisement. Sorry, Uncle Luo Lin, I made you laugh. Espagu apologized. It's okay, no problem. Luo Lin waved his hand indifferently. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then come here first this time, I will visit Uncle Luo Lin. Espagu said goodbye. Welcome any time. Roland smiled. Mr. Handsome Hero, goodbye, I will come to play with you next time. Meow meow meow. The sensible little girl, Zimoni, hopped up with the rabbit Kunbei. Yes, this is for 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin kindly touched the little girl Zimoni's head. Let it go. An exquisite necklace made of various precious shells appeared in his hand and was then worn on Zimoni's neck. Wow, so beautiful, mother-in-law, look at it, handsome heroic uncle gave me this. Zimoni jumped happily. Zimone, did you say thank you to Mr. Luo Lin? The elderly fish Coco Luodao. Forget it. Zimoni stopped physically. He hurriedly came to Luo Lin again, bowed respectfully and thanked him. 5 minutes later, the water capital fleet is ready to set sail. Mr. Hero, Mr. Luo Lin, during this time, thank you for your hospitality. Before departure, the people on the fleet gathered spontaneously, and thanked Luo Lin on the coast in a uniform manner and said goodbye. Advertisement. See you later. Roland responded with a smile. Yes. The boatmen of the water capitals responded in surprise and shouted. Set off. With an order from Espagu. The water capital fleet sets sail. At the same time, there are also many ships preparing to sail in Crescent Bay on the front of Wei Sung Fortress. That was the delegation from Donghae who screamed for the opening ceremony of Wei Sung. Now, the big event is over. Naturally, it was time for them to go back. Although I am a little bit reluctant to leave here, I can brag to my friends about the experience of this trip when I think about going back. The representatives of the islands in the East Daxia Sea are a little impatient. Of course, not everyone has to leave. Mr. Aegean, I. One head. The girl with blue short and capable hair and a wheaten complexion opened her mouth high. Needless to say, Nuaochigao, you can stay here with peace of mind. You can stay with Nami. The village and the orange orchard will be handed over to me, so don't worry about it. Mr. Jien with a scar on his face said. Sister Nuaochigao, you can stay. If you want to go back in the future, I can fly now. Let's fly back together, soon. Little Nami proudly patted her big breasts. Okay. Nojao nodded gently. What? The hero is coming. Mr. Luo Lin is here. With the arrival of Luo Lin, the entire Crescent Harbor was suddenly jubilant.